My sister dragged me outside and humiliated me at her own engagement party. Her fiancé overheard everything, and now she wants me to lie to keep him. I am in dire need of an outside perspective right now, so please help me out if you can. Sorry if there is anything incorrect with this post. I'm also a little out of sorts psychologically, so this may come across as rambling. A few events in my life have left me in a difficult situation. I'm being blamed for causing difficulties in my sister's relationship, even though I didn't do anything. I didn't know her fiancé until we met at her engagement celebration. That was 3 days ago. Since then, everything has gone horribly wrong. My parents and sister have been constantly calling and harassing me. My Oma Helena says I'm right, but I'm just under a lot of strain right now. The truth is, my sister's fiancé is questioning their engagement after witnessing her mistreat me at the engagement party. Before I go into what happened, I need to give you some background on my life. My parents, Carl and Monica, 50 male and 50 female, have always despised me. It has been evident to me since I was born. I mean, I don't remember my early years, but as far as I recall, my parents detested me. I was, and still am, the family's ultimate black sheep. The black sheep and the scapegoat, to be specific. My sister Clara, 24, is 5 years younger than me. She is my parents' golden child and feels the same way they do about me. In fact, she hates me as much as my parents do. Growing up, I was neglected and later mistreated by everyone in my family. My parents frequently beat me, but they never screamed at my sister. They never hit me hard enough to leave a mark, and I was too afraid to tell anyone what was going on. Only my Oma Helena knew the whole truth, and other family members recognized that my parents weren't treating me properly. I was an antisocial kid with very few friends, so I couldn't tell anyone at school. Throughout my upbringing, I had to deal with a lot of abuse from my parents and even my sister. Clara may be younger than me, but she certainly did not see me as her elder. She basically learned to treat me brutally from my parents and would slap me frequently. I defended myself once, and I was starved for 2 days. After that, I basically gave up and started being her punching bag, so certainly my parents and sister were never delighted to have me in their lives. This is a condensed version, so you must make do with this backstory. Please don't expect me to tell you everything about the abuse because I don't want to discuss it too much. I'm not here to share my sob story. I just need some advice to determine whether I'm being an idiot. I suppose you understand when I tell that I haven't spoken to my parents or sister since I turned 18. I didn't want to be somewhere I wasn't wanted. They didn't miss me. So, after receiving poor marks in college, I began working a minimum wage job and doing my best to provide for myself. It wasn't easy, and I'm still not financially secure. But I'm doing okay for myself. I even made a buddy or two. Anyway, back to the core issue. After more than a decade of not communicating, my sister invited me to her engagement celebration. I swear I wanted to giggle when I received my invitation. My Oma Helena told me that my sister acquired my address and phone number from her because she wanted me to attend her engagement celebration. I'm still not sure why. Perhaps for looks or something. I wasn't excited about going, but my folks called and asked me to come. They were surprisingly friendly on the phone, so I assumed that showing there wouldn't hurt. Well, I was mistaken. My parents and sister began to ignore me after exchanging pleasantries and presenting me to Clara's fiancé, Luca. I don't know his age. He appeared like a kind guy, and my Oma Helena verified it. I was minding my own thing and preparing to depart early, as my parents and sister had nearly become strangers to me after all these years, but I held back since Luca continued attempting to speak to me. I believe he wanted to get to know me since I was going to be his sister-in-law. I had no idea why, because I assumed he would detest me just as much as my sister did. After all, he was going to be her spouse. He appeared really interested in learning more about me, and he even invited me to lunch the next day with him and my sister. I just gave him a generic reply because I didn't know what to say. I was pretty confident my sister would not want to be around me. Clara observed that Luca and I were speaking. She dragged me onto the grass and started yelling at me to stay away from Luca. Then she went on a rant about how I shouldn't even consider returning to the family because the invitation was only for show. She said some horrible things about me, which I would not repeat here. Her points were that no one loved me, that everyone despised me, that no one wanted me back in the family, and most importantly, that I would always be the unwanted child. I'd always been. None of her rants surprised me because I had heard them all before. The trouble is that Luca overheard the talk when he was outside smoking. I'm not sure what happened next, because I went home after my sister kicked me out of the party. 2 days later, however, my sister and dad began to blow up my phone, accusing me of wrecking Clara's life and breaking off her engagement. According to my understanding, Luca disliked the way Clara handled me. He said nothing at the party, but when they got home, they had a big quarrel. Luca appears to be considering calling off the engagement because he has never seen Clara like this before. I'm not sure what happened, but here's what I concluded from my parents' and sister's violent outbursts at me. They are now trying to force me to speak with Luca and explain that everything was done in good faith. I realize this seems silly, but it is what they want me to do. They want me to lie to Luca and tell him that we all adore each other and are simply squabbling like regular sisters. Honestly, I'm beating myself up for even going to the party. I don't want to lie to anyone or pretend that my sister isn't abusive. I do not want to pretend that I love my sister and she loves me. I chatted with my Oma Helena, and she is solidly on my side. She also suggested that Luca go away because Clara does not deserve such a nice man. I thought I was doing the right thing by ignoring my parents and sister, but they haven't stopped the harassing. I wish it would all go away by itself, but that is unlikely. Their remarks are starting to get to me. I've been thinking about just doing whatever they want so they won't bother me. But then again, I didn't do anything, and am being accused for absolutely no reason. What do you all think I should do? Aita for not lying to someone and pretending to have a loving sister. Edit. Many of you have asked why my parents always treated me this way. Some of you have suggested that I did something to make them detest me. Yes, I did something. I made a mistake by being born. I'm not making this up. My parents always say that having me was a mistake. My parents had only been married a few months when Monica discovered she was pregnant with me. They were young and not prepared to have children. They are strongly pro-life and did not want to get rid of me. I believe my parents continued to indulge and enable my sister's behavior because they felt it was unjust of me to disrupt their picture of a perfect family. At this point, I'm not sure why they believed assaulting their daughter would be the best way to handle this. That is something you should ask Carl and Monica. I wish they had adopted me out or something. It's a joke to call them my family. They detest me because I took away their hopes. They despise me because I didn't let them enjoy a few carefree years before settling down and starting a family. My sister was the intended child, therefore they loved her more and thought she was their ideal daughter. I understand that it is not my fault that I was born, but that logic does not fly with them. They see me as the villain, the terrible youngster who must be punished. Update 1. Guys, I am completely blown away by the replies to my post. I figured I was probably NTA, but the consensus is certainly overwhelming for me. Your words have also made me realize how horrible things have been for me. I'll admit that I have a tendency to shut off and act unconcerned about things. My past, and even my present, are difficult to cope with, so I have a habit of suppressing my emotions and pretending that all of the abuse has had no effect on me. I understand that this is a coping technique I created to deal with childhood trauma. I really can't give in to my emotions anymore because I'm scared of having a mental breakdown and ending up in a hospital ward. I don't really have anyone to rely on, so I can't lose myself in my thoughts. That is one of the main reasons I've avoided thinking about my family in detail. Some of you have written some excellent points regarding how my parents were abusive to the point where CPS should have intervened. I didn't like you guys criticizing my Oma Helena for not bringing me away sooner. She is a frail woman with a variety of health conditions that would make her an unsuitable caregiver for me. So, if she had contacted CPS, I would most likely have been placed in foster care. Yes, she asked around, but no one was available to take me in. I don't blame them. None of us are from wealthy households. My relatives and aunts have their own children and don't have enough money to feed another mouth without jeopardizing their income. I carry no resentment toward them. It was not their obligation to correct Carl and Monica's blunders. They did try to talk to my parents and convince them that what they were doing was wrong. Carl and Monica had threatened to take me away and deny me access to them. I guess that intimidated them enough not to press the issue. They also punished me harshly for involving the family. So I soon stopped telling people that things were horrible at home. I believe I should accept some responsibility for closing down and not communicating with my extended family after a period. Anyway, I realize now that I shouldn't have shut myself down. Regardless of how difficult it was, I should have spoken up and blasted my family to everyone they knew. I accept this and feel prepared to take small moves in the correct path. After hearing all of your advice, I contacted a close friend and showed her the article. Then I poured my heart out to her and, as expected, broke down in her flat. I asked her to help, and she did. She signed me up for therapy and promised to support me as I tackled my issues. I'll be eternally grateful for her help. Carl, Monica, and Clara continue to blow up my phone whenever they can. I've chosen to move in with Sophie for a while since I don't think I can cope alone right now. She has been an angel, assisting me with all I could possibly need. There is one issue that has bothered me a little. Clara's fiancé has been contacting and begging me to meet with him. Clara advised him he should hear the truth from me since he was overreacting to everything. My sister and parents are persuaded that I will do whatever they want and make up stories about how Clara's treatment of me is simply sisterly love. Honestly, I'm not sure what I'm going to do about Luca. I'm not sure if I should just block him and move on, or meet him and give him the real truth. Mentally, I'm still a mess, therefore I don't trust my judgment right now. Perhaps you can help me with this one. Update 2. I heard you loud and clear. I got it. I need to talk to Luca. He needs to know what kind of lady he will marry. There is always the risk that what happened to my parents will happen to them. I am almost certain that Clara will end up abusing their child, just as my parents did, because it is all normal and justified in her perspective. There's also the fact that Luca is a nice guy who doesn't deserve to be with a frigid witch like my sister. I carefully considered my options and concluded that it would be better to meet with Luca and tell him everything. I want to do it before I go to the therapist because I'm very sure I won't be mentally stable after telling him everything. At least for the time being, I can seem to be unconcerned and express the truth without bursting into tears. I've already texted Luca and scheduled a meeting with him. I've also saved all of the texts my sister and parents sent me so I can show Luca. I don't think he'd refuse to trust my tale, but it's always good to have some backup evidence. We will meet tomorrow, as he has requested, and I will be accompanied by Sophie. She will sit far away and only intervene or become engaged if I have a meltdown or anything. I'm dreading the meeting since talking about the past is starting to get to me. I'm constantly weary and have to take time off work to deal with everything. Fortunately, my manager is really pleasant and does not go about canceling leaves for fun. No, he does not know the entire story and I prefer it that way. Telling a friend and a group of strangers nearly sent me into a tailspin. I don't want my coworkers to know about my sad life. So for the time being, they will remain in the dark. As for Luca, I hope I have the strength to tell him the entire thing so he can avoid marrying my demon sister. Update 3. I met up with Luca last night. It was not a quiet, tranquil or collected talk. I anticipated to go insane, but not to this extent. It's unpleasant to let go of pent-up rage and frustration. It becomes unsightly and dirty. That's exactly what happened during yesterday's meeting. When I went to speak with Luca, I noticed immediately away that he looked terrible. I may not know him well, but I've been the man before. He appeared absolutely broken and untidy. We attempted to make small talk, but the elephant in the room needed to be addressed. He just asked me to tell him about my relationship with my sister and our family. I did exactly that. I told him everything. I attempted to keep a straight face while I gave him the entire story of my life up to that point. Clara and my dad had not ceased contacting and tormenting me. I showed him all of the texts and allowed him go through my conversations with them. It took us both around 3 hours to recover. He was crying, so was I, and Sophie was trying to keep us from passing out or whatever. I'm so glad I took her with me. Sophie could tell I was about to have a meltdown. She intervened and calmed me down, preventing me from losing my sanity. Luca was also concerned about me and kept reminding me that I didn't have to feel obligated to tell him everything. But I do not know, fellas. It was good to get everything out. Perhaps it prepared me a little for what I would encounter in therapy. Besides, I had to tell Luca everything so he could make his own judgments. It was a very difficult conversation. Luca informed me that he had no idea how horrible things were. Clara constantly told him that I wasn't available because I was too busy with work and other commitments. He had no cause to suspect anything. Carl and Monica had been really nice to him, so he had no doubts that they were excellent people. That was it till the engagement celebration. Luca admitted that it was pure luck that he overheard our chat, but he is glad he did. Ever since that day, he had been wondering if the woman he had fallen in love with was real. He actually asked Clara for some space, but she reacted angrily. Clara kept telling him he was exaggerating and that sisters are always cruel to each other. Fortunately, Luca did not buy any of it. He is a single child. Yet he has other female cousins who also have sisters. He has never seen anyone be so disrespectful to their sister before. Unlike Clara, he has empathy and the emotional capacity to discriminate between right and wrong. Luca has worked hard to get Clara to tell him the entire tale. When she kept gaslighting him, Luca decided to phone my parents and attempt to figure out what was happening. Carl and Monica, of course, stated the same thing as Clara, and even tried to convince Luca that I must have done something terrible to Clara to cause trouble. My adoring parents portrayed me as a selfish, miserable, drama-loving person who spoils everything because I am envious of my sister. Luca still didn't believe them. When he phoned my Oma Helena, she told him the truth. He was outraged and promptly informed Clara that the wedding was off. She raged, cried, and became hysterical. She kept telling him he was exaggerating, and Oma Helena was lying because I was her golden grandchild. Luca was perplexed and overwhelmed by everything, and he had no idea what to do. Then Clara naively gave him my phone number and ordered him to call me to explain everything. Clara of course expected me to say what she wanted him to hear, so she urged him to contact me. She had no idea I'd say no to her and my parents' requests. I didn't bother clarifying her misconceptions after a few responses on my end. I had previously written this piece and understood what I needed to do. I didn't tell Luca about the post, but I did tell him everything else that was going on. Sophie filled in the blanks when I couldn't talk anymore. At the end of the meeting, both Luca and I were too emotionally exhausted to discuss what would come next. After I returned home, Luca texted me to say he was leaving my sister for good. Calling off the engagement was not enough. He didn't want anything to do with a woman who was terrible on the inside. I haven't received any angry texts from Clara or my parents, so I'm thinking he hasn't followed through on his plan yet. For the time being, I'm going to keep quiet and focus on regaining control of my feelings. I know things are going to turn bad in the next several days, so I need to brace myself. I may not be able to provide an update as quickly as I would want. And I hope you understand. Update 4. Hello there. I am still alive and passing myself off as a productive adult. I'm sorry I couldn't return sooner for an update. As you can see, a lot has happened since my previous post. I knew I'd need time to provide an update, but I didn't realize it would take 3 months. Today has been one of my better days, so I thought I'd come here and provide an update. I greatly appreciate all of your comments on my post. They warmed my heart and kept me going even throughout the darkest times of my life. I suppose you'd be pleased to hear that things are finally looking up for me, but good things come at a high cost. When I last updated, Luca had not spoken with my sister about ending their relationship. He accomplished it only 3 days later. He wanted to move his key belongings to a safe location before ending the relationship. He was making arrangements because he was concerned that my sister might become violent and aggressive, among other things. He was totally correct, and thank God he got to a secure spot before breaking up with Clara. Luca had moved to a friend's home with his crucial documents and belongings. He then called my sister and informed her that it was over. She didn't take it well. First, she cried and begged Luca not to abandon her. Then she informed him that she would do anything to win him back, even starting to treat me better, if it meant keeping him. Clara went insane because Luca refused to listen to her cries for reconciliation. I'm not exaggerating here. Clara literally went berserk. She sent him recordings of herself trashing the house and ruining anything Luca couldn't transport to his friend's residence. Then she started showing up at his friends' places looking for him. She even threatened them when they informed her that Luca was not with them. Clara went to his parents' house and caused such a mess that the cops had to be called. She got off without being warned, but she didn't take it seriously. Clara then showed up at his workplace, but security refused to let her in. What did she do then? She waited and followed him to his friend's home. Things became heated there, so the friend had to interfere and call the cops on Clara. She escaped before they could apprehend her. Then she had the nerve to show up at my workplace and attempt to run me over with her car as I was wrapping up my shift at the restaurant. This is my second job, so she knew I'd be working the evening shift. Thank goodness I recognized her automobile and was able to get away without being crushed. I had to go to the hospital for a fractured arm after falling while trying to move out of the path. Don't worry, it wasn't something serious, by God's grace. That mad woman could have killed me. I don't want to go into detail about what happened next because I was simply not in a good mood. Things transpired, cops got involved, and charges were filed. Sophie did the majority of the heavy lifting, as did Luca, who came to help me while I rested. My relatives, uncles and Oma Helena all rallied around me. After a long period, I felt as if I had finally received the love and attention I had longed for. It did not originate from Carl or Monica, but from my extended family. My parents blamed me for everything. They wrote me some nasty texts saying that it was all my fault and that I deserved to die because I sent Clara to jail. Again, I don't want to go into depth since I'll be triggered again. The issue hasn't been totally resolved, but it appears that my sister will spend some time in jail and give me compensation. I'm pretty sure that will come out of Carl and Monica's pockets because Clara practically has nothing to her name. My extended family all much cut them off, and my Oma Helena disowned them forever. Carl and Monica attempted to sue me for this, but fortunately, I had restraining orders in place by then. Things were pretty bad for me for the first 2 months because coping with everything was exhausting. I went to therapy and am still seeing a psychiatrist about my trauma, but don't worry too much about me, I'm actually doing much better now. Yes, there are days when I feel absolutely hopeless and miserable, but I'm learning to cope in a healthy way. I have to add that my roommate has been my rock throughout this. Also, credit where it is due. Luca has been really helpful and supportive right now. He has his own restraining order against Clara, so he doesn't have to worry about that. He also has a good support system, which is beneficial to him. So, yeah, everything that could go wrong did go wrong, but I escaped with minor injuries. I shall be eternally grateful for that. I've been thinking of moving away, but I really don't want to be apart from my Oma Helena, who isn't in great condition right now. All of this has had a negative impact on her health. That concludes my update to you. I will not be posting any more updates because I am hopeful that things will calm down from here on out. I'm doing my best to move on, so I needed to offer one final thank you to everyone who helped make this possible. I have taken all of your advice and will carry it with me for the rest of my life. My family called my son's birthday just a kid's party. But when I refused to pay for a sweet 16, they sent police to my door, and I cut them off. Hi, I'm Daniel. I'm 34, and a single father. I fix networks for a living and create lists for pleasure. I know where every dollar goes. I can tell you the price of a gallon of milk in 3 stores, one of which restocks the 12-pack of juice boxes every Tuesday. My 11-year-old son Maxime adores Lego, despises olives, and believes I am a wizard since I can untangle cords without swearing. I reside in a little rental property with a bare backyard and a barbecue that I rescued from the street. My family lives 20 minutes away, so I always assumed we were close. It did not mean that. Maxime's birthday Saturday began simply. Blue streamers, a Costco sheet cake with Maxime Level 10 printed in pixel font. I'd hired an inflatable soccer goal and set up folding seats borrowed from a neighbor. 6 of his classmates arrived. Our street smelled of sunblock and charcoal. I kept checking my phone. Marianne had replied, "We'll be there." Wouldn't miss it. My sister Sophie, of course. Aunt Elise is delivering party treats. My brother Julian will come by after the gym. I lined up small water bottles on the porch rail and fastened a trash bag to the fence to make the yard look less like a dump. Every 20 minutes I would check the family chat. Nothing. When the pizza arrived, I asked the driver, "Could you wait a second?" I figured a line of cars would form and I'd need to add another huge pepperoni. He glanced over my shoulder at the little gathering and said, "You're good." 2 slipped into 3. The sun moved. The kids kicked off their sneakers and took turns with the goal. The neighbor across the street brought over an additional cooler. She said, "Full house." I smiled like if my face were made of wood. At 3:11 p.m., my phone vibrated. "Don't be so dramatic," my mother wrote. "It's just a kid's party." Just a kid's party. I read it twice since my brain dismissed it the first time. Not running late. Not getting stuck. Not happy birthday, baby. Just that line like a slap. I stood next to a bowl of orange slices, and the words crept under my skin and sat there. Maxime rushed over, cheeks flushed, hair clinging to his forehead. "Dad, can we cut the cake? Can we sing?" Of course I asked. We sang, "Gather Everybody." He blew out the candles in one breath because he had practiced. He smiled at me, frosting on his lips, and I clapped like a seal. Then I went inside the kitchen to rinse the knife and breathe where no one could see me. The screen door squeaked. Behind me the group chat bubble appeared again, with dots blinking like a heartbeat. Sophie sent a new message. "We will catch the next one. Today is insane." Then a photo posted to her story appeared on my lock screen. "Brunch mimosas." A caption. "Self-care Sunday on a Saturday with my friends." My mother was in the corner of the image, wearing sunglasses and holding a flute of champagne. Julian's arm, with the tattoo I helped pay for, was wrapped around their chairs. I stood there with a wet knife in my hand, a cake behind me, and a 10-year-old in the yard who still thought people meant what they said. The place smelled of sugar and dish soap. Someone outside cried, "Goal!" and a cheer erupted. I set down the knife and cleaned my hands on a towel. I walked back to the yard and passed out plates. I didn't say anything about the vacant chairs. Not one. When the last child went, Maxime and I sat in silence and built the spaceship he had unwrapped. He did not inquire about Grandma, Aunt Elise, or Uncle Julian. Perhaps he did not want to. Perhaps he already knew. My phone rang again at 8:04 p.m., after he had fallen asleep on the couch, holding a slice of pizza like a miniature monarch. "Mom!" This time with a sharper, more reckless voice message. "Don't make a big deal, Daniel. He's 10. He'll barely remember." As I stared at the ceiling, something inside me went cold and flat. A new shape was edged. I did not write back. I began counting the chairs to return and cans to recycle. I scraped frosting into the trash. I placed the banner in a shoebox with the remaining candles. I placed everything where it belonged. That is what I do. And then I placed my phone face down on the counter because if I read one more sentence from them, I would say something I couldn't take back into the box. I've always been the fixer, the person who knew both the Wi-Fi password and the tax deadline, someone who remembers everyone's favorite side dish. I was 21 when Philippe left. Marianne said to me in the driveway, "You're the man now." It was not a pep talk, it was a job assignment. When Sophie opened her last studio, I created the website and paid for the first 6 months of hosting. "You'll get it back when I'm profitable," she told me. Profit was as light as a breeze. When Julian was 25, he received a DUI, and I took a day off work to sit with him in court. I was the one who drove Marianne to urgent care that winter. She had the sick and refused to stop attempting to cook nevertheless. I was the one who used Venmo to pay Julian's rent, only this once. 3 distinct only this once months. It always came with a chorus. Marianne. Family helps family. Sophie, you are doing extremely well, to herself in the mirror. Can you spot me till our Friday? Julian, you know I'll pay you back. He never did. He would, however, purchase new rims, ensuring that the untruth had adequate traction. I made a vow to myself and Maxime on the day he was born. He would never sit in a plastic chair at a gathering, wondering if his friends cared. He would eat cake even when money was tight. When others made mistakes, he would send them apologies texts. He'd have adults who tried. Money was tight a lot. Childcare is considered a second rent. Health insurance is ranked third. I still managed to make it work. Side gigs develop with time. Selling my old guitar to pay for the dentist. When he outgrew his cleats mid-season, I purchased a pair at a thrift store and scrubbed them with a toothbrush until they sparkled. Meanwhile, my family's group chat resembled a vacation blog. Wine tastings and silent retreats that were surprisingly popular on Instagram. Sophie's gentle life period. Julian's grind set. He shot more pictures than he drove in his leased truck. When I asked Marianne once if she wanted to join us for a weekly meal, she answered, "Sweetie, my calendar is full." Next month. Next month never came, but my phone did light up on payday. Small green bubbles. Quick favor, emergency. Do not tell anyone I requested. Sophie called me at 11 p.m. last fall after booking a girls' trip to Tulum, the night before. My airline card was declined. Can you fix it? I'll pay you back Monday. Monday came and went. When I said it, she sighed. Don't be petty, Daniel. Money comes and goes, but memories last forever. In December, Marianne gave me a spreadsheet that read like a ransom note. Plan your holiday gifts. Names, items, price columns, and color coding appear in bold on the right. We should divide equally. Equal meant me because neither of them had offered. I purchased Maxime a winter suit and a book. I purchased Marianne the mixer she had been raving about since the spring. I gave Sophie a gift card to a supplies store. Julian received new trainers. My present was their quiet at dinner when I asked if someone could bring dessert the next time. It added up. And not just in my bank app. It built up in my chest. The arithmetic of being responsible is that you become their plan, and they don't even realize it. I awoke 2 days after Maxime's celebration to find a fresh message in the family chat. Marianne used all caps, exclamation marks and glitter emojis. Very important. RSVP by Wednesday. My niece's sweet 16. $3,100 per person. Please Venmo me. Number. Good morning. Number. How was the party? The world's most insane wedding tier price tag was put on a teenager's birthday with the haste of a fire drill attached. A PDF contains a photograph of my cousin wearing a tiara, a ballroom with orchids flowing from the ceiling. The menu reads like a cruise liner brochure: caviar bar, ice sculpture, interactive gelato artist. I stared at the number as if it will transform into anything logical. $3,100 per person. Marianne then says this line. We'll also need Daniel to cover for grandma. She is on a fixed income. There it was. The assumption is like a reflex. My name is Wallet. There's no mention of Maxime. No, I apologize. We missed him. Not even a meme. Just an invoice that I never agreed to. Sophie responded 5 minutes later. We are all in. OFC. Elise refuses to settle for anything less than premium. Also, can we make a collective gift? Daniel, are you able to coordinate? You are a spreadsheet person. Julian, do they have an open bar? If so, it's completely worthwhile. Daniel, you've got me and Clara covered, right? I sat down with my coffee and felt it burn anyway. I typed no, and then deleted it. Not because I didn't mean it, but because I had to be cautious. Words skim across the surface with them. They don't sink unless they're tied to something heavy. I clicked on the PDF again and noticed the sponsor page at the end. My whole name was written in tasteful calligraphy under gold patrons in honor of my family members. I hadn't donated a single dollar. I had not been asked. Sophie had submitted it. I recognized the photograph she used. It was stolen from my LinkedIn. My stomach rolled slowly and stubbornly. I read back through Saturday's texts to see if I had missed anything. Perhaps there was a "so sorry" hidden beneath a meme. There wasn't. Just Sophie's brunch photo and Marianne's voice note. The one when she claimed it was merely a kid's party. Another text flashed up. Marianne. I also talked to the venue. They need the deposit by Friday. I promised them you'd handle it because you are the most organized. The deposit for a teenager's party was more expensive than my automobile, assigned to me as an errand. I picked up my phone to call her and then set it down. I didn't trust my voice to sound soft enough to be heard. That evening when Maxime was doing homework at the table and kicking his feet, I printed the sponsor page and placed it next to my shopping list. 2 columns, one for what I do and one for what they ask. I began writing. Soccer fees are mine. The court filing fee for Julian's license reinstatement was mine. I am the one that hosts the website. Costco cake is mine. $3,100 per person is theirs. Deposit is theirs. It's just a kid's party for them. I examined the paper until the ink felt dry enough to pick up. Marianne followed up the next morning. Daniel, you are quiet. Do not be difficult. Your cousin only turned 16 once. Everything inside me that had melted a little for years began to cool and solidify. Not angry like fire. Anger is like ice. Clear, solid, and decided. There is usually a tiny moment preceding the big one. For me, it was grabbing my key ring and seeing that my house key was still the original brass one. Marianne owned a copy. Sophie borrowed it last month for an errand but never returned it. I glanced at the key and understood my boundaries were also composed of soft metal. That afternoon I visited the hardware store. It occurred in the family conversation because it is where they live. I waited until a period when they tend to pile on, late lunch, when everyone submits images and comments simultaneously. 1:17 p.m. The bubbles appear all at once. Sophie. An iced coffee boomerang. Julian's gym mirror selfie. Marianne. A glittery forwarded prayer. I snapped a photo of the backyard on Saturday. The flag is still affixed on the fence. The empty folding chairs were arranged in a tidy row, as if for a lecture. Nobody came to the cake box with the missing corner from when we chopped it down and wrapped the slices in foil for the freezer. I wrote that this was Maxime's celebration. You said you would arrive. I let it sit. The responses came in just as I expected. Sophie, why are you airing stuff here? Text me. Marianne, please do not guilt us. Daniel, we have lives. You are aware of how difficult Saturdays are. Julian, don't become a martyr. Children don't care. I shared a screenshot from 2 weeks ago. Marianne. We will be there. Then another Sophie. Aunt Elise is delivering party favors. Then there's the brunch photo with their faces in the corner and the caption, which includes my people. There is no commentary, just pictures. Facts have their own gravity. Silence. Then Marianne appeared again. Enough. We're currently focusing on the Sweet 16. I sent a link. The deposit is due Friday. Be an adult. I felt my pulse in my cheekbones. I typed slowly. I am an adult. I am Maxime's father. Another pause. Sophie responded with the written equivalent of a hair flick. Do not make everything about your child. I stared at the words until they blurred. Then I wrote. You did not attend your own nephew-grandson's birthday. A week later, you gave me a bill for $3,100 per person for a teen I see twice a year. You inserted my name as a sponsor without asking, you promised a venue I'd pay a deposit, and you stated I was difficult when I didn't respond quickly enough. Here's my response. No. I pushed submit. Before they could swarm, I opened Venmo, found Marianne, and transferred $1. The note reads, congratulations. That was it. There's no paragraph. $1. One sentence. A mirror held up to the ridiculous. I then replaced the locks. The hardware store employee had already cut the keys. It took 10 minutes. The deadbolt turned smooth for the first time in years. When the new knob snapped shut, I felt a slight click in my chest, like if a safe door had closed on something essential. I looked through my phone, blocking numbers. Not forever. Not out of cruelty. But because I knew what was going to happen. The flood. How dare you? And after everything we've done, and you're pulling the family apart. I needed silence to hold the line. So I held it. At supper, Maxime requested extra broccoli and told me a joke about a banana in a library. He had no idea his father had just flipped a switch that would change our lives. Perhaps he did not need to know yet. He needed a father who did not flinch. By 8 p.m., the messages were bouncing off the wall I had created. The final one landed before the block. Marianne. You're going to regret this. Never forget who raised you. I put my phone face down and took out the garbage. Sophie uploaded a tale the next day, along with a glitter countdown sticker for her sweet 16. 10 days. Gold patrons, we see you. My name shone beneath it. The reactions were overwhelmingly positive. So generous. Family goals. I navigated to the venue page and issued an official email requesting that my name be removed from all materials immediately. I did not authorize sponsorship. I've included screenshot receipts. I copied a person with the manager's signature. Then I sent Marianne and Sophie the identical email from a fresh address they didn't know, hoping they'd read it through corporate fear. I slept soundly for the first time in a long time. The type of slumber that does not listen for footsteps. 2 days later, at 7:42 a.m., a knock on the door. Not casual, but firm. I peeked through the peephole and seen 2 officers. Morning. We're responding to a call. The taller cop seems to have seen a lot of silly domestic storms. What kind of call? I asked, maintaining a level tone. Maxime was still in his jammies, watching a cartoon with half an eye and half an ear to the door. Family member reported concerns. Said you were making threats. Said you had their property. Asked for a welfare check for a minor at this address. There it was. 3 birds. 1 stone. Paint me as unstable. Accuse me of thievery. And weaponize compassion for my own child. Efficient. Come in, I said, opening the door enough to reveal a spotless living room with a child on the couch and a bowl of cereal. We're fine. The officer stepped inside and performed a nice scan to avoid appearing to be scanning. The shorter one nodded to Maxime. Hey buddy. Maxime waved his spoon. Hi. Can we talk in the kitchen? I inquired. We moved a few feet. I kept the doorway in my peripheral view. Years of being the responsible one cause you to host even when being inspected. This is about my mother and my sister, I informed them. They didn't come to my son's birthday. They asked me to pay thousands for a cousin's party. I said no. I changed my locks. They don't like that word. The taller one hid a flutter of a smile. That tracks. They also put my name as a sponsor for the event without consent. I emailed the venue to remove it. I have screenshots. I slipped my phone over the counter, folder open. Photos, chats, a Venmo dollar with a congratulations message, the venue email and the sponsor page. The officer scrolled. When you live inside receipts, your evidence adds up nicely. Any weapons in the house? He inquired, feeling compelled to do so. Only butter knives, I said. And these Lego swords. He smirked. Any court orders? Custody stuff? No, Maxime's with me. His mom isn't in the picture, we're okay. He cast a glance toward the living room. You're okay, buddy? Maxime offered a sober thumbs up. Property? The shorter one inquired, looking over his notes. I blinked. What property? He read. Caller stated he was holding a family heirloom necklace and wouldn't return it. His brow furrowed, and I saw it land for him as well. The folly of it. The only necklaces in this house are made of macaroni, I informed you. If she means the spare house key, I changed the locks yesterday. I can give you the old one if that makes this cleaner. We all stared at the key on the counter as if it were a prop in a poor play. The officers walked to the side, exchanged glances, and then returned their attention to me. Here's the deal, the taller one explained. We've seen this a lot. Family gets used to a thing, money, access, free labor. Someone changes the terms, panic, they call us. We make sure nobody's in danger. Then we go write a report that says no danger. That would be fantastic, I murmured, feeling my shoulders relax an inch. Do you want to log anything on your side? The shorter one inquired. Yes. I opened the email from the venue and my formal request to have my name removed. I also want something on record that they put my name down for a financial commitment without my consent and that I've asked them in writing to stop. Good, he said. Paper trails help. Keep saving everything. If anyone shows up here and won't leave, call us. Don't engage. They left me a card and walked out into the sunlight. I stood at the entrance, feeling the way you do when the flu breaks out. Weak, but obvious at the same time. 10 minutes later, my fresh email arrived. The venue's management responded, "We have removed your name from all printed and digital materials. We apologize for this oversight." I sighed, one thread cut cleanly. At noon, my aunt Marianne's older sister texted from an unknown number. I overheard what happened. I apologize. They are furious. Sophie is wailing over a wrecked vision. Your mother calls you ungrateful because she cannot call you anything worse. For what it's worth, I believe you did the correct thing. I didn't do anything, only type. I stopped doing stuff. She used a sad grin emoji. This is the only time I have liked one. The following 48 hours were spent observing how a system tries to reboot. Sophie shared a lengthy caption on toxic energy and people who are unable to be happy for others. She did not use my name. She did not need to. Her pals packed in with hearts, and you are the queen. The comments smelled of hairspray and denial. Julian texted from a new number. Jesus is a guy. Marianne is crying. Can you just pay the deposit and we'll settle later? We are family. I blocked it. Marianne left a voicemail on the telephone that I never used. This is your mom. You are not well. This is not something that the family does. You have embarrassed us. You have embarrassed me. She breathed hard. What about the police? Really? Her voice shook when she was angry yet wanted to sound hurt. I held the phone away from my ear, as if it were scorching. Then came the opposite side. Quiet texts from cousins I rarely spoke to. I saw the price. Are they serious? I am sad about Maxime. That was terrible. If you need more chairs next year, we'll bring them. And the neighbor who had loaned me the cooler arrived with a Tupperware of brownies. You fought the right fight, she replied. Like if we were comrades. Perhaps we were. That week my house became lighter. The air, not the furnishings, changed. There will be no waiting for a key to turn in the lock that I did not invite. There was no jump when the phone buzzed. Even the refrigerator sounded different, as if it had room to hum. Maxime observed the silence in his own way. Are we mad at Grandma? He inquired. I switched off the sink and dried my hands. We're not mad, I explained cautiously. We're disappointed. And we're taking a break. Like, time out. Kind of. Except this is for grown-ups who forgot how to be kind. He nodded as if it made sense. Kids understand it faster than adults. Marianne tried a different technique 2 days before the Sweet 16. The olive branch is constructed of lead. She sent a mass text message titled, Apology. It was not an apology. This was a press release. Family is complicated, she wrote. Sometimes schedules collide. We adore Maxime. We'll make things up to him. The Sweet 16 is significant because of commercial relationships. This is an investment. Please provide support. Also, Daniel has been stressed, so don't push him. Thank you. Investments. Business relationships. My child is an afterthought to a phony apology. I read it once and then put my phone down. At 5 p.m., the venue contacted my new email address again. Hi, Mr. Brooks, the manager said quickly. We received a call from your mother stating you had recommitted to your sponsorship and would be paying the remaining balance. I wanted to verify before proceeding. She lied. I responded, do not put my name anywhere. If she says my name again, send me the recording. A keyboard clack. Understood. I brought Maxime to the park on the night of her Sweet 16. We made free throws till the sky turned orange. His laugh ricocheted off the backboard, and I considered how inexpensive joy is until someone tries to bill it. We stopped for milkshakes on our way home. He arranged his action figures on the coffee table, and I allowed him to watch a late movie. I did not check my phone for a recap of a party I would never attend. I didn't want to see how centerpieces looked when they were purchased with someone else's guilt. Aunt Isabel sent a final text message shortly after 11. They sat Grandma next to a fountain with dry ice and strobe lights. She claimed she could not see her food. Your sister spent half the night ranting at the florist, the DJ, and the wait staff. Everyone glanced at each other for a time after the bill arrived. Nobody made eye contact with your mother. I'm at home now. I just wanted you to know you didn't miss anything. I placed the phone on the table and watched my son fall asleep, chocolate on his lip. I wiped it away with my thumb and felt something open in my chest other than anger. Space. In the silent week that followed, my life reorganized itself in the same way that a room does after moving a couch and realizing it never belonged there. I told my supervisor that I wouldn't be able to cover extra weekends for a time. He said, good. Go be a dad. I posted a sticky note on the fridge announcing the soccer camp scholarship deadline and applied on time. I created a Google Drive named Receipts/Boundaries, and every time thought tried to fight with me, I said, you're being harsh. You'll be sorry. I slipped another screenshot into the folder, and the thought became silent. On Thursday, I received a card in the mail with kid handwriting. "Hello Maxime, happy birthday. We're sorry we couldn't come. My mother told us we had to go to a separate party. I wanted the cake with pixels. From Emma, a neighbor." There was $3 taped inside. He beamed as if he'd discovered riches. I photographed him holding it and sent it to no one except my own future. My daughter said, "I must earn food." When doctors saw the signs, the judge suspended Grandma's visitation and returned her to me. I was picking up my daughter from my mother's place when she handed me a folder. "CPS came by yesterday. You have an emergency hearing on Monday." My stomach sank. What? That is unthinkable for child abandonment. I ripped open the folder. A petition for emergency custody. "Mother, what did you tell them?" Lily emerged from the doorway with impeccable stance. "Good evening, Mother. Thank you for recovering me." I froze. This was the same child who had dubbed butterflies Flutterby last week. I grabbed for her, but she remained hard. "You left me for 3 days. You're always leaving me. Grandmother takes care of me." Her voice sounded flat and rehearsed. I helped her grow into a woman. My mom grinned. "See you in court." I carried Lily to the car, my thoughts racing. I have 72 hours to prove she was indoctrinated or lose her to the system. When Lily strapped her seatbelt, I noticed them. Purple bands across both wrists. "Lily, what happened?" Grandmother advises that decent girls do not grumble about required adjustments. At home, Lily stood in the corner, facing the wall. "You can sit down, sweetie." She did not move. "I have not completed my reflection time." Her small voice cracked. "What is the time for reflection?" She went silent, and her entire body began to shiver. I drew her into my arms, but she became hard again, mumbling numbers. 97, 98, 99. "Why are you counting? I need to call the number or go back to the special room." The words had scarcely left her mouth when she wet herself right in my arms. I am 5 years old and shivering with horror. After I cleaned her up, she resumed counting. My neighbor Denise called as I was looking up emergency therapists on Google. She had lived next to my mother for 20 years. "I don't want to be a nosy George, but I wanted to let you know that I heard your Lily counting from the basement for hours Thursday night, just numbers echoing up through the windows." I thanked her before hanging up. There are 55 hours left. The following morning, Lily refused to eat breakfast. Only nice ladies who complete their lessons receive meals. I drove directly to my mother's place. Every second mattered. She was gardening and humming as if nothing had occurred. "What is the unique room?" She grinned without looking up. Children have such vivid imaginations. She is traumatized. "What have you done?" I improved her. Most people are willing to pay a premium for such transformations. "You are welcome." She finally met my gaze. With the appropriate tactics, little brats can grow into lovely females. You taught her to lie. I taught her to tell the truth. Good girls do not share stories. She returned to the roses. "See you on Monday. Do not be late again." The remainder of the day was awful. I took time from work to talk to Lily, but she refused to deviate from her script. CPS would not return my calls. There are 40 hours left. That night, Lily went to bed sitting up, still counting. I dozed off in the chair next to her. It was 2 a.m. She screamed. "Please, I have counted to 10,000. I counted all the way. Please let me out." It is dark. But she wasn't in the bed anymore. I dashed down to the basement, where I discovered her standing in the corner. "The special room at grandmother's is located here." She pointed to the wall. "But we can't open it. Only Granny opens it." I adore Granny. She looks after me when you abandon me. I wanted to pull my hair out. I scheduled an emergency therapist the next morning, but evaluations might take weeks. She could not testify by Monday. I tried recording Lily, insisted that it was a safe area and that I loved her, but she just kept repeating her script. "You abandoned me," repeatedly, dead-eyed. I drove back to my mother's with my phone recording. "Tell me everything you did to her." Within minutes, the cops had escorted me off the property for harassment. She waved from her porch. TikTok lasts 12 hours. I was out of options and out of time. I contacted my brother Daniel, who served in the Special Forces. 10 years of making terrorists speak. "I need your help." He knew enough about our mother to not ask questions, instead responding with, "Oh my word." Daniel entered with 2 men I recognized from his unit. We drove different automobiles. The spare key was still under her phony rock. Daniel signaled to his teammates. My mother awoke around 2 a.m., 7 hours before court, to find 3 guys in tactical gear surrounding her bed. Daniel zip-tied her wrists while she sputtered about assault charges. They transported her to her own basement, where Lily was afraid of the bolted door. Daniel put up the camera. Her face turned white. "You have 6 hours to explain what you did to Lily. Begin with day 1, hour 1. His hand went to the doorknob. "What's in this room that causes children to count to 10,000? She was shaking now, her gaze fixed on that door. "Please." The woman who had smiled in her garden yesterday was sobbing. 6 hours until court. Start talking. She remained mute. He picked the lock. Click. The door opened inward, and the fragrance reached me first. Something resembling old sweat, combined with cleaning supplies and panic. Daniel shone his spotlight into the darkness, and I saw everything at once. A little closet-sized chamber with scratched concrete walls. Thousands of small lines arranged in groups of 5. The digital timer attached to the wall was still glowing red, with 10,000 frozen on the display. A drain sat in the midst of the floor, covered with dark stains that made my stomach turn. My mother began sobbing louder behind us as Daniel entered with his camera running. He walked gently, capturing every inch, while I stood motionless in the doorway. The walls included more than just tally marks. Words were also carved into the concrete. "I am a good girl," appears repeatedly in wobbly child handwriting. Daniel discovered a shelf with a thick ledger and gently opened it. My mother's flawless cursive handwriting covered page after page with dates, times, and teachings. The first entry from 3 days ago was about Lily having to learn that decent girls stay silent. Daniel videotaped each page as I read over his shoulder, identifying the sentences Lily had been repeating. Good girls do not grumble about required modifications. Page 2 featured specific directions for wrist restraints. A control panel beside the timer had buttons labeled in my mother's handwriting. Start counting, reset on failure, and add 1,000 for talking back were written on tape next to each button. Small wrist-sized metal cuffs were affixed to the floor beside the drain. Purple fabric remained attached to the metal where it had scraped against the skin. I took shots with my phone, but my hands were shaking so much that I could barely keep it steady. Daniel discovered additional ledgers on the shelf, older versions with different names on the covers. One had my name from 30 years ago. I opened it and noticed the same teachings, phrases, and systematic breakdown of a youngster. A recollection hit me so hard that I had to clutch the doorframe. I was 4 years old in a dark room similar to this one, counting and counting while my voice weakened. My mother was outside gardening, humming church melodies, while I screamed numbers at concrete walls. I had buried everything so deep that I convinced myself it was all a horrible dream. But here was the proof. Her own handwriting. Daniel continued recording when his teammate checked his watch and tapped his wrist. We had about an hour before the neighbors woke up and noticed odd cars in their driveway. My mother was still screaming and begging, but Daniel absolutely ignored her. We gathered the ledgers, and I shot further photos of the room from all angles. My mother's ankles were also zip-tied by another team member before being brought out to one of their automobiles. Daniel swore not to injure her, but he would keep her away from phones until after court. I dashed to my car, clutching Lily's ledger as well as the one bearing my name. My hands were so shaky that I could scarcely turn the key in the ignition. I called Dr. Keller's emergency number from the car and left a message saying that Lily required an urgent exam. He called back within 5 minutes and agreed to meet with us at 7 o'clock, barely 2 hours before the hearing. Relief rushed over me, but I realized we still had a lot to prove. My phone vibrated with a text from Rachel Monroe, the family lawyer I had messaged earlier. She agreed to meet us at the hospital following Lily's exam but urged me to be cautious with the evidence I presented. She stated that anything collected unlawfully cannot be used in court. I wanted to shout because it was all so unjust. I had proof of systematic child abuse, but may not be able to use it. I drove home and sat in my driveway for a minute, trying to relax before going inside. It was almost 6 a.m., and I wanted to wake Lily up shortly. I discovered her curled up in her bed, lips moving silently in her sleep. 4,847, 4,848, 4,849. Her small voice sounded hoarse from counting all night. I sat on her bed and softly caressed her back, till she opened her eyes. She started counting aloud right away, and I helped her get dressed while she did so. 512, 513. I cooked her toast, but she refused to eat it. We got into the car, and she sat very still in her booster seat. Every time the turn signal came on, she flinched and murmured under her breath, "Good girls don't complain. Good girls don't complain." I squeezed the steering wheel until my knuckles turned white. The pediatrician's office was only 20 minutes away, but it seemed like hours. Lily counted all the way to 6,000, restarting at 1. Dr. Keller was waiting for us in the parking lot and directed us to an exam room. He was gentle with Lily, but meticulous, photographing her wrists from all angles. He documented her tight stance and refusal to make eye contact. When he asked her questions, she just responded in the same prepared way about being abandoned. He escorted me into the hallway while his nurse remained with Lily. "I have to report this to CPS immediately," he replied gently. Something feels off about how quickly Daniel and his team moved on the mother. 3 special forces guys doing a middle-of-the-night operation in suburbia. The timing seems awfully convenient, arriving just when needed and finding that hidden room so easily. Half of me was afraid, but another half felt validated that someone else saw what had happened to her. Dr. Keller typed his report and handed it to me, while Lily sat on the exam table, counting gently beneath her breath. We walked out to the parking lot, where a woman in a gray suit was leaning against a Honda Civic looking at her phone. She looked up and extended her hand. "Rachel Monroe, you must be Lily's mother." I nodded and shook her hand, while Lily stood rigid beside me. Rachel looked at the medical paperwork I was carrying and asked if she might view it. She perused it quickly, her eyes darting across the pages. "We have approximately 90 minutes until court. We need to create a defense that focuses solely on what we can lawfully prove." She looked at Lily, who was staring at the ground while counting. "There's no mention of what happened last night. Nothing about how you discovered what you found. We work with what we've got." I strapped Lily into her car seat while Rachel got into her Honda and followed us to the police station. Inside the station, the desk officer handed me documents to complete for a child abuse report. I wrote carefully about Lily's bruises, her demeanor, and the doctor's findings. I didn't write anything about the secret room or how I learned about it. The officer reviewed my statement and shook his head. "These investigations can take weeks or months. This will not prepare you for tomorrow." Rachel stood alongside me, nodding as if she expected this. We strolled back to the parking area, where Rachel stopped me near her car. "Listen, I understand you have video evidence. I see it on your face, but we cannot utilize it. Anything obtained by breaking and entering is inadmissible." She noticed my face fall. "We have Lily's conduct, medical proof, and will hear witness testimony." That must be plenty. She took out her phone and called the Child Advocate Center. They had an opening for a forensic interview at 3 o'clock. Rachel informed me that it wouldn't be finished in time for the morning hearing, but we had to try. The system moved slowly, but each piece of evidence was important. I drove to Denise's place, and Rachel followed. Denise waited on her porch with a notebook in her hand. She had already begun writing down what she remembered. Rachel sat with her at the kitchen table and assisted her in writing an official statement about hearing Lily count from the basement window on Thursday night. Denise signed it, and Rachel notarized it using a stamp from her briefcase. One piece of independent proof was acquired. Rachel assisted me in writing my own affidavit once I returned home. I sat at my kitchen table, while Lily stood in the living room corner counting. Rachel asked me questions while typing on her laptop. I admitted that I had previously been late taking up Lily from my mother's house due to work. Sometimes 30 minutes, once an hour, but never days or abandonment. Rachel assisted me in properly wording everything so that I could accept my flaws while avoiding misleading charges. We walked a fine line between telling the truth and protecting ourselves. My phone rang as Rachel was printing out the affidavit. The caller ID indicated the police department. Rachel grabbed the phone from me before I could respond. "I am Rachel Monroe, Lily's mother's attorney." "Yes, Detective Holt. My client will be ready for an interview tomorrow afternoon, following the custody court." "No, not until then." "Thank you." She hung up and glanced at me. "Your mother has filed an assault complaint. We knew it was coming." My hands became shaky. Rachel sat down with me and explained my rights. "If someone asks you about last night, you can use your Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. Even better, we avoid the question totally." She had me repeat one sentence over and over. "I was home with my daughter." I repeated it 20 times until it sounded normal, even though my voice shook. "That's all you say to the press. You were home with Lily. There's nothing else." She made me repeat it. We arrived at the Child Advocate Center at 3 o'clock, but the forensic interviewer was behind schedule. We waited in the lobby for an hour, with Lily sitting very still beside me. When they eventually called us back, the interviewer stated that she could only conduct a preliminary assessment today. The whole interview would require several sessions. Lily entered the room alone, and I watched through a one-way mirror. She responded to every question with her script about being abandoned. The interviewer mentioned Lily's detachment and inflexible reactions in her report, but claimed she couldn't pinpoint the cause without more sessions. We were left with yet another piece of evidence. Rachel drove me home and stated that she would file all of our documentation with the court before it closed. She agreed to meet us at the courts tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. After she departed, I attempted to persuade Lily to eat dinner, but she refused. Good females earn their food. She stood in her customary corner, counting. At 8 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Teresa Alvarez from CPS stood on my porch holding a clipboard. "I'm here for the emergency house visit, as per Dr. Keller's report." Even though my stomach was in knots, I allowed her in. Lily was now seated on the couch, maintaining excellent posture and counting gently. 412, 413. Teresa sat in the chair across from her watching. She made notes on her clipboard about Lily's counting and tight stance. She photographed Lily's room with her phone. She asked Lily delicate questions and received the same robotic responses about being a good girl and not complaining. Teresa packed her belongings after 1 hour of observation. "I will have my preliminary report ready for court tomorrow. There are obvious traces of trauma here." She stared at Lily, who continued to count. "What happened to her? She needs assistance." After Teresa departed, I sat close to Lily on the couch, but she slid away and continued counting. The next morning, my phone vibrated with an email from Dr. Keller's office. I opened the attachment as Lily ate her dry cereal one piece at a time, counting between bites. The injuries matched restraint patterns, according to the study, but it was unclear who caused them. My hand shook as I sent it to Rachel, who wrote back that it was enough to cause alarm, even if it wasn't everything we required. Lily finished exactly 20 pieces of cereal and pushed the bowl aside. I drove her to the Child Advocate Center for her forensic interview, which Rachel had scheduled. From the outside, the structure appeared to be an ordinary house, with toys in the windows. Lily strolled beside me with excellent posture, hands folded. The interviewer, a woman with gray hair, spoke quietly to Lily as I observed from another room through a mirror. Lily sat straight in the little chair, answering each question with the same flat tone about being abandoned. When the interviewer asked about the special chamber, Lily's eyes went blank, and she gazed at the wall for 30 seconds before counting again. The interviewer took notes on dissociation and trauma signs, but indicated she required more sessions to figure out what happened. We were left with another fragmentary report that demonstrated something was wrong, but could not identify who did it. Teresa called from home and asked if she might stop by with some information. She arrived 20 minutes later and sat at my kitchen table, with Lily standing in her corner. Teresa took out a folder and showed me 2 earlier complaints about my mother from years before. I received one from my cousin in 2018, and another from my aunt in 2015. Both were marked as unfounded since the children refused to speak. The pattern was clearly visible in black and white, but CPS had never joined the dots. Rachel came over that evening after Lily had gone to bed. She viewed Daniel's video on my phone, pausing to scribble down particular sentences from my mother's ledger. She stated that we couldn't use the film in court, but we could utilize what we learned from it to ask the appropriate questions. She jotted down every phrase Lily had been repeating and compared it to entries in my mother's handwriting. After Rachel went, I sat alone at midnight and watched the video again. The logbook listed dates back 3 weeks and comprehensive notes on Lily's training sessions. Each entry matched exactly what Lily had said. My mother had written about counting exercises, dietary limitations, and something called posture practice. My wrath grew as I read of timed seclusion sessions that ranged from 1 hour to 6 hours over the course of several days. I desperately wanted to upload this film, but I thought it would jeopardize our case if the break-in became public. Rachel had made it plain that illegally obtained material would make me appear unstable and possibly cost me Lily permanently. I removed the video from my phone, but I saved screenshots of the most essential pages in a secured folder. The next morning, I visited Facebook and discovered that my mother had shared 12 images of Lily from church activities during the previous year. Lily appeared joyful in every photo, with large smiles that I later understood were forced. My mother had written captions about being a kind grandmother who stepped in when her daughter couldn't handle parenting. Rachel took screenshots of everything and cautioned me that this was the beginning of a media campaign to portray my mother as a reliable caretaker. That afternoon, Rachel requested me to tell her everything about my childhood. I had not intended to bring it up, but the words tumbled out anyhow. I told her about being locked in a dark closet as a 4-year-old and counting to stay calm while my mother went shopping. I remembered being hungry when Mother determined I hadn't earned food. I remembered my perfect posture training and the scripts I had to memorize about gratitude. Rachel listened without judgment and explained how my experience will help our case by demonstrating a pattern of abuse across generations. Rachel seemed suspiciously prepared for every single move here, as if she had performed this identical dance previously, and she was aware of the video footage before anyone revealed it. Having that notary ready in her briefcase, she broke off the detective mid-call, saying testifying about it would be difficult, but it could be the thing that saves Lily. She made me realize that this wasn't about proving myself flawless, but about keeping Lily safe. The court didn't want a perfect mother, just one who would not harm her child. She stated that my work schedule and occasional lateness in picking up Lily were normal parent issues, nothing like the systematic abuse my mother had perpetrated. We spent 2 hours reviewing all of the material we had and every witness who could testify. Denise would discuss the counts she overheard, Dr. Keller would give medical evidence. The forensic interviewer would talk about Lily's trauma responses. Teresa would describe a history of previous complaints. Rachel would tie everything together to indicate that Lily was in danger with my mother. Rachel's phone rang, and she set it to speaker. The court clerk was calling to inform us that our case had been assigned to Judge Whitaker. Rachel's expression clenched as she thanked the cashier and hung up. She stated that Whitaker was known for keeping families together whenever feasible. He rarely removed children from their grandparents and required strong evidence before acting. We'd have to change our entire strategy to accommodate a judge who initially believes grandmothers don't damage youngsters. Rachel stayed until 11 o'clock that night to rethink our strategy. At 7:30 a.m., my phone called, and a man identified himself as Simon Caldwell, the guardian ad litem assigned to Lily's case. He said that he would attend the court to watch Lily and offer an independent recommendation to the judge on her best interests. His tone was calm and professional as he asked a few basic inquiries regarding Lily's current situation. While Lily was sitting at the kitchen table placing her cereal pieces in exact rows, I told him about the counting and inflexible mannerisms. He said he'd look out for those actions in court and asked me to bring Lily early so he could study her in the waiting area. After I hung up, Detective McCabe called again concerning my mother's assault allegation stemming from the break-in she suspected occurred. Rachel instantly snatched my phone and informed him that any interview would have to wait until after the custody hearing this morning. She planned it for tomorrow afternoon and informed him that I would be accompanied by lawyers during any questions. The detective was dissatisfied, but agreed to the postponement because the custody situation took precedence. Daniel texted me, stating he wanted to upload the video online to expose what our mother had done to Lily. I instantly responded that certainly not. We couldn't take any chances that would undermine the custody case. He sent 3 more texts, insisting that people should know what she was capable of doing to children. I contacted and urged him to erase the video from all of his devices right away. He eventually consented, but I could detect displeasure in his voice as he pledged to remain silent until after court. Rachel picked us up at 8:15 and drove us to the courthouse in her car, as she wanted to go over strategy on the way. Lily sat in the back car, counting softly while we reviewed the evidence one more time. When we arrived at the courthouse, Lily's counting accelerated as we rode the escalator, and the mechanical rhythm matched her numbers. The metal steps clicked in time with her voice as she reached 200, then 300, and then went even faster. I instantly directed her to a quiet place near the water fountain and opened a white noise app on my phone. The continuous static sound interrupted the rhythm, and Lily's counting slowed as she concentrated on the new sound. I remembered Dr. Keller's suggestion about grounding techniques and began having Lily list objects she saw in the hallway. She pointed to a painting, then a bench, and finally a plant, and her count dropped from thousands to 98, 97, 96. Simon Caldwell stood beside us, and I noticed him jotting notes about Lily's actions and my reaction to it. When Lily's count fell below 50, he nodded and appeared to settle down slightly. Rachel rushed to the clerk's office with our emergency exhibits only 8 minutes before our hearing. She gave over the medical photographs of Lily's wrists, Denise's signed statement on the counting, and CPS's preliminary notes. The clerk stamped each paper and added it to our file, while Rachel ensured that everything was documented correctly. She returned, seeming glad that we had filed our evidence on time for the court to consider it. In the hallway outside the courtroom, a mom with 2 young children tried to keep them entertained with coloring pages. One of the kids asked Lily if she wanted to color too, and held out a crayon to her. Lily stood absolutely straight and added, "Good girls don't play with toys during important times," in that flat tone. The small kid looked perplexed, and his mother drew him back as Simon scribbled additional notes regarding Lily's reaction. He asked Lily what she meant by "good girls," and she simply repeated the phrase 3 more times without emotion. The bailiff called our case number, and we entered the courtroom, where my mother was already seated with her counsel at the opposite table. Judge Whitaker entered and promptly established the ground rules for today's emergency hearing, which will focus solely on immediate safety and temporary custody. He indicated we weren't here to dispute the entire matter, but rather to establish where Lily should reside while the inquiry was ongoing. My mother sat across the courtroom with excellent posture and a modest grin as her lawyer arranged papers on their table. Teresa Alvarez took the stand first as the CPS investigator who conducted the emergency home visit 2 nights prior. She recalled discovering Lily constantly counting in the corner of my living room and her strict adherence to invisible laws. She testified about Lily's scripted phrases and flat emotional responses, which indicated coaching or conditioning had taken place. She informed the judge that she was urging additional research along with immediate safety precautions to protect Lily from further psychological injury. Her professional judgment was that Lily exhibited clear indicators of trauma and required immediate assistance, regardless of the source. Dr. Keller approached the stand next, bringing a folder containing images of Lily's wrists taken during the examination. He showed the judge the purple bruising patterns and said that they were compatible with restraining markings such as zip ties or rope. He noted Lily's frightened response to being offered food, as well as her insistence that only excellent ladies who finished their classes could eat. He testified about her tight posture and unwillingness to sit, even when asked to do so during the examination. He added that, in his medical view, Lily had undergone systematic conditioning, resulting in precise behavioral responses to everyday settings. The court carefully examined the images and asked Dr. Keller if he could tell who had caused the injuries. Dr. Keller said he couldn't identify a specific person, but the injuries were clearly intentional rather than accidental. He also stated that Lily's psychiatric issues indicated prolonged exposure to whatever conditioning procedures had been performed on her. The forensic interviewer from the Child Advocacy Center took the stand next, opening her folder and fixing her glasses. She recalled meeting Lily yesterday afternoon and seeing her count to 300 before acknowledging anyone's presence in the room. She presented the court her notes on Lily's flat tone when repeating words about being a good kid who does not whine. She described how, when asked about the special chamber, Lily became utterly still, her eyes blank as if she were no longer present. According to the interviewer, this type of shutting down occurs when children are exposed to situations that their minds cannot handle. She testified that Lily showed evident symptoms of being trained to say certain things, but she couldn't pinpoint who did the coaching. She referred to her report, where she stated that Lily had numerous trauma signs, including rigid body language and programmed responses. The court took notes while explaining that Lily's actions had undoubtedly caused psychological injury. Rachel delivered the clerk Denise's written statement, which will be read into the record next. The clerk read Denise's account of living next to my mother's house for 20 years and heard Lily count from the basement window last Thursday night. Denise had reported that the counting lasted at least 3 hours, with only numbers ringing up through the windows in Lily's small voice. She recounted hearing the numbers in the hundreds and wondering if she should call anyone, but not knowing what to say. The judge's expression shifted somewhat as the clerk read the portion about the counting coming from the basement. His pen stopped moving, and he looked up from his notes for the first time since the hearing began. My mother's lawyer stepped up and fixed his tie before explaining their side of the tale. He pulled out work records that showed how many times I had been late picking up Lily from my mother's residence. He gave the court my time cards from the restaurant, where I usually worked extra shifts on weekends. He read quotes from individuals at my mother's church about how fantastic she was with children. The church ladies had written about her tolerance and commitment to raising children with good manners and respect. He said that I was an unstable parent who valued work over my daughter and depended on my elderly mother for free babysitting. He stated that Lily's actions were simply a child's imagination running wild after being led by me to lie about her loving grandmother. He showed me images of Lily at church gatherings, appearing clean and well-dressed with my mother. Denise's statement that Lily was counting in the basement for hours, which makes me wonder why my mother would have her down there at all. The church images of Lily looking clean and well-dressed were professionally produced in comparison to how she acts now, with all of her rigorous conduct and counting. Rachel summoned me to the stand, and my legs ached as I walked to the witness chair. I raised my right hand and pledged to tell the truth, as Lily sat in the back row, counting under her breath. Rachel inquired about my work schedule, and I revealed that, sure, I worked long hours to keep a roof over our heads. I replied that being a single mom required making difficult decisions, but I had never abandoned Lily for days, as my mother claimed. I reported finding Lily with bruises on her wrists and her fear of the secret chamber. I informed the judge that Lily wet herself out of fear and refused to eat unless she was a good girl. My voice shook, but I continued, detailing how she stood in corners for hours performing something called reflection time. I recounted her counting to 10,000 and how rigid she became when I attempted to hug her. The opposing lawyer stood up for cross-examination and quickly mentioned my visit to my mother's residence. He inquired if I'd gone there and accused her of injuring Lily, which I admitted. He implied that I was harassing an old mother who had done nothing but help raise my child. I remained cool and stated that all I needed was to know what had happened to make Lily so terrified. I told him I knocked on the door and asked my mother about the secret room. When she refused to answer and phoned the cops, I left without arguing or making a disturbance. The lawyer persisted, asking if I had been taken off the property by police for harassment. I explained that indeed police had requested me to leave, and I had done so immediately and without opposition. I said that all I cared about was getting Lily help and understanding her experience. He tried to make it appear like I was unstable, but I kept my responses brief and truthful. Judge Whitaker turned to Simon Caldwell and requested his nomination as the court-appointed guardian of Lily's interests. The entire courtroom fell silent as Simon rose up from his place in the gallery, where he had been taking notes. He stepped to the platform, holding a binder full of remarks from today's session. He remembered witnessing Lily in the hallway and told another child that good ladies do not play during important events. He took note of her tight posture and the way she counted repeatedly, even as other witnesses testified. He told the judge he'd seen obvious indicators of conditioning, such as scripted statements and fear-based responses. He advised that Lily stay with me during the investigation, with no unsupervised contact between her and my mother. He indicated that removing Lily from my care would result in extra trauma due to her current psychiatric state. He stressed Lily's need for stability and therapeutic assistance, rather than further disruption in her life. The judge examined both tables before returning his attention to Lily, who remained seated in the back row with perfect posture. He expressed severe concerns about both houses, but Lily's immediate safety must come first. He stated that this was merely a temporary decision until the complete inquiry continued in the coming weeks. He ordered that I maintain interim custody under tight terms, including Lily's rehabilitation and cooperation with CPS. He suspended my mother's visitation rights altogether until the conclusion of the investigation, with the exception of supervised visits to a neutral location, if advised by Lily's therapist. He ordered a 30-day review hearing to analyze Lily's progress and the investigation's results. Relief flooded my body, but I knew it was only the beginning of a long fight. Judge Whitaker began reciting the requirements as I gripped Lily's hand tighter. He ordered immediate therapy, beginning this week with a court-approved child psychologist who specializes in trauma cases. CPS would develop a safety plan for our home within 48 hours, outlining specific parameters we had to follow. The review hearing was scheduled for 30 days to check on Lily's progress and reassess the situation. He made it plain that this was only temporary custody, and any violation of his directives would result in Lily's immediate removal from my care. The court clerk typed everything while Lily continued to count under her breath, now at 300 and climbing. Judge Whitaker signed the order, and the bailiff distributed copies to both lawyers before calling the next case. We stepped out of the courthouse and into the hallway, where my mother was standing by the elevator with her lawyer. She blocked our route and announced loudly enough for everyone to hear that she was going to file a defamation case against me for the lies I told in court. Her lawyer took out his phone and began recording as she accused me of breaking into her home and frightening an elderly woman in the middle of the night. Rachel grabbed my arm and steered me toward the stairs, whispering that we expected this and that we should continue walking without answering. Lily snuggled against my leg and continued counting, now at 400. My mother followed us down the stairs, yelling about assault charges and how Daniel would pay for what he had done to her. Rachel kept pushing me ahead into the lobby and out the front doors, where the sunlight hit us hard after the darkness of the courtroom. My car was parked 3 blocks away, and Rachel walked with us the entire way, my mother's threats echoing behind us. Rachel leaned through my window after Lily was fastened in her car seat, and informed me that Detective Aaron Holt from the police department would need to interview me regarding my mother's complaint. She had already booked it for tomorrow afternoon at 2 p.m. and promised to be present for every inquiry. Her business had previously worked with Holt on false allegation cases, so she knew just how to handle his interrogation techniques. She cautioned me not to discuss anything with anyone other than her before tomorrow's interview, especially Daniel or anyone else who may have been involved in what happened that night. Lily fell asleep on the way home, her lips moving with silent numbers, even in her sleep. The next afternoon, I sat in the police station interview room with Rachel next to me, while Detective Holt set up his recording equipment. He was younger than I imagined, with keen eyes that observed everything I did, from how I sat to where I placed my hands on the table. He began with basic inquiries regarding my connection with my mother, and how frequently Lily stayed at her house for childcare. I mentioned that my work schedule occasionally necessitated my mother to pick up Lily from school and babysit her until I arrived late. He inquired about the custody hearing and what led to the emergency petition being filed against me. I told him about discovering Lily's health when I picked her up, as well as my concerns about her changing behavior. He pressed for information concerning the night before the hearing, including where I was and what I did between midnight and 6 a.m. Rachel stroked my arm, and I just said I was at home with my daughter, preparing for court the next morning. Holt showed me images of my mother's wrists with red marks and asked whether I knew how she sustained the injuries. I stated that I was unaware of any injuries to my mother and kept focused on Lily's safety during our talk. For an hour he tried numerous approaches, inquiring about Daniel and whether I had contacted anyone for assistance with my custody problem. Rachel stopped numerous times to redirect the questions to pertinent topics exclusively. When Holt finally switched off the recorder, he said the investigation will continue and charges may be made based on the information gathered. Rachel thanked him professionally, and we parted ways without saying another thing. Teresa Alvarez appeared on my door 2 days later, carrying a clipboard and a measuring tape for the CPS safety evaluation. She walked through each room, noting potential hazards and inquiring about our everyday activities. She unlocked every drawer in the kitchen and removed all of the timers, including those on the microwave and stove. She added that everything that could cause Lily's counting response needs to be removed from her surroundings throughout her rehabilitation. She assisted me in creating new meal patterns that did not require strict deadlines or regulations about finishing food before receiving more. Lily stared from the doorway, standing motionless with her hands at her sides like a miniature soldier. Teresa crouched down to Lily's level and told her that she could stop counting whenever she wanted without asking permission first. Lily's eyes widened, but she did not move or reply. Instead, she began counting loudly from 800-something. Teresa took more notes and provided me a printed calendar of therapy appointments and home visits for the next month. She stated that Lily's healing will take time, but the removal of triggers was a vital first step. After she departed, I discovered Lily in her room, putting her stuffed animals in perfect rows and counting each one several times. 3 days later, we had our first meeting with Claire Bennett, the court-appointed trauma consultant in Lily's case. Her office was filled with soothing hues and toys, with no obvious clocks or timers. For the first 20 minutes, Lily sat on the floor next to my chair, counting, while Claire calmly played with blocks nearby without urging Lily to participate. Then Lily reached for one block and placed it on top of Claire's tower before quickly snatching her hand back. Claire continued to build quietly, while Lily added another block a few minutes later. By the end of the lesson, Lily had played for about 10 minutes before returning to counting. Claire told me that this was outstanding development for a first session, and she was confident about Lily's capacity to heal with continued therapy. That night, Lily awoke screaming at 2 a.m. She counted to 30 before going back asleep in my arms. The next 3 nights showed comparable progress, with the counting episodes being shorter each time, though she still awoke afraid and sweating. Why was Holt so focused on where I was between midnight and 6 a.m., when no one had mentioned anything during those hours? His queries concerning Daniel assisting with the custody case were suspiciously particular, as if he already knew something we hadn't heard about. Every night, I sat with her, not saying anything but simply being present while she worked through whatever memories were haunting her sleep. Some nights were worse than others, but the overall trend was gradually improving. From thousands to hundreds, and sometimes even dozens. My supervisor summoned me to his office the next Monday to discuss my recent absences and late appearances due to Lily's appointments. I explained the scenario and inquired about changing my schedule to accommodate twice-weekly therapy as well as other appointments. He offered me a part-time employment with flexible hours, but at a 40% pay decrease from my existing wage. I accepted instantly because Lily's recuperation was more important than money, and I could figure out the economics afterward. The new schedule allowed me to pick Lily up from school every day and attend all of her appointments without the stress of dashing from work. Simon Caldwell called that evening to follow up on Lily's development since the hearing 2 weeks previously. He'd been studying Claire's therapy reports and noticed increases in Lily's play involvement and a decrease in counting duration. He stated that Lily continued to exhibit disturbing formulaic habits and stiff responses that would take months, if not years, to resolve. He was encouraged by the progress, but he wanted me to understand that Lily's recuperation would be a marathon, rather than a sprint. He reminded me of the next review hearing in 2 weeks and stated that based on his current views, he would suggest continuing custody with me. The relief I felt was coupled with tiredness from the constant vigilance required to care for Lily. Rachel called the next morning with news that made my stomach drop, even though we had anticipated it. Detective Holt had informed her that the prosecutor was looking into assault charges against Daniel for the alleged break-in at my mother's house. She was attempting to isolate my legal position from my brothers because I had not yet been charged with anything. The guilt hit me hard, knowing Daniel could face major consequences for assisting me in rescuing Lily from that underground room. Rachel stated she had already connected Daniel with a defense attorney who specialized in military personnel matters, and they were putting together a strong defense. She reminded me that Daniel chose to help, and I should concentrate on Lily rather than blaming myself for his circumstances. Teresa arrived 2 days later with a thick binder and spent 3 hours going over every area in our house, checking cabinet locks, looking for timers or anything that would set off Lily's counting, and taking pages of notes on what needed to be changed. She insisted that I remove the kitchen timer and alarm clock from Lily's room, as well as disable the microwave beep, because Lily would freeze and start whispering numbers whenever she heard a timer sound. Teresa put out mealtime guidelines, stating that Lily may eat whenever she pleased, and did not need to finish everything. And bedtime couldn't have any strict rules that reminded her of her grandmother's lessons. The safety plan was 12 pages long and detailed the parameters that my mother had to meet before she could be considered for supervised visits at a neutral site with a social worker present. Teresa privately stated that she doubted it would happen for at least a year, based on what they had documented. Rachel assisted me in filing for the protective order that same week, and we sat in the courthouse waiting room for 2 hours until the judge called us in, reviewed the custody case findings and images of Lily's wrists, and signed the temporary order without asking many questions. The paper felt tiny in my hands, but Rachel explained that it meant my mother couldn't come within 500 feet of us or contact us in any way, and if she attempted, the police would arrest her right away. Claire pulled me aside after Lily's 4th therapy session and showed me a list she had been compiling of certain words that elicited Lily's robotic reactions. Things like good girls or finish your lessons would cause Lily to become rigid and begin her prepared responses. Claire had a detailed strategy with replacement phrases and techniques to gradually shift Lily's reactions, beginning with just noticing when she heard the trigger words without condemning herself for reacting. We practiced in her office with Claire saying, "Good girls get rewards," and me instantly adding, "All kids deserve love." Lily colored, and after 20 times she simply flinched rather than becoming rigid. The next Tuesday, the process server came to my mother's door with formal investigation notices from both CPS and the police department. Within hours, my phone was inundated with calls from members of her church inquiring whether she had been investigated for child abuse. Half of them labeled me a liar who was out to harm a fine woman. But 3 different people called to say they'd always thought something was off when they saw how still and quiet the kids were during her Sunday school classes, and one woman said she'd seen my mother make a child stand in the corner for 2 hours for spilling juice at a church event 5 years before. The community split down the middle, with some individuals forming a prayer circle for my mother, while others finally shared experiences they'd kept quiet about, such as bruises or bizarre punishments they'd witnessed. At the 30-day review hearing, Judge Whitaker reviewed all of Claire's reports on Lily's therapy progress, the CPS safety evaluations, and Simon's observations from his weekly check-ins with us. Lily had stopped counting over 100 most nights and could eat meals without asking permission, but she still stiffened up when she heard specific phrases and had nightmares that caused her wet the bed at least twice a week. The court upheld all protective orders, stated that he was heartened by Lily's improvement but concerned about the persistent trauma responses, and scheduled the next review for 3 months instead of the normal monthly check-ins, citing that the pace of healing must not be rushed. That night, I went through my phone, erased my mother's number, blocked her on all social media platforms, and even removed her from my emergency contacts at work and Lily's school. The want to see what she was saying or posting about me was powerful, but every time I started typing her name into a search box, I forced myself to stop and go check on Lily instead, making snacks, reading books, or simply sitting with her as she played with her toys. 2 weeks later, Lily handed me a picture she had made at school, depicting our house with flowers in the yard and a large sun in the sky. And when I looked closer, I noticed there were no tally marks on the walls like she used to do, no dark rooms with locks, just a regular house with normal windows and a little child playing outside. She still asked to count before bed, sitting up straight and going through the numbers, but she stopped at 100 instead of attempting to reach 10,000. And some nights, she only made it to 50 before yawning and requesting a tale instead. 3 months had passed when I heard Lily giggling in the backyard over something, and as I peeked out the window, she was chasing a butterfly around the garden, calling it a flutterby, exactly as she did before everything happened. She was still seeing Claire twice a week for therapy and counting episodes when she was anxious. But seeing that funny made-up term come out of her mouth naturally while she played told me we were getting closer to who she used to be. One small moment at a time. I drove myself to the hospital in labor, after my in-laws chose lunch with SIL's boyfriend, weeks later. We threw them out when they brought gifts. I, a 27-year-old woman, had a kid with my 28-year-old husband Oliver last week. We dated for 3 years and married 2 years ago. I've known his family for the last 5 years. And because my parents reside out of state and my father has a number of medical issues, they were meant to drive me to the hospital if my husband was not present. We'd already discussed it. They'd agreed to it. And considering our friendship, I had no reason to believe they wouldn't show up. We had a rather regular relationship, but I'm not sure what occurred. When I went into labor last week, my spouse was not available. It was approximately 3 weeks before my due date. So, to be fair, I don't blame him because we weren't anticipating it. When my water broke, I tried calling him, but it went directly to voicemail. Later, he informed me that he was in a critical customer meeting at a location with really bad reception. But nonetheless, we had planned for it. So when I realized he wouldn't be able to pick up my calls anytime soon, I called my in-laws. When I contacted them, they didn't answer for the first several times, but I kept calling until my mother-in-law did. She sounded irritated, but I explained my position and stated I wanted to get to the hospital right now. Instead of alerting me that they would be here, they informed me that I needed to wait until the contractions were closer together before they arrived. They were busy right now because they were meeting my sister-in-law's boyfriend for the first time, and they couldn't just go. For context, my sister-in-law Sarah, 23F, has only been with this guy for 6 months. And I'm sure they could join him for lunch later. And excuse me if I seem pompous, but I believe that going into labor was a larger event than meeting him. I attempted to explain that I didn't want to wait, but they said it was fine. The baby could wait, and all they needed to do was eat their lunch before coming here. At the time, they had just placed their order, so it was obviously going to take a lot longer for them to acquire their dinner, eat it, and drive to my place. Add in the time it would take them to drive me from my house to the hospital. I did the arithmetic and determined I just couldn't afford to rely on them, so I tried calling my husband a couple more times, but when he did not answer, I decided to drive myself to the hospital instead. The contractions were still manageable, so I was able to make it before they worsened. Once I was logged in, I basically waited for someone to call me back. And approximately 2 hours later, my hubby called me back. I told him everything, even my in-laws' refusal to turn up, and he promised to be there. Within another 2 hours he was by my side, and I was well into labor, so I had no time to think about my in-laws or anyone else. I had the baby several hours later, and we were too excited to talk about his parents. In any case, my in-laws never showed up. They called my husband 2 days later to see whether everything went well with the delivery, making excuses about how they had forgotten because they were so preoccupied with lunch. I don't see how somebody can simply forget about the birth of their grandchild, but whatever. Oliver had been waiting for that phone call, and when they called, they really got it from him. He informed them that they were irresponsible and self-centered, and that he never expected them to act like way. But now that it had happened, they could say goodbye to all hopes of having a relationship with their grandson, because the only grandchild they would have anything to do with was Sarah's child whenever she had one, and it hasn't happened in quite some time. Then he blocked them, and within a few minutes, I began receiving texts from my in-laws and Sarah, telling me that I shouldn't have snitched for no reason. They're saying I overreacted and that this wasn't a big problem because nothing actually happened, so I responded to them, explaining that it was not the point at all. The key was that they'd made a commitment, and at the last minute, they really disappointed me by failing to show up. Even after that, they refused to apologize and continued to act as if everything was fine. Besides, this was serious. This concerned the birth of my child, and I was not going to forgive them for it. I informed them that my husband had spoken exactly how I felt, and that they did not deserve to be around their grandchild if they did not respect their grandchild's mother. But they continue to argue that we are overreacting. Even if I disagree, I wanted to ensure that we were on the right track here. So, am I the bad guy for not letting my in-laws to visit their grandchild after they refused to help me? Update 1. Thank you for all your remarks. It means a lot to me. Oliver and I discussed anything we were informed, and we decided to stick to our decision. They do not deserve to be around my baby, period. They refused to aid me when I needed it. They can't really expect me to forget about that so quickly. Especially because they have not even apologized or shown me that they are sorry for what they have done. So how can I forgive those who don't even apologize? I cannot. And frankly, I don't want to. I was already 80% persuaded that we were not in the wrong here, but reading the comments made me realize how wrong they were in doing what they did. Now that I think about it, I don't understand how they could be so callous. It wasn't like we'd ever had a poor relationship, so I have no idea where this came from. Even Oliver is confused. We don't know why this happened, but the fact is that it happened. I blocked them all as well, and they now have no means to contact us. It's a good thing, because we're both quite busy with our child right now. Newborns can be rather difficult to manage, and honestly, we don't have time for this kind of drama. It is meaningless. It's not going to lead somewhere. As a result, we choose not to participate. If they want to keep attempting to contact us and guilt-tripping us, that is perfectly fine, but they are absolutely delusional if they expect us to reply at any time. So far they have not tried again, but it has only been a few days since we blocked them. So, I'm confident that if you give it some time, they'll try harder, because I know they're all extremely interested in keeping the family together. So they won't be able to take it if we cut them off permanently. But that is exactly what is happening. And whether they can accept that or not is really none of our business. I expected Oliver to be much more sad that his parents will not be able to join us right now, but to be honest, I don't think he cares about anything other than the baby right now. So that's a tremendous relief, since I didn't want to be caught up in some bizarre family drama. Anyway, speaking of family, my parents are flying down to meet us in the coming days. And I'm crossing my fingers that whatever my in-laws try, they just wait it out until my parents arrive, since I don't want them to bother my father. He already faces numerous health issues. This is the last thing he needs when he comes over to meet his grandchildren, so I hope they stay away. Update 2. So my folks are finally here. They arrived last evening and will be staying with us for the next few days. And I'm grateful for it since I could use an additional set of hands with my infant. I'm now on maternity leave, but my husband still works from home, so he can't help as much as he would want. So my mother is helping me out. And, happily, any drama my in-laws have planned for the time being will be limited to online channels. So my father is not getting into problems. For those who are wondering, he has numerous heart problems. It's been an issue for a few years, and we don't want to stress him out. And it's really easy to stress him out, especially when it involves me. We haven't even told them about the whole problem with my in-laws, because I know my father will be upset if he finds out how they refused to transport me to the hospital. And, as I previously stated, we don't want him to sweat this. So for the next few days, and as long as he is here, we will not discuss any of it. However, this does not mean that my in-laws have stopped causing trouble. They're still going strong. As I already stated, they are limited themselves to online means. They've set up a bunch of burner profiles on social media and are using them to contact us, tell us how we're making a mistake, and say that they had their reasons for staying at the lunch instead of driving me to the hospital, and that I shouldn't hold that against them because, at the end of the day, they didn't do anything bad to their grandchild. I don't see why people can't see that it's not about them doing something wrong. It is about them failing to follow through on their commitments. They had been incredibly insensitive and selfish, and whatever their motives were, I didn't care since this was important to me, and it should have been to them as well if they cared so much about their granddaughter. They appear to want to care about their grandchild right now, given that he is in this world. But they couldn't care less about how he got into it, or who brought him in. They had promised to be there for me if my husband was unavailable when I went into labor. And they had every opportunity to support me, but they chose not to, which is unacceptable. So Oliver and I don't care what the motives are for any of this. It simply doesn't matter. There is no reason to excuse this, and I will keep them away from my family for as long as necessary. If that makes me the bad guy or someone who overreacts, that's fine. But right now, I realize I don't need them around. Oliver doesn't want them around, and neither do my parents. I'm just glad they haven't asked about it yet. But if they do, I'll just make something up. Anyway, I'm pleased they're not turning up in person because that's the last thing I want. I believe Oliver and I already have enough on our plates without them adding to it. Update 3. Okay, my parents were here for a week, but they had to fly back yesterday because they have their own jobs and lives. But it was great to have them here, even if only for a week. They said they will try to visit again before the end of the month. So I'm looking forward to that. It was lovely to have my mother assist me. But now that she's gone, Oliver has assured me that he'll attempt to reduce his workload to assist me out. Fortunately, we have been quite cautious with our money over the last couple of years, so we can afford to be a little more relaxed right now. Everything is going nicely for us. His family has not contacted us in a while. They originally attempted to contact us, as I had stated, but over the last few days, I believe they caught the hint and decided to leave us alone. And, as I had feared, my parents inquired about my in-laws and why they were not visiting, as they had found it very perplexing. I debated telling my father the truth, but in the end, I simply told him that they were currently on vacation and would return later. He thought it was unusual, but he didn't question it, so we got off easy. But when I told my mother the same thing, she saw right through my falsehoods and informed me that she knew something had happened, which was why they weren't coming over. Because they are constantly preaching about family and family values and keeping everyone together, she found it difficult to understand that folks like that would choose to stay on vacation rather than return home to see their grandchildren. Of course, there was no hiding it from her, so I told her the truth. She was as astonished as I had been, and she said I made the right decision not to tell my father since he would have freaked out and given my in-laws a piece of his mind. And that would have made him even more stressed. So it was probably best not to offer him any reason at all. Regarding our reaction to the entire situation, she told us that we had done everything correctly, She told me that if she had had the same opportunities as they did, she would have made sure to be there for her daughter-in-law's delivery, especially because we had expressly requested that they be there for us. And they had agreed on it. Regardless, they couldn't be bothered to show there just because they were having lunch with Sarah's boyfriend, as if it was more important than anything else in the world. It was only a lunch. They might have simply excused themselves and came to my rescue, but I was obviously not a priority for them. My mother was truly unhappy that she couldn't have been there for me. But I assured her it was fine since I realized she needed to care for my father and that they couldn't fly out here, especially since they didn't know when my due date was. They planned to come over around my due date. Unfortunately, I had given birth earlier, therefore it was not possible for them. And I do not blame them at all. This is simply how life works. However, that was not the same for my in-laws. They had a chance, but they blew it, and now they will have to face the consequences. I was feeling a little strange about not giving them an opportunity to explain, because they kept repeating in their texts that they had valid reasons. But it was my mother who taught me that I didn't have to feel guilty about anything. Because at the end of the day, they had not been there for me. And that was all. That was everything I needed to know. She was the one who told me that it didn't matter what the reasons were, because we were already very convinced they couldn't have been severe, because we would have known otherwise. And if they weren't serious, they were certainly not excuses. It was that simple, so that's what I'm going to go by, and I'm certainly not engaging with them right now. Update 4. Okay, it's been 2 weeks, and we've pretty much forgotten about the whole issue with my in-laws. We were entirely focused on our youngster during this new lifestyle. So we didn't have much time to sit and think about them. We had practically forgotten about it until they showed up today. Around 9 a.m., practically in the middle of breakfast, they began ringing the doorbell incessantly, and when we checked, it was the 3 of them standing there with a pile of gifts, bouquets and balloons. I'm not sure what they were expecting. They undoubtedly assumed that if they showed up with their gifts and whatnot, we'd melt and let them in. But I remembered everything, as did Oliver. So we answered the door and informed them we didn't need any of this and would be grateful if they left us alone. They squandered an opportunity to help and be courteous to us. So we didn't need all of this pretense. And for some reason, his mother began speaking to me in the same way that adults speak to small children, cajoling and such. She informed me that she realized I was upset and that I had every right to be, but they were only human, and everyone makes errors. So they were permitted one error, and we had already wasted a lot of time arguing with each other. So it was preferable for us to simply attempt to move on from whatever had occurred, because it was what would be best for their grandchild in the long run. Her tone was dismissive, and I honestly didn't know what to say because I was so astonished. Nobody had ever spoken to me in that way, as if I were 5 years old and needed to be treated like a kid. So Oliver told her to stop it since we weren't at daycare and she wasn't my babysitter. So she didn't have to speak to me in that tone because it was just odd. He also told her that whatever was best for our baby, we were better suited to make that decision as parents. They had lost the right to call themselves grandparents when they refused to drive me to the hospital. So, all of this was meaningless. And his parents began bickering with him, claiming that we were going too far now and that it had already been a few weeks, so we should have forgiven them and moved on. But plainly, we just wanted to drag it out and make them feel as if they had committed a sin or something, when in truth, it wasn't that serious. They claimed that we were not only overreacting, but also not being respectful of our son, because intentionally depriving a child of their grandparents' and aunt's love for no reason other than spite is extremely petty behavior. That's when I snapped, telling them that we don't even owe them an explanation for that. And I told them that they needed to go, or I'd call the cops on them, and they'd be sorry for everything. I also informed them that my child would not be denied anyone's love. Our love and affection were going to be sufficient for him. They definitely did not value him enough when he was born. We didn't need them to be around any longer. Especially given that they never felt it was necessary to apologize to me. So far, all they've done is accuse me of snitching and overreacting. They were stunned because I was yelling at them. I'm not normally one to yell at people, but I had had it with them and they were really getting on my nerves, as if it wasn't terrible enough that they had neglected to keep their promise to me. They still had the arrogance to keep showing up and making me feel like the bad person. And, seeing how worked up I was, Oliver ordered them to go, or we'd have to contact the cops, which we didn't want to do. Everything became quite loud and heated, and as a result, my baby awoke, prompting me to attend to him in his cot. Fortunately, he was in the living room, not too far away, so I could hear everything that was happening. Oliver's parents and sister attempted to reason with him. Of course, the only way they could conceive of doing that was to make me the bad guy. They stated I was pregnant, therefore I was obviously hormonal and upset, and he should keep his cool in the circumstance and consider things from their perspective as well. They simply did not want to appear rude or disrespectful to Sarah's boyfriend, whom they were meeting for the first time, and that was the only reason they had missed the delivery. And they insisted that subsequently they had simply forgotten about it, as if we were going to buy any of it. You don't simply forget that your daughter-in-law is giving birth, and your first grandchild is about to arrive. And it's quite unusual that all three of them forgot at the same moment. So they omitted that on purpose, and that's the truth. They continued to dispute, and Oliver attempted to drive them away until he took out his phone and announced that he was going to call the cops because he was sick and tired of them. When he did that, they eventually left, scolding him, telling him he was an ungrateful son who would never be forgiven for this. But he didn't care. After they went, he simply made a beeline for me and the baby, and we spent the rest of the afternoon in silence because we had had enough activity for the day. Right now, he's playing with the infant while I type this, and we've discussed what we'll do the next time they show up. We are simply going to contact the cops, since they do not deserve the benefit of the doubt. The only reason we hadn't called the cops immediately away was that we didn't want to cause a disturbance. We reside in a wonderful neighborhood. Cops are not very common here. So we wanted to keep our dignity, but screw it. I'm so over them that I can't bring myself to think about them anymore. I believe I'll be taking a couple of days off from posting here because I truly need a break right now. But I want to thank everyone who has continued to comment and support me. It definitely means a lot to us. Update 5. Hi. So it's been 3 weeks since my last update, and my family and I are doing really well. My mother has returned, along with my father, and will be assisting me for the next week or two. We are also searching for a nanny, as I will be returning to work in a few months. I'm thrilled to have her since she allows me to share everything that has transpired with my in-laws. Oliver is understandably embarrassed by his family's behavior, and does not want to discuss it. They sent us an email a few days ago, possibly last week. Of course they did not apologize, but they did explain why they chose to have lunch instead of coming to me. So supposedly, the guy Sarah is dating is quite wealthy. And I'm talking millionaire rich, as he is the eldest son of a very successful businessman. And they stated this lunch was really important to them because they wanted him to have a positive first impression of them. He and Sarah have been growing serious, and they are considering getting married next year. They've been together for 6 months and aim to marry after 2 years. So of course this was a crucial talk to have, and they couldn't have put it off because if it had been any other guy, they could have simply left in the midst of lunch to come to me. But we were talking about a very wealthy man, so they couldn't help but be quite shallow. I'm not sure why. I think they genuinely thought that this was going to be the explanation we wanted to hear, and we'd forgive them immediately. But, if anything, it made me irritated with them because of all the talk about how essential family is, family values and so on. This definitely does not reflect their way of life. Because if they truly cherished their family, they would have been there for me. They would have been there for their son's partner and their future grandchild. But they chose money. They preferred to impress a guy they had just met over me. So all this discussion about family values is obviously meaningless. They don't really believe in it. They merely utter that rubbish to make themselves look better. Anyway, I don't want to talk about them any longer. I spoke with my father as well. We ultimately told him the truth because he had asked about them, and we couldn't lie to him again. Surprisingly, he was fairly laid back about it, saying that because we had already dealt with them, he didn't see the need to engage with them again. He also informed me that he was really proud of me for standing up for myself and removing harmful people from my life, whether they were family or not. And he appears to be even more fond of my husband than he was before, something I never thought was possible. But I suppose the fact that Oliver stood up to his own family for my sake only makes him more endearing, and I'm delighted to see that my father and his son-in-law are getting along so well. Everyone is happy, everyone is healthy, and this is precisely what I intended from the beginning. Sign your sister's $200,000 loan, or you're banned, my mom demanded. I said no, accepted my Dublin job, and cut off 43 missed calls that night. My name is Silas. I'm Chiste Pierce. The oldest child, the first to leave home, and the first to receive a solid paycheck. If you ask my relatives, they would say I'm financially responsible. If you asked me, I would say I am a background guy. Useful and quiet, there to hold the ladder as others climb. My younger sister Marin is the golden one. Different rules, different tones of voice. The same house, 2 realities. When we were kids, I did chores for money. She received surprises for doing her best. In high school, I purchased my own second-hand laptop using tips from busing tables. She got a new phone for safety. That pattern never ended. It simply learnt greater numbers and better reasons. I work in operations for a multinational logistics company. It's not spectacular, but it's reliable. I track shipments, repair processes, and ensure that things run on time. I prefer figures that add up, invoices that are transparent, and calendars that are real. My life fits into a spreadsheet. My family lives in a group chat. The last Sunday dinner I attended was a month ago. Mom had a roast in the oven. Dad's game was on mute. Marin arrived 20 minutes late, wearing an enormous sweater that likely cost a car payment. She kissed Mom's cheek, sat down, and immediately inquired, "Do we have lemon water, or just regular?" I began chopping parsley. "Sink works?" I inquired. She made an expression as if I had advised drinking from a puddle. Aunt Isolde leaned across the table. "Silas, you're not still renting, are you?" "That's just lighting money on fire." "Working on it," I answered. Mom did not glance up from basting. "He likes to be careful." She said he's good with that. Our planner. Then she tapped the oven door with the back of the spoon and lightly added, "Besides, Silas is comfortable. He's not like Marin. She's creative. She's meant for more." Marin tucked her chin into her palm and grinned without teeth, like a magazine ad. "I'm figuring things out," she said. "It's a journey." I continued chopping. Dad turned up the noise for a replay and added, "Silas, grab the bill when it arrives." "I forgot my wallet in the car in the kitchen," I said. Everyone chuckled. It was an easy joke since it was a simple assumption. Of course I would pay the bill. I always pay the bill. Later in the living room, I told Mom that I was considering taking a short-term assignment abroad. 6 months, I answered. Maybe a year. She shrugged it off with the hand that wasn't holding her glass. "Sweetie, that's not realistic. Your sister needs you right now." "What does that mean?" I inquired. "Don't be defensive," she stated. "You know how Marin is. She just needs a little runway." Marin walked in, looked at her image in the black TV screen, and told me, "You'll understand when you let go a little." Something small and old shifted in my chest. It wasn't anger. It was the heavy old feeling I used to get as a youngster when the teacher shouted group project and everyone glanced at me because they wanted an A without doing any work. I put down the knife. "I brought dessert. It's in the fridge," Aunt Isolde said from the table. "You're a doll." Then quietly to Mom, hoping I wouldn't hear, "You're lucky to have him." Mom responded without lowering her voice. "Of course we are. That's what family is." There was a pause. The kind in which you're expected to nod, agree, and express gratitude for being required. I nodded anyhow, and that was all. That small moment. No yelling, no commotion, just a quick reminder of the rules. Marin dreams. I do the dishes. Marin discovers herself. I found my wallet. That night I laid on my couch, staring at the ceiling, and felt the old pangs return. The one you confuse for love because it began in the same home. I slept poorly. I kept hearing Mom's sentence in my thoughts. "She needs you right now." It was about to become a number. I could feel it. The money didn't start out enormous. It began with, "Put it on your card. We'll settle up." The first time, it was a 1-year family phone plan. Mom stated that 1 year became 5, or $216 every month. Then Netflix cost $14.99. Then, "Can you add your sister to your car insurance for now?" $96 more. I assured myself everything was good. I could afford it. It maintained the calm. After college I stayed at home for 2 years to help out while my father's hours were reduced. I paid half of the mortgage temporarily. Temporary became, "Don't rock the boat." When I finally moved out, I left my name on the power bill because autopay had already been set up. "We'll switch it," Mom replied. "Next month." Birthdays, your grandmother's knee, and our hectic schedule have all pushed next month back. I had a list on my phone. It included dates, sums, and confirmation numbers. It resembled a normal person's notes app, and a little account contained a baby. Meanwhile, Marin tried other things, including a bakery internship, a travel blog, and a wellness coaching credential that she never finished paying off. I loaned her $400 for books once, and then $850 as a deposit that she would forfeit if she backed out. Then $1,200 when the vehicle died. And it was somehow my fault because I used it last winter. I recorded the amount in my notes and marked any that I believed would never return with 2 stars. She calls money energy. I call it rent. "Why are you pushing back?" Mom indicated these were minor issues. When I sent Marin a Venmo request with the polite phrase, "Hey, can you tackle this week?" she responded with a heart and no money. "Don't be transactional," she said in person. "It's gross." Dad's response was always, "Family is family. It evens out." It didn't. It just became cleaner. The requests were presented more effectively. We figured it would be easier if one person handled the payments. Mom texted me once, including a copy of our water bill with my old account number circled in blue marker. "You're organized," she said. "We'll get you next time." I am not a saint. I am not a martyr. I'm a guy who can do math. I kept assisting since it was easier than battling. It seemed like leaving a light on for folks you don't know will ever return home. Last winter, I was offered a rotation at our Dublin office. 12 months, housing stipend, travel reimbursement, and a raise. It was everything I said I wanted when I was honest. I partly accepted and then paused. I told them I needed time. In my family, leaving meant more than just leaving. It was abandoning. It was done to make you feel superior to us. I told Mom about it in January. She added, "We'll talk after Maren figures out her next step." Her next step was a man named Dorian in an apartment they couldn't afford. He's a pleasant enough person. He donned a beanie to Thanksgiving and addressed my mother as ma'am, which she adored. In March, Maren and Dorian acquired a dog. Maren resigned her job in April because she felt her boss was poisonous. In May, the group chat became busier. Rent is predatory. Landlords are vampires. Capitalism is violent. I muted it for 8 hours before going for a walk. By June, I'd completed 3 small tasks. The phone bill when Mom's automobile started acting strangely. Maren's auto insurance was limited on Venmo. The universe sent us Thalia, so we got a surprise vet bill. $216, $96, $347. Numbers that seemed modest until they formed a pile of straws. Mom's language changed around then. She started using we. We thought we could all pitch in. If I inquired who we were, she answered, "Oh, Silas, don't start." You know what I mean. I understand exactly what she means. The first time the figure $200,000 appeared, it wasn't in a text. It was a white binder with tabs. Mom slipped it over the table as if she were handing me a college brochure. "Maren's opening a studio," she remarked. "There's a whole plan, a year of runway. She just needs a guarantor to unlock better terms." "A guarantor," I said again. Dad cleared his throat. "It's just your name," he explained. "It shows confidence." "It shows liability," I said. Maren twirled a strand of hair and said, "It's not that deep?" "It is exactly that deep," I responded. 150 grand is deep. "It's an investment in family," my mom responded. "We would do it for you." They would not. They never had. I closed and slid the binder back. "I can't co-sign a loan for you," I told Maren. "I love you, but no." She rolled her eyes, as if I had refused to share fries. "Wow," she replied. "You're so tight." Mom called that night, crying. Dad called and did not answer. Aunt Isolde delivered an audio message on seasons and abundance. Maren shared an Instagram story about financial abuse, along with a passage from a site about wealthy siblings. Dorian texted me a thumbs down. I placed my phone face down and watched the ceiling fan trace lazy circles in the darkness. The Dublin offer waited in my inbox, like a door half open. I felt air passing through it. Then came the ask within the ask. "I am quitting my work. You will support us while I find myself." Not yet written, but soon. I could hear it approaching like a locomotive around a bend. The track was already laid. It came on Wednesday, at 8:12 a.m. I was brushing my teeth. My phone vibrated on the sink. "Maren. I am quitting today. I can't take the tension anymore. You will support us while I find myself." There was no question mark anywhere in the message. Just the assurance of someone who has always landed on a cushion she didn't make. I cleaned my lips, examined my face in the mirror, sleep-creased and ordinary, and typed back with my thumbs. "Me? That's not my problem." I pressed submit. My hands did not shake. I was not mean. I was concise in 60 seconds. "Mom. Call me. Right now. Maren. Are you serious? Dorian. Brother." The Dublin email was still open on my laptop. I scrolled to the bottom and hit accept. Start date: Monday. The flight has been assigned, apartment has been arranged. It felt like returning a plate to its proper place in the cupboard. 8 minutes later, Mom delivered the all-caps classic. "Emo banned from Thanksgiving until you sign your sister's $200,000 loan." I truly laughed. Not loud, but a quiet, intimate sound I hadn't made in years. It sounded like relief with a cheap disguise. 10 minutes later, my phone lit up with a FaceTime from Dad. I responded. They were on speaker. I could see the kitchen behind them, as well as the fridge calendar, which listed everyone's names except mine. Mom did not waste time. You will apologize to your sister, she stated. You will fix this. No, I replied. What do you mean no? Her voice grew higher and then thinner. I mean no, I answered. I won't be supporting two adults. I won't be co-signing anything. I won't be on the hook for 6 figures because you're rewriting reality with feelings. Dad leaned toward the phone. Watch your tone. My tone is calm, I told you. It's going to stay calm. Marin barged into the picture, her mascara streaked in a way that reminded me of a stage performance. You're so selfish, she remarked. You're punishing me for being different. I'm not punishing you, I told you. I'm drawing a line. You've never believed in me, she confessed. I believed in you when I paid for your books, I told you. When I covered your car insurance, when I added you to my phone plan. When I paid your vet bill. When I sat through 3 different launch parties for projects you abandoned by the next Thursday. She let out a breath. You're keeping score? Mom asked. Yes, I replied. Because I'm the one paying the bill. Mom took a different approach. If you leave now, she added, you abandon this family. I'll leave on Monday, I replied. For work, not out of spite. Oh, he thinks he's better than us, Marin exclaimed, teary and dramatic. I stood up straighter and spoke as if I were on a phone conversation at work, which is where I learned how to be clear. This is not about vengeance, I explained. This is about closure. There is silence, followed by nasty laughing from Dad, who believes he is the brightest person in the room. Closure from what? He asked. Doing your part. From being the plan, I corrected myself. From being the quiet solution. They all began at once. Mom with blame, Dad with volume, Marin with accusation, and Dorian with bro syllables from off camera. I did not raise my voice. I repeated myself as a policy. I'm not your guarantor, I explained. I'm not your salary, and I'm not your emergency fund, Dad said, pointing at the screen. You will regret this. I already regret not doing it sooner, I replied. I ended the call. I set the phone down on the counter like a hot pan and looked out the window. Across the street, a neighbor was watering vegetables. The sun touched the side of the building, creating a rectangle of light on my floor. Nothing burst. Nothing broke. The city kept moving. After 15 minutes, a group text arrived. Mom. We have a family meeting tonight. Me. I will not be there. Mom. You'll come. Me. No. Marin says, I hate you. Me. I love you. I will not finance you. Blue bubbles. Gray bubbles. Blue gray, and then only gray. Long paragraphs about sacrifice, what we did for you, and how you spoke to your mother. I turned the phone face down, opened my laptop, and sent my signed acceptance to HR. Then I sent my notice to my landlord, booked the airport train, and made a list of boxes to check. It felt like we were creating a little raft as the tide turned. It felt like I was leaving an outgrown room, but I continued to tidy nonetheless. That night, I accomplished what I should have done a year earlier. I opened every account with someone else's name on it and began breaking strings. Telephone plan. Remove Marin and Mom. The system alerted me 3 times that someone might lose service. I clicked through. Total monthly savings are $216. Marin's car insurance is unlinked. Effective date, midnight. The new premium is back to mine alone. Savings, $96. Streaming services. Update my password. Disabled the TV in someone else's living room. $14.99 returned to me. Not the money, but the philosophy. My name was still on the autopay list for utilities, power and water at my parents' residence. I changed the next payment to manual. Remove my card and email address from the contact information to transfer the account. Dad. Subject. Transfer by Friday. Clear. Boring. True savings. Move my $132,400 emergency fund to a new bank that I hadn't notified anyone about, set alarms, froze my credit, and sought replacement cards. I created a spreadsheet named Exit. Each row was a rope I put around myself to keep a ship from drifting that I had no control over. By the time I finished, my phone had 43 missed calls. 17 from Mom, 8 from Dad, 12 from Marin, and 6 from no caller ID. I let them stack. The voicemails arrived in waves. First angry, then imploring, then quiet, boiling ones in which Mom exhaled into the microphone as if she wanted me to feel her disappointment over the speaker. Aunt Isolde texted me at 11:27 p.m. "Sweetheart, can we talk?" I stared at it for a long time without responding. She was the kind one, but in my family, kindness was often accompanied by a clipboard. I slept with my phone in a drawer. In the morning, there were 58 missed calls. Group chat has 142 unread messages. Dorian had written 3 paragraphs discussing masculinity and mutual aid. Maureen shared a photo of Thalia alongside a comment about nerve systems and safety. Mom shared a meme about ungrateful children. I made coffee. I packed a suitcase. I rolled my socks. I removed the whiteboard calendar from my wall and wiped it clean. At midday, Dad arrived at my door. He pounded forcefully, like a cop from a movie. I let him knock. He called my name. I let him call. He jiggled the handle. I drank coffee. He eventually left. A minute later, I received the following text. "Coward." I responded with, "Boundaries." He sent, "Do you think words can protect you?" I typed, deleted, and typed again before sending, "No, policies do." Mom kept up the drumming. Banned became her new favorite word. Banned from Thanksgiving, Christmas, and the family chat, as well as being tagged in every message inside the same family chat. It was like being told to leave and then having the door pushed open in your face. At 3 p.m., Maureen emailed a contract photo. "We need your signature by 5, she wrote. "The bank closes at 6 o'clock. "Read the sentence where it says joint and several liability," I explained, "then read it again." "You don't love me," responded the other woman. "I love you enough to not let you drown us both," I'd written. "I love you enough to stop pretending money is a vibe." She left a voice message for me. I did not play it. Then it said, "Thalia misses you." I looked at it and felt something twist. I didn't adore that dog. I also cherished my future. Love is not a repayment plan. I went to my storage unit and organized 3 piles: keep, donate, and trash. The keep pile was smaller than I anticipated. It appeared to be a living organism. On my way home, I passed the corner pub and noticed Dorian inside on a stool, narrating a story with enormous hands. He did not see me. I continued walking. Back upstairs, I printed out my travel details and taped it to the inside of my front door. It made the strategy feel more robust. Train at 6:20 a.m., Terminal 2, Seat 21A. My employer had provided temporary lodging near the office. The photographs appeared tidy and dull, as if no one would ask for my login information. My phone fell silent at 7 p.m., indicating that the non-negotiable family meeting had taken place without me there. It came back on an hour later. "Mom. This is the final offer. Sign the loan. Keep your number in the plan. Thanksgiving is at Aunt Isolde's at 3. You can carve me." "No. Mom. Why are you doing this?" "Me. Because the only way to stop being the plan is to stop being the plan. Stay quiet for a bit." Then Mom says, "We won't forget this." I say, "Me neither." I took a shower. I set 3 alarms. I emailed my friend Ansel the airport time and my address just in case. He responded with a thumbs up, a simple emoji, and "proud of you, man." I lay in bed in a silent apartment, listening to a neighbor's dishwasher hum. I remembered the binder with tabs and how Mom had pushed it across the table like fate. I reflected on the 43 missed calls and the structure of my life when no one else was involved. It was not yet peaceful, but it was quiet. When you eventually resist the cacophony, you will first experience silence. Thanksgiving arrived early for me that year. It arrived on Monday, 7:35 a.m., with a gray sky above a new city and my breath fogging up like a cartoon speech bubble. I moved into the business apartment and learned about food shop hours. I got a kettle since everyone insisted I needed one, and a cheap plant because the window looked bare without it. I set up my business laptop on a small desk and tacked my bill spreadsheet to one side. It now contained 5 lines, each including merely my name. The first week I awoke expecting the same routine. Texts before I finished my coffee, small fires in other people's kitchens. Instead, I received emails regarding shipments and morning meetings that concluded exactly when they were supposed to. I walked from work down a canal and counted dogs. I discovered what sound the crosswalks make here. I cooked for one person and ate it all. On Wednesday, a screenshot from my credit monitoring app appeared. New inquiry tried but blocked. I smiled at my plant and watered it slightly. That night, Marin sent a photo of a turkey emoji with the words, "Are you happy?" I typed for a while, then erased everything and sent, I hope you find what you're looking for. I can't fund the search. She didn't respond. Mom sent a message beginning with, I shouldn't say this. And then said it anyhow. I've read it. I didn't respond. The following day she sent nothing. It felt like a new holiday on our calendar. Empty box day. On Thanksgiving Day, I fixed myself a little platter. Roasted chicken breast, because turkeys here appear to be a commitment. Potatoes and green beans. I faced Ansel and held up my plate. He held up his greasy slice of pizza. Tradition, he stated. We laughed. After supper, I opened my notes app and reviewed the previous list. Dates, amounts, and the breadcrumb trail of how a border fades when you go over it. Only this once. I scrolled to the bottom and added a line. I refuse to co-sign chaos. I refuse to be leveraged by love. I'm not going to ask for aid with neglect. I refuse to trade peace for access. I will not apologize for keeping my earnings. I will not be the plan. I rate it twice. Then I added one more sentence. The only one that mattered if I wanted any of this to stick. I will love you without paying for you. This was hardly a victory speech. It was a message to myself. The kind you keep in a folder and consult when you feel weak. The kind that holds whether the writing is mild, loud, or in all caps. People believe that closure means slamming the door. It is not. It's a door you ultimately cease keeping open for those who never intend to walk through it. I have not been barred from participating in any meaningful activities. I eat everything I cook. I say what I want. I earn money. I save. I sleep. This is not about vengeance. It never was. It's important not to confuse being needed with being loved. It is about refusing to be a wallet with emotions. My name is Silas. I'm 31. For the first time in years, I had control over the silence in my life. Not the silence of being ignored, nor the silence of swallowing words so that others could shine, but the kind that hums steadily, like a low tide on rock. It seemed both alien and comforting. I had no idea what the next decade would bring. Only that the life I was creating now had my name on every line. My parents banned me from Christmas for years and only loved my brother. At his job interview, HR revealed I was the CEO, and his face went pale. My name is Selene Drayton, and I am 32 years old. I am the CEO of Compilation Solutions, a technology startup that has developed into a mid-sized firm with over 200 people. But my route to achievement was not paved with family blessings. Quite the reverse. Growing up in Pittsburgh, I was always the odd one out. My parents, Edmund and Isolde, made it quite apparent that my younger brother Alaric was the golden child. Alaric, 3 years my junior, had it all. The newest toys, the best opportunities, and most importantly, their undivided attention and adoration. From a young age, I learned to be self-sufficient. My parents attended all of Alaric's little league games and school productions, but they were rarely present for my academic competitions or piano recital. "We're busy with Alaric's event" was the most prevalent sentence I heard. When it came time for college, the difference was much more pronounced. "We've been saving for Alaric's education since he was born," my father told me when I inquired about financial assistance. "He plans to be a doctor or a lawyer eventually." "Selene, you've always been independent." I finished with honors in computer science and business administration, having worked 3 part-time jobs and taken a full academic load at State University. Meanwhile, Alaric drank his way through freshman year at a costly private institution, soon dropped out, and then persuaded our parents to pay his gap year, which suddenly turned into 3 years of finding himself, while traveling through Europe and Asia on their dime. After college, I landed an entry-level position at a small tech firm. The pay was minimal, but the experience was invaluable. I lived in a tiny studio, worked 60-hour weeks, and poured every spare minute into developing my skills and building side projects. While Alaric posted exotic vacation photos, I was coding until 3 a.m., determined to create something meaningful. My breakthrough came 5 years ago. I developed a revolutionary AI-powered customer relationship management system, pitched it to countless investors, faced rejection after rejection, but eventually secured enough funding to launch Compilation Solutions. The first 2 years were brutal. I worked around the clock and poured everything I had into making the company succeed. By year 3, our software had gained traction, major companies began adopting our platform, and revenue flowed in, and we expanded, moved into a proper office, and I finally started paying myself a reasonable salary. There were times when I thought we wouldn't make it, because funding was low and the product wasn't quite there, but I persisted. This year, Compilation Solutions became a major player in the tech industry, valued at over $200 million. Throughout this journey, my communication with my family dwindled to occasional holiday phone calls. My parents never asked about my company, and when I tried to share my successes, they'd quickly change the subject to Alaric's latest venture, which inevitably failed by the time they told me about it. Alaric eventually returned to the United States and, with our parents' connections, landed a job at a marketing firm. He did the bare minimum, but somehow always received praise from our parents. Alaric is really finding his way in the corporate world, my mother would say, completely ignoring the fact that I was running my own wildly successful business. In December, 3 weeks before Christmas, everything came to a head. I was sitting in my corner office overlooking the Seattle skyline, reviewing year-end reports, when my phone rang. It was my mother, an unusual occurrence on a Tuesday afternoon. "Celine, dear," she said in that overly sweet voice she only used when she wanted something. "I'm calling about Christmas this year." In recent years I'd received a text message invitation at most, usually just days before, but a phone call 3 weeks in advance was unprecedented. "We're having everyone over on Christmas Eve," she continued. "It would be lovely if you could join us." A warmth spread through my chest. Despite everything, I still craved my family's acceptance. Perhaps things were changing. "That sounds nice, Mom," I said, trying to keep optimism out of my voice. "I think I can make it." "Wonderful," she exclaimed. "Oh, and Alaric is bringing his new girlfriend, Marigold Vance. She works at Hargrove and Partners, a famous consulting business. Her father is a partner there." And there it was, the real reason for the call. "She's really fantastic," my mother continued, oblivious to my silence. "Harvard Business School. Fast track to junior partner. Alaric met her at a charity gala. Everyone is so impressed by her. Your father informs everyone that his son is dating a Harvard graduate. Can you imagine the Drayton family ascending in the world?" I took a deep breath. "Mom, did I mention that Takishan was featured in Forbes last month? We plan to extend into Europe next year." "Oh, that's nice, dear," she said. "Anyway, Marigold comes from a very good family. Her mother serves on the board of the symphony orchestra, and they have a summer house in the Hamptons. Alaric suggests they travel there for New Year's. Isn't this exciting?" I bit my tongue. "Very thrilling. Listen, Mom, I need to return to work. I have a meeting in 5 minutes." "Of course, dear. We will see you at Christmas. Wear something pleasant, will you? None of those business suits. Marigold is incredibly fashion-forward." After we hung up, I gazed at my phone. My mother's behavior shouldn't have surprised me, but it still hurt. I shook it off and went back to work, trying not to think about the forthcoming holiday. A week before Christmas, I was finishing my travel preparations when my phone rang again, this time from my father. He rarely calls me, so I answered instantly, alarmed. He said, "Celine," gruffly and without greeting. "Dad, is everything all right?" "I'm calling about Christmas," he stated. "Your mother and I have been talking, and we think it might be best if you don't come this year." I sat in startled stillness, my hand clutching the phone. "Alaric's girlfriend comes from a good family," he added firmly. "We don't want anything to complicate things." "Complicate things?" I repeated, scarcely audible. "What does that mean? Do you understand what I mean? Celine and Marigold are wealthy and successful. Her family has ties. We need to show her that our family is respectable, but I am not." The words came out sharper than I had intended. "Don't twist my words," he yelled. "Your brother has an opportunity for a good future here. The last thing we need is you bringing in your alternative lifestyle." "My alternative lifestyle?" I was very perplexed. "Dad, I'm the CEO of a technological company. What exactly are you talking about?" "All that independent woman stuff, the career obsession, the way you always have to one-up your brother with your so-called success." So-called success? The word struck me like a physical blow. "You've always been difficult, Celine," he said when I didn't react. "You've always had to do things your way, never mind how it affects the family. Can you think of someone else for a moment? Think of your brother's future." I sat there, phone clamped to my ear, as my father shattered every notion I had about my status in the family. I wasn't being barred from Christmas because of anything I had done. I was being banned because of who I was: accomplished, independent, and unwilling to pretend I was anything less than I was. "I understand," I finally answered, my voice firm despite the tears threatening to fall. "Enjoy your Christmas." "Good," he said, happy that I didn't fight. "Your mother will call you after the holidays." After hanging up, I sat motionless at my desk, staring out at the Seattle skyline as the winter sun set early, casting long shadows across the city. I had built this company, this career, this life, all on my own, without their help or support, and it still wasn't enough to earn a place at their Christmas table. For the first time in years, I allowed myself to cry over my family's rejection. Deep, gut-wrenching sobs that left me gasping for breath. I cried for the little girl who had never been enough, the teenager who had worked herself to exhaustion trying to earn approval that would never come, and the woman who, despite everything, yearned for her parents' acceptance. When the tears stopped, I wiped my face, squared my shoulders, and went back to work. If I wasn't allowed to spend Christmas at my parents' place, I would make my own celebration. It was my first Christmas alone, and the silence was deafening. From my rooftop apartment in Seattle, I could see the Space Needle lit up with holiday lights. I had just decorated a modest tree and a few ornaments. Callista, my executive assistant, sent me a note saying, "Merry Christmas, Celine. Remember, my mom's legendary eggnog is ready for you if you change your mind about coming over." Callista had been horrified when I indicated I'd be spending Christmas alone and had instantly invited me, which I respectfully declined, not wanting to intrude. Before I could react, I received another message from Ophelia, my best friend since college. "Merry Christmas, Becca. Dorian and the kids are inquiring when Auntie Celine will arrive. The ham is in the oven, and there's a glass of wine bearing your name on it. Please tell me you aren't spending the day alone in your antiseptic flat." I smiled despite myself because Ophelia knew me too well. We had met during freshman orientation and been inseparable ever since. She had witnessed firsthand my struggles with my family, and had opened her own family to me without hesitation. I stared at my phone for a long time before making a decision. I texted Ophelia back, "Give me an hour. I will bring dessert." I quickly showered and dressed, then drove at the only open bakery to pick up a chocolate cake. As I parked into Ophelia's suburban driveway, the front door burst wide, and her 7-year-old twins, Isabeau and Caspian, raced out to greet me, still wearing their Christmas jammies. "Auntie Celine, did you come?" Isabeau squealed. "We thought you weren't coming," Caspian said, grabbing the cake box. "Mom said you were working." "I finished early," I pretended, following them inside. Ophelia's home was the polar opposite of my minimalist apartment. Every surface was adorned with Christmas cheer, the air smelled of cinnamon and roasting ham, and Christmas music played softly. Ophelia appeared from her kitchen. "You came," she exclaimed, her voice filled with relief, and she hugged me hard. "I'm so glad." Her husband, Dorian, came behind her, holding their 2-year-old daughter, Amara, on his hip. "About time you showed up, Celine. Ophelia has been checking her phone every 5 minutes." I was enveloped in the warmth of Ophelia's family. We ate a delicious meal, opened presents. Ophelia always had gifts for me, played board games with the kids, and talked and laughed by the fire. No one asked about my work or accomplishments, or compared me to anyone else. I was simply Celine, a loved and welcomed member of their celebration. As the evening progressed, I helped Ophelia clean up the kitchen. "Thank you for today," I murmured quietly. "I needed this more than I realized." Ophelia squeezed my shoulder and said, "Your family, Becca. You will always have a place here." Family. The word both warmed and wounded me. When I returned to my apartment that night, my phone had a new message from Alaric, and it contained a photo of my parents' Christmas celebration. There they were. My parents, Alaric, and a beautiful woman who must have been Marigold, all smiling in front of the Christmas tree I remembered from childhood, with the same ornaments and star on top. The message said, "Merry Christmas. I wish you could have been here, but Marigold's family had also joined us, and it was a tight squeeze. Perhaps next year." My childhood home had 5 bedrooms and a large living and dining room, but it was never about space. I stared at the photo for a long time, noting how proud my father looked with his arm around Alaric and how my mother beamed at Marigold. They were a picture-perfect family, and there was no room for me in the frame. At that moment, something inside me shifted, a door closed and a window opened. If my family didn't perceive my worth, I would stop seeking their approval and focus all of my efforts on the one thing that had never failed me: my work. I worked more hours than ever before during the week between Christmas and New Year's. My team was on vacation, so the office was quiet, allowing me to work without interruption. I refined our 5-year expansion plan, started discussions with potential European partners, and created a new marketing strategy. Callista returned to work in early January and was surprised to find my office completely reorganized. "Did you work for the entire holiday?" she inquired, concerned. I had a breakthrough, I said, barely looking up from my computer. I think this is going to be our biggest year yet. In the 3 months that followed, Techician Solutions signed 2 large contracts with Fortune 500 businesses, confirmed our European development plans, and began creating a new AI product that promised to transform the industry. During this time, I didn't think much about my family. My parents didn't call after Christmas, and I made no effort to contact them. Alaric occasionally texted me updates on Marigold, but I responded with brief, polite messages that revealed nothing about my personal life. As a result, the company thrived. As March approached, I was fully immersed in preparations for our biggest expansion yet. We were moving to a larger office space in downtown Seattle, hiring dozens of new employees across all departments, and Techician Solutions was no longer a startup, but a major player in the tech industry, with me at the helm. Celine, do you have a minute? Our HR director, Elowen Price, popped into my office one afternoon in mid-March. Of course, Elowen. What's up? Elowen arrived, locking the door behind her, holding a folder in her hands and wearing a strange expression that ranged between amusement and concern. We've received over 300 applications for the senior project manager positions, she said, seated next to me. The hiring team has narrowed it down to about 20 candidates for first-round interviews. That's wonderful, I remarked, wondering why this needed to be done in person rather than via email. Are you finding quality candidates? For the most part, yes, she said. But there's one application I thought you should see. She slid the folder onto my desk and toward me. My brother, Alaric Drayton, had a resume inside, which I quickly scanned, noting the inflated job titles and vague accomplishments he had listed. His current position was executive marketing strategist at a small local firm, where he was at best a mid-level marketing associate. Was you aware he was applying? Elowen inquired carefully, as she was one of the few people at the company who understood anything about my family. No, I said, still looking at the resume. I had no idea. He was quite confident during the phone screening, Elowen recounted with a chuckle. Actually, he was rather condescending to Saran in HR, assuming she was just a secretary and asking to speak to someone who actually makes decisions. I winced. That sounded just like Alaric. The position requires at least 5 years of project management experience and proficiency in 3 programming languages, Elowen added. As you can see, his resume does not meet those requirements. But he requested that we consider him for a senior role rather than an entry-level position. I sat back in my chair, my mind racing. Alaric had no idea I was the CEO of Techician Solutions. I had always used my middle name, Victoria, in press releases and public appearances to maintain some privacy, and my brother had never expressed any interest in my career. But now, by pure coincidence, or perhaps because our company's rapid growth had put us in the news, he had applied for a job at my company. What would you like to do? Elowen inquired. Clearly, there is a conflict of interest here. I carefully considered my options. I could reject his application outright, which would be justified given his lack of qualifications. I could recuse myself entirely from the process and let the hiring team make their decision without knowing about our relationship. Or I could use this opportunity to finally show my brother the truth about my life and success. I want you to treat his application like any other, I ended up saying. If he doesn't meet the basic qualifications, he shouldn't proceed to an interview. Elowen paused. On paper, he's not qualified, she conceded, but he did mention some contacts with possible clients that the team believed may be useful. They advanced him to the next round despite his lack of technical qualifications. Connections. He was constantly promoted based on who he knew rather than what he could do. When is his interview scheduled? I asked. Tomorrow at 2 p.m. I made a decision. I will not be personally involved in the hiring process. That would be unethical. But I would like to observe the interview. Could you please arrange for me to sit in anonymously? Please introduce myself solely as a senior board member. Elowen nodded. We can do it. The panel will not mention your name or title. After Elowen left, I sat staring at Alaric's resume, emotions swirling inside me. Part of me felt guilty for what might appear to be a setup, but another part, the part that had been rejected and dismissed for years, wanted Alaric to finally see me for who I truly was, not just his overlooked sister, but a successful CEO who had built something meaningful through hard work and determination. That night, I barely slept. I rehearsed in my mind how I would behave during the interview, professional, detached, fair. I wouldn't let our personal history influence my judgment, but I also wouldn't pretend to be less than I was. For once, Alaric would see me clearly, free of our parents' distorted lens. The next day, I dressed with extra care in a tailored navy suit, my hair pulled back in a sleek ponytail, and I headed to the conference room where the interviews were being held, taking a seat at the far end of the table with the other observers. I reviewed Alaric's resume once more, and prepared a few technical questions that would challenge him without being unfair. At precisely 2 p.m., Elowen and Alaric entered, and my breath caught in my throat. I hadn't seen my brother in person in over a year, and he appeared older and more polished in his fine suit. He carried himself with the confidence of someone who had never been told he wasn't good enough. For a moment, I was that little girl again, watching from the sidelines as my parents lavished attention on their golden child. But then I remembered where I was, in the company I had built from nothing, sitting in a position of leadership I had earned through years of hard work. I straightened my shoulders, ready for whatever came next. The Takishan Solutions headquarters, located on the top 3 floors of a gleaming skyscraper in downtown Seattle, had a conference room with floor-to-ceiling windows and stunning views of Puget Sound. The walls were adorned with modern art, and I could tell from Alaric's expression when he walked in that the room had served its purpose. Elowen presented the interview panel, Seren from HR, whom Alaric had spoken with on the phone, Lucian, the technical director, and Thalia, the current senior project manager. She then motioned to the spectator area, where I sat with 2 other executives. "We also have members of our leadership team observing today," Elowen said calmly. "They'll be sitting in on several interviews to ensure consistency in our hiring process." Alaric hardly looked at us, his gaze fixed on the panel. He smiled confidently as he took his seat, fixing his tie in a move I recognized from childhood, a habit he did when he wanted to impress someone. "Thank you for the opportunity," he told me. "I've been following TouchVision's growth, and I'm excited about the possibility of bringing my expertise to your team." Alaric had no idea what Takishan did beyond the most broad definition of tech solutions. If he had done any study on the company, he would have discovered my connection to it right away. Lucian began with the customary inquiry. "Can you tell us about your experience managing complex technical projects?" Alaric launched into a well-rehearsed response about a marketing campaign he had led at his current company. "I coordinated between multiple departments, managed a substantial budget, and delivered results that exceeded expectations," he concluded, leaning back slightly as if expecting applause. "And what project management methods did you use?" Lucian pressed. Alaric held his breath. "I believe in a flexible approach that adapts to the specific needs of each project," he answered evasively. "I don't like to be constrained by rigid methodologies." Thalia jumped in. "Could you show us how you would set up a Kanban board for a software development project?" Alaric's confidence was noticeably shaken. "Well, I would delegate that to the technical team members," he responded. "My strength is in the big picture strategy, not the day-to-day technical details." The interview continued in this manner, with Alaric seeking to evade technical questions while emphasizing his strategic vision and interpersonal abilities. When pressed on his technical understanding, he grew dismissive. "Let's be honest," he remarked with a little condescending grin. "People like me aren't hired for coding skills. We are recruited because we understand how to lead, motivate, and connect with the right individuals. I have relationships at significant corporations who may be valuable customers for Takishan." Seren, who had remained quiet, piped up. "Our senior project managers are expected to have both technical expertise and leadership abilities. They need a thorough understanding of our products in order to effectively manage their development." Alaric waved his hand dismissively. "That is what technical assistants are for. In my experience, the most successful projects are led by people who understand both business and technology. No offense, but self-made folks without suitable backgrounds frequently overlook the big picture because they are overly focused on technical details." Everyone in the room, including myself, was aware that Takishan had been developed from the ground up by self-made individuals. Elowen's brow furrowed slightly in response to my remark. "Tell us about a time when you faced a significant challenge on a project and how you overcame it," Lucian inquired, maintaining a professional tone despite the anxiety in the room. Alaric began telling a story about saving a marketing campaign when a vendor failed to deliver. "I worked through the weekend, making hundreds of calls to find a replacement vendor at the last minute," he claimed. "My boss was amazed that I managed to save the campaign single-handedly. I pressed my lips together to keep from reacting. I knew the story, it had happened at his previous job, but Alaric had not saved the campaign. His assistant had worked the weekend while Alaric took credit for her efforts. I knew this because the assistant had later applied for a position at Takishan and shared the true story during her interview." As the technical inquiries persisted, Alaric became increasingly uncomfortable, checking his watch numerous times and appearing agitated. "I think we're getting too caught up in the technical weeds," he added. "As I have stated, my value is in my strategic vision and connections. I'm being considered for numerous senior roles at other firms, so I'd love you if we could focus on how my unique skills can help Techvision." Elowen glanced at the panelists and nodded slightly. "We're actually nearing the end of our scheduled time," she began. "Before we wrap up, our CEO, who will make the final decision on all senior hires, would like to ask you a few questions." Alaric straightened, instantly alert. Meeting the CEO had not been included on the interview schedule. "Of course," he answered, fixing his tie once more. "I look forward to it." Elowen turned to face the observer section. "Celine, would you like to take over?" I stood and proceeded to the front of the room, watching Alaric's face progressively light up with recognition. His expression shifted from confident to perplexed, astonished, and then scared. "Hello, Alaric," I responded quietly, extending my hand. "It's been a while." His mouth opened and closed silently, and his hand rose to shake mine. His palm felt clammy on my flesh. "You're the CEO," he finally said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Celine Victoria Drayton, founder and CEO of Techvision Solutions," I confirmed, taking the seat directly across from him. "I recused myself from the initial screening process for obvious reasons, but I do make the final decisions on all senior hires." Alaric's face had lost its color, and his eyes flew about the room, looking for a way out, but he was stuck in this moment of reality. "I have a few questions," I continued professionally, opening his resume folder. "I see you've listed your current position as Executive Marketing Strategist. But when I contacted Hargrove Partners last week about a possible collaboration, Percival Hargrove mentioned you were a marketing associate. Could you explain the discrepancy?" Alaric's eyes widened when his boss's name was mentioned. I handle executive-level projects," he stammered. "It's a functional title rather than an official one." I agreed and took a note. "And your resume says you know Python and Java. Could you describe briefly how you would use either language to build an API integration?" I oversee teams that handle that sort of thing," he continued, tugging on his collar. "As I previously mentioned, I focus on strategy, not coding." "I see," I said, closing the folder. "One final question. You mentioned having connections who could refer lucrative business to Techvision. Could you be more explicit about those contacts and how they have translated into business results in your current position?" Alaric shifted uncomfortably. "Well, Marigold's father, that is my girlfriend's father. He's a partner at a major consulting firm, and my father knows several business owners in Pittsburgh who might." His voice trailed off as he realized how weak this sounded. The connections he was so proud of were, at best, second-hand, leveraging relationships that weren't even his. "Thank you for your time today, Alaric," I replied, rose to close the interview. "Our HR team will be in touch regarding next steps." I offered my hand again, retaining complete professionalism despite the tumult of emotions beneath the surface. Alaric shook it, still looking stunned. "Thank you," he said, clutching his portfolio with quivering hands. Elowen went up to guide him out. As they approached the door, Alaric looked back at me with a mixture of uncertainty, embarrassment, and something else, perhaps a dawning realization, in his eyes. Then he was gone, and the room grew silent. Lucian let out a low whistle. "Well, that was unexpected," he replied. "I take it you two know each other." "He's my brother," I said simply, gathering my notes. "That's why I didn't participate in the original screening process. Please analyze his application based on our regular criteria, disregarding our relationship." The team nodded, but I could see the questions in their eyes. I excused myself and returned to my office, locking the door behind me. It was only then that I allowed myself to understand what had just transpired. I didn't intend to embarrass Alaric, but I also didn't shield him from the consequences of his own arrogance and lack of preparation. For once, he had been judged solely on his own merits, without our parents' influence swaying the scales in his favor. I felt no satisfaction in his discomfort, only a strange sense of closure. For years I had worked in the shadows of my family's dismissal, developing something they had never acknowledged. Now that Alaric knew the truth, it was unclear whether anything would change. I had just finished collecting my thoughts when my office phone rang. It was Elowen at the reception desk. "Celine," she replied, her voice tight. "Your brother is still inside the building. He's demanding to talk with you and is on the phone with someone. I guess that could be your father." I closed my eyes briefly, knowing that this was not done with Alaric. It never was. "Send him in," I told him. And Elowen, thank you for handling the situation so professionally. Of course, she said. That's what we do here, handle things professionally. Despite the looming confrontation, the subtle emphasis on her final words made me grin. Whatever occurred next, I had developed a team of people who valued competence and integrity, which was worth celebrating on its own. I had scarcely recovered when Alaric stormed into my office without knocking, his face flushed with humiliation and anger. What the hell was that? He demanded, locking the door behind him with greater force than required. I remained sat, my voice cool and professional. That was a job interview, Alaric, for a position you applied for. You made me look like a fool, he yelled, pacing in front of my desk. You ambushed me. I did nothing of the sort, I responded calmly. You applied to my company without even conducting basic investigation. If you had, you would have realized I was the CEO. Your lack of preparation is not my fault. He paused his pacing and looked at me incredulously. How was I expected to know? You never discuss your work. I've tried to talk about my work for years, I explained. But no one in our family has ever been interested. But a simple Google search for Techvision Solutions CEO would have yielded my name and image. Alaric raked his hand through his hair, a motion reminiscent of our father's frustration. This is just like you, Celine. They are constantly trying to outdo me and make me appear awful. I took a long breath and reminded myself to remain calm. Alaric, I recused myself from the original screening process specifically to avoid any conflict of interest. The hiring team's appraisal was the sole reason you made it to the interview stage. I only participated at the end, as I do with all senior position interviews. But you asked me those impossible technical questions, he lamented. You knew I couldn't answer them. Those were typical questions for the position you applied for, I patiently explained. Every candidate is required to demonstrate their technical knowledge and experience. That's why the job description specifies the necessary abilities and expertise. Alaric sank into a chair across from my desk, his initial rage giving way to a sullen defensiveness. Dad's furious, he murmured. He's on his way here. I felt a chilly weight descend in my stomach. Is Dad coming here, to my office? I contacted him shortly after the interview, Alaric acknowledged, avoiding my gaze. He and Mom are both coming. They were already in Seattle, visiting Marigold's parents. My parents, despite several invites, had never visited me in Seattle, but they would go across the nation to meet the family of their son's fiancée. Alaric, I explained cautiously, this is my workplace. Whatever familial concerns we have should be addressed personally, not in my professional setting. He shrugged, expressing both hopelessness and a disregard for my boundaries. Too late. They're probably already inside the building. As if on cue, my phone rang again, this time from the reception desk. Miss Drayton, your parents have requested to see you. Should I send them up? I closed my eyes briefly to center myself. Yes, please accompany them to my office. Could you please invite Aloan and Callista to join us in about 10 minutes? Having witnesses would perhaps prevent the incident from becoming too serious. While we waited, Alaric's phone rang with a text message, which he examined with a smug smile. Marigold's father might be interested in investing in your little company, he remarked. That's what connections can do for you. Before I could react, the door opened, and my parents entered my office. My father, Edmund, walked in first, his face set in the severe expression I remembered from childhood scoldings, and my mother, Isolde, followed, her eyes darting about the huge corner office with obvious surprise. Celine, my father began without a prelude. What does this mean? You embarrassed your brother at a job interview. Is this some sort of revenge? I stood there, retaining my professional demeanor. Hello, Dad. Mom. Please take a seat. This does not have to be confrontational. Don't tell me how this needs to be, my father screamed, still rising. Alaric tells us you ambushed him, asked him impossible questions, and made him look incompetent. I did nothing of the such, I said quietly. Alaric sought for a top position at my company without knowing I was the CEO. The questions he was asked were standard for all candidates applying for that position. My mother, who had taken a seat next to Alaric, asked, What is your company? Are you the CEO here? She gazed around the office again, admiring the awards on the wall, the view of the Seattle skyline, and the obvious signs of success. Yes, Mom. I started Techvision Solutions 6 years ago. I'm the CEO and main shareholder. I couldn't keep the pride out of my voice. My father brushed it away impatiently. That isn't the point. The point is, Alaric needs this job, and you have the ability to aid him. That is what family does. The position Alaric applied for requires technical skills and experience he doesn't have, I told him. It wouldn't be fair to other candidates or to the company to hire someone unqualified because of family connections. So you're unwilling to aid your brother? My father demanded, his voice rising. After everything we've done for you? Something inside me snapped at those words. What have you done for me? I repeated, my voice dangerously quiet. And what precisely would that be, Dad? My father was surprised by my tone. We raised you, educated you. No, I said, stunning everyone in the room, including myself. You reared me but did not teach me. I worked 3 jobs to pay for college, and you paid for Alaric's expensive university. You've never supported my profession, expressed interest in my accomplishments, and most recently, barred me from attending Christmas because you feared I'd humiliate you in front of Alaric's girlfriend. My mother exclaimed, "That's not what happened." It's exactly what happened, I stated firmly. Dad contacted me a week before Christmas and told me not to come because Alaric was bringing Marigold and you wanted to show her family that you were respectable. Those were his exact words. Alaric looked uneasily at our parents. I didn't know about that, he muttered quietly. Of course you didn't, I told you. You were too busy sending me photos of the Christmas celebration I was excluded from. My father's face had turned scarlet. This is absurd. We're getting off subject. The problem here is the job. No, Dad, I interrupted again. The problem here is much larger than a job. The problem is that I've always been considered as inferior to Alaric. I've worked really hard to build this firm, to create something significant, and not one of you has expressed true interest or pride in what I've accomplished. A knock on the door broke the strained silence that followed. Alawan and Callista entered with professionally neutral statements. You wanted us to join you, Celine? Alawan stated. Yes, thank you, I responded, grateful for their attendance. Mom and Dad, this is Alawan Price, our HR director, and Callista Rowan, my executive assistant. They're here to help us clarify our hiring procedures. My father frowned at the visitors. This is a family matter. Actually, I answered firmly, this started as a professional issue. Alaric applied for a position with my company. The fact that we are related does not affect our employment policies or procedures. Alawan moved ahead. Mr. Drayton, we have a rigorous and fair hiring process. All candidates are evaluated using the same criteria. The job description clearly outlines the exact technical abilities and expertise required for the senior project manager position. My father turned back to me and said, You are the CEO, you may make an exception. I could, I said, but I won't. My company's success is dependent on placing the right individuals in the appropriate positions. Alaric is not qualified for a senior position. Is that it? My father demanded. You're abandoning your family? No, I answered, my voice firm. I am upholding the professional integrity of the organization I founded. However, I added, looking at Alaric, we do have entry-level roles in the marketing department that may be suitable. You would have to start at the bottom and work your way up, learning the essential skills along the way, but there would be room for advancement. Alaric appeared upset. Entry level? I have 5 years of marketing experience. Yes, I acknowledged, but not in technical project management at our company. Those are different career paths. This is insane, my father exclaimed. You are torturing your brother because of your own fears. Always attempting to show that you're superior than everyone else. Dad, I've developed a $200 million firm from nothing. I had a flash of rage, but I kept my voice controlled. I employ more than 200 people. I do not need to prove anything to anyone. What I'm attempting to do is build a great firm on merit and hard work, not nepotism. My mother, who had been unusually silent, eventually spoke up. Celine, after all these years, can you put your resentment aside and help your brother? Family should come first. That's a convenient principle to cite right now, I responded. Where was family first when you excluded me from Christmas, or when you refused to help me with my college education, or when you brushed off my career as a phase for years? My mother had the grace to appear uncomfortable. Things weren't always perfect, but they still aren't, I gently interrupted. But I'm not going to refuse to help Alaric. I'm providing him with a legitimate opportunity to join the company at the appropriate level and learn the business properly. That's more aid than I've ever received. My father shook his head, disgusted. This is pointless. Come on, Isolde, Alaric, we are leaving. Your sister has made her decision. Alaric rose up and jerkily straightened his suit jacket. I wouldn't work for you anyway, he muttered, his voice heavy with wounded pride. I have other opportunities. As they turned to depart, I called after them. Alaric, the offer stands. If you change your mind, please contact Alawan directly. My father ushered my mother and brother toward the door, but as they approached, my mother paused and turned back to look at me, possibly for the first time in years. Her expression was complicated, a mix of perplexity, resentment, and something else, perhaps recognition. Your office is lovely, she added quietly. You've done well for yourself. It wasn't an apology or a congratulation, but it was something, some acknowledgement, however little, of the life I'd created. Following their departure, Elowen and Callista stayed, both looking anxious. Are you all right? Callista inquired. I took a big breath and nodded. Yes. Actually, for the first time in a long time, I believe I am. Because standing my ground, speaking my truth, and refusing to reduce myself to make others comfortable felt liberating. It seemed like I was finally becoming the person I was always supposed to be. After 2 weeks without hearing from my family, I put myself into work, finalizing our European development plans, and coordinating the transition to our new, larger office space. The confrontation with my parents and Alaric had been unpleasant, but it had also been clarifying. For the first time, I spoke my truth without apologizing for my success or downplaying my accomplishments to make others comfortable. It was Sunday afternoon, and I was relaxing on my sofa with a book and a cup of tea when my phone rang. It was my apartment building's security desk. Miss Drayton, your parents have requested to see you. Should I send them up? I sat up straight, shocked. My parents had never been to my place before, and after a moment of doubt, I consented to let them in. When I opened the door, I noticed how much older my parents were compared to 2 weeks previously. My father's shoulders were slightly bent, and my mother's grin was cautious and doubtful. Celine, my mother murmured softly. Thank you for visiting us. We should have contacted beforehand, but we weren't sure you'd be willing to meet. Come in, I said, stepping aside so they might enter. They came into my living room, taking in the modern furnishings, the floor-to-ceiling windows with views of the city, and the tasteful art on the walls. I observed my mother's eyes searching for family photos, but finding none. Can I get you some water, tea, and coffee? I offered, relying on civility to get beyond the awkwardness. No, thank you, my father replied, becoming calmer than he had been in my office. We won't be staying long. We sat down, my parents on the sofa and me in an armchair across from them. For a moment, no one talked. Alaric lost his job, my father finally remarked, getting to the point. The day after we saw you, his boss found out he'd been interviewing elsewhere and let him go. Percival Hargrove was well known for his aversion to disloyalty, so I nodded without surprise. He's been looking for other positions, but nothing has come through yet, my mother explained. And Marigold, she broke up with him last week. Said she needs to concentrate on her career. I felt a twinge of sorrow for my brother. Losing a career and a relationship in the same week was a devastating blow for anyone. I'm sorry to hear that, I answered truly. Is he all right? My parents exchanged looks. He's staying with us for now, my mother added. He's struggling. I waited, thinking there was more to say, until my father cleared his throat. Celine, about what happened at your office and at Christmas. He paused, apparently struggling to continue. What your father is trying to convey, my mother said, is that we've been thinking. And some are realizing. Realize what? I inquired, keeping my tone calm. That we've been unkind to you, my mother said. We didn't see for a long time. We did not want to see how hard you worked or what you had accomplished. We were wrong to exclude you from Christmas. It was cruel, my father said gruffly. The statement astonished me because I couldn't recall ever hearing my father admit he was wrong about anything. Why are you telling me this now? I asked. Is it because you want me to hire Alaric? My father's face heated. Partly, he said with surprising honesty, but also because seeing your office and firm made us realize we didn't really know you, Celine. We were so focused on Alaric and what we wanted for him that we never noticed what you were building. And we should have. We should have been proud of you, my mother said softly. We should have supported you. I felt a complex combination of feelings, including affirmation, lingering hurt, and cautious hope. It's not too late, I said, to get to know each other. But it must be different. I will not undervalue myself or my accomplishments in order to make others feel better. Not anymore. My father nodded slowly. We get it now. At least we're trying. About Alaric, my mother said tentatively. The offer I made still exists, I answered. He can apply for an entry-level position in our marketing department. He and everyone else will have to earn any promotions depending on their performance. But I'll make certain he receives fair attention. That's more than fair, my father agreed. I'll talk to him. After a little period of silence, my mother inquired. How did you do it, Celine? Build everything on your own? For the first time in my adult life, my mother inquired about my work with genuine interest, and I began to tell her about Taekishin's early days, the hurdles and breakthroughs, the hard nights and modest successes that had led to where I was now. As I spoke, I noticed a shift in my parents' expressions. Not just acknowledgement, but a newfound respect. They were finally recognizing me as a successful woman who had produced something substantial through her own work, rather than their daughter who needed to stay in her place. When they left an hour later, nothing had been totally resolved. Years of dismissal and favoritism couldn't be erased in a single chat, but a door had been opened, creating the prospect of a different type of connection in the future. The following week, Alaric called Aloan to inquire about the entry-level marketing position. He sounded somber, humbled by recent events. Aloan put him through the usual application procedure, and he was interviewed by the marketing team without any special consideration. To my surprise, he took the post when it was offered, despite the huge pay drop from his former employment. On his first day, he came to my office, frightened but determined. I want to do this well, he stated. Learn the business properly. Earn my place. That's all anyone is asking, I said. And Celine, he said. I apologize. About Christmas. About a variety of topics. I nodded, accepting his apology without taking it too lightly. Show me with actions, not words, Alaric. That is how trust is rebuilt. As spring went to summer, modest changes began to take place. My mother called on a daily basis, inquiring about my work with genuine curiosity. My father was slower to adjust, but he made his own attempts by sending me articles about the software business or asking questions about Taekishin's expansion plans. Alaric shocked everyone by taking his new job seriously, arriving early, staying late, and soaking up knowledge from his coworkers. He still had moments of entitlement and occasionally wanted special treatment, but he was learning and maturing. In July, I received another invitation, this time to my parents' anniversary dinner, with no indication of who would or would not be welcome, and no strings attached. It was simply an opportunity to celebrate with family. As I confirmed my attendance, I reflected on the past 6 months. The painful Christmas exclusion had been a catalyst for change, forcing long-buried issues into the open. The confrontation in my office had been uncomfortable but necessary, allowing for honesty after years of polite fiction. We were not a perfect family, and we never would be. There was too much history, too many ingrained patterns to overcome completely. But we were finding a new way forward, based on truth, respect, and the recognition that family relationships, like anything worthwhile, require work and commitment from all sides. Standing up for myself did not ruin my family, as I had feared for so many years. Rather, it allowed something more true to sprout from the ashes of old expectations and assumptions. Something that, with time and work, may grow stronger and more important than what came before. For the time being, that possibility sufficed. Caught my husband booking a Caribbean cruise with his lover, so I boarded the same ship with her fiancé and took the cabin right next door. The notification came on my screen around 3:17 p.m. on a Tuesday. A forwarded email confirmation from Paradise Cruise Lines, which was not intended for me but was unintentionally shared with our family cloud account. A luxury suite, champagne package and couples massage were all booked in my husband's name for the next week at his crucial business meeting in Seattle. Except there was another name on the reservation. Maris. My hands did not quiver, my coffee did not spill. Something solidified inside me. 15 years of marriage were suddenly captured with exquisite and awful clarity. I scrolled over the itinerary with weird detachment. A 5-day Caribbean cruise, an ocean view balcony room, a captain's table dinner, and all the romantic cliches you'd expect from a man who couldn't even remember what flowers I wanted for our anniversary. Working late again tonight, he texted me an hour ago. Don't wait up. I perused the cruise itinerary, noting the lovely cabin number 1243, deck 10, starboard side. Something about seeing those particular details made it seem true. This was more than simply an affair. This was planning, calculating, and creating a parallel life while I maintained ours. What a fool I'd been. I recall standing up and went to our shared bedroom closet. His suits hung alongside my outfits, as if they belonged there. His shoes aligned with mine. The physical proximity of our belongings suddenly became disgusting. My phone rang again just as I was about to start ripping his garments down to tear the fabric and obliterate the memories. Another notice from the family cloud. A photograph appears. A young blonde woman with excellent teeth poses in front of a mirror while wearing lingerie with price tags still hanging on it. The caption said, "Can't wait for you to take this off on our trip." Counting down the days. I recognized her. Maris is the new customer service director for my husband's company. The person he insisted on inviting to our Christmas celebration last December. The person who had looked at me with sympathy while receiving a glass of wine at my house. What kept me from trashing his belongings was not restraint, it was a random memory, a talk I overheard at a charity banquet 3 months prior. Maris is openly discussing her engagement to a tech entrepreneur, showing off a flashy diamond ring, and boasting about her upcoming June wedding. I perched on the side of our bed, phone still in hand, and tried something I'd never done before. I looked up her name on social media. Her profile was public, with hashtags for being blessed and future wife. And there he was, her fiancé, tagged in dozens of images. Cassian, gorgeous in his polished Silicon Valley style. His personal profile is full with startup success stories and motivational remarks. One recent post piqued my interest. Heading on a solo trip before the wedding madness. Time to clear my head and come back, ready to start forever with a Maris. The cruise dates coincided exactly. A peculiar peace washed over me, the type that comes when the universe delivers something so perfectly timed that it feels like destiny. I opened my laptop and went to Paradise Cruise Line's deck layouts and cabin availability. My credit card was already in my hands. 20 minutes later, I received my own confirmation email. Single cabin 1245, located adjacent to their love nest. The symmetry was too beautiful to overlook. I took a big breath and did the only reasonable thing a lady in my situation could do. I found Cassian's business email address on his company website and sent him a note. Mr. Cassian, I believe we have an important conversation about our respective partners and their impending Caribbean cruise. Would you be available for coffee tomorrow? It concerns your fiancé, Maris, and my husband, who have made plans I believe you should be aware of. I've attached the booking confirmation. I did not cry. I did not yell. I just waited and watched the small dots that suggested he was reading my message. Typing, pausing, and typing again. He responded 3 minutes later. Where and when? The next morning, I sat at a corner booth in an affluent downtown cafe, staring out the door. I recognized him right away, taller in person with the confident stride of someone used to commanding rooms. His eyes met mine across the room, recognition, understanding, the expression of someone whose world was also shattered. He sat across from me. There is no need to shake hands or introduce yourself. Show me everything, he urged gently, so I did. By the time our coffees were cold, we had created an alliance based on mutual treachery. Not just an alliance, pact or strategy. They think they're so clever, I added, finally allowing myself a sad smile. They have no idea what's coming. Cassian's face hardened with determination. What exactly did you have in mind? I leaned forward, my voice lowered. I already booked the cabin next to theirs, but one person watching their romantic getaway crumble isn't as satisfying as two, don't you think? He mirrored my lean, his voice equally low. Are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? I'm suggesting we both take that cruise. I'm suggesting we become very, very good friends who just happen to be everywhere they are. I'm suggesting we make this the vacation they'll never forget, for all the wrong reasons. For the first time since we'd set up our chairs, Cassian scowled. It was an unpleasant smile. It was the smile of someone envisioning sweet, measured retribution. I'm in, he said. But we need to be smarter than them. We need a plan that doesn't just catch them, but destroys whatever fantasy they've built. I nodded, feeling something like exhilaration beneath my fury. By the time we dock back in Miami, they'll wish they never set foot on that ship. The week preceding the cruise included an Academy Award-worthy performance. I kissed my hubby farewell as he packed his conference attire. I helped him select a tie for his presentation. I even took him to the airport, waving from the departure lane with a huge smile on my face. I'll miss you, he replied, his gaze not meeting mine. Oh, I'm sure the time will fly, I said, recalling the bikinis and evening gowns already packed in my own bag, stashed in Cassian's temporary residence. As soon as his plane took off, not for Seattle, but for Miami, I drove straight to the port, where Cassian was waiting. We had spent the previous week preparing, coordinating, and creating a backstory that would make us appear to be old college buddies reunited by happenstance, as well as practicing our reactions in case we accidentally bumped into our cheating companions. We planned identical beach excursions to those they had scheduled, having memorized the ship's layout. "How are you feeling?" Cassian inquired as we checked into the cruise port, his hand momentarily caressing my shoulder. "I keep alternating between wanting to cry and wanting to push them both overboard, I told you." He nodded. "I've already looked up maritime law. Unfortunately, that would be frowned upon." That unexpected burst of black humor caused me to giggle for the first time in days. My throat felt funny. We boarded separately, planning to meet later after settling into our cabins. I readily spotted mine at 12:45, exactly next to where my husband would shortly be cuddling his sweetheart. I put my ear on the opposite wall. For the time being, it's empty. Their flight would not arrive for several hours. I unpacked slowly, hanging clothing I had purchased expressly for the voyage. My husband had never seen these dresses. Dresses selected to make a statement when the inevitable clash occurred. At 6 p.m., Cassian texted, "They've boarded. I just saw them at check-in. They didn't see me." My heart raced. My palms became moist. The time was arriving faster than I expected. Cassian and I met in a bar 3 decks up, far enough apart to avoid running into each other. He already had a martini ready for me. "To the most twisted vacation either of us has ever taken," he exclaimed, raising his glass. I clinked mine against his. "May we survive with our dignity, if not our marriages." "My marriage appears to have ended before it began." His voice had the hollow tone I'd been feeling in my chest for days. We then shared our stories, adding up the details of our relationships. Cassian first met Maris at a technology conference 2 years ago. They had gotten engaged too hastily. He recognized there had been evidence of her infidelity, unexplained absences, suspicious phone activity, and unexpected business situations. "I ignored it all," he said, staring at his glass. "I wanted so badly to believe I'd found the right person." 15 years, I answered. 15 years I gave him. We talked about children. We decided together to focus on our careers first. We had a timeline. Next year was supposed to be our year to try. My voice broke unexpectedly. Cassian's expression softened. "I'm sorry." "Don't be," I replied. "Be angry." "I am." We talked for hours, drinking enough to relax but not enough to distort our judgment. We needed to be sharp and ready. Around 10 p.m., we went to the main dining room for the welcome supper. And there they were, seated at a table for 2 near the windows. My husband's hand rested on Maris's lower back while they reviewed the menu. Intimate, familiar, and practiced. The sight hit me harder than I anticipated. It was not their first journey together. This was not new. The understanding caused my knees to buckle somewhat. Cassian supported me with his hand on my elbow. "Not yet," he muttered. "Let them think they got away with it. Tomorrow we begin." We went to another restaurant but I could not eat. My gut was knotted with acid and rage. "How long do you think this has been going on?" I inquired, moving pasta around my plate. "Does it matter? A day? A month? A year? They both betrayed us." "It matters to me," I insisted. "I need to know how much of my life has been a lie." Back in my cabin that night, I pushed my ear against the wall. I could hear them laughing, chatting, and the occasional squeak of the bed springs. I documented it all as evidence of what was to follow. I barely slept. When dawn came, Cassian and I met for breakfast on the Lido terrace. We discovered that our cheating companions had scheduled a snorkeling excursion at our first port of call, a small private island owned by the cruise line. "Are you ready for day one?" Cassian inquired, pushing a coffee toward me. "As ready as I'll ever be." We boarded the boat to the island 30 minutes after my husband and Maris left. We could easily see them on the beach, sharing a lounge chair, her head on his chest, his fingers sliding through her hair. Cassian and I positioned our own chairs perfectly in their line of sight, but tilted so they wouldn't notice us right away. We waited for the ideal moment: recognition, horror. It happened when my husband stood up to order drinks from the beach bar. He turned, holding 2 frozen cocktails, and halted in mid-step as he saw me. The drinks tipped, blue liquid splashing across his hands. I gave a nonchalant wave, as if we were running into each other at the groceries. His face turned pale so quickly that I thought he may faint. He stood transfixed, unable to move toward me or back to Maris, who continued to scan through her phone, obliviously. I adjusted my new swimsuit, a daring red one I would never have picked before, and marched straight for him. "What a coincidence," I exclaimed, loudly enough for adjacent sunbathers to hear. "How lucky to run into you here. The weather looks different than I remembered from Seattle." He opened and closed his lips, speechless. Over his shoulder I noticed Maris look up, bewilderment on her face, then dread as she saw Cassian approaching behind me. "What? How?" my husband finally said. "Your lover should be more careful about sharing your itinerary on the family cloud account," I added with a smile. "Oh, and you should meet my friend Cassian. I think he already knows your girlfriend." I looked at Maris, whose face had gone the color of sour milk. "That engagement ring looks beautiful in the sunlight. Does your fiancé know you're engaged? Or is that just a detail you've overlooked while planning your romantic getaway?" People were staring at us now, openly watching the drama play on the pristine white beach. "This isn't what it looks like," my spouse finally replied, in the most hackneyed way conceivable. "Really?" I asked, looking at the two blue drinks, Maris's surprised expression, and then back at him. "Because it looks exactly like you're on a cruise with your lover while telling your wife you're at a business conference in Seattle." Cassian came up and addressed Maris directly. "We've booked all the same shore excursions as you. Isn't that a wonderful coincidence? We'll have lots of quality time together on this trip." And that was only the beginning. The first day of 5, the start of what would become the most agonizing vacation for two people who thought they had gotten away with betrayal. I realized then that I had given this man everything: my youth, my trust, and my unwavering support despite professional upheavals and family losses. I'd been there through it all, feeling that we were creating something substantial together, and all the while, he had been establishing his own life, one that did not include me. I gave them one final smile. "Enjoy your drinks. The cruise is just beginning." That night, Cassian and I reassembled in my cabin, discussing the day's confrontation and fine-tuning our approach for the next days. The initial shock had offered satisfaction, but it was insufficient. Their betrayal was far too deep. "They're rattled," Cassian observed, pacing the cramped space of my chamber. I intercepted Maris trying to change their dinner reservations and shore excursions. I nodded while scrolling through the ship's software on my tablet. "They won't get far. I've befriended 3 crew members who keep me updated on any changes they try to make." This was no longer a spontaneous reaction. Throughout that week of planning, I was systematic in ways I never imagined I could be. My husband had no idea that before leaving the house, I had photographed all of his workplace paperwork. I'd downloaded his text message history using our phone plan's backup service. I phoned our bank and identified major expenses from the previous year, resulting in a clear timeline of his affair via hotel bills and gift purchases. What Maris didn't realize was that Cassian had been similarly diligent, taking screenshots of suspicious texts, following her location history, and, most importantly, documenting how she had been diverting funds from their startup's investors to support expensive items. "Tomorrow is the formal dinner," I added, looking over the schedule. "They'll expect us to make a scene." Cassian stopped pacing. "So we don't. We do the opposite." "Exactly." I smiled, experiencing a frigid clarity. "We'll be charming. Friendly, even. We'll invite them to join our table. We'll talk casually about psychological warfare." Cassian nodded gratefully. The anticipation of confrontation is often worse than the confrontation itself. I stood and headed to my suitcase, taking out a wrapped packet. "I've been saving this for the right moment. Now, I think I know when to use it." Inside were photos, security camera shots from the ship, of my husband and Maris from prior vacations. Dates, timestamps, and confirmation of a trend dating back 18 months. The chief of security had been surprisingly supportive once I described my circumstances, offering a large consultation fee. "How did you get these?" Cassian inquired, impressed. "Let's just say when your husband brags about always booking the same cruise line for business trips, it creates a traceable pattern." I organized the photographs chronologically. 8 cruises in 18 months, always with her, always during what he claimed were conferences or client meetings. Cassian whistled faintly. "That's not a romance. That's a second relationship." "Exactly. And tomorrow night, I want them both to understand that we know everything. Not just this cruise. Everything." We sat up past midnight arranging every contact and casual encounter for the coming days. We were no longer improvising. This was a planned revenge. The next morning we went on another shore excursion, this time to our first point of call to see ancient ruins. Cassian and I arrived right on time, just as my husband and Maris were about to board the tour bus. When they saw us, the color left their faces. I smiled cheerfully and took a seat straight behind them. "Good morning. Sleep well?" Maris looked straight ahead, rigid with stress. My husband gave a feeble smile. Look, we can talk privately." "Oh, we'll have plenty of time to talk," I told him. "We have 3 more days together on this lovely ship." No rush. Throughout the tour, Cassian and I kept up a polite conversation, occasionally asking benign questions to our uneasy companions. "Have you visited these ruins before? Isn't the architecture fascinating?" Each everyday interaction appeared to make them more nervous than a direct confrontation would. When we got back to the ship, they were plainly upset, exchanging heated whispers, peering over their shoulders, and jumping at every corner where they glimpsed us. I donned a black dress I purchased expressly for this vacation to the formal dinner that night. Elegant and modest, but with just enough edge to make a statement. Cassian donned a fitted suit that showcased his athletic physique. We entered the dining room intentionally, 15 minutes after my husband and Maris had been seated. "May we join you?" I inquired, already drawing out a seat at their table for 2. "The maitre d' mentioned you had room." He couldn't refuse without causing a scene. Trapped by social convention, they shuffled uneasily as we settled in. "Wonderful evening, isn't it?" Cassian asked, unfolding his napkin with practiced elegance. "Maris, that dress looks familiar. Didn't you wear it to the Henderson Charity Gala last month?" Her eyes expanded slightly. The Henderson Gala had been a work function, and she had presented my husband as a colleague. "Yes, I think so," she muttered. I flagged down a waiter. "Champagne for the table, please." "We're celebrating." My husband's expression clouded. "What exactly are we celebrating?" I grinned as I reached into my purse for the envelope containing images. "Anniversaries, specifically the 18-month anniversary of your first cruise together." I arranged the images on the table one by one, almost like dealing cards. Caribbean, March last year; Mediterranean, May; Alaska, July. Each one during what you told me were business trips. The blood drained from his face. "How did you—" "I've always admired your consistency," I said, my voice steady despite my racing heart. "Same cruise line, often the same cabin category, made tracking surprisingly easy." Maris's hand trembled as she grabbed for the water glass. Cassian picked that moment to make his contribution. "Speaking of consistency," he remarked, sliding a folder across the table toward Maris. "I've been reviewing our company's finances. Interesting pattern of withdrawals that coincides with the dates of these cruises." Her glass had frozen halfway to her lips. "That's not, you can't prove." "Our investors were quite interested in the documentation," Cassian explained calmly. "I had a fascinating call with them yesterday." This was the moment I had hoped for. Witnessing the dawn of realization that we weren't just furious spouses lashing out. We'd been methodical, patient. We had receipts, literally and figuratively. "What do you want?" my husband finally inquired, his voice barely heard above the diner's background hubbub. I leaned forward and maintained eye contact. "For tonight, just dinner, pleasant conversation. Maybe you could tell Cassian about your conference schedule for the next few months. I'm sure he'd be interested to know which business trips are actually romantic getaways." They sat still, locked in their own web of falsehoods. As the server approached with champagne, I raised my glass. To truth, it always surfaces eventually. Throughout dinner, we maintained a pleasant conversation, occasionally dropping tidbits that demonstrated how carefully we had investigated their affair. Each discovery seemed like a precise incision, with little wounds that compounded to do great damage. By dessert, they both appeared physically unwell. When we eventually stood to leave, I placed a room key card on the table. "For your convenience," I clarified. "It's for the cabin adjacent to yours. We've been taking turns listening through the wall. The soundproofing is surprisingly poor." My husband's expression contorted with the realization that even their most private moments had been jeopardized. As Cassian and I walked away, he muttered, "That was masterful. But that's just the beginning, isn't it?" I nodded, not joyfully, but with cold satisfaction. Tomorrow we moved to phase 2. Tonight was about showing them we know everything. Tomorrow is about showing them what that knowledge will cost them. Back at my cabin, I finally allowed myself to experience genuine grief. Not for my husband, but for the life I had envisioned. 15 years lost, trust shattered, and future hopes dashed. But in its place was something unexpected. A sense of personal power. I had been caught off guard by betrayal. However, I had replied with planned action rather than helpless despair. Before going to bed, I texted Cassian one last time, thanking him for the day. Tomorrow, we will show no mercy. His response was immediate. They caused the situation. We're only ensuring they face the punishment they deserve. I fell asleep to the sound of a muted quarrel through the wall, a lullaby of justice unfolding. The third day of the voyage started bright and clear. The weather was ideal for what Cassian and I had planned. While my husband and Maris argued all night, we were finalizing arrangements with the many crew members and passengers we had recruited to our cause. Our first interaction was during breakfast. We noticed them at a corner table, slumped over coffee, looking weary and nervous. Instead of approaching, we sat in the center of the dining room, laughing and conversing with a group of travelers we had become acquainted with. Specifically, two couples who turned out to be from my husband's industry. Maëlle and Sabine are from Westbrook Partners, I said as we passed by their table later, waving at our new pals. Apparently, they've been trying to reach your company about that merger proposal. What a coincidence finding them here. My husband's coffee cup clattered against the saucer. Westbrook Partners was a large potential client that his company had been pursuing for months. They were learning about his business conference as he sat close to his lover. We're having drinks with them later, Cassian said pleasantly. You should join us. I'm sure they'd love to hear about your professional commitments. They did not answer, but their message was plain. Their private affair was becoming more public, with serious professional ramifications. By midday, we'd completed the following phase. When they arrived for their scheduled couples massage at the ship's spa, they discovered that their appointment had been unintentionally altered to separate sessions in different rooms. Meanwhile, Cassian and I were enjoying their original time slot, having befriended the spa manager with a big gratuity and a believable narrative about anniversary celebrations. Small disruptions occurred throughout the day. Their lunch reservation was mysteriously canceled. Their shore excursion was overbooked. Their special demands were lost in the system. Nothing dramatic enough to suggest sabotage, just a constant stream of hassles jeopardizing their romantic getaway. However, the true turning point occurred that evening. The ship's entertainment included a passenger talent show followed by a dance competition. Cassian and I had signed up, and we had entered my husband's and Maris's names without their knowledge. Our next contestants, declared the cruise director to the full lounge, join us in celebrating a special occasion. Let's welcome Gideon and Maris. A spotlight swung to their table, and they sat paralyzed in fear as their names were called. The audience applauded warmly. We've heard they're celebrating a special relationship anniversary, the director said, reading from the card I supplied. 18 months of relationship bliss, although I'm also hearing congratulations are in order for Maris's engagement. Wait, that can't be right. My husband and Maris remained frozen to their seats, mortified expressions on their faces, while confused murmurs rippled throughout the audience. Maybe they're feeling shy, Cassian said from our table. Maybe they'd feel more comfortable if we showed everyone photos of their celebration first. Before they could react, the enormous screen behind the stage flashed with images, security camera photos from past trips intermingled with screenshots of texts between them discussing their rendezvous. I had carefully cut out everything directly incriminating, leaving only enough information for the listener to put together the incident. We didn't authorize, my husband sputtered, eventually finding his voice as he stood. Oh, one more special photo, I said, indicating to the AV guy I had befriended. The screen shifted to Maris's engagement announcement post, with her dazzling smile next to Cassian and a big ring prominently displayed. The date stamp was unmistakable. 6 months into her affair with my spouse. The audience grew silent as they came to terms with the situation. Then came the murmurs, sideways stares, and judgment. They avoided this by having their affair on anonymous cruises where no one knew them. But here, their secrets were being revealed in public. I think that's our cue, Cassian replied, standing up and offering me his hand. We should show them how it's done. We took to the dance floor for the competition, performing a tango that we had performed during the planning week. Every dramatic bend and dip was accomplished with perfection, and our eyes met in an act of connection that elicited thunderous applause. When we concluded, I noticed my husband and Maris leave the lounge, heads down, unwilling to face the room full of strangers who now knew their secret. We watched from a distance as they argued in a remote section of the deck. Their body language told the story: accusations, denials, and recriminations. "They're imploding," Cassian noted quietly. "Good," I said, feeling more satisfied than I had imagined. "But we're not finished yet." That night, we carried out the final element of our ship-based plan. While they were dealing with the aftermath of the public humiliation, I arranged for the ship's photographic staff to deliver something unique to their cabin: a commemorative album prepared utilizing the ship's photo service. Inside were professional images taken during the cruise, candid shots of their disagreements, tense body language, and apparent discomfort, with Cassian and me appearing in frame after frame. The photographers had been well compensated for capturing these moments covertly. The record title is inscribed in exquisite script: "When Truth Surfaced, A Journey of Discovery." We observed from the hallway as a steward delivered the item through the crack in their door. I caught a peek of my husband's face when he opened it. The dawn of recognition, the fall toward defeat. But the real highlight came the following morning, when the ship prepared to arrive at our final port of call. Cassian and I had planned a spectacular announcement over the ship's PA system. "Attention passengers. Gideon and Maris. Could you please report to the purser's office regarding an urgent matter with your disembarkation documents?" When they arrived, visibly apprehensive, they discovered not only the purser but also a representative from the cruise line's corporate office, who happened to be on board. Another lucky link that we had established. "Mr. Gideon, Miss Maris," the representative said formally, "it has come to our attention that you may have used fraudulent information when booking this cruise." My hubby frowned. "What are you talking about?" "Your booking indicates this trip was reserved through your company as a business expense with tax documentation filed accordingly. However, the nature of your stay appears to be personal rather than professional." Maris paled. We didn't." "Furthermore," the worker said, "there's the matter of using company credit cards for non-business expenses, which has been flagged by your company's compliance department." Cassian and I watched from a safe distance as my husband's professional life began to collapse in real time. The information we gathered, including email exchanges that I provided to his company's ethics hotline, prompted an internal investigation. Meanwhile, Maris received tragic news. Her access to the startup's financial accounts had been restricted pending an audit ordered by investors. Cassian had acted quickly, and her financial maneuvers were now being scrutinized. As they stood there, their well-constructed parallel lives collapsing around them, I felt strangely elated. Not happy, not quite vindication, but a strong sense of fairness. "This isn't just about the betrayal," I explained gently to Cassian as we watched from a distance. "It's about the calculation, the premeditation, the years of lies." He nodded. "They thought they were too smart to get caught, too arrogant to face consequences." "Do you regret anything?" I inquired, suddenly wondering about his sentiments as our plan came to an end. Cassian thought about this for a bit. "I regret trusting someone who didn't deserve it. I regret not seeing the signs earlier. But this," he motioned toward the tableau unfolding, "this I don't regret at all." When my husband and Maris exited from the purser's office, their faces ashen with the realization that their acts had real-world ramifications beyond their love relationship, I stepped into their way. "Do you enjoy the cruise?" I inquired, my voice firm and clear. My spouse stared at me with fresh eyes, not rage or disobedience, but anything like dread. "I'm afraid to find out what else I know. What more could I have done?" "This is just the beginning," I explained quietly. "When we dock tomorrow, you'll find your belongings packed and waiting at a hotel. The locks have been changed. Divorce papers are with my lawyer, and every member of our family and social circle has received a detailed account of how and why our marriage ended." I turned to Maris. "As for you, I wonder if your wedding vendors will refund your deposits. Cassian tells me he's been quite thorough in his communications with them." She flinched, like if I had hit her. "The thing about betrayal," I said to them all, "is that it shows who people really are. You both showed me exactly who you are. I'm just making sure everyone else sees it too." Cassian and I walked away, leaving them in disbelief behind us. That night, our last night on the ship, we dined at the captain's table, which had initially been reserved for my husband and Maris but had been changed to us thanks to the contacts we had formed. "To new beginnings," Cassian suggested, raising his glass. I clinked mine with his, feeling lighter than I have in years. "And to truth, no matter how painful, always setting you free." 6 months after that fatal cruise, I stood on a different deck, this time belonging to my new waterfront condominium. The water spread out before me, endless and uncertain, much like my future. However, for the first time in a long time, the uncertainty seemed exciting rather than fearful. The divorce had been completed with astonishing rapidity. My husband, faced with the pile of evidence I had gathered and the professional shame that was now developing, had not opposed any of my conditions. His affair had cost him much more than his marriage. The ethical probe at his company ended in a demotion and professional censure. The cruise line also barred him from future bookings after establishing that he had committed fraud with his business cost claims. Maris's story had unraveled even more dramatically. The financial problems Cassian discovered were only the tip of the iceberg. When investors started looking closely at their startup's accounts, they discovered a pattern of embezzlement that resulted in criminal charges. Her wedding, needless to say, never happened. The terminated vendor contracts and non-refundable payments had caused a financial strain, exacerbating her legal issues. I sipped my morning coffee while watching seagulls whirl against the beautiful blue sky. Cassian sent me a text message. "We've just landed. Is lunch still on?" Our relationship has changed in unforeseen ways since the cruise. Not romantically, we were both too traumatized for that, but into something equally worthwhile. A genuine connection formed in the furnace of mutual betrayal and rehabilitation. We stayed in touch during the aftermath, helping each other through divorce proceedings, legal obstacles, and the emotional upheaval of reconstructing our lives. He had relocated to create a new office for his now thriving company in my seaside city, a business choice that coincided with my own post-divorce move. I texted back, "See you at the Pier restaurant at 1, as I prepared our lunch. Consumed with rage and betrayal, I pondered on how far things had deviated from what either of us had intended when we boarded that cruise 6 months ago. Neither of us had anticipated growing stronger, or making a genuine connection with each other. When I arrived, the Pier restaurant was bustling, but Cassian had reserved our usual table on the terrace. When he spotted me, he stood up and smiled genuinely. "The Tokyo deal is closed," he said as I sat down. "The investors are thrilled." "Congratulations." I raised my water glass in a faux salute. Not bad for someone whose fiancé tried to sink his company. He laughed more frequently over the months. "Speaking of sinking, did you hear anything about our favorite couple?" I shake my head. "Not directly, but Elowen mentioned seeing Gideon at a conference last month. Apparently, he's lost weight and looks haunted." Throughout the divorce, Elowen, my former neighbor, remained staunchly supportive of me. "Maris's plea agreement was finalized," Cassian said. "Probation, restitution, and community service. Her parents had to mortgage their house for her legal fees." We shared these updates not with hatred, but with the detached interest of people who had moved on from the urge for revenge. Satisfaction had passed into something more significant. Indifference. Our lunch arrived, and we talked about our present lives, my new consulting business, his development goals, and the charity gala we'd both be attending next weekend. "I've been meaning to ask," Cassian explained as we finished dessert. "That cruise line sent me a promotional email yesterday. Caribbean itinerary, special offer for holiday travel." I raised an eyebrow. "Planning another revenge cruise so soon?" "Actually," he replied, his demeanor serious. "I was thinking about reclaiming the experience. A trip with no agenda or manipulation, just enjoyment." "Sounds good," I said, shocked by his suggestion. "Would you consider coming as friends?" he said hurriedly. "I think we both deserve to experience a cruise that isn't organized around someone else's betrayal." I contemplated his offer, an unexpected invitation to return to the place of our weird union. 6 months ago, I would have shuddered at the thought. Now I find myself nodding. "I'd like that," I replied simply. As we went down the waterfront after lunch, I realized something significant had changed. The cruise that was supposed to uncover betrayal had instead revealed something quite different: my own resilience. I had survived not just my husband's adultery, but also the breakdown of a future in which I had placed my whole trust. "You know what?" I asked as we stopped to watch the sailboats in the port. "Sometimes I almost want to thank them." Cassian seemed astonished. "Thank them for what?" "For forcing me to become someone stronger than I ever knew I could be. For inadvertently introducing me to a true friend." I made a gesture toward her. "Their betrayal was painful, but what came after? I wouldn't change it for anything." He nodded slowly. "I've had the same thought. If Maris hadn't cheated, I'd be married to someone who was willing to steal from our company and lie to my face daily. Instead, I'm here rebuilding something authentic." The sun sparkled over the sea, bathing everything in golden light. In that moment, I recognized the most surprising result of all. True closure does not come from revenge, no matter how satisfying it may be. It comes from repurposing the rubble to create something honest and genuine. So, Cassian remarked, checking his watch, I should head back for my conference call. But what about that cruise, winter vacation, New Year's itinerary? I grinned, experiencing a lightness that had before seemed unattainable. New Year sounds perfect, an appropriate way to start the next chapter. As we said our goodbyes, I took one last look at the ocean, the same ocean we'd sailed on that disastrous voyage. The sea that had carried us through betrayal, now extended before me, symbolizing possibility. The vista was open, the future was unknown, and for the first time in years I was really interested to see what happened next. My dad shamed me for my clothes. So I walked into school in a beekeeper suit, and the principal called Child Protective Services. It all started when I wore a tank top and shorts to the grocery store on a 90-degree day. You're not leaving the house dressed like an SL, my father said as I grabbed my car keys. I looked down at my perfectly average summer clothes. Cover yourself up, because I'm not going to have my daughter walking around looking like she's for sale, he said, his cheeks flushed with rage. I returned upstairs and changed into pants and a hoodie, despite the heat. And he nodded approvingly, explaining that this was about respect, dignity, and maintaining my reputation. I used his credit card to shop online that night because he was so concerned about my clothes choices. Thank you for helping me understand modesty, I remarked the next morning, dressed in a full-length denim garment that covered everything but my hands and face. He appeared pleased until we arrived at his office cookout, when everyone kept asking whether I was all right and why I was dressed for winter. She's exploring modest fashion, he stated uneasily, as his co-workers exchanged worried glances. I stood there, sweating through 3 layers of clothes. I wore a beekeeper suit to school on Monday because my father had made it plain that I needed to cover up and protect myself from unwanted scrutiny. The principal called him within an hour, wondering if everything was fine at home and if I was being forced to wear severe religious clothing. It's just a phase, my father informed them. However, I made it a point to declare loudly in the main office that my father had told my body was shameful and needed to be entirely covered from men's eyes. The counselor began taking notes, and my father's face became purple. On Tuesday, he had an important client dinner at the country club, and I arrived in full burqa. I had requested express shipping from Amazon. This is our daughter, my father replied faintly, as his Japanese investors looked in utter amazement. They continued to ask about our family's religious beliefs and whether this was usual in American houses as I sat silently, eating through my face covering. His biggest client approached him to address their reservations about doing business with someone who held such harsh views on women. And I overheard my father urgently attempting to explain that it was ordinary teenage rebellion. On Wednesday, I upgraded to a hazmat suit for his business picnic because he had mentioned biological protection so many times that it seemed appropriate. His boss's wife cornered him near the potato salad, expressing her serious concern about what was going on in our home. If you need resources for controlling behavior or religious extremism, we have employee assistance programs, she remarked, as I stood nearby in my yellow containment suit, explaining to anybody who inquired that my father had decided my skin was too dangerous to be exposed to the public. Thursday was parent-teacher conferences, so I wore a Victorian morning gown with a black veil that covered my entire face. My teacher asked my father directly if he was abusing me or driving me into a cult, as I sat there looking like a gothic ghost from 1850. She seems to be crying for help, the teacher replied angrily, while my father tried to explain that I was torturing myself. But she had previously read my essay on how my father called me an SL for wearing ordinary clothes. Friday, I went all out and wore a full medieval suit of armor to his promotion announcement dinner because nothing says covered up like actual metal plating. The clanking grabbed everyone's attention as I went in, and his regional manager instantly inquired as to why his daughter was ready for fight. My dad says my body is a weapon that needs to be contained, I told the entire restaurant, and several people took out their phones to record, while my father attempted to disappear into his chair. His promotion was postponed pending an examination into his domestic circumstances. Saturday morning, the neighbors staged an intervention after witnessing me mow the grass in a radiation suit all week. We're concerned about your daughter's well-being, Mrs. Jacobs stated, as 6 other concerned parents gathered behind her. They had documented everything with images and timestamps, resulting in what they described as evidence of escalating abuse. My father insisted that I was doing this to spite him, but I maintained complete innocence, claiming that I was simply obeying his instructions about modesty and hiding my shameful body. By Sunday, his girlfriend had texted him to say she couldn't date someone who had psychologically abused his daughter. His manager suggested he take family leave to cope with his problems, and Child Protective Services opened a case file after getting 17 reports from concerned residents. He sat at the kitchen table, his head in his hands, as I stood there wearing my most recent purchase, a full deep-sea diving gear complete with brass helmet. "Please stop this," he implored, but I reminded him that he had said I looked like an SL and needed to cover up. "Fine, wear whatever you want," he answered with defeat. But suddenly his phone called, and his lawyer's name came on the display. My mother had heard everything from worried friends and was filing for emergency custody due to psychological abuse. As he answered the phone, his face turned white, and he peered at me with dark eyes I'd never seen before. "Actually, forget the clothes," he murmured gently. "I have a better idea for how to teach you a lesson." He laid his phone on the kitchen counter, his gaze steely and black. And I realized immediately once that whatever this superior idea was, it signified something far worse than just clothes. When he stepped near me, my stomach fell sharply, and the brass diving helmet felt far too heavy on my shoulders. I needed to get out of the house right now. He walked past me toward the stairs without saying anything further, and I grabbed my phone from the table with shaky hands while wearing thick rubber gloves. I typed as quickly as I could to Mom, listening to his footsteps up the stairs. I informed her of his threat and urged her to come fetch me quickly. She texted back within seconds, claiming she was already on her way with her lawyer, Shinman, and instructed me to remain visible and keep my phone recording. I fumbled with the phone settings while wearing diving gloves and began filming just as Dad's footsteps returned to the top of the stairs. He came down with an old brown suitcase that I recognized from the hall closet and dumped it on the kitchen floor with a hefty thump. He announced that I will be attending a wilderness program for problematic youths starting tomorrow morning. He'd already paid the deposit while I was upstairs changing into the diving suit, and they specialized in dealing with rude daughters who embarrassed their families. The facility was named Redemption Ranch, and it was someplace in Utah. They had already sent someone to pick me up at 5 a.m. Before I could comprehend what he was saying, the doorbell rang loudly and urgently. Dad's expression changed from satisfied to confused. As he came to the door, I noticed Mom standing there with a woman in a business suit and 2 police officers, via the small window in his helmet. Mom rushed by Dad and presented the cops a packet of documents, stating that she was here to fetch me due to safety concerns. The woman in the suit was Shinman, and she was holding an official-looking document with a court seal. Dad attempted to block the doorway and began yelling that this was a kidnapping and that they couldn't simply take his daughter. Shinman maintained his composure and informed that the emergency custody order granted Mom interim custody, effective immediately. The 2 officers stayed in the doorway, ensuring that no one got aggressive, as Dad's face grew crimson with wrath. He started pointing at me in the diving suit, claiming that I was the one causing all of the trouble, but the officers just observed him closely. Mom urged me to go pack my stuff, so I waddled up the stairs as quickly as the heavy suit would allow. I grabbed my school backpack and tossed in random items from my dresser, my laptop, phone charger, and the folder with all of my costume receipts. Dad followed us about the home, shouting about conspiracies and manipulation as I packed. He kept accusing me of poisoning everyone against him, despite the fact that all I did was follow his own cover-up guidelines. Mom helped me take off the diving helmet so I could see better, but Dad seized it from her and tossed it against the wall. One of the officers entered the house and ordered Dad to calm down or they'd arrest him. I changed out of my diving suit in my bathroom as Mom stood guard outside the door, and I could hear Dad downstairs talking with Shinman about parental rights. When I came out in normal clothing for the first time in a week, Mom held me tightly and whispered that everything will be fine. We went downstairs, where Dad was pacing in the living room as the officers watched him. He tried once again to prevent us from leaving, but Shinman warned him that breaching the emergency order would result in immediate arrest. Dad remained in the doorway watching us get into Mom's car, and I saw him kick the doorframe hard as we drove away. That night we sat at Mom's modest kitchen table while Shinman spread out a stack of legal documents. She stated that the custody hearing would be in 2 weeks and that we needed to document everything. She claimed Dad's threat regarding the wilderness camp actually benefited our case because those places had a bad reputation for abuse. She'd already filed a motion to prevent him from transporting me anywhere without court clearance, and she requested copies of all of my outfit receipts as proof. Mom prepared us tea while Shinman took photos of everything with her phone, including screenshots of Dad's angry texts that had begun to arrive. She instructed me not to respond to any of his communications, and to forward anything to her immediately. Monday morning at school seemed strange and familiar at the same time. When I arrived into the counseling office before first period, Marissa Kane quickly stood up from her desk. She ushered me into her office and shut the door, wondering how I was feeling after the weekend's events. She'd been taking meticulous notes since the beekeeper suit incident and wanted to ensure I felt protected at Mom's house. She had a huge folder on her desk with my name on it, and there were printed emails and handwritten notes peeking out. She inquired whether I required any adjustments at school or if there were any safety concerns she should be aware of. As I was telling her about the emergency custody order, we heard shouting from the main office. Through the window, I saw Dad at the front desk, arguing with the receptionist about seeing me. The principal emerged from his office and stood between Dad and the hallway to the counseling office. Dad kept insisting that he had parental rights and that they could not separate him from his daughter, his voice growing louder with each statement. The principal informed him calmly but firmly that he needed to leave, or they'd call the cops, and Dad slammed his hand against the counter. I observed through the office window as 2 security officers emerged and led him to the door, shouting about lawsuits. He noticed me looking through the window and pointed at me, saying something I couldn't hear through the glass. Marissa Kane quickly called Mom to inform her of what had occurred, and then she called Shin Man to report the event. That afternoon, Mom picked me up from school early because Hosea Tanaka from CPS was scheduled to conduct our first official interview. He arrived at Mom's place with a tablet and a hefty case file, and his attitude was pleasant but serious. He sat across from me at the kitchen table and stated that he had been assigned to look into the 17 separate reports that had been filed. He was thorough but compassionate in his queries, inquiring about everything from the first tank top incident to the diving suit confrontation. He photographed all of my costume receipts, noting dates and quantities while inquiring about Dad's exact remarks and reactions to each outfit. He was particularly interested in the wilderness camp threat and requested any material on Redemption Ranch that Dad may have mentioned. I took out my phone and showed him the wilderness camp website Dad had bookmarked on our shared family computer 3 days prior. Hosea screenshotted everything, including the section about breaking rebellious spirits through isolation and hard labor. My phone began to vibrate with texts from Dad right away, and he continued to send message after message. The first one apologized and said he simply wanted to chat, but then they became enraged, claiming I was wrecking his life. Mom grabbed my phone and began taking screenshots of the texts as they arrived. Dad said that I had damaged his profession and relationship, and now I was attempting to take away his parenting rights. He stated no college would take me after what I'd done, and he'd make it clear to everyone that I was a manipulative person. Mom emailed everything to Shin, who phoned us back within minutes, stating that the harassment violated the emergency custody order. She instructed us to continue filming everything and not answer to any of his texts, regardless of what he said. That afternoon, we learned from a co-worker acquaintance that Huang Parrish had summoned Dad to his office after lunch. The entire workplace was discussing how Dad was placed on administrative leave while they examined all of the CPS reports that had been filed. Someone shared the armor incident video on social media, and it went viral, generating thousands of views and comments about toxic parenting. The regional manager was concerned about the company's reputation and wanted Dad out of the office until everything was resolved. Dad's co-worker stated that he departed the building carrying a box of his desk supplies and appeared absolutely defeated. My first encounter with Alba Ampos took place 2 days later, on Wednesday, at the family court facility in downtown. She had a small office full of toys and books, most of which I was too old for. She asked me to tell her about life at home before the tank top incident, and I explained how Dad had rules for everything. He chose my outfits for school portraits and significant events and became upset if I wore cosmetics or arranged my hair differently. She took notes as I discussed how he tracked my social media and read my text messages every night. She was very curious when I explained that he had thrown away clothes he didn't like without first telling me. She asked if there were any other controlling tendencies, and I told her about the time he forced me to leave drama club because the costumes were too exposing. That evening, Mom received a call from an unexpected source. Dad's ex-girlfriend of 6 months. She'd heard about everything through mutual acquaintances and wanted to help in any way she could. She told her mother that she fled because of her father's controlling conduct, and the diving suit story was the final straw. She stated she had disregarded so many red flags, such as his ordering her what to dress to work gatherings and becoming jealous when male co-workers spoke to her. She offered to write a statement or testify about his habits of control, and Mom provided Shin's contact information. Hosea returned the next day to interview our neighbors, spending hours at Mrs. E. Jacobs' house poring over her documents. She'd been snapping photos of me in various costumes all week because she was worried about what was going on. She showed him timestamps that demonstrated the progression from the beekeeper suit on Monday to the diving suit on Sunday. 3 other neighbors came over to speak with him, and they all stated that they were concerned enough to consider calling someone even before the intervention. One neighbor claimed she had seen Dad yelling at me in the driveway several times over standard teenage behavior, such as playing music too loudly. Shin called Thursday morning to inform us that Dad's lawyer had reached out with a settlement proposal. He hoped to receive unsupervised weekend visits provided he finished an anger management course and agreed to therapy. Shin said absolutely not, and that we wouldn't negotiate anything until Alba Ampos had completed her full evaluation. She claimed Dad's lawyer was attempting to minimize the problem, but the evidence was too compelling to ignore. Rumors were flying around the school that day, and I couldn't walk down the corridor without being stared at or whispered about. Some kids thought the entire costume was amusing, and kept asking if I still had the armor. Others appeared concerned and inquired as to my well-being and needs. My friend showed me screenshots from social media where people were discussing the video and debating whether I was a genius, or went too far. Marissa Kane approached me between classes and offered to rearrange my schedule if I needed a break from all the attention. I told her I didn't want to change anything since it would only make things worse. She said she understood, but she reminded me that if things became unbearable, her door was always open. Friday began normally, but everything changed in the evening when we heard someone buzzing every apartment in Mom's building. Mom peeked through the peephole and saw Dad standing in the hallway, despite the fact that he wasn't permitted to be near us. He must have convinced someone to let him in because he was hammering on our door, yelling that all he wanted was to see his daughter. Mom urged me to lock myself in the bathroom while she called 911, and I could hear Dad getting louder and angrier down the hall. Within 10 minutes the cops arrived, and I overheard them telling Dad that he was being arrested for violating the protective order. He kept insisting that he had rights as a father, but they didn't listen, and carried him away handcuffed. Mom embraced me as we both shook from the adrenaline and the thought of what may have occurred if he had gotten inside. We learned out the next morning that Dad had spent Friday night in jail and was released on Saturday with a court date for the infraction. Shin called us soon after, indicating that this strengthened our case greatly because it demonstrated Dad's inability to respect legal boundaries. She stated that judges take protective order violations very seriously, and this would undoubtedly influence the custody decision. The following week, Alba booked a second session with me to go deeper into our family dynamics. She inquired about particular occurrences and sought to uncover patterns of conduct dating back years. I told her about how my father regularly criticized my appearance, claiming my legs were too heavy for shorts and my arms looked flabby in tank tops. She inquired about how these comments affected me, and I replied that I began wearing baggy clothes to escape his criticism long before the tank top statement. She wanted to know about happy experiences too, but it was difficult to recall moments when Dad wasn't trying to control things in my life. Sunday morning, Mom grabbed 3 large photo albums from the storage room, and we sat on her couch, spreading them on the coffee table. She opened the first invitation to my 5th birthday celebration, and I pointed to the pink princess dress Dad had chosen for me, despite the fact that I had preferred the dinosaur costume. Every Halloween photo followed the same format, with Dad choosing my attire and Mom standing calmly in the background. I looked through Christmas photos and noticed that Dad always dressed me in fancy outfits for work events, while the other kids wore regular clothes. Mom's hands shook as we discovered photos from my 8th grade graduation, where Dad forced me to change 3 times before deciding on a dress that covered my legs. She kept saying she was sorry and wiping her eyes with tissues when I showed her images of my dance recital, where Dad complained my leotard was too tight. The following week, Hosea called to update us on the matter, mentioning that Dad had enrolled in anger management programs at the community center. He claimed Dad's lawyer was pushing this as proof of responsibility, but the CPS inquiry was unimpressed with last-minute efforts. Hosea noted that 17 successive reports, along with the arrest for violating the protective order, resulted in a pattern that schools could not fix overnight. Mom took notes while Hosea went through the timeline of events, stating that the hearing was scheduled for 2 weeks away. That same week we received a letter from Dad's firm on their internal investigation, which concluded with him keeping his job but losing the promotion permanently. Even before my costume protest began, numerous employees complained about his uncomfortable comments about women's apparel, according to the letter. Dad was transferred to a separate department with no direct reports and was required to take sensitivity training before being eligible for future career possibilities. Mom read the letter again, and then put it beside the other paperwork Shin had instructed us to retain for court. At school, I had to write a personal essay for English class, on a time when I advocated for myself, and the words just flowed. I wrote about the tank top and the costumes, and how sometimes you have to make yourself impossible to ignore when no one listens to your normal voice. My teacher read it in class while everyone else was working on grammar exercises, and I noticed her eyes widen at key points. After class, she approached me and asked if she could submit it to the district writing contest under a fictitious identity to safeguard my privacy. I agreed because the winner received a scholarship and we needed funds for legal bills that were piling up every week. Alba sent her evaluation to the court on Wednesday, recommending only monitored visits with Dad's rehabilitation requirements. The report was 12 pages long and contained phrases such as narcissistic control patterns and coercive actions dating back years before the costume incident. She claimed that Dad had no concept of how his actions affected me and continued to blame everyone else for the repercussions. Shin called us delighted because Alba's evaluation was exactly what we needed to demonstrate to the judge that this was not just a case of teenage rebellion gone bad. The next day, Dad's lawyer filed a response, stating that I was manipulating everyone and that Mom was teaching me to ruin his life. The statement said that I was a disturbed youngster looking for attention, and that Mom poisoned me against Dad in order to exact revenge for their divorce. Shin laughed as she read it, saying, "Judges see through this defensive strategy, because it just proves the parent won't take any responsibility." She went on to explain that blaming the child frequently backfires in custody cases, especially with all of our documentation on my side. I couldn't eat dinner the night before court and ended up pacing around Mom's apartment, checking my phone every few minutes. Mom made hot chocolate, and we sat on the couch as she explained what would happen in court tomorrow. She pledged that no matter what the judge ruled, she would not let me return to a hazardous position, even if it meant moving to another state. I finally fell asleep around 2 a.m., with Mom still sitting next to me, caressing my back as she had done when I was younger. On Thursday morning, we arrived at the courthouse early and waited outside the family court entrance with Shin to talk over last arrangements. Dad arrived in a fine gray suit with his lawyer, who appeared irritated as they headed toward us. Dad began heading straight at me, but his lawyer grabbed his arm and yanked him back, whispering quickly about making matters worse. We all stood awkwardly until the bailiff opened the courtroom doors and called us our case number for the custody hearing. Inside the courtroom, Judge Carlisle sat behind a huge oak desk, perusing a stack of papers as thick as a phone book. I sat at a table with Mom and Shin, while Dad and his lawyer sat across the aisle. Because there was so much documentation to process, the judge requested a 15-minute respite to complete his assessment of the evidence. When she returned, Judge Carlisle began with preliminary inquiries concerning the protection order violation, which Dad's counsel attempted to downplay as a misunderstanding. The judge cut him off, stating that breaching court orders was never a misunderstanding, before moving on to the primary custody concerns. When it was my turn to testify, I stepped to the witness chair, trying not to shiver as the bailiff asked me to vow to tell the truth. Shin asked me to describe the original incident with the tank top, and I did so in the same calm and truthful manner that we had practiced. When I got to the section about Dad's threat of a better idea, Judge Carlisle leaned forward and asked me to clarify what he meant. I told her about the wilderness camp brochure he had shown me, and how those facilities were notorious for abusing children to get them to obey. The judge jotted something down and indicated for Shin to continue with her inquiries, as Dad moved in his chair, visibly concerned about the wilderness camp topic coming up. When it was Dad's turn to testify, his lawyer asked him basic questions about caring for me and being a concerned dad attempting to help his teenage daughter. Dad straightened up straighter and said that he had always worked hard to provide me with everything I needed, and all he wanted was for me to have self-respect and decency in how I presented myself to the world. When his lawyer inquired about the tank top incident, Dad explained that I was exaggerating everything because teenagers do, and that he had just requested me to dress more suitably for a young girl. The judge moved forward and asked him directly why he used the word if he was only concerned with suitable attire. Dad's lips opened and closed a few times before he admitted he couldn't recall saying that particular word. And perhaps I misinterpreted what he meant by dressing modestly. Judge Carlisle took more notes as Dad's face turned scarlet, and his lawyer immediately went on to the next inquiry concerning his relationship history. That's when things got interesting. Dad's ex-girlfriend strolled into the courtroom in a business suit, determined to testify. She told the judge about their 6-month relationship and how Dad often commented on her attire, stating her skirts were too short and her tops were too tight for a woman her age. She explained how he would check her phone to see who she was texting and become upset when male co-workers liked her social media posts, even if they were just holiday images. He had forced her to erase several male acquaintances from social media, stating it was unacceptable for a woman in a relationship to have male friends online. She described leaving him as the most difficult but best decision she had ever made, because his control deteriorated rather than improved with time. When she finished her testimony, she looked at me and apologized for not speaking up sooner before leaving the courtroom. Next, Marissa from the school took the stand, holding a hefty folder that she placed on the witness box as she was sworn in by the bailiff. She opened the folder and pulled out dated notes from the day I arrived there in the beekeeping costume until the diving helmet incident. She chronicled every interaction we had, including my emotional condition and specific comments I made regarding Dad's regulations and my body. She told Judge Carlisle, in her professional counselor voice, that she thought my costume protest was a cry for help, since I didn't know how else to get adults' attention. When direct communication fails, victims of emotional abuse frequently resort to extreme acts to express their distress. That's exactly what she saw as my costume selections become more elaborate. Judge Carlisle complimented her for the extensive data and asked for her thoughts on my current mental state and future safety needs. Marissa stated that she believed I required stability and support away from the source of control, while dealing with the emotional consequences of what I had endured. After Marissa stepped down, Judge Carlisle turned to Dad and asked him directly about the wilderness camp he had threatened to send me to following the diving suit incident. Dad's lawyer attempted to protest, but the judge stated that it was immediately important to determining custody and safety, so Dad had to answer the question. He acknowledged to looking up a place called Redemption Ranch that dealt in problematic teenagers, but said he was only trying to scare me into giving up the costume idea. When Judge Carlisle asked if he had paid any money to this program, Dad hesitantly replied that he had put down a $500 deposit to save a space but had no plans to send me there. The judge's expression became stony as she took copious notes, and I noticed her underline something 3 times on her legal pad. While Dad squirmed in his seat, she inquired if he was aware that these wilderness programs had been probed for abuse, and that several had been closed due to child endangerment. Dad claimed he'd only heard positive things about teaching children discipline and respect, but the judge shook her head and took more notes, clearly dissatisfied with his responses. After 3 hours of testimony and evidence, Judge Carlisle concluded she had heard enough to make a decision on temporary custody arrangements. While the complete investigation was ongoing, she declared that based on the information presented, including the recorded history of controlling conduct and the threat of putting me to a possibly dangerous program, she would grant Mom full temporary custody. Every other Saturday, Dad would have 2 hours of supervised visitation at a court-approved family center, where a social worker would watch exchanges. Before being granted unsupervised visitation, he would have to undergo anger management programs and at least 6 months of therapy with a court-approved therapist. Dad's lawyer quickly stepped up, stating that they intended to challenge the verdict because it was based on exaggerated claims and misunderstandings of regular family punishment. Judge Carlisle's voice became cold as she cautioned that any future violations of court orders, such as attempting contact outside of allowed channels or engaging in any type of harassment, would result in the entire loss of parental rights. She stated that she had examined the police report from Dad's arrest for breaking the protective order, which revealed a clear pattern of refusing to follow legal boundaries. Dad's face became white as he realized he couldn't talk his way out of this or dismiss it as teenage drama any longer. Mom and I were walking toward the parking lot outside the courthouse when Dad rushed up to me, attempting to explain how everything was wrong once more. Before he could come close, Hosea stepped in between us, holding out his hand and telling Dad that, per the judge's order, any communication must now be done through official means. He informed Dad that approaching me violated the custody agreement and that he would have to document the attempt, which could affect future custody decisions. Dad backed away, angry and defeated, as Hosea led us to Mom's car, making certain Dad did not try to follow us to the parking lot. That evening, Mom ordered pizza from my favorite restaurant and we sat on her couch eating in quiet for a long, contemplating everything that had happened at court. She burst into tears and apologized for not protecting me sooner, saying she should have recognized the warning signals but had been so intent on avoiding controversy during the divorce. I told her I was just glad she was here now, when I really needed her, and that she had stood up for me when it counted the most. Friday at school seemed strange but pleasant because I knew I wouldn't have to return to Dad's house that afternoon or worry about his mood. Marissa called me into her office around lunch to see how I was doing after the tense court session and all of the testimony concerning my case. She reminded me that healing from such an incident is not a straight line, and it is okay to have mixed feelings for Dad, even if his behavior was inappropriate. The weekend at Mom's apartment went by calmly, and as I got ready Sunday morning, I realized it was the first time in years that I'd chosen clothes without feeling anxious. I dressed in shorts and a tank top because it was warm outdoors and walked to the grocery shop with Mom to collect supplies for dinner. Nobody mentioned anything negative about my dress or made me feel ashamed for revealing my arms and legs on a hot day, which is something most people do. 2 weeks later, the family center called to plan Dad's first supervised visit, and Mom took me there on a Saturday morning despite my stomach feeling like it was full of rocks. The structure resembled a converted daycare, with vivid paintings on the walls and plastic seats in the waiting area, where other children sat with their custodial parents, looking equally frightened. Dad arrived 5 minutes late wearing a new suit and bearing flowers, which the social worker promptly took away, explaining that presents were not permitted during supervised visits. We entered a room filled with toys and books, even though I was far too old for the most of them, while the social worker sat in the corner with a clipboard, taking notes every few minutes. Dad spent the first hour telling me how much therapy was helping him see his faults and how he'd transformed himself in just 2 weeks, which seemed impossible. He kept asking if I missed him and when I could return home, while the social worker typed quickly and told him to concentrate on the present, not future living arrangements. The second hour dragged longer than the first, with Dad attempting to get me to talk about school, but I only provided one-word answers and watched the clock above his head tick toward noon. When time was up, he tried to hug me, but I stepped back, and the social worker noted this as well before leading us to separate exits so we wouldn't interact in the parking lot. Mom asked how the drive home went, and I just shrugged, because there wasn't much to say after 2 hours of awkward quiet and frantic promises. That Monday, Marissa Kane handed me a therapist's card and told me she had already called to explain my predicament so I wouldn't have to start over. The therapist's office was in a renovated house, complete with comfy seats and lots of Kleenex, which made sense once we began talking about everything. She asked me to describe what happened to the garments, but she also wanted to hear about years prior, which made me understand Dad's power extended much beyond what I had previously assumed. We discussed how he chose my friends and activities and always had reasons why some things were inappropriate for his daughter to do. Over the next few weeks, in between therapy sessions, Mom and I worked out how to live together without fighting like we did at Dad's. She asked what time I wanted to be home instead of telling me, and we negotiated tasks based on our schedules rather than arbitrary norms of respect. When I wanted to go to a movie with friends, she simply asked usual parent questions about who was driving and what time it finished, rather than interrogating me about boys. We even argued on certain points, but she listened to my side and we compromised like normal people rather than her threatening consequences. A month following the custody hearing, Dad's lawyer submitted paperwork stating that he had finished anger management and wanted unsupervised visits to begin immediately. Judge Carlisle arranged a hearing at which Dad produced diplomas from his classes and letters from his therapist stating that he was making outstanding progress. She thoroughly reviewed everything and stated that 6 months of monitored visits were required before she would consider modifying the arrangement. Dad's lawyer claimed that this was harsh, but Judge Carlisle reminded him that repairing trust after calling your teenage daughter an SL requires more than a few anger management classes. My English teacher submitted my article about standing up to control to the district writing competition without informing me until it came in second place. She approached me after class, saying they wanted me to read it at the award ceremony but understood if it seemed like too much attention. I told her I'd receive the medal on stage but didn't want to read the article aloud because everyone was already familiar with my family circumstances. The certificate came with a $50 gift card, and seeing my name on the program alongside typical success items felt strangely fantastic. Every other Saturday Dad would show up to the family center and try various tactics to get me to engage with him. Some weeks, he brought board games for us to play in silence while the social worker watched, and other weeks, he tried to chat about neutral things like movies or sports. Slowly he stopped insisting on returning home or transferring custody and began to listen when I suggested school or friends. He even asked genuine follow-up questions rather than gathering facts to use against Mom in court. Mom filed for divorce 3 months after everything began, alleging irreconcilable differences and years of controlling behavior that she could no longer ignore. Dad did not oppose it, which astonished everyone, but his lawyer most likely advised him that fighting would only make the custody issue worse. The paperwork proceeded fast because they had already split and had little mutual property to divide. Therapy continued to help me discover patterns I'd never seen, such as how I constantly apologized even when it wasn't my fault, or how I'd consult with friends several times before making a decision. My therapist helped me trust my own judgment and speak out when anything disturbed me, rather than simply going along to avoid controversy. We practiced setting boundaries with role-playing scenarios until it became easier to say no without immediately backing down. When spring arrived, I joined the debate team, in part because Marissa Kane suggested events that required me to utilize my voice. The coach paired me with experienced debaters who assisted me in structuring arguments and gathering evidence to support various perspectives. Marissa stopped by practice one day and expressed her admiration for how I was turning a difficult situation into something positive. At the end of the school year, Dad's therapist called Mom and asked if I would attend a joint session to work on our relationship with professional help. Mom left it up to me, and after deliberating for a week, I agreed to try one session to see how it went. Dad truly apologized, with no excuses or justifications for how I misinterpreted or overreacted to his parenting approach. He admitted that his own anxiety of protecting me led to controlling actions that damaged me, and he apologized for everything. The session finished with me feeling strange about his apologies, but the therapist explained it was normal given everything that had happened. Mom picked me up, and we drove home without saying much because we didn't have anything to say. Over the next few weeks, things settled into a routine of monitored visits every other Saturday, while Dad continued to attend his own therapy appointments. Mom began working late more frequently now that she was no longer responsible for managing Dad's schedule and moods. Her supervisor observed how much better she was performing and offered her the senior management position she had been seeking for years. We went to a posh steakhouse to celebrate, and I wore a blue dress that I chose because I liked the way it looked. Mom kept smiling at me across the table, saying she was proud of both of us for making it through everything. Dad spent 6 months following all of the court rules and never missing a treatment appointment or supervised visit. During the review hearing, Judge Carlisle read all of the reports from the social workers and Dad's therapist. She decided he'd made enough improvement to try unsupervised Saturday visits, but with stringent guidelines for pickup times and activities. The first unsupervised visit was really strange, with just the two of us in his car and no social worker watching. We went to a burger joint that I used to frequent as a child, and then watched an action film that did not require any conversation. I was wearing shorts and a tank top because it was hot, and I caught him about to comment on my outfit, but he stopped himself and instead asked about school. Every visit became a little easier, and we discovered safe topics such as movies and assignments that did not involve the past. My 18th birthday was soon before senior year began, and Mom hosted a little party at our apartment for just my closest friends. Dad was not invited, but he sent a card that came that morning, with a gift card to my favorite clothes store. The message simply stated, "Happy birthday and love, Dad," with no strange statements about using it for acceptable clothing or anything like. College applications took up my entire fall, with essays, deadlines, and transcript requests. For my primary essay, I discussed how to find your voice when someone tries to silence you, as well as how to be impossible to ignore. My counselor read it and said it was one of the most powerful personal comments she has seen in her 20 years at the school. I applied to 7 colleges, but my top choice was the public university's pre-law program. The acceptance letter arrived in March, along with a partial scholarship that would pay almost half of the tuition. Mom cried when I showed her, and Dad emailed me congrats when I informed him during our Saturday lunch. Graduation day was hot and sweaty, but I didn't mind. As I sat with my classmates preparing to cross the stage, Mom sat in the 3rd row with her new lover, whom she had started dating a few months prior. Dad sat many rows behind them, adhering to the boundaries we had all agreed upon with the therapist. When they yelled my name, I could hear both of them cheering as loudly as each other, and it seemed like genuine pride rather than possession or control. After the ceremony, we took separate photographs, and Dad gave me a graduation card with a check inside, before leaving so Mom could have her time. Packing for college entailed going through everything in my room, including the closet where I'd kept all the costumes from that hectic week. I chose to donate the hazmat suit and diving helmet, which were still in their boxes, to the downtown community theater. They were overjoyed to receive authentic-looking outfits for their prop department, and didn't question why I had them. I did, however, keep one of the modest dresses, the long denim one I wore to Dad's office BBQ, which started everything. Sometimes you need reminders of how far you've come and how you reclaimed your voice after someone tried to take it away. The outfit currently hangs in the back of my dorm room closet, and every time I see it, I'm reminded of the week when I made myself impossible to ignore. Dad and I still eat Saturday meals when I get home from school, and he has never commented on my clothes again. Mom became engaged to her partner last month and asked whether I was all right with it, which I was. Life has moved on since that hectic week of costumes, but the lesson of standing up for yourself, even when it appears crazy, has stayed with me. My parents let me stop breathing for 4 minutes because my twins said I was faking. Now CPS. Doctors are exposing their years of neglect. In my family, we had one rule. I needed my twins' permission to seek medical treatment. My lungs tightened up as I watched Emily practice her birthday speech. I reached for my inhaler on the coffee table, but Mom took it away. "Emily, does Marin need this?" my twin asked, not looking up from her phone. "She used it at lunch." She's fine. You heard your sister. Mom tucked my inhaler into her purse. No attention seeking today, it's Emily's sweet 16th. The rule had been in place since we were 12. The day I pretended to have pneumonia at Emily's ballet recital. I hadn't faked it, but Emily claimed I had, so that became the truth. From then on, every headache, fever, and asthma attack had to be confirmed by the golden twin. Can't breathe. The wheezing began. My doctor described the whistling sound as your body's alarm. Marin. Dad's voice echoed through the doorway. What do we do if you say you're sick? I understood the script. Ask Emily first. And what did Emily say? Emily eventually looked up, angry. I said she's fine. Gosh, Marin, do you have to make my day about you? My chest tightened, like if someone was sitting on it. Every breath was like inhaling air through a coffee stirrer. Please, I gasped. Need hospital. Mom. Emily, Mom whimpered. Mom ran to soothe Emily, saying, she's doing it again. Make her stop. Don't worry, sweetie. Marin, go to your room if you're going to act like this. The modeling scout will be here soon. I attempted to stand but had to grab the couch. My fingernails were beginning to turn blue. Look. I raised my hands. Emily laughed. She probably painted them blue. Remember when she faked passing out at my recital? It wasn't a prank. I suffered an asthma attack, but Emily told everyone that I was envious, so my parents refused to leave her performance. The doorbell rang. Party people began to arrive. Marin, disappear, Dad told her. Emily's modeling scout is coming. We don't need you wheezing in the background. I had trouble breathing. My lungs were working overtime, and it was obvious through my shirt. Every breath was a war I was losing. Mom, please. I need hospital. Emily. Mom said lovingly. Your sister has asked for the hospital. What do you think, Emily? She stood immediately in front of me, obstructing my parents' view. For a split second, I seen something spark in her eyes. She's faking, Emily said loudly. She's just mad Rowan's coming. Rowan is my childhood pal, whom Emily snatched simply because she could. I knew it, Mom exclaimed. Marin, stop this immediately. That's when I started coughing up blood. Emily's best friend Veronica stepped in and froze. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with Marin? Emily swiftly said. She's being dramatic. Emily, she's coughing blood. No, they're not. Emily moved in front of me again. Everything's perfect. Go help with decorations. However, Veronica was pre-med. She surged past Emily, grabbing my wrist. Her pulse is racing. This is a medical emergency. We don't do medical emergencies without Emily's permission, Dad stated, as if it were perfectly usual. House rules. What? Veronica was horrified. Emily knows Marin best, Mom explained. She can tell when Marin's really sick versus when she's performing. Performing? Veronica was already dialing 911. She's in respiratory failure. Give me that phone, Dad demanded. Mr. Litt. With all due respect, your daughter is dying. Emily, Mom said anxiously to my twin. Is Marin dying? Emily said hesitantly. On her birthday the spotlight shifted away from her. Once again, it is due to me. No, Emily replied firmly. She's not dying. She does this every time something important happens to me. That was when I stopped breathing completely. The stillness was immediate. Marin. Emily's voice trailed off somewhat. Stop it. People are on their way. Emily, she isn't breathing, Veronica exclaimed. She's holding her breath, Emily said, but her voice cracked. She's really committed to ruining my party. I fell forward from the couch. The impact with the floor should have hurt, but I couldn't feel anything anymore. Call 911. Veronica was now performing chest compressions. But Emily said, Mom began. I don't care what Emily said. More people arrived. I could hear screaming and chaos. Someone was ranting about locating my inhaler. This is Marin's fault, Emily sobbed. She always does this, always. Your sister is dying, Veronica said. Help me, Dad pleaded, attempting to draw Veronica away. Emily said she's fine. Rowan's voice could be heard through the fading darkness. Mr. Litt, what are you doing? She's blue. She's actually blue. Emily's scream was the last thing I heard. You're supposed to be on my side. 3 days later, I awoke in the intensive care unit. The doctor stated that I had been clinically dead for 4 minutes. My parents spent 4 minutes waiting for Emily's approval to save me. My parents could not look at me. They kept repeating, Emily said you were fine, over and again. But Veronica knew the truth. Rowan knew. Everyone at the gathering knew, and we were about to destroy them. When I opened my eyes again, the equipment around my bed continued to beep in a constant pattern. The doctor stood there with his clipboard and a serious expression on his face. He brought up a chair next to my bed and began telling how my respiratory failure was so severe that my heart stopped for 4 full minutes. And those 4 minutes without oxygen meant they had to keep a close eye on me to ensure there was no long-term harm to my brain or other organs. His pen glided across the pages as he recorded my answers to his inquiries about whether I could feel my fingers and toes, remember my birthday, and count backwards from 10. The doctor then revealed something that made my chest clench in a different way. The hospital had previously referred my case to Child Protective Services since many witnesses at the party reported my parents refusing to allow anyone to call for medical help, even when I was dying. He stated that someone from CPS would come talk to me after I was more stable, but that the hospital was legally compelled to report what happened because it appeared to be medical negligence. My parents arrived about an hour later, and Mom immediately began crying huge dramatic tears about how scared she had been, while Dad continued insisting over and over that they believed I was just being dramatic, as I often did during Emily's major events. They wanted to take me home right after, but the doctor intervened and advised them that I needed at least another week of observation due to the severity of my cardiac arrest and the possibility of sequelae. After the doctor had left to check on other patients, I pressed the call button. And when the nurse walked in, I told her about the regulation that had been in place since I was 12, which required Emily's approval for any medical care, including using my inhaler or going to the doctor. Her eyes widened, and she grabbed her notepad and began writing down everything I said, asking me to repeat specific portions, all the while shaking her head and muttering that she needed to put everything to my official medical file right away. The next day, Veronica and Rowan arrived together, sat on either side of my bed, and promised to make official statements regarding what they witnessed at the party. Veronica took out a notepad in which she had recorded all of my vital signs prior to the ambulance's arrival, utilizing her pre-medical knowledge. And Rowan gave me his phone, where he'd videotaped some of what transpired, including my father forcibly preventing Veronica from calling 911. 2 days later, a woman named Camila Duarte from CPS came to interview me, and she was very gentle but comprehensive in her inquiries concerning the medical permission regulation and how long it had been in place. She photographed all of the old scars on my arms from untreated allergic responses that had become infected, and she documented every single instance in which Emily denied me medical care for strep throat, a broken finger, and severe food poisoning. The next morning, Dr. Elias Mercer, a lung expert, arrived to evaluate my asthma, and spent over an hour teaching me how to build a thorough action plan that didn't require anybody else's permission but mine to implement. He showed me how to use my inhaler with a spacer correctly, and gave me a device called a peak flow meter, which would allow me to track my breathing every day, and spot problems before they were problematic. My parents returned to visit 2 days later, and this time they put a lot of pressure on me to tell everyone that I had exaggerated what happened, and that our family did not deserve this type of scrutiny from CPS or the police. I had my phone hidden under my blanket, recording everything as my father moved in close, and threatened to make my life terrible if I didn't cease assisting with the investigation and return home as if nothing had occurred. While I was stuck in the hospital bed, I looked through social media and noticed Emily had uploaded dozens of images from her beautiful 16th celebration, as if nothing had occurred, with captions about the nicest night ever and her amazing modeling scout meeting. The responses were divided between individuals inquiring if I was okay after hearing I'd been rushed away in an ambulance, and those who bought her tale that I was just faking it to attract attention on her special day. And viewing those perfectly edited photographs while wearing IV lines in my arms and oxygen monitors on my fingertips made me physically ill. Veronica spent hours at the hospital writing out this extremely thorough statement about everything she had seen, including all of the medical remarks about my blue lips and fingernails, how my breathing had completely stopped, and how long it took my parents to eventually allow someone to call 911. She made copies of everything and gave one to CPS, and the other to the police investigator assigned to investigate what happened. And she said she would testify in court if necessary, because she observed criminal neglect that almost killed me. Camilla returned to my hospital room the next morning, carrying a heavy folder and pulling a chair up next to my bed. She stated that CPS was implementing an emergency safety plan, which meant I couldn't return home with my parents until they completed investigating everything. She inquired whether I had any safe family or friends who could take me in for a bit. I thought about my aunts and uncles, but they all lived too far away, or had always agreed with my parents that Emily was ideal. Veronica had been texting me all morning, and when I suggested needing a place to stay, she quickly called her mother, who agreed without hesitation. Camilla had to conduct background checks on Veronica's parents and pay a home visit to ensure their home was secure, which required 3 days of paperwork and phone calls. The social worker arrived to investigate Veronica's home, ensuring that there was a suitable bedroom for me and questioning her parents about their work schedules and whether they knew what they were doing. After everything was approved, Veronica's father brought his vehicle to my parents' house to help me pack my belongings. My parents waited in the doorway, angry looks on their faces, while I retrieved clothes, books, and my school laptop from my room. Mom was telling me that this was all a big misunderstanding and that I should just return home, but Camilla was there to make sure they didn't try to stop me from going. Dad crossed his arms and told me I was making a horrible mistake that would ruin our family, but I kept loading boxes and lugging them to the truck. Emily observed from her bedroom window upstairs, and I could see her typing on her phone, most likely telling everyone her version of what was occurring. After we loaded everything, Veronica's mother had already set up the guest room with new sheets and cleared out part of the closet for my stuff. The following week, I had to visit with Olivia Watson, the school counselor, who had a small office adorned with motivational posters and a bowl of chocolates on her desk. She opened my class schedule on her computer and began taking notes on which teachers needed to know about my condition and what accommodations I would require. She ensured that I had permission to carry my inhaler everywhere and that I may leave any lesson if I experienced breathing difficulties without first asking. She also set extended deadlines for all of the work I had missed while in the hospital, and she arranged for me to eat lunch in her office whenever the cafeteria felt too crowded. Rowan texted me that night, saying he'd uncovered something I should see. And when we met at a coffee shop near campus, he showed me screenshots from 2 years ago. They were communications between him and Emily, in which she laughed about how I had begged her to let me visit a doctor for strep throat, and she had refused just to see how long I would suffer. She had commented, "It's so funny how she has to ask my permission for everything medical," with laughing emojis. Rowan had kept everything because, even then, something felt wrong. He forwarded everything to Camilla's email while we sat there, and he offered to testify about what he observed at the party and these old texts if necessary. Dr. Mercer made another appointment and spent more than an hour teaching me how to use this peak flow meter properly, showing me how to blow into it 3 times in the morning and night and record the results on a specific chart. He said that typical readings for someone my age should be between 380 and 400, but my were only at 250 due to years of damage from untreated attacks. He showed me the zones on the chart. Green meant I was fine. Yellow meant I needed to be cautious and possibly use my rescue inhaler, and red meant I needed to get to the hospital right away. For the first time in 4 years, I could actually monitor what was going on in my lungs, rather than waiting for Emily to judge whether I was sick enough. That same day, someone shared me a screenshot from our school group chat, in which people inquired about my well-being after hearing that an ambulance had arrived at Emily's party. Emily had responded, stating I was staying with friends for a while because I wanted attention, and that everyone should stop spreading misinformation about our family. A group of adolescents pushed back, stating they'd heard from partygoers that I had stopped breathing and nearly died. But Emily said that everything was overblown, and I was okay. She claimed that I had always been jealous of her, and that this was just another attempt to ruin something essential to her. Camilla called a few days later and invited me to the CPS office, where she sat me down in a small room with fluorescent lights and described how the entire inquiry would proceed. She stated that they were investigating potential criminal charges against my parents for child endangerment and medical neglect, but told me that it may take months of interviews and court dates. She asked if I was prepared for such a lengthy procedure and if I was aware that if charges were filed, my parents could face jail time, or at least probation. 2 weeks after leaving the hospital, I returned to school, and stepping through those front doors seemed like everyone was watching at me and muttering about what had occurred. During the 3rd session, my chest tightened, and I could hear the old wheeze. But this time, I just took out my inhaler and used it straight in class, without asking anyone. The attack lasted only a few minutes, and my teacher made no comment because Olivia had already informed everyone about my medical plan. Later that week, Veronica received a big packet from the hospital. Inside was a copy of my whole discharge paperwork, including the nurse's official notes. Reading through the medical terminology was strange but reassuring. Words like serious respiratory distress, possible medical negligence, and Child Protective Services contacted owing to parents' failure to seek treatment. The following page had further information regarding my 4 minutes of cardiac arrest and how Veronica's CPR likely saved my life before rescuers arrived. At the bottom, the attending physician noted that my parents had demonstrated a concerning lack of appropriate response to a life-threatening medical emergency and suggested immediate CPS involvement. Then, on Friday afternoon, I received an email from the principal informing me that my parents had sought a meeting to discuss what they described as misunderstandings and rumors about our family status that were harming Emily at school. The meeting was scheduled for the following Thursday, and the thought of sitting in the same room with them as they twisted everything about made my stomach hurt. Olivia offered to be there with me and said I didn't have to go if I didn't feel secure, but I knew I had to confront them and tell them the truth about what they had done. Olivia summoned me to her office after school 2 days before the appointment, and we spent 3 hours going over every possible scenario. She took out a big packet containing papers about student rights, and began marking sections with sticky notes while stressing that my parents could not force me to leave with them or sign anything. She taught me where to sit in the conference room so I'd be closest to the door, and wrote down phrases to say if they started yelling or making me feel bad. Her hands ran quickly across the papers, underlining sections on medical autonomy for kids in abuse instances. She also taught me how to stay calm by counting my breaths when things got stressful. She promised to sit right next to me and take notes on everything they said. And if I needed a break, I could simply tap her arm twice, and we'd leave the room right away. The next morning, Veronica approached me before first class and handed me a manila envelope containing her formal statement. I sat on the hallway floor and read through 4 pages of medical jargon that described my health that day, including exact numbers for my pulse rate and breathing patterns that she had seen. She'd written about how my lips were cyanotic and my nail beds showed significant oxygen deprivation, using clinical terminology from her pre-med classes to make everything sound even more terrible. She signed and dated it at the bottom, and added a note that she had previously handed copies to Camilla and the investigator investigating the matter. After chemistry on Wednesday, I was putting my stuff into my locker when Emily emerged behind me and slammed the door shut. She grabbed my wrist and twisted it, demanding that I tell everyone I was all right and that the entire situation was blown out of proportion. I tried to pull away, but she dug her nails in deeper, leaving red scratches on my skin and shouting that I was ruining her life for nothing. When I eventually ripped my arm free and began walking away, she grabbed my shoulder and whirled me around so violently that I dropped my books everywhere. Other students in the corridor stopped to stare as she screamed that I had always been envious, and that this was just my latest attempt to divert her attention. I picked up my books without saying anything and headed straight to the nurse's office, where she photographed the nail marks on my arm and filled up an incident report. That night, I couldn't stop looking through social media and reading comments on the party. Some of the youngsters who were there reported seeing me on the floor, getting blue, while my parents stood there arguing with Veronica, rather than helping. Others, primarily Emily's friends, said that I'd always been dramatic and had probably arranged the whole affair to ruin her birthday. One girl in my English class wrote a lengthy article describing how she had seen me suffer asthma attacks at school before, and they were absolutely real, not false, as Emily claimed. The debate in the comments became heated, with individuals taking sides and uploading pictures of prior posts where Emily discussed dictating my medical decisions. Thursday arrived, and I sat in the conference room between Olivia and the principal as my parents entered with their lawyer. Mom burst into tears, stating I had always been difficult and prone to exaggeration, while Dad insisted that Emily understood me better than anyone else. They argued that the permission rule was only their way of keeping me from seeking unneeded medical assistance for small ailments. I waited till they concluded their statement before gently explaining how the rule began when I was 12, and listing specific instances in which Emily denied me medical attention. The principal's expression altered when I mentioned waiting 6 hours with a broken finger, because Emily was at a sleepover and couldn't be bothered to grant permission. When I mentioned having strep throat for 2 weeks because Emily accused me of lying my way out of her choir concert, the principal began hurriedly jotting notes. My parents' lawyer attempted to interrupt, but the principal raised his hand and requested me to continue. So I told him about every incident I could recall. Later that week, Camilla called to inform me about her interview with Emily, who had spent 2 hours arguing I had been making up illnesses since we were kids. Emily had presented a detailed timeline of alleged false sick days and attention-seeking actions. When Camilla asked for specifics, the majority of the dates did not coincide with any school absences. Camilla then pulled out my medical papers from when I was 12, revealing that I had been hospitalized with severe pneumonia that had gone untreated for so long that it had resulted in irreparable lung damage. Emily supposedly fell silent when she saw the chest X-rays that revealed the scars, then attempted to claim she didn't recall the incident. The next Monday, the pediatric clinic faxed over 15 years of medical files to Dr. Mercer, who spent his entire lunch break looking through them with an increasingly anxious frown. He discovered 7 instances in which I had presented with significant diseases that had developed well beyond normal due to delayed treatment. Each occasion coincided with a major event in Emily's calendar, such as dance recitals, contests, or social gatherings. He showed me the pattern laid out on his desk, with sticky notes indicating each incidence and the accompanying delay in treatment. By Wednesday, Dr. Mercer had drafted a 5-page medical opinion outlining how a pattern of denied care may have killed me several times over the years. He sent copies of lung scans revealing scarring from untreated respiratory infections, as well as blood tests indicating how many times I had fought off significant infections without the right antibiotics. His assessment indicated that no child could falsify the physical evidence presented in my medical history, and that the treatment delays constituted blatant medical neglect. That night my phone was inundated with texts from both of my parents, telling me that if I didn't tell CPS I was exaggerating, they'd cut off my college fund and make sure I had nowhere to live when I turned 18. Dad's communications became increasingly irate, accusing me of being ungrateful and claiming that I was destroying our family due to teenage drama. I took screenshots of everything and quickly gave them to Camilla and Sarah Alcott, the civil attorney Olivia had connected me with earlier that week. Sarah went to the courtroom the next morning and submitted paperwork for an immediate protective order, claiming that it would be more effective than waiting for criminal charges. She stated that the order would legally restrict my parents from interfering with my medical care or contacting me over the ongoing investigation, and, since we had their threatening texts as evidence, the judge was likely to approve it promptly. That weekend I sat at Veronica's kitchen table with a yellow legal pad and began writing down every time I remembered getting sick and what had happened. If I recall well, the date appeared in the first column. The second person knew what was wrong with me. The third section described Emily's activities that day. The fourth question was whether I received assistance or not. After 3 hours, I had 4 pages packed with tiny writing, and the pattern was so evident that I felt sick to my stomach. Every school play, dance competition, and key social event for Emily coincided with a period when I couldn't seek medical attention. I remembered having strep throat for her 8th grade graduation and having to sit through the entire ceremony with a fever of 103 degrees because she felt I was faking. I once broke my wrist while falling off my bike but couldn't go to the ER until the next day since Emily was having a sleepover and didn't want all of the attention on me. Each incident received its own line in my chronology, and at the end, I had documented 27 instances over 4 years in which Emily denied me medical care for legitimate injuries or illnesses. My phone rang with a voicemail from Rowan, and when I played it, his voice was unsteady but clear as he explained what he observed at the party. He described my blue lips, my fingernails going purple, how I gasped like a fish out of water, and, most critically, how my father physically grabbed Veronica's arm to prevent her from dialing 911. Rowan claimed he had been filming footage for Emily's birthday montage and had captured some of it on his phone, including my father indicating they needed Emily's approval first. 3 days later, I was sitting in a courtroom with Sarah for the protective order hearing when my parents entered with an expensive-looking lawyer in a gray suit. He immediately began arguing that this was a private family affair that had no place in court and that parents have the right to make medical decisions for their minor children. The judge, an elderly woman wearing reading glasses on a chain, looked at him and asked whether he was genuinely proposing that one child should have medical authority over another. The lawyer attempted to justify it as a parenting decision, but the court interrupted him off and asked my parents directly whether they actually forced one daughter to seek the other for permission to use an inhaler during an asthma attack. My mother began to explain how Emily knew me best, but the judge's expression hardened with each word. After 40 minutes of debate, the judge approved the protective order, but it was not as comprehensive as Sarah had requested. I gained complete responsibility over my own medical decisions, no longer requiring anyone's consent, and my parents could only see me with the supervision of CPS or another approved adult. The judge stated that she had never heard of parents delegating medical choices to a sibling, and found it very disturbing, but she could not impose the complete no-contact order without additional evidence of direct injury. That afternoon I checked my phone and discovered Emily's Instagram diatribe about how I had ruined her entire future. The modeling scout had officially withdrew their interest after learning about what transpired at her party, and she blamed me for sabotaging her ambitions with my attention-seeking antics. However, the remarks were harsh, with students criticizing her for allowing me to almost die. And I noted that several of her pals, including 2 girls from her dancing team, had stopped following her. Later that week, Camilla stopped by Veronica's house with a large folder containing CPS's preliminary report. I sat on the couch and read 15 pages of interviews with party witnesses, hospital medical specialists, and school staff who had detected troubling patterns over time. The report used terms like extreme medical negligence and failure to protect, and stated that neither of my parents understood how harmful their acts were. The investigator advised that CPS maintain its participation with required parenting seminars and monitored visits. 2 days later, I visited with the Assistant District Attorney, Nolan Graves, in his downtown office. He was younger than I imagined, with thick black hair, and appeared fatigued as he explained that, while my parents' actions were clearly criminal, proving they intended to kill me would be nearly difficult. He claimed child endangerment charges were much more likely to be upheld because there was overwhelming evidence they put me in danger by denying medical care. He requested me to write a victim impact statement and indicated the case would most likely take months to go through the system. That weekend, I discovered that my parents had filed a complaint with CPS, saying that Veronica's family was isolating me from them and poisoning me against my own family. The charge made my hands shake with rage, because Veronica's family practically saved my life, while my own parents stood by and watched me perish. When I started crying, Veronica's mother held me and assured me that they had all of the proof on their side. Sarah called me 5 days later to say the complaint had already been dropped. The court who evaluated it stated that CPS put me with Veronica's family for safety reasons based on medical facts, not for manipulation or alienation. The judge further stated that filing false complaints may result in criminal prosecution for harassment. The following week I stepped into Dr. Mercer's office, bringing my peak flow meter and the log I'd been maintaining for the previous month. I'd been recording my numbers 3 times a day, just as he'd taught me. And the improvement was evident in black and white. My baseline had increased from 250 to 380, and I hadn't had a single major attack since I began taking my maintenance inhaler every day, without anyone's permission. Dr. Mercer smiled as he examined the charts, saying it was exactly what he expected to see when asthma was effectively managed rather than ignored until an emergency occurred. 3 days following that appointment, the school summoned me to the main office for Emily's Code of Conduct hearing. When I entered into the conference room, I noticed the principal sitting with 2 other administrators behind a big table. They had a large folder open with typed reports and witness statements from students who witnessed Emily grab me in the hallway last week. The principal asked me to detail what happened, and I explained how she cornered me after chemistry and grabbed my arm hard enough to leave marks. I showed them Veronica's images of the bruises on my forearm, which were still yellow and green. They took notes and inquired if it was the first time she had done something like this. I told her about the numerous times she had followed me between courses or blocked my route to yell at me when I was staying with Veronica's family. The assistant principal took out further papers and stated that 3 instructors had reported seeing Emily approach me despite being warned to stay away. They stated that they were taking this seriously due to the ongoing legal situation with my parents and will make a decision within 2 days. That night, around 11, my phone rang with a voice message from Emily's number. I almost erased it without listening, but something compelled me to push play. Her voice was unsteady, and she was crying as she explained that she knew I was unwell at the party, but she couldn't let it ruin her big moment with the modeling scout. She kept talking about how she worried when she saw me turn blue and needed it to be a ruse, so she wouldn't feel bad about wanting her party to be flawless. She said she never meant for me to die, but she couldn't accept her mistake in front of everyone. My hands shook as she admitted she knew I was dying, but chose to lie about it. I instantly saved the message to 3 separate locations on my phone and laptop. I sent copies to Sarah, Camilla and Nolan in minutes since this changed everything. Emily had just admitted to willfully denying me medical assistance during an emergency that nearly killed me. The following morning, Dr. Mercer called to say he had finished writing his formal letter for the criminal case. He read parts of it to me over the phone, describing how refusing asthma treatment during an intense attack was medical negligence that may result in death. He used specialized medical terminology like respiratory failure and cardiac arrest to make what happened appear more terrible than it was. He stated that he had previously submitted copies to Nolan and would testify as an expert witness if necessary. 2 days later, Nolan called as I was doing my schoolwork at Veronica's kitchen table. He stated that they had evaluated all of the evidence, including Emily's voice message, and were pressing forward with misdemeanor child endangerment charges against my parents. He stated that felony charges were improbable because proving intent was too difficult, but they still carried serious implications. He stated that my parents would have to appear in court and potentially face up to a year in jail, which was unusual for first-time offenders. He asked if I was comfortable with this amount of accountability, and I agreed because it was better than nothing. The following week, I had to attend a CPS case conference at their downtown office. Camilla was there with 2 supervisors, and they discussed the future steps for my case. They recommended family treatment with ongoing supervision once the criminal case was resolved. I told them I didn't feel safe in therapy with folks who hadn't committed any wrongdoing. I mentioned how my parents believed they were only following house rules and didn't see the issue. The supervisors glanced at each other and agreed to resume therapy when the criminal case was completed. They stated that my safety came first, and that imposing therapy before my parents accepted responsibility could be harmful rather than beneficial. Later that week, Olivia summoned me to her school office to discuss what she referred to as an accommodations plan. She had documents lying across her desk to ensure I always had access to my medication at school. We noted down that if I had respiratory problems, I may leave any class without permission. She also mentioned that I may have my inhaler with me at all times and use it anytime I needed it without first asking anyone. She ensured that no teacher may dispute or deny these concessions under any circumstances. She made copies for the nurse and all of my teachers, and gave me a card that outlined my rights. Rowan texted me that weekend, wondering if we could discuss the criminal hearing. We met in a coffee shop near the school and sat at a corner table. He stated that he wanted to testify about what he'd seen at the party but was unsure whether I wanted him involved. We had an awkward chat about how Emily had also misled him by falsely accusing me of being jealous and dramatic. He showed me texts in which she had convinced him that I was faking being unwell for attention over the years. We agreed that he should focus solely on the facts of what he saw at the party, such as my blue lips and my father attempting to prevent Veronica from calling 911. The conversation was strange but important, and we both understood his testimony would aid the case. A few days before the hearing, I visited with Camilla and Sarah in Sarah's office. I informed them that I intended to testify at the criminal hearing, but not as a victim. I wanted to speak as if I were conveying the truth about what had occurred to me. They helped me practice what I wanted to say without making me feel weak or broken. Camilla encouraged me to stick to the facts, while Sarah demonstrated how to remain calm if the defense attorney attempted to upset me. We repeated my sentence until I could say it without sobbing. The next week during exercise class, I felt a similar tightness in my chest. Instead of panicking, I immediately took out my inhaler and peak flow meter. I blew into it and noticed that my numbers were lowering, but not dangerously low yet. I told the teacher that I needed to sit out and check my breathing. I used my inhaler again after 5 minutes, and I checked my peak flow every few minutes. Within 15 minutes, my numbers had returned to normal, and the tightness had subsided. The gym teacher observed the entire incident and said I handled it correctly. She complimented me on my calm demeanor and preparation. As I put my inhaler back in my pocket, I realized I wasn't terrified anymore since I had regained control of my own body and health. 3 days later, as I was walking to my car after school, I noticed my parents' SUV parked next to Veronica's Honda. My stomach fell as they stepped out and began approaching toward me, despite the fact that the protective order stated they could not get within 50 feet. I got out my phone and contacted the compliance line number Sarah had saved for me, informing them exactly where I was as my parents approached. Mom was crying, and Dad kept claiming they only wanted to talk for 5 minutes, but I remained on the phone and moved away from the school gate. Within 4 minutes, 2 security guards dashed out and positioned themselves between me and my parents, with one filming everything on his phone. Dad tried to explain that they were my parents, and had the right to see me, but the guard informed him about the protective order on file with the school. They had to leave or face prosecution by campus police for trespassing and violating a court order. Emily found me at my locker the next morning, and began shouting about how I had ruined her entire life, and cost her the modeling contract she had been working for since middle school. Students stopped to look as she yelled that I was jealous and intended to ruin everything nice in her life, just like I had always done. I didn't respond, simply held up my phone to record her as she screamed about how everyone at school thought she was a monster. When she eventually stormed out, I went straight to the principal's office and showed him the tape, explaining how Olivia had instructed me to capture everything. He stated that this was the 3rd incident report regarding Emily this week and scheduled an emergency disciplinary hearing for that afternoon. The hearing lasted 2 hours, during which the principal, vice principal, and 3 teachers reviewed all of the documented occurrences, as well as witness statements from kids who had observed Emily corner me several times. They decided to suspend her from all extracurricular activities, including student council and debate team, and issue an official no-contact order, which said that she could not approach me anywhere on school grounds. If she violated it even once, she'd be suspended and possibly expelled, which meant I finally had one location where I could feel safe from her. That weekend, Nolan called to tell me that he had formally filed the misdemeanor child endangerment charges against my parents, and that I needed to write a victim impact statement for court. I met with Sarah at her downtown office, where we spent 3 hours writing and reworking my statement until it was factual and not overly emotional. We rehearsed reading it aloud repeatedly, with Sarah pacing me and helping me slow down when I started speeding through the difficult portions. She advised me to pause and breathe in between portions, as well as look up at the judge, rather than focusing just on the paper. 2 weeks later, we all went to court for the arraignment, when my parents entered their plea. They stood at the defendant's table with their counsel, as the prosecution read the allegations of willfully refusing medical care to a kid in their control. When the judge asked how they pled, they both answered, "Not guilty," in voices as low as I'd ever heard them. Emily sat in the gallery behind them, appearing pale and younger than 16. Her hair was pulled back in a modest ponytail rather than her normal beautiful curls. She kept staring at me, as if she was seeing me for the first time as a real person, rather than simply the twin who was meant to remain in her shadow. The judge scheduled the trial for 6 weeks later and informed my parents that they may still only contact me through lawyers. A month later, I stood at the podium in the courtroom reading my statement, my hands trembling so much that I had to hold the edges to stay still. I described the permission rule in simple terms, beginning when I was 12 years old, and Emily concluded that I had pretended to be sick at her recital. I detailed the day of the party, reading from my notes about being unable to breathe, and my parents' refusal to assist even when I was becoming blue. My voice cracked when I reached to the part about dying for 4 minutes, but I kept on, gaining stronger with each word until I was able to speak clearly about what they had done to me. Except for my speech and Mom's soft cry at the defendant's table, the courtroom was dead silence. After 3 days of testimony from Veronica, Rowan and other party guests, as well as Dr. Mercer's medical proof about my scarred lungs caused by years of untreated illnesses, my parents' lawyer requested a meeting with the prosecutor. They negotiated a plea agreement in which my parents would plead guilty to a lesser felony in exchange for 18 months of mandatory parenting classes and compliance monitoring rather than probable jail time. It wasn't the harshest punishment, but it required them to plead guilt and would remain on their criminal record indefinitely, hurting any future employment or housing applications. The court approved the bargain, but then added something extra. He expanded my protective order to explicitly specify in legal language that Emily had no jurisdiction over my medical decisions indefinitely. The injunction said that my health and medical care were my only responsibility and right, and any attempt by family members to interfere would be considered a violation. 2 weeks after the trial concluded, Camilla arrived to Veronica's house for our final intensive meeting, where she informed us that CPS was ending the active investigation phase. They were pleased that I was secure and thriving with Veronica's family, but they would do periodic check-ins for the following year and had arranged for treatment referrals if I requested them. She handed me a folder containing all of the case material as well as her direct phone number in case I ever needed help again. That night at supper, Veronica's parents informed me that the emergency placement period had ended, but they wanted me to know that I could stay for the rest of the school year, and even until graduation if I chose. Veronica's mother grabbed my hand and told me I'd become like a second daughter to them, and they couldn't picture me leaving now. I answered yes right away because, even though we weren't related by blood, they'd showed me more genuine family love in 3 months than my own family had in 16 years. 3 months slipped by faster than I thought, and I found myself sitting in Dr. Mercer's office for a follow-up session, watching him pull up my test results from his computer screen. He pointed to the figures that showed my lung function had increased from 60% to nearly 90% simply by taking my medications as prescribed. The improved graphs resembled ascending mountain slopes, and he printed them for me to keep while describing how regular treatment had reversed the majority of the damage from years of untreated episodes. He issued prescriptions for everything I needed for 3 months, and ensured that I had backup inhalers at home, school, and in Veronica's car. He also provided me extra spacers, and demonstrated the necessary cleaning regimen to prevent infections. The following day, Olivia summoned me to her school office, where she had boxes of folders and a label maker set across her desk, ready to assist me in organizing everything necessary. We spent 2 hours creating what she referred to as my safety file, which had sections for medical data, legal documents, and emergency contacts, as well as tabs for anything from insurance cards to therapy referrals. She photocopied my protective order 3 times so I could maintain copies in various locations, and she assisted me in scanning everything onto a flash drive as a backup, as we discussed college applications and how many survivors used their experiences in personal statements. We looked at scholarship opportunities for medical hardship situations, and she handed me pamphlets for colleges with outstanding support systems for students with chronic health concerns, highlighting those with great pre-med programs because I'd been thinking about it recently. Rowan texted me that weekend, asking if I wanted to go for lunch at a diner near school, just the 2 of us, no mention of Emily, the trial, or anything serious. We sat in a booth eating burgers and talking about mundane things like his soccer season and my scientific project, making it obvious that we wouldn't talk about my sister or what occurred at the party. It wasn't the same easy connection we had as kids building forts in my backyard, but it was genuine and honest, with him making sure I had my inhaler before we went somewhere, and me appreciating that he cared enough to ask. During chemistry class, my phone buzzed with a text from Emily saying she recognized she'd made some mistakes and may have handled things incorrectly, but she didn't apologize or admit to nearly murdering me. I stared at the message for a while, my finger hanging over the respond button. But then I deleted it without answering, since keeping my peace was more important than gaining the last word or making her understand what she had done. That night, I sat at Veronica's kitchen table with a notebook and prepared a personal statement for my safety file, emphasizing in my own words that all medical decisions were solely mine to decide. I detailed every legal document that backed this, from the protection order, to the CPS findings to the criminal case outcome, and felt empowered by placing my medical autonomy in writing so that no one could ever question it again. The declaration was 3 pages long, and I prepared 5 copies, one in my backpack, one in my locker, one in the safety file, one at the doctor's office, and one with Olivia, to ensure that I was never without documentation of my rights. Looking back 3 months after my 4-minute death, I had legal protection that kept my family away. Stable housing with folks that genuinely cared about me. Proper medical care from doctors who listened, and friends who put my safety ahead of anyone else's feelings. The trauma was not totally erased, and it seemed unlikely that it would ever be, but I was no longer stuck in a house where her twin decided whether I lived or died, dependent on her mood. Veronica's mother knocked on my home Saturday morning, stating we were going shopping for medical supplies that were exclusively mine, not shared, borrowed, or put away where I couldn't find them. We drove to 3 different stores and found the ideal peak flow meter in my favorite color, purple, as well as a whole kit with extra inhalers, spacers, nebulizer masks, and a secured box to keep everything in so I'd never have to beg permission to breathe again. She assisted me in setting up a medical station in my room, labeling and organizing everything, even purchasing a little fridge for my liquid prescriptions, repeatedly emphasizing that these items were mine and that I should never have to ask for them. We received a medical alert bracelet engraved with my conditions and emergency contacts, as well as a pocket card containing my action plan, which did not require anyone's approval, just my own judgment about my body. The freedom of having my own medical supplies felt more significant than anything else, as if I could finally trust that I'd always have what I needed to keep alive without relying on someone else's approval. My asthma was under control for the first time since elementary school. I felt comfortable with Veronica's family, who treated me like a true daughter. I'd even started working on college applications, writing essays about overcoming medical neglect and discovering my voice. It turns out that when you can breathe freely without someone's hand around your throat, both literally with air and metaphorically with control, anything is conceivable, including dreams I'd never allowed myself to have previously. This entire trip has had a profound impact on me, and I am grateful that you have allowed me to be a part of it. My mother mocked me as poor and put me in room 108, but at dinner I exposed their lies and revealed I was the true heir to my grandfather's empire. Every family has its secrets, but I never imagined ours would be hidden within the luxurious walls of a 5-star hotel. For years I was nothing more than a shadow beside my perfect sister, the one who received all the praise, while I was left with pity and silence. But this year, at our annual family reunion, everything changed. None of them knew that the very place we were gathering, this dazzling hotel, already belonged to me. And that night, a truth buried for decades would finally force us all to face it. I resolved to stay quiet and observe the yearly family reunion. My mother insisted on keeping the tradition, but for me, it always meant a weekend filled with relentless comparisons and scathing remarks. This year would be no different, except that the magnificent hotel where we would stay had become my property thanks to the bequest my grandfather had surreptitiously left me 6 months before. My heart was racing when I entered the lobby of the Hotel Miramar. I watched as everyone greeted my sister Sophia, a family favorite, with hugs and smiles. Nobody noticed me until my mother spotted me and grimaced. "I thought you wouldn't come, Elise," she remarked, not trying to hide her sadness. "I would do anything not to miss our family reunion." I responded with a smile that did not reach my eyes. My brother-in-law, Sophia's husband Marco, looked me up and down, assessing my attire as usual. My modest company was now a respected agency with international clients, but I never tried to correct their preconceptions, which wounded me the most. "It appears that the graphic design industry isn't so profitable after all," he remarked with a cynical smirk. This five-star hotel, with its impeccable gardens and ocean view, now belonged to me. My grandfather had always seen something in me that the rest of the family ignored. We distributed the rooms, my mother announced as manager Andres handed out the keys, and my sister and her husband received the presidential suite with ocean view. My parents, an executive suite, my cousins' deluxe rooms, and me. Elise, you'll stay in room 108 on the first floor, the room next to the laundry, the smallest and noisiest room in the hotel. Everyone exchanged glances, some with shame, others with poorly disguised amusement. Andres, the manager, appeared uncomfortable. "Ma'am, we could look for another option for the young lady," he began. But my mother interrupted him. "It's not necessary. Elise is simple. She doesn't need luxuries." I saw Andres's concern in my eyes. He knew who I really was, but we had agreed to keep my position as owner secret during this family reunion. "It's fine, Andres," I said calmly. "Room 108 will be perfect." I took the key and walked to the elevator, feeling my family's eyes on me. My cousin Valeria spoke to me on the way, while Elise, as usual, settled for the leftovers. The room was just as I remembered, modest, with a window facing the service area, and the continual sounds of the laundry machines. I sat down on the single bed and breathed deeply. During the welcome dinner at the hotel restaurant, my family occupied the best table, and my chair was partially hidden behind a column. I wasn't there to confront or humiliate my family by revealing that I was the owner. Rather, I was there to figure out why they treated me so poorly after 30 years. While everyone else got the most costly meals on the menu, I chose a simple salad. "Can't you afford something better, Elise?" my father asked with a mixture of mockery and pity. "We can treat you if you like. The salad is fine." "Thank you," I said, preserving my dignity. As usual, the conversation centered on Sophia's accomplishments, her recent promotion at the bank, and her new home in the exclusive area. "Our Sophia always knew what she wanted," my mother said proudly, "unlike Elise, who wasted her life with this drawing business." The head chef approached our table to personally greet the guests, and when he saw me, he made a small bow that did not go unnoticed. "Was the salad to your liking, Miss Elise?" he asked respectfully. "Delicious, Mateo." "Thank you," I replied. My family looked at me oddly. "Do you know the chef?" Sophia inquired, shocked. "We've crossed paths before," I responded vaguely. The fact was that I had personally hired Mateo 3 months earlier, after my grandpa had left me the hotel. As the night went, the insults directed at me became more cutting. The secret I kept was weighing on me more and more. Should I reveal the truth? What would they do if they knew that every insult, every humiliation occurred under my own roof? Andres approached discreetly. "Miss Elise, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention," he said quietly. "What could be so urgent for Elise?" Marco mocked. "Did they run out of colored pencils?" I stood up calmly, ignoring the comment, and said, "Excuse me. I'll be back in a moment." Andres looked concerned in the private office. "Miss, I can't continue watching how they treat you. You own this place." "I know, Andres, but I need to understand something before I reveal the truth. There's a family wound that's been open for a long time. I looked out the window at the dark sea, and I think I'm close to discovering why my family despises me so much." I returned to the table, where my family was still eating exclusive desserts. My cousin Diego was telling me about his recent purchase of a sports car, when my Aunt Teresa, who is always the most perceptive, remarked, "What did that employee want with you?" "Elise, do you know him from somewhere?" I felt all eyes on me. "Just a confusion with the reservation," I responded casually, taking a sip of water. Sophia mumbled to Marco loudly enough for me to hear, as she always did. That night, as everyone retired to their sumptuous rooms, I remained in the vacant lobby. Andres approached with a cup of tea. "Your grandfather would be proud of you," he whispered gently. "Don's always knew you would be the one to best care for his legacy." I smiled melancholically. My granddad was the only person who saw something exceptional in me. Andres shook his head firmly. "In the brief months you've been running the hotel, you've introduced more improvements than any prior owner, and the staff appreciates you." Don Alejandro was not wrong. The following day, at the breakfast buffet, I observed that numerous staff members greeted me with disguised reverence. My family was too busy pouring themselves the most exclusive delicacies to notice. "Elise, are you only eating that?" my mother asked, looking at my plate of fruit and yogurt. "That's why you're so slim." "You look sick." "I am absolutely healthy, Mom," I responded. "I just prefer to start the day with something light." Marco burst into laughter. "Light? Actually, it's economical. I bet you track every penny you spend. The comment elicited laughs around the table. I took a deep breath and concentrated on my breakfast. It was not the time for revelations. The morning was filled with activities, including a tour of the hotel, time in the pool, and treatments in the spa. Of course, my parents had planned everything to ensure that Sophia and her husband received the best possible treatment from me. There were just leftovers. I'm sorry, but it appears that there is no more place for the premium massage. My mother informed me with feigned disappointment. You will have to settle with a basic massage. Later, I discovered that she had purposefully cancelled my reservation for the premium treatment, arguing it would be a waste on Elise. During lunch, the talk shifted to a topic: Grandfather Alejandro's inheritance. I can never understand why Dad sold the hotel before his death, my mother observed, gazing around nostalgically. It was his biggest pride. My father said, he certainly received an irresistible offer. Unfortunately, we never found out who bought it. Sophia sighed heavily. If we still owned the hotel, we could stay for free. We could even offer Elise a nice room, she said, as if she were doing me a favor. I restrained a smile. If only they knew the truth about the bequest and the family mystery that I was about to uncover. That afternoon, while my parents and Sophia were on a yacht cruise, I went into my grandfather's old office, which is now my private office. Andres was waiting for me with a box containing documents. I found what you requested for, Miss Elise, he continued, setting the box on the table. These are your grandfather's personal records pertaining to your family. I began going through letters, photographs, and journals. Among them, I discovered a yellowed envelope from 15 years ago. It contained a letter from my mother to my grandfather, which left me speechless. Dad, you need to understand that Elise is not like us. She never was. If you keep treating her as your favorite, you will only hurt her. She lacks the qualities necessary to prosper in this household. Sophia is the person who should inherit the hotel someday. My hands were shaking. I continued to read similar correspondence over the years. Letters in which my own mother attempted to persuade grandfather that I did not deserve his attention or wealth. She wrote letters about my purported failings and weaknesses. A handwritten message from my granddad was never mailed. Linda responded. It makes me sad to watch how you treat your own kid. Elise possesses a spirit and intelligence that you cannot perceive. Someday you'll all realize your mistakes. The discovery struck me like a chilly wave. It wasn't just envy or familial rivalry. My mother had purposefully contrived my family's marginalization. Are you okay, miss? Andres inquired, concerned by my quiet. No, I responded honestly. But I shall be. I kept reading and found something much more frightening. My father and Marco had attempted to persuade grandfather to sell the hotel to them at a reduced price soon before his death. Their plan had failed when grandfather, suspicious of their intentions, decided to secretly leave it to me. A knock on the door interrupted my investigation. It was Daniela, my cousin. Elise, what are you doing here? This area is only for authorized people, she said, looking curiously at the documents scattered on the table. Andres responded fast. The young girl was looking for information on the hotel's activities. Miss Daniela. Daniela did not appear convinced. Her eyes sharpened as she examined the office. Isn't it strange that they let you into the private office? They wouldn't even let us take a look. Maybe I'm not as insignificant as everyone thinks, I said while observing her. Something changed in her expression. For the first time, I saw a glimmer of doubt in her eyes. You were always grandfather's favorite, she was saying softly. We all knew it, but no one would say it. When Daniela left, I knew my secret wouldn't survive much longer. The family would begin to suspect, and I'd have to make a decision. The gala dinner was the main event of our family reunion, and the storm that had been brewing since my arrival arrived, bringing with it the opportunity for vengeance I had never realized I desired. I had to choose between continuing to be humiliated and revealing that I, the despised Elise, was now the owner of the empire they all desired. The hotel's main hall had been arranged with fresh flowers, candles, beautiful crystals, and linen tablecloths. I came purposefully late, dressed in a modest but elegant black dress I had made myself. Finally, you show, my mother remarked irritably. We were about to order without you. I took my seat at the least advantageous spot at the table, as they had allotted me. Marco was already half drunk, boasting about his latest real estate investments. I bought 3 properties on the coast last month, and if I play my cards right, I could even buy a hotel like this someday. Sophia beamed brightly. My husband has business vision. Unlike other family members who are content to draw logos, my father raised his glass to Marco and Sophia, the true pride of this family. Everyone toasted while I kept my glass on the table. No one seemed to notice during the first course. Daniela was watching me intensely. Finally, she spoke. Elise, I saw you today in the hotel's private office, and you seemed very comfortable there. A sudden silence fell over the table, and all eyes turned on me. What were you doing in restricted areas? My father asked, frowning. I took a sip of water. I was investigating some things about the hotel. Why would you do that? My mother asked. It's not like you're going to buy one. Marco let out a thunderous laugh. Elise owning a hotel? That would be funny. She can't even afford a good room. Andres approached our table with a bottle of special champagne. Miss Elise, the champagne you ordered for your family, he said. My mother blinked in surprise. We didn't purchase any. It's complimentary, he added. From me, I said calmly. From you? Sophia nearly choked. The tension at the table was palpable as Andres served the champagne. There are many things about me you don't know, I said simply. My father looked at me suspiciously and said, What are you talking about, Elise? If you have something to say, say it. I pondered my options. I could reveal my secret now. I didn't want to be like them, so I replied that I just wanted to make a kind gesture to celebrate the fact that we were still together as a family, despite the fact that they had humiliated me for years. Their expressions of surprise were clear. They didn't expect generosity from me after how they had treated me. The dinner continued, but something had changed subtly. Valeria looked at me with intrigue, as if she were reconsidering who I really was, and Sophia began talking about grandfather's inheritance during dessert. I'd never understood why grandfather sold the hotel secretly. It was the family patrimony. Maybe he knew some would try to take advantage, I responded, staring directly at my father and Marco. What are you insinuating? Marco reacted abruptly defensive. Nothing, I said gently. Just that grandfather was more intelligent than everyone assumed. My father looked at me with a mixture of suspicion and nervousness. Elise, if you know anything about the hotel sale, you should share it with the family. Now I'm part of the family, I wondered. A few hours ago, I was the poor relative who didn't even deserve a decent room. An uncomfortable silence fell over the table. My mother tried to change the subject, but I continued. You know, grandfather told me many things, and I spent hours with him while you were busy with your important lives. He told me about his plans for the hotel, and what he wanted for his legacy. And what did he say? Sophia asked, unable to hide her curiosity. He told me that a family business is like a mirror, reflecting the values of those who run it. Marco smashed his fist on the table, saying, Enough riddles. If you have something to say it clearly. At that point, the hotel's general manager approached our table and apologized for interrupting us. I just wanted to make sure everything was to your liking, especially for you, Miss Elise. My family was uncomfortable with the preferential treatment I was receiving. Everything is perfect, Diego. Thank you, I replied with a smile. My father demanded to know why they treated you like you were someone important. I took a deep breath. I didn't intend to reveal my secret that night, but the situation was escalating, so I had to make a decision. They know my work, I replied, and they simply respect what I do. Drawing logos, Marco mocked. I design corporate identities for international companies, I corrected. My agency has 30 employees and clients on 3 continents. Our income exceeded $3 million last year, which surprised them so much that my mother nearly dropped her glass. You're lying, Sophia said. If you were so successful, you would have bragged about it. I responded that, unlike some, I don't require regular affirmation from others. And there's a difference between humility and allowing myself to be treated like trash. If you're so successful, why did you accept staying in that horrible room? My mother asked, genuinely perplexed. I replied honestly, wanting to know if there was any limit to your contempt for me. My words fell like slabs on the table. For the first time, I saw shame on some of their faces. Not all, but it was a start. Elise, my father began. But I interrupted him. I'm not finished, I said firmly. For years I endured your comments, pitying looks, and constant contempt, all because I didn't take the path you considered appropriate. My hands were shaking, but my voice remained steady, as if decades of silence had finally found their voice. Grandfather taught me that a person's worth is measured by how they treat others, not by what they own or how they appear. He saw something in me that you could never see because you were too busy comparing me to your idea of success. The silence that followed was deafening, and I could see emotions crossing their faces. Disbelief, shame, confusion, And, in some cases, the beginning of an uncomfortable realization. If this is true, my father finally said, why didn't you say anything? Would you have listened? I asked. Would you have found another way to diminish my accomplishments? He had no answer for that. We all knew the truth. The dinner ended in an uncomfortable silence. As the others went, Valeria lingered behind and sat alongside me. I always knew you were different, she whispered gently. I'd never understood why until today. Our eyes met in a moment of mutual understanding. Elise, she continued. There's something more, isn't there? There's something about this hotel and your grandfather that you haven't said. I nodded slowly, knowing that everyone would know the next morning. During breakfast, the dynamics had subtly changed, and my family watched me with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. From my modest room next to the laundry, I could hear the hum of the machines mixing with the bird songs. I dressed carefully, choosing an ivory-tailored suit I had reserved for special occasions. Today would undoubtedly be an occasion none of us would forget. My revelation the night before had shaken the foundations of the family hierarchy, but they still didn't know the whole truth. My mother was the first to approach, saying, Elise dear, we didn't know your business was doing so well, with a tense smile. You should have told us. I tried. My father intervened, adopting a conciliatory tone that he had never used with me before, and my voice was calm without a trace of bitterness for years. Every time I mentioned a new client or an important project, you changed the subject to talk about Sophia's accomplishments, and my sister blushed. We're proud of you, of course, but Marco remained skeptical. Andres approached our table at 10 a.m., and he said, that's impressive if it's true, emphasizing the last part. Of course, revenue isn't the same as profit, and my profit margin last year was 28%, so I responded without getting upset. After taxes, his expression changed to one of surprise and almost respect. Miss Elise, everything is ready for the meeting you requested. My family looked at me suspiciously. I planned a brief presentation about the hotel's history, which I discussed standing up. I felt it would be interesting to you because it was so significant to my grandfather. My grandfather's lawyer, Ricardo Mendez, was present in the main conference room, an elegant space with large windows offering panoramic ocean views. I was surprised to see not only the hotel's management team, but also an older, distinguished-looking man, Ricardo Torres. What does this mean, Elise? My father asked, suddenly alarmed. Please take your seats, I indicated, pointing to the front row of chairs. Once everyone was seated, I positioned myself in front of. My heart was racing, but my voice remained steady. As you know, this hotel was the crown jewel of Grandfather Alejandro's businesses. He built it from the ground up, transforming a small inn into one of the most prestigious establishments on the coast. I turned on the projector, which displayed old photos of the hotel in its early days. My family watched with a mixture of nostalgia and confusion. What you may not know, I continued, is what really happened to the hotel after his death. My mother tensed visibly. Grandfather sold the hotel before dying, but we never knew to whom. That's not entirely accurate. Lawyer Torres intervened, standing beside me. Don Alejandro did not sell the hotel. He transferred it to a trust. A trust? My father repeated, frowning. Why weren't we notified? Because it wasn't relevant to you. Mendes explained with professional coolness. The trust had a single beneficiary. All eyes were on me. I could see how the parts fit together in their thoughts. It can't be, Sophia muttered. I nodded slowly. Grandfather left me at the hotel. I've been the owner for 6 months, and the silence that followed was complete, as if the air itself had stopped moving. The reactions varied from surprise to fury, passing through the most profound shock. Marco was the first to recover his voice. This is ludicrous. Why would he leave you? You are his most prized treasure. That's a fantastic question, I said, gazing straight at my parents. And I think Mom might have an idea. My mother paled instantaneously. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Mom, I found your letters. The ones you sent to Grandfather, attempting to persuade him that I did not deserve his attention or inheritance. Several gasps were audible around the room. My mother appeared to have shrunk into her chair. I also discovered something else. I continued to indicate Andres, who gave folders to each family member. The documents reveal that Dad and Marco attempted to coerce Grandfather into selling them the hotel at a reduced price soon before his death. My father opened the packet with trembling hands. Inside were copies of communications, phony acquisition proposals, and false evaluations that undervalued the property. "This is out of context," he mumbled. "No, it is not." Lawyer Mendez stepped in. Don Alejandro presented me the documentation. That's when he decided to change his will and leave the hotel to Elise, the one person he could trust to carry on his legacy. Marco sprang up abruptly, his face flushed with rage. "This is a conspiracy. You certainly exploited the elderly man or the lawyer. You lack the necessary qualifications to manage this type of business." "The data indicate otherwise," I responded calmly. "Revenue at the hotel has climbed by 18% in the 6 months since I took over. Customer satisfaction has increased, and we have been nominated for 2 Hospitality Excellence Awards." Andres nodded in agreement. The management team expressed pride and admiration. My mother seemed genuinely perplexed. "If you are the owner, why did you agree to remain in that awful room? Why did you allow us to treat you that way?" It was the question I had been waiting for. "Because I needed to understand," I responded, my voice breaking with passion. "I needed to know if you truly considered me as useless, or if you had a deeper reason for your scorn." The tears threatened to pour, but I remained tough. And what I learned was far more painful than I had imagined. It wasn't that you thought I had no value. You were afraid of what would happen if others, particularly my grandfather, recognized my worth. My mother's gaze fell, unwilling to meet mine. "The letters are obvious, Mom. You couldn't stand the fact that my grandfather loved me. You couldn't accept that he recognized something wonderful in me. Why? What have I done to deserve this?" The subsequent silence was broken by a muffled sob. My mother appeared to have fallen beneath the weight of decades of deceit. "You were just like him," she finally said. "You have the same look and way of seeing the world. When you were younger, he used to say you were his living image, with his business energy." She paused and breathed shakily. "And I was constantly a disappointment to him. When you showed up with your imagination and determination, I realized I was never smart or ambitious enough. I noticed how his eyes lit up when he talked to you, which they never did with me." The revelation landed like a bomb in the room. Decades of anger, maternal jealousy, and an unspoken competition. "So you decided to ensure that I never showed," I concluded, feeling a mix of empathy and sadness. "You told my entire family that I was inferior, and that my ambitions were unimportant." My mother did not refute it. She could not. "And you?" I addressed my father. "You identified a business opportunity. If I remained isolated from the family, I would not pose a threat to your intentions with the hotel." My father appeared to have aged 10 years in the past few minutes. Meanwhile, Sophia stayed silent, probably contemplating what she had just learned about our family relations. That's when I made the most crucial decision of my life. Despite everything, I finally spoke, breaking the oppressive hush that had settled over the room. "I'm still a member of this family." My comments appeared to float in the air, surprising and unsettling everyone present. "We aren't here to settle accounts," I continued. "I could have embarrassed you from the start, kicked you out of the hotel, or treated you the way you treated me, but it would have simply perpetuated the cycle of resentment that has plagued this family for far too long." My mother gazed at me with red eyes, a look of guilt and bewilderment on her face. I didn't fully understand why grandfather left me in this motel. Now I understand it wasn't simply about business. It was about providing us the opportunity to heal. I strolled to the room's largest window and gazed out at the sea that stretched before us, the same sea that my grandfather saw every morning from his office. "Grandfather left something else in the trust," I announced, turning to face them. "A letter to be presented to the family 6 months after I gained possession of the hotel. That was today." Lawyer Mendez nodded and removed an envelope from his briefcase. He gave it to me seriously. Mendez indicated that Don Alejandro's final wish goes beyond the legal aspects. He particularly demanded that it be read in front of the entire family. My hands trembled as I opened the mail. I took out the pages written in my grandfather's distinctive handwriting and began reading aloud. "Dear family, if you're hearing these words, it means Elise has taken over as owner of Hotel Miramar. And the time has arrived for you to discover my genuine motivations. This hotel embodies my heritage. However, a legacy encompasses more than just structures and businesses. A legacy can also be defined as the values we pass down to future generations. For years, I watched with sadness as our family fragmented. I saw scorn for Elise, who, oddly, is the most like me in spirit and vision. Linda, my darling daughter, was always trying to prove her worth to me by competing against her own daughter. It was not essential. I loved her for who she was, not for who she thought she needed to be to impress me. Marco and Sophia based their lives on appearances and superficial goals. True success is judged not in material possessions or prestige, but in the integrity with which we live. I left the hotel to Elise, not only because I trust her competence to run it, but also because I believe her heart will heal our family's wounds. My final goal is that you utilize this revelation to reflect, to admit past mistakes, and to envision a future in which mutual respect replaces hatred, and family love triumphs over individual ambitions. The hotel is now legally Elise's, but it is spiritually yours, if you are ready to create a new family dynamic based on respect and acceptance. With eternal love, Alejandro. When I finished reading, several individuals in the room, including hotel workers, were in tears. The stillness that followed was packed with passion, realization, and long-suppressed facts. My mom was the first to speak. She was murmuring the entire time. All this time, I was competing with my own daughter, attempting to demonstrate something to a father who already loved me. She stood slowly and approached me with an emotional voice, which surprised me. Elise, I'm not sure whether you can ever forgive me. I was an awful mother, blinded by my own inadequacies. I noticed something in her eyes that I had not seen before. Genuine recognition, vulnerability, and the onset of profound regret. My father, meantime, appeared crushed. Your grandfather was right, he conceded almost to himself. I spent my entire life trying to impress others, ignoring what truly important. Sophia remained seated, mute, with an inexplicable face. Finally she stood and approached me. I've never understood why grandfather preferred you, she said softly. Now I see. While I sought his approval, you sought his wisdom. While I wanted his money, you wanted his legacy. Her voice was sorrowful and accepting, not hostile. However, Marco appeared unmoved. He stood abruptly, his face flushed with anger. And I suppose now we should feel guilty that we should congratulate you for inheriting an empire you didn't build, he said, expecting Sophia to agree. But she stayed by my side. Marco, I said calmly. The hotel is legally mine, and that will not change, but what we do from here as a family depends on all of us, Lawyer Mendes said quietly. Actually, there's an additional cautiel that we haven't discussed yet. We all looked at him, shocked. Don Alejandro stated that Elise might allocate minority holdings in the hotel to other family members if they shown a dedication to the values he defended. The revelation landed like a bombshell. My family gazed at me with a mix of anticipation and anxiety. I clarified that I am not seeking servility in return for shares. What grandfather desired was real reconciliation, uninfluenced by economic considerations. So, what do you propose? My father asked in a tone that suggested he was eager to listen. I took a deep breath. This was the moment I had waited for. The ability to turn pain into something constructive. I propose that we recognize the truth. We are a dysfunctional family that has caused serious harm to its members. We cannot change the past, but we can choose how our future will be. I halted and looked each one in the eyes. The hotel will continue to operate under my supervision, but I am willing to establish a family council in which everyone has a voice. Not for operational decisions, but to ensure that grandfather's legacy lives on through philanthropic efforts, community service, and the principles he defended. And the shares? Marco inquired, still suspicious. They will be gained over time, I stated firmly. Not with flattery toward me, but with deeds that show you actually comprehended grandfather's message. My mother approached and with some hesitation, took my hands in hers. I don't deserve a second chance, she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. But if you're willing to give me one, I promise I'll do everything possible to be the mother I should have been from the beginning. I noticed that my tears were surfacing. Years of longing for the parental love I never experienced were realized in that moment of shared vulnerability. That's all I ever wanted, Mom, I said softly. My father joined us first, followed by Sophia. Marco remained detached, watching the event with a mix of confusion and hatred. I need time to process all of this, he finally muttered, walking to the door. Take all the time you need, I said. The door will be open when you're ready. After Marco left, the mood in the room shifted. It was as if an unseen weight had been lifted, allowing us to breathe normally for the first time in decades. The hotel workers, who had observed the entire incident, appeared greatly moved. Andres began subtly signaling that they should leave us alone during this family period. When we were left with only ourselves and Lawyer Mendes, Sophia asked, "What do we do now? How do we begin to repair so much damage?" With honesty, I replied. Grandfather used to say that family wounds only heal when they're exposed to air. We've kept this resentment and darkness for too long. My dad gave a subtle nod. You have his wisdom, Elise. You always have. Mendes rose up and took his briefcase. My work here is done. Donner Nisa would be pleased with how you handled this, Elise. As he approached the door, he said, by the way, there's an additional box of your grandfather's personal documents in my office. He said that you'd be particularly interested in his diaries from the years he developed the hotel. After Mendes went, my family and I remained in the room, engulfed in a silence that, for the first time, felt meditative rather than uncomfortable. I never asked you about your business, my mother remarked abruptly. $3 million in revenue, 30 staff. You must excel at what you do. I grinned slightly. I am, and I would like to show you my work someday. I'd like that, she said with seriousness I hadn't heard in her voice before. Sophia, who is always realistic, interjected. So, what happens to the remainder of the family weekend? Do we continue with our planned activities? I took a time to reflect. I believe so, but with some alterations. To begin, I'll proceed to the apartment that relates to me as owner. And what should we do about Marco? My father inquired. I said, well, give him space. Some individuals require more time than others to embrace the facts. That night, as the workers moved my possessions to the hotel's main suite, I experienced an unusual mix of feelings. Victory, sure, but not the petty victory of vengeance, but the deeper one of breaking a toxic cycle. From my own patio, I gazed out at the same sea that my grandfather adored. The salty wind stroked my face, carrying the perfume of fresh possibilities. You were right, grandfather, I mumbled into the wind. True power isn't in humiliating those who have hurt us, but in giving them the chance to change, I remembered my grandfather saying. Elise, a hotel is just like a family. Each room is unique. Each visitor contributes their own narrative. The key is to make everyone feel appreciated, not despite their differences, but because of them. For the first time in my life, I believed our family had the potential to become the type of hotel that my grandfather envisioned. A location where everyone could find their own space while still feeling a part of something bigger. The road would be long and likely difficult. Some wounds might take years to completely heal, if at all. But we'd taken the first, and possibly most significant step. We had looked truth in the eyes and resolved not to look away. Jacker's epilogue. A year has passed since that startling family reunion. Hotel Miramar thrives under my leadership, with changes that grandfather would have approved. A scholarship initiative for youth from the local community, rooms designed for persons with disabilities, and a strong commitment to sustainability. My bond with my family has grown in ways I never thought possible. My mother and I have a weekly lunch appointment to progressively repair our friendship. She is no longer looking to compete with me, but to fully understand me. When we discuss design or business, I can sense a gleam of genuine parental pride in her eyes. Sophia was the biggest surprise. After thinking about her life and principles, she chose to return to university to study social work. She said, I want to build something meaningful on my own merits. Her metamorphosis was dramatic and genuine. My father discovered an unexpected purpose in the hotel's community program, where he now organizes events for young entrepreneurs. He claims that teaching them what he has learned, even his failures, gives him a feeling of purpose that money and position cannot supply. It took Marco 6 months to contact me again. When he eventually did, it was to offer me a job, not a free steak. He now oversees the hotel's expansion department, where his ambition, when channeled correctly, is proving beneficial. Room 108, where they put me that first day, has been converted into a tiny museum telling the history of the hotel and its founder. At the end of the tour, visitors will see grandfather's letter framed as a reminder that family businesses are all about values and legacy. Every day as I go through the corridors of this hotel, which is both my inheritance and obligation, I sense my grandfather's presence guiding me. I chose to share my secret not for vengeance, but because it provided the prospect of healing. And, while the journey has not been easy, the family we are creating now is stronger and more authentic than the one we pretended to be. As the sign at the hotel entryway states, we don't build barriers, but bridges. We don't offer rooms, but houses. That is the true secret of Hotel Miramar, as well as the most significant legacy my grandfather left for me. Some stories are more than just stories, they are mirrors of life. If this one moved you, please help us continue to tell additional stories that ought to be heard. Become a member. Join us. Thank you very much, and have a great day. I found my daughter bald on prom morning, then her sister's shocking confession exposed a secret that tore our family apart. I always thought the biggest drama in our home would be about curfews or dresses, never something like this. On the morning of prom, my daughter's piercing screams jolted me awake. I rushed into her room and froze. Her blonde hair was scattered across the pillow, her head completely bald. Standing nearby in unicorn pajamas was her little sister, an electric razor resting on the nightstand, and a quiet confession on her lips that would unravel everything we thought we knew about our family. I awoke to my teenage daughter Lila's piercing screams. I rushed into her bedroom and couldn't believe what I saw. She was entirely bald, with her golden hair strewn on her pillowcase. She was sobbing, telling me that her younger sister, Mia, must have shaved her head while she was sleeping. She staggered to the bathroom mirror and began screaming even louder when she saw her reflection. Prom was in 7 hours, and she was supposed to be the clear choice for queen. Now it was wrecked. "Where's Mia?" I demanded. My husband discovered her sitting on her own bed in unicorn pajamas, with his electric razor on her nightstand. "Mia, what did you do?" I inquired, trying not to yell as Lila wailed in the restroom. "I had to stop her from going to prom," Mia said in that quiet voice she employs when she knows she's in danger, but believes she did the right thing. "This was my baby, and he would still climb into Lila's bed during thunderstorms. Lila taught the same little girl how to ride a bike last summer. The one who followed her older sister around, asking endless questions about everything. I couldn't believe she would destroy her sister's special knight-like way." Before I could reply, the doorbell rang. Dylan, Lila's boyfriend, let himself in as he usually did on Saturday mornings. He came upstairs, calling about corsage colors, and came to a halt when he noticed Lila's bald head. "What the hell happened to your hair?" he inquired, immediately rearranging his face in alarm. "Baby, don't cry. We can fix this. Maybe get you a nice wig. You'll still be the prettiest girl there." Lila started crying louder. Dylan yanked her into him, looking at me as if this was my fault. "Did Mia do this?" "I always said that kid was weird." "This is assault, Mrs. Adams." Mia came in the bathroom doorway, still dressed in her unicorn pajamas. "I cut off all her hair so she couldn't go to prom with you because you're mean to her." "Mia," I called out. But she kept speaking in that determined little kid voice. "You constantly hurt my sister. I can see purple marks on her arms from where you grabbed her too hard." The bathroom went silent. Dylan laughed, but it seemed forced. "Kids make up crazy stories, Mrs. Adams. Tell her, Lila. Tell your mom how good I am to you." Lila would not look at anyone. I could feel frost spreading through my chest. "I took pictures on Mommy's phone when Lila was sleeping," Mia continued, her voice rising. "You push her into walls, hit her tummy where no one can see, and then buy her presents so she won't tell." With trembling hands, I took out my phone and accessed the images. There they were. Close-ups of Lila's arms show finger-shaped bruises. Her ribs have dark purple markings. I felt my stomach drop. "Oh my God," I whispered. "Lila, is this true?" Dylan's face flushed. "Those could be from anything. She plays sports. This is insane. I spent hundreds on her. I'm taking her to prom in a limo." My husband appeared at the doorway. His entire body tensed as he glanced over my shoulder at the photographs on my phone. "Lila, baby, why didn't you tell me?" I said, my voice cracking entirely. Dylan's grasp on Lila tightened noticeably. "We're leaving right now. This is completely ridiculous. Get dressed, Lila." "She can't go anywhere if she's too embarrassed about her hair," Mia explained simply. "That's why I shaved it all off while she was sleeping, so she'd have to stay home safe." Dylan tried a different strategy. His voice became falsely pleasant. "Mia, sometimes Lila and I play rough while we're having fun. It's not abuse, just passion. You're too young to understand boyfriend-girlfriend stuff." My husband went fully into the bathroom and said, "Let go of my daughter right now." "But then you did this," Mia added. Everyone turned to look at her again. She took out her small pink tape recorder, which she used to create pretend radio broadcasts, and hit play. Dylan's voice broke through, little yet clear. She claimed it was from yesterday, while he was waiting in our living room for Lila to get ready. "Yeah, tomorrow night after prom," he exclaimed. "I'm going to get her absolutely inebriated at Jake's afterparty, so she can't say no this time. My brother had already given me the ingredients for her drink, and it was time to lock that down before college. Nothing keeps a girl around like getting her pregnant." I felt like throwing up right there on the toilet tiles. Lila made an awful injured animal sound. She attempted to get away from Dylan, but he held on harder. "That's not real," Dylan said. Sweat was streaming down his face. "You're all crazy." That's not even my voice. You were going to put something in my daughter's drink? I asked quietly. My entire body shook with wrath like I had never experienced before. You were going to assault my baby? Dylan released go of Lila. He started backing up to the door, but my husband moved faster. He blocked the only exit with his entire body. I could feel the muscles in his jaw clenching as he stared at the boy who had been abusing our daughter for who knows how long. You don't want to do this, Dylan explained. He tried to sound aggressive, but his voice cracked like a child's. My father is a lawyer. If you touch me, I will ruin your entire family. My spouse took another step forward. Dylan flattened himself against the wall, searching for another way out. But Dylan abruptly stopped panicking, looked at my husband, and said in the coldest voice I've ever heard, I really don't believe you want to do that, Mr. Adams. And I believe you understand why. My husband's face sank. Dylan's skin drained color, and his hands began to shake as he stood there with a smug expression on his face. I could see my husband's entire body stiffen, and something icy settled in my gut. Dylan knew something, and whatever it was terrified my husband. With all of us jammed in, the restroom felt far too small, and I could hear Lila's ragged breathing behind me. My spouse took a step back, and Dylan's smile spread wider. I positioned myself between them and took out my phone with trembling fingers. I pressed the record button and held it up so Dylan could see the red light glowing. My voice was more steady than when I warned him to leave our house right now, or I'd phone 911. Dylan only laughed and said his father would destroy us for this. He claimed we had no idea who we were messing with. Then he shoved my husband hard enough that he stumbled into the wall. I kept recording as Dylan stomped down the stairs, knocking the family photographs off the wall as he went. My husband followed him down, and I stayed with the daughters, who were also crying. Dylan was ranting something about attorneys and litigation from downstairs. The front door smashed so violently that the entire house shook, and his automobile engine screamed into life outside. His tires screeched as he drove out of our driveway, far too quickly for our peaceful street. My husband returned upstairs, and his face was still as white as a sheet. He glanced at all of us standing in the bathroom and suggested we go to the master bedroom to chat. We all filed down the hallway to my bedroom, where my husband locked the door behind us. Lila sat on the bed, still in her pajamas, and her bald head reflected the morning light from the window. Mia went up beside her sister and took her hand. I stood there staring at my husband, demanding to know what Dylan had on him. My husband sat down heavily on the edge of the bed, his head in his hands. After a long pause, he glanced up and informed us that he had noticed bruising on Lila's wrist at dinner 2 weeks prior. He claimed he had gone to school the next day to confront Dylan about it. He found Dylan in the parking lot after baseball practice and grabbed him by his shirt. He admitted that he had slammed Dylan against his car and threatened to kill him if he ever touched Lila again. Dylan had videotaped the entire incident on his phone, including the threat. My husband's voice was full with shame as he told how Dylan had played the video for him right there. He claimed Dylan threatened him that if he ever interfered again, he would report it to the police and seek charges for assault. My wrath rose in my chest, mixed with my anxiety, and I felt like I was about to burst. I informed my husband that we needed to notify the police immediately away because of the abuse, the planned drugging, and everything else. My husband nodded, but expressed concern about Dylan's tape being used against him. He claimed Dylan's father was actually a lawyer, and a nasty one at that. Lila sobbed louder, saying she didn't want her father to get into trouble because of her. She kept repeating it was entirely her fault for dating Dylan in the first place. Mia crept into her sister's lap and placed her tiny arms around Lila's neck. She assured Lila, in a solemn small voice, that none of this was her fault. She proceeded. Bad people do bad things, and that's on them, not on the people they hurt. As my family crouched on the bed, I picked up the phone and dialed the non-emergency police line. The dispatcher responded, and I stated that we needed to report domestic violence and a planned assault. My voice cracked as I informed her about the bruises and the recording of Dylan plotting to drug my daughter. She stated she'd send an officer to collect our statements and asked whether we were okay right now. I told her sure, but the boy had just departed, making threats. She instructed everyone to remain inside with the doors locked until the authorities arrived. While we waited, I requested Lila to show me her phone, which included Dylan's messages. She unlocked it with shaking fingers before handing it over. The texts were all there, dating back months. Messages in which he told her what to wear and who to talk to. There's something weird about Mia having all of this proof prepared, the images on Mom's phone, the tape recorder with Dylan's voice. I'm surprised why an 8-year-old would surreptitiously gather evidence like a child detective rather than simply informing her parents what she saw happen to her sibling. Apologies after he hurt her and blamed her for making him upset. Threats about what would happen if she attempted to leave him. One message made my stomach turn. He said he'd make sure everyone at school knew she was worthless if she broke up with him. Another person claimed he owned her and she should remember that. There were hundreds of them, and each one made me feel worse than the last. I began capturing screenshots of everything and sent them to my phone as evidence. Lila watched me with tears in her eyes and apologized repeatedly. My husband drew her close to him and told her she had nothing to be sorry for. He claimed we should have seen the warning signs and protected her more effectively. Mia mentioned that she had been trying to tell us for weeks, but we assumed she was just jealous of Dylan's attention. I grabbed my phone again and told Lila I needed to photograph all of the bruises for evidence. She nodded and carefully lowered her shirt, revealing dark purple markings on her ribs that made me feel nauseous. I snapped photo after photo, making sure each was clear and included the date stamp. She turned over to find additional bruises on her back, some yellow and faded, others fresh and dark. My hands shook as I recorded each one while she stood there in her bra, staring at the floor. The doorbell rang 20 minutes later, and 2 officers approached the bedroom after I let them in. I started by playing Mia's recording, which had Dylan's voice talking about drugging Lila at Jake's party. The younger officer's expression hardened as he listened, and he requested a copy immediately away. They made notes as Lila showed them the injuries, as I went through her phone's controlling text messages. The cops requested a detective and stated that one would arrive within an hour because this was a planned assault involving a youngster. We waited downstairs while they made calls and completed paperwork. Detective Sarah Bennett arrived 45 minutes later, dressed in jeans and a blazer, as if she had been called in on her day off. She introduced herself and said that she specialized in cases like these, before asking to question each of us separately. She began by taking Lila back upstairs to her bedroom, while the rest of us waited in the main room. I could hear their voices but not the words, and it lasted about an hour. When it was my turn, I hauled everything upstairs: my phone, the images, Mia's audio recorder, and screenshots of Dylan's texts. Detective Bennett carefully examined each piece of evidence and assured me that we had done everything correctly by documenting everything and called immediately. She inquired about Dylan's family, and I informed her that his father was a lawyer called Richard Cole, with a large practice downtown. She jotted that down and inquired whether Dylan had ever threatened us before today. I told her about him and warned her that if my husband touched him, it would ruin our family. She then interviewed my husband, who admitted to pulling Dylan's shirt at school 2 weeks earlier. He explained that he had noticed fresh bruises on Lila's wrist and lost his rage, threatening Dylan to keep away from her. Detective Bennett explained that she understood a father's protective instinct, and that while it was not ideal, she would provide the context in her report. When she interviewed Mia, our young girl sat up straight and stated in a serious tone why she had shaved Lila's head. She stated she knew it was terrible, but she had to protect her sister from the bad guy who was going to harm her much more at prom. The investigator smiled and complimented Mia on her bravery in protecting her sister, even if chopping her hair wasn't the best option. Detective Bennett urged that we send Lila to the emergency room straight once to have her injuries documented by medical personnel. She handed me her business card and said she'd be in touch with the next stages, including an interview with Dylan and his family. We traveled to the hospital in silence, except for Mia, who wondered if she would go to jail for chopping Lila's hair. When I stated that we were in the emergency room for domestic violence documentation, they swiftly took us back. The doctor was a lady who spoke gently to Lila while she checked each bruise, measuring it with a ruler, and had a nurse photograph it. Lila grabbed my hand tightly when they asked about the stomach injuries, and she had to explain how Dylan would punch her there so no one could see. They performed a thorough examination and documented 17 individual injuries in varying states of healing. The nurse provided us with copies of everything for our records and the police. While we were waiting for discharge paperwork, a social worker walked in with a folder full of information about domestic violence resources. She stated that the hospital was compelled by law to report this to the authorities, which we had already done, and offered us referrals to therapy and support groups. She chatted with Lila about safety precautions and what to do if Dylan attempted to contact her. We were signing the discharge papers when my husband's phone called, and Richard Frank's name appeared on the screen. My spouse responded and turned it on speaker without saying anything. Richard's voice was loud and aggressive, and he threatened to sue us for all we had for assault and defamation if we continued to make false claims about his son. The social worker's eyes widened, and she took out her phone to capture Richard's outburst about how we'd regret messing with his family. My husband finally indicated we were at the hospital documenting Dylan's abuse before hanging up. The social worker stated that she would include the audio to the file as proof of witness intimidation. We left the hospital at midday and drove home in total silence, with Mia asking if Dylan was going to jail. My spouse kept checking the mirrors, as if he expected someone to follow us. When we turned onto our street, I noticed it right away. Dylan's black automobile was parked across from our house, its motor going. My hand shook as I grabbed my phone and dialed Detective Bennett's number from her card. She responded on the second ring and directed us to drive past our house and park somewhere secure while she dispatched a patrol car. We pulled into the grocery store parking lot 2 blocks away and waited. 10 minutes later, she called again, saying officers were at our house and we could return home. Dylan was already boxed in by 2 police cruisers when we arrived. Dylan sat with his arms crossed, looking irritated, as one cop wrote something at his window. The officer came over and told us Dylan said he was simply driving by, but they had warned him not to approach our property or any family members. They photographed his car and documented it as a violation in the case file. Dylan ripped out when they let him go, and the officers stayed until we were safely inside. That evening, as I was preparing dinner, my phone rang with an unfamiliar number. Karen Hughes from the school counseling office asked how Lila was doing. She'd heard about what happened from another employee and wanted to assist. She offered to arrange for Lila to have her homework mailed home so she wouldn't fall behind while coping with everything. I thanked her and said it would be really helpful because Lila wasn't ready to face everyone at school yet. An hour later, Detective Bennett called to provide an update. She hunted down Jake and interrogated him about the post-prom party preparations. Jake became extremely uneasy and revealed Dylan had ordered him to ensure Lila's drinks were extra strong that night. Dylan also mentioned receiving something unique from his brother to include in them. The investigator stated that Jake appeared afraid and was totally cooperating now that he recognized how serious the situation was. She also informed me she checked into Dylan's older brother, Mason Cole, who had 3 drug-related charges, including selling drugs to students at a community college. She was working with a judge to obtain a warrant to search Dylan's phone and vehicle for evidence. The next morning, a woman from Child Protective Services called to say they needed to do a house visit because youngsters were seeing marital violence. My stomach fell, despite the fact that I knew we had done nothing wrong. She planned it for the next day, explaining that it was usual protocol to ensure the children's safety. That night was terrible. Every automobile that passed made us jump. My husband woke up 3 times to check the locks on all of the doors and windows. Around midnight, I heard crying from Lila's room and discovered both children in her bed. Mia had gotten in with her big sister, and they were hugging tightly. Lila's face was soaked with tears, and Mia was caressing her back as Lila used to do for her during thunderstorms. I sat on the edge of the bed, smoothing their hair until they both dozed off. The CPS worker arrived at 9 a.m. the next day, with a clipboard and a serious expression. She interrogated each child individually in their rooms, while my husband and I waited in the kitchen. She spent about an hour with Lila, inquiring about our home and whether she felt secure here. Then she spoke with Mia, who supposedly told her everything about why she cut Lila's hair and gave her the photo she shot. When she finished, the worker grinned and stated we did an excellent job addressing the problem. She had no worries about our parenting and was impressed by the girls' protective nature toward one another. She handed us some leaflets about trauma and children before she departed. That afternoon, I received a call from someone named Rachel Morgan, who stated that she was a victim advocate assigned to help us. She indicated that we may submit an emergency protective order to legally keep Dylan away. She guided me through all of the paperwork over the phone and promised to help us prepare everything with our evidence. Mia's decision to take images before getting her haircut demonstrates some strong planning skills for someone her age. This child thinks 3 steps ahead, as if she were playing chess while everyone else was stuck on checkers. We spent 2 hours reviewing all of the hospital's images, videos, and documentation. She stated our case was very solid, and a court would probably grant it straight away. The following day, a certified letter arrived from Richard Frank's law firm. My husband opened it, and his face turned scarlet as he read. It was 3 pages of legal threats, claiming we had assaulted his son and made false claims that were harming his reputation. It threatened to sue us for everything we owned if we didn't drop the allegations immediately. It also highlighted the event at school where my husband grabbed Dylan's shirt, claiming it constituted assault on a minor. My husband's hands were shaking as he photographed each page and sent them to Detective Bennett. She called back within minutes, stating that there was clear evidence of witness intimidation and that any such threats should be noted. Monday morning arrived too quickly, and Lila had to return to school wearing a beanie to cover her bald head. I drove her because she was too terrified to ride the bus with everyone gazing at her. When we arrived, the parking lot was already busy, and I could see children pointing at our car through the windows. Lila gripped my hand so tightly that it hurt as we walked through the main doors together. The whispering began immediately, and I overheard one girl mention something about Lila making things up for attention. Another group of students approached us, and one boy told Lila that they thought her and Dylan were jerks. Anyway, the principal was waiting in the main office with a woman I recognized as Karen Hughes from the counseling office. Karen walked us into her office and handed us a new class schedule for Lila, which included alternate paths through the building. She explained that security officers would be looking for Dylan, and they relocated Lila's locker to a different hallway entirely. Karen led us down the new path to each class and showed Lila a secure area to use if she felt worried. My phone called as we were walking, and it was Detective Bennett, who said she had some information concerning the search warrant. She'd gone to Dylan's car with other officers that morning and discovered a little plastic bag hidden under the driver's seat. The pills inside looked like Rohypnol, and they were rushing them to the lab for testing, but she was confident in what they would find. Dylan was let out of his house in handcuffs after 2 hours, while neighbors watched from their drives. Detective Bennett called back to say he had been charged with possession of controlled narcotics and conspiracy to commit sexual assault. His father bailed him out before dinner, but at least he now had an official case number and actual charges filed. 3 days later, we sat in a courtroom for the emergency protective order hearing, with Rachel Morgan beside us. I had to step up and tell the judge everything about the abuse, as Lila shook in her chair. The judge listened to Mia's audio of Dylan plotting to drug Lila, and his expression hardened with each word. He interrogated my husband about snatching Dylan's shirt at school, and he confirmed everything while explaining that he was defending his daughter. The judge acknowledged a father's reaction and focused on Dylan's record of abuse over months. Dylan's lawyer attempted to claim that this was merely teenage drama that had been blown out of proportion, but the judge was not convinced. He immediately approved the interim restraining order and imposed harsh terms, including Dylan's inability to approach Lila within 500 feet. The following week, the school convened its own disciplinary hearing regarding Dylan's behavior on campus. The principal examined all of the evidence, including the drug possession charges and Dylan's history of hostile behavior in the halls. They promptly suspended him, pending the criminal inquiry, and barred him from any school grounds, including graduation. Dylan's father came up and yelled about litigation, but the school board did not back down at all. Lila began attending a therapist who specialized in assisting teenagers who had been abused by boyfriends or girlfriends. She sat there crying for the first several sessions, unable to express what had occurred to her. The therapist was patient, however, and Lila gradually began to open up about how Dylan made her feel worthless. She talked of being terrified all the time and not knowing what would set him off or cause him to grab her. The therapist helped her realize that none of it was her fault, and abusers are quite adept at making victims believe they deserve it. Our entire family began coming to therapy once a week to learn how to help one another. The therapist stated that Mia saw her sister in peril and performed the only action she could think of to keep her safe. It wasn't the best way to handle things, but it was a combination of love and terror in a child's mind. Mia informed the therapist that she had been witnessing Dylan mistreat Lila for months and felt little and useless about it. She explained that cutting Lila's hair was the only method she could think of to keep her sister home and safe that night. The therapist helped us all understand that families living with abuse must find new methods to communicate with one another. We practiced having difficult conversations about feelings without blaming or shaming anyone for their struggles. Lila and Mia began practicing activities together in which they could communicate their anxieties in a safe setting with guidelines for listening. I realized that I needed to look for clues that I had been missing and make room for my children to tell me anything. My husband had to deal with his guilt for not noticing the abuse sooner and his anger at the shirt-grabbing episode. The therapist said that trauma affects entire families, and we all needed time to recover from what Dylan had done to us. She assigned us assignments between sessions, such as writing in journals and conducting family check-ins every night at dinner. It was hard work, but I could see my daughter regaining trust and feeling safer in her own house. 3 weeks later, Detective Bennett called while I was preparing supper and asked if she might stop over to provide an update on the case. She arrived within an hour and sat at our kitchen table with her notebook open, informing us that 2 additional girls from Dylan's school had come forward after learning what had happened to Lila. Neither girl wanted to press charges, but they both detailed the same pattern of gripping too firmly, pressing into walls, and then buying expensive gifts to keep them quiet. The investigator stated that their statements would help prove to the prosecutor that Dylan had done this previously and would most likely do it again if he did not suffer serious repercussions this time. The next morning, we received a call from the district attorney's office informing us that Dylan will be prosecuted on various offenses, including assault, conspiracy to conduct sexual assault, and possession of controlled narcotics with intent to distribute. Richard Cole had already recruited 3 lawyers from the state's most expensive company, but the prosecutor stated our evidence was strong, and they were confident in obtaining a conviction. Lila was sitting next to me during the call, and when she heard the prosecutor imply that she could have to testify, her entire body tensed. After we hung up, she was quiet for a long time before explaining she wanted to do it, because other females needed to know they could speak up as well, and she wasn't going to let Dylan silence her anymore. My husband had been dealing with his own legal issues regarding grabbing Dylan's shirt at school, and met with a lawyer who examined all of the evidence and concluded that, given Dylan's admission to planning to drug and assault Lila, no reasonable prosecutor would pursue charges against a father protecting his daughter, the lawyer sent. Richard Cole received a letter stating that any more threats or attempts at legal action would be deemed harassment, and that we would file our own charges if he did not stop immediately. Meanwhile, Mia began visiting a child therapist twice a week to process what she had experienced and the remorse she felt for shaving Lila's head, despite the fact that she had been attempting to protect her sister. The therapist said that Mia had been carrying the weight of knowing about the abuse for months and felt helpless to stop it, which is why she took such severe action when she learned about Dylan's prom night plans. After a few sessions, the therapist recommended that we check into a restorative justice program, where Mia could make apologies for the head shaving in a healthy way that would allow her to process her emotions. Mia wrote Lila a 3-page letter apologizing for cutting her hair, but also describing how afraid she was and how she didn't know how else to keep her safe that night. She also began volunteering at the local domestic abuse shelter, sorting contributions and preparing care packages for children who had to leave their homes immediately. Dylan broke the protective order 2 months into the court procedures when his pals began showing up at Lila's school with messages from him expressing his desire to work things out and missing her. The first time it happened, Lila came home shivering and showed me the note that one of Dylan's basketball teammates had stuffed into her locker. We documented everything and reported it to Detective Bennett, who entered it into the case file and warned Dylan that any more infractions would result in instant arrest. But it continued happening, with other people putting notes in her books or approaching her in the hallway to suggest giving Dylan another chance. Each time we photographed the evidence and filed reports, creating a paper trail that demonstrated Dylan's inability to respect boundaries, even when a court order was in place. During this time, Lila began attending a support group at the hospital for teenagers who had been harmed by boyfriends or girlfriends. Why does Detective Bennett always finding exactly what they need at the appropriate time? Pills behind the car seat. 2 other girls approaching. Everything falls into place so smoothly that I wonder about the timing here. She sat in the circle for the first few meetings, listening to other youngsters tell their tales, but she eventually began talking about her own. She met a girl there whose ex-boyfriend had shattered her elbow, and another whose girlfriend used to lock her in closets when she was angry. They all understood what it was like to love someone who injured you and feel as if you couldn't tell anyone, because they wouldn't understand or would think you were overdramatic. 6 months after Mia shaved Lila's head, the criminal trial began at the downtown courthouse. Dylan's counsel attempted to portray him as a good kid from a good family who had made mistakes in a relationship but did not deserve to have his entire future ruined. The prosecutor presented all of the evidence, including images of Lila's bruises, Mia's recording of Dylan preparing to drug her, the drugs discovered in his car, and testimony from the other girls who dated him. When it came time for Lila to testify, she wore her prom dress and stepped to the witness stand with her head held high, despite the fact that her hands were shaking. She described Dylan grabbing her arm so hard that he left marks, pushing her into walls, and hitting her stomach where no one could see the injuries. She recalled being always scared, never knowing what would set him off or cause him to hurt her, and how he'd buy her jewelry or flowers afterward, telling her he loved her too much to control himself at times. The prosecutor requested Lila to step down and then brought Mia to the stand. My young child stepped up there in her prettiest outfit, a pink one with unicorns on it, and the bailiff had to turn the microphone down for her. She raised her right hand and swore to tell the truth in that serious voice that children use when they realize something is extremely important. The prosecution hit play on Mia's tape recorder, and the entire courtroom fell silent as Dylan's voice filled the room, discussing getting Lila intoxicated and putting things in her drink at Jake's party. I noticed the jurors' expressions alter as they heard him giggle about how he'd make sure she couldn't say no this time, and how getting her pregnant would lock her down before college. One older woman on the jury covered her mouth, while another male shook his head, appalled. Dylan's lawyer stepped up, claiming that the tape was illegal because Dylan had no idea he was being filmed, but the court interrupted him. She claimed Mia made the recording in her own house, where Dylan had no expectation of privacy, and that the evidence would stand. Dylan's face turned crimson red, and he began furiously talking to his lawyer, who continued to shake his head. The prosecution questioned Mia why she taped Dylan, and she answered in hushed tones that she had seen Lila's bruises and wanted proof because adults don't always believe children. 2 days later, my husband took the stand, and I could see his hands shaking as he sat. He told the court about noticing Lila's bruises and approaching Dylan at school, admitting to grabbing Dylan's shirt but claiming that he was trying to protect his daughter. The prosecutor demonstrated how Dylan exploited the incident to threaten and control our family, which was just another example of his manipulative behavior. Dylan's lawyer attempted to portray my husband as the aggressor, but the jury was not convinced after hearing everything. On the third day of testimony, after hearing from the investigator about the narcotics discovered in Dylan's car, and from 2 other girls who dated him, the jury proceeded into deliberation. We waited in the hallway for 4 hours, drinking awful coffee from the vending machine and jumping whenever the door opened. When they brought us back in, the foreman stood up and pleaded guilty to all significant charges, including assault, conspiracy to conduct sexual assault, and possession of prohibited narcotics. Dylan's face became white and his mother began crying, while his father, Richard, sat there with his jaw clenched. 3 weeks later, during sentencing, the judge sentenced Dylan to 2 years in juvenile jail, 3 years probation, obligatory treatment, and a permanent restraining order to keep him away from Lila. Richard Cole confronted us in the parking lot afterward, his face flushed as he threatened appeals and legal cases, claiming we'd ruined his son's future with teenage love drama. My husband came up to him and told him in a cool, icy tone that his son was a predator who had finally been caught. Perhaps if Richard had been a better parent, none of this would have occurred. Richard appeared to want to hit my husband, but there were officers everywhere, so he simply got into his Mercedes and drove away. Something changed in Lila almost immediately after Dylan was locked up. She resumed sleeping through the night and stopped panicking when doors slammed. She decided she wanted to assist other girls detect the warning signs of abuse, and began collaborating with the school counselor to create assemblies where she could share her experience. Her voice shook the first time she spoke in front of the entire junior class, but she persevered, telling how Dylan had isolated her from her classmates, and made her believe the abuse was her responsibility. After her lecture, 3 girls approached her personally, and asked for assistance with their own issues. Following our case, the school board held a special meeting and invited experts on teen dating violence to train all teachers and staff. They developed new standards for reporting suspected abuse and began offering healthy relationship programs in health education. The principal told us that until Lila's instance, they had no idea how frequent this problem was. Meanwhile, Lila's hair began to regrow in soft fuzzy patches, which she frequently ran her hand over. She experimented with various caps and scarves at first, but eventually realized she preferred the incredibly short appearance, and kept it buzzed for a while. She informed me that her short hair reminded her that Mia loved her enough to go to such lengths to save her, and that she was strong enough to survive anything. Mia turned all of her protective energy into constructive action, volunteering with us at domestic abuse awareness events and assisting in the creation of care packages for women's shelters. She adorned each present with her drawings and added words such as, "You're brave, and you deserve to be safe." The shelter supervisor stated that Mia's packages always made the women smile, even on their hardest days. My husband began leaving work early on Thursdays to be home when the daughters returned from school. He had never done something like this in his 15-year marriage. We'd sit at the kitchen table with cookies and milk as they did their homework, inquiring about their day, and truly listening to their responses rather than just going through the motions. Every Sunday night, we had family meetings in which anyone may bring up whatever topic they wanted to discuss without judgment. Lila began to open up about simple things, such as being concerned about an exam, or frustrated with a friend, before progressing to larger issues such as learning to trust her own judgment again. Mia would show her art therapy artwork and explain how the colors represented her feelings that week. 6 months flew by, filled with therapy appointments and court hearings, while I slowly rebuilt my usual life. Our family dinners were louder again, with actual laughter replacing the strained silence we'd experienced when Dylan was present. Lila joined the debate team and began winning competitions, discovering her voice in more ways than one. Mia trained herself to knit and created scarves for everyone at the women's shelter for Christmas. Lila found a safe haven at the hospital's support group, where she met other survivors who understood what she had gone through. There was this boy named Adam, whose ex-girlfriend had been stalking him for months, and he and Lila began discussing boundaries and warning signs after encounters. He never pushed for anything more than friendship at first, simply listening when she wanted to talk and making her laugh with bad jokes about their shared therapy homework. When he finally asked her to a movie 3 months after they met, he gave her 3 possible departure methods in case she felt uneasy and told her his mother would pick them up if she wanted to go early. They took things so slowly that their first kiss didn't occur until 2 months into their relationship, and Adam requested permission beforehand. Mia was nominated for a citizenship award at school for creating a comprehensive effort to identify abuse warning flags following what happened to Lila. She created posters with simple messages that even elementary school students could grasp and persuaded the principal to permit age-appropriate presentations for all grade levels. On the day she received the prize, she dressed her nicest outfit and delivered a speech about how safeguarding those you care about requires speaking up even when it is frightening. Detective Bennett called us every few weeks with an update, always starting with how the girls were doing before getting into the legal details. She told us Dylan got into 3 fights in his first month in the prison center, attacking smaller children exactly like he had with Lila. He was relocated to a higher security facility after breaking another child's nose, and his release date was pushed back another 6 months due to his violent behavior. His father attempted to appeal the conviction twice, but the judge denied both appeals, particularly after Dylan's prison record demonstrated the pattern of aggression was true. Lila's graduation day came with wonderful weather, and her hair had grown out to a pretty pixie cut that she'd learned to manage with small clips. She went across the stage as salutatorian to wild applause from our section, where even Mia's art therapy group had come to support her. Dylan picking fights with lesser students in detention demonstrates that the apple doesn't fall far from the entitled tree. I guess those anger management seminars aren't on the Juvie Prep Academy curriculum yet. Her lecture was about finding strength in unexpected places and realizing that asking for help is the bravest thing you can do. She thanked Mia by name for saving her life, and I saw my youngest daughter shed happy tears for the first time since this all began. College acceptance letters had been arriving for weeks, and Lila chose a school 3 hours away, far enough to be self-sufficient, but close enough to return home whenever necessary. That summer, she enrolled in a self-defense class and persuaded Adam to join her, and the two of them learned healthy techniques to protect themselves. We went dorm shopping together, and she chose bright colors instead of the somber outfits she had worn during the Dylan months. She displayed a photo of our family on her desk, including one of her and Mia from after the trial, laughing at something on Mia's phone. Lila crawled into Mia's bed the night before she left for college, as they had done when they were younger. The next morning, I found them curled up together, Mia's arm protectively flung over her big sister, even while she slept. As we loaded the car, Lila hugged Mia and muttered something that made them both cry and giggle simultaneously. The ledger my mother hid in her dresser proved they stole my tuition for mafia debts, and it changed everything in court. College was supposed to be midterms and coffee, not secrets and threats. One phone call on a quiet afternoon flipped my life inside out, and then the voice on the line shattered everything I thought I knew. What? I couldn't believe what I heard. I'd spent the entire day falling in love with my classes. Introduction to Psychology, where the professor made us giggle while discussing Freud. Creative Writing, where we'd already begun working on short tales. And Statistics, which appeared interesting with the right teacher. I was sitting on a seat outside the library, feeling as if my life was finally starting, when they called. My mother's speech seemed unusually upbeat for someone wrecking my future. "We need you to listen carefully, honey. We can't pay for school anymore. What happened to the college savings account you've had for me since I was a baby?" My voice sounded raspy. They would show me the statements on my birthdays, see the numbers climb, and use them as encouragement when I didn't want to prepare for the SATs. The money was supposed to be precious and untouchable, mine. There was a moment before my father cleared his throat. "I had some problems. We're going to need all of the money back to pay some debts." Which was unusual because she didn't specify what kind of obligations. Then what am I supposed to do? I felt like throwing up. My mother jumped back in with her solution. "You need to find a rich boyfriend by the end of the month. You go to school with plenty of wealthy students and you have a good body, so it wouldn't be impossible for you to get a boyfriend to turn into a husband." I sat there shocked as she continued talking. She outlined their entire strategy as if she had planned it through thoroughly. How I should target males in business school, how I should dress more revealingly, and how I should laugh at their jokes even if they were not humorous. "If you don't break up with him, even if he cheats on you, you'll be able to return to school in 6 years." She said it as if 6 years were nothing. Unable to believe what was happening, I hung up without saying goodbye. My palms shook as I scrolled to my brother Aiden's number. He finished from law school last year and was always able to mend things. He picked up on the second ring. They just told me they can't pay for college and I need to find a rich husband. Is this really happening? I was trying to prevent myself from crying. Aiden gave a big sigh. They did the same thing to me when I started college, and I believed them. What? Things kept getting worse. He stated that 7 years earlier, they phoned him with the same story. Same strange debts. Same ridiculous solution. But he was too proud to marry for money, so he dropped out and began working as a welder to save up. He spent years breathing fumes and burning his hands in order to eventually pay for his own law school. Why didn't you tell me? I inquired. I thought maybe they'd changed. Maybe they'd learned. I kept hoping they weren't going to do it to you too. The way he spoke was cruel. We sat silently for a moment. I saw other students passing by with their backpacks and coffee cups, leading regular college lives rather than being told by their own parents to sell themselves to the highest bidder. There's something else you need to know, Aiden finally said. Our parents have ties with the mafia. The mafia? Like the actual mafia? This was insane. Dad's gambling was not at casinos. He owes money to some extremely scary individuals. That is why they need your college cash. That's why they're desperate enough to propose this husband idea. My brain was unable to digest this information. My parents, who drove a minivan and attended church on Sundays, were involved with organized crime. My father, who wore polo shirts and delivered lousy jokes, owed money to real criminals. So what do we do? I inquired. Aiden's voice became hushed, as if he wanted to ensure that no one could overhear. I have a plan to get your money back, but it's going to take both of us, and you have to trust me completely. What kind of plan? I needed more information. Not over the phone. Can you drive home this weekend? We'll meet at my apartment, and I'll explain everything. Just, whatever you do, don't let Mom and Dad know we talked. Act like you're considering their marriage plan. Aiden, you're scaring me. Good. You should be scared. These people don't mess around. But I'm not letting them steal your future like they stole mine. We're going to fix this. I ended the conversation and sat on the bench for another minute, my entire body shaking. Students continued passing past me as if nothing had changed, but everything was different now. My legs felt wobbly as I stood up and walked back to my dorm. The facility felt too light and too noisy as everyone prepared for Friday night gatherings. I made it to my room, closed the door behind me, sat down at my desk, and opened my laptop. My class schedule stared back at me from the screen. Introduction to Psychology on Mondays and Wednesdays, Creative Writing on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and Statistics 3 times each week. My parents owed money to actual criminals, thus I might not be able to finish my classes. My hands were still shaking as I grabbed my phone and began erasing everything. Call history with Mom and Dad, text messages, etc. I updated all of my passwords one by one, making them longer and more random, my email password, my banking password, etc. Creating a new email account took a while because I kept pressing the wrong keys. My fingers wouldn't work properly. Aiden had encouraged me to download Signal for messaging, so I went to the App Store and set it up with a username rather than my phone number. I texted him that I'd drive to visit him tomorrow, and he responded with a thumbs up. Then my regular email chimed with a new letter from the bursar's office, reminding me that tuition was due in 3 weeks, $30,000 for the semester. Money that my parents had accumulated for 17 years was stolen and used to pay criminals. I felt nauseous after staring at the number. I forwarded it to my new secure email address and erased it from my regular inbox. My roommate arrived around midnight, inebriated and joking about a party. She passed out on her bed, and I laid there staring at the ceiling. Down the corridor, I could hear people laughing and conversing about everyday topics. Someone was grumbling about a chemical test, and another was talking about asking a girl out. They were concerned with typical college issues, whereas I was prepared to discreetly record my own parents. Despite the fact that this building was filled with hundreds of people, I felt absolutely alone. My alarm went off at 7 o'clock, so I must have fallen asleep at some time. My roommate was still unconscious, so I moved carefully, bringing out the small suitcase from beneath my bed. I packed the folder I'd been storing since high school with all of my college savings documents. They'd shown me the statements every birthday, and I'd saved copies and screenshots of their texts guaranteeing the money was mine. Photos of parents at my high school graduation, emphasizing how delighted they were that I had gotten a full tuition to my safety school, but they preferred that I attend my dream school. Everything that showed that money existed and was intended for me. I texted Aiden on Signal that I was leaving at midday, as scheduled. My roommate asked where I was going. When I told her I was visiting family for the weekend, she mumbled something about having fun before falling back asleep. I also tossed some clothes in the bag before heading to my car. The drive to Aiden's place normally takes 2 hours, but I kept checking my mirrors. About 30 minutes in, I observed a dark car that had followed me since I left college. Not directly behind me, but perhaps 3 or 4 cars back. When I changed lanes, the lanes changed. When I took the Route 85 exit, it took the identical one. My heart began thumping. I remembered the license plate and took an unexpected turn for a rest stop. The sedan followed. I drove into the rest stop and parked near the building, watching the sedan park a few rows away. Nobody got out. I called Aiden, attempting to maintain a steady voice. He urged me to get back on the highway and continue driving to his house as if everything was normal. He advised me not to try to lose them because that would let them know I had noticed. So I got back in my car and drove the rest of the way, keeping that sedan 3 cars behind me. When I eventually arrived at Aiden's apartment building, the vehicle drove past and turned at the next intersection. I grabbed my suitcase and ran inside. Aiden was waiting at his door and hugged me the moment he spotted me. I hadn't cried before, but now I couldn't stop. He held me as I sobbed into his shirt, everything from the previous day hitting me at once. When I eventually calmed down, he led me into his kitchen, where he had filled the entire table with paperwork, bank statements, printed emails, and images of documents. He'd spent months, if not years, gathering evidence concerning our parents. We laid everything out and began arranging by date. Aiden showed me his laptop, where he had created a spreadsheet monitoring every deposit and withdrawal from my college account. The withdrawals corresponded to periods he had marked in red on a calendar. He described his strategy while we were sorting papers: document everything, record interactions, and develop a legal case. He pulled out his phone's recording app and demonstrated how to utilize it. Then he handed me a small microphone that was clipped inside my jacket collar and barely visible. We practiced turning it on and off so I could do it without looking. He'd scribbled down the contact information for 2 people who could assist us. Evelyn Carter worked in financial assistance at my school and had dealt with emergency situations. Lucas Grant was a detective who specialized in organized crime cases, and Aiden recognized him from previous legal work for the police agency. Knowing the names of those who could help made everything seem less impossible. After we'd sorted everything and made copies, Aiden asked me to sit across from him at the table. He pretended to be our parents while I practiced being calm and asking appropriate questions. We went through it several times, and he taught me what terms to use to elicit legally useful responses. Sunday morning, I awoke on Aiden's couch, my neck stiff from the odd angle, and took out my phone to look up the school's financial aid office number. The website stated that they opened at 8 a.m. on Monday, but I discovered an email address for someone named Evelyn Carter, who handled emergency cases. So I typed out a note indicating that I had a family financial situation and needed immediate assistance. My hands shook as I typed, because writing it down made everything seem more real, and I had to delete and redo the email 3 times before it sounded normal. Aiden emerged from his bedroom with coffee and sat next to me, while I attached copies of all the bank statements we'd gathered, proving the college fund existed and was intended for me. He assisted me in writing a brief summary explaining why my parents stole the money, without mentioning the mafia or gambling debts, as that would sound too strange for a first email. Within an hour, Evelyn responded, saying she could meet me Monday at 7:30 before regular office hours, which meant I'd have to leave university early, but at least I'd get aid. I packed all of the documents into a folder and drove back to college that afternoon, with Aiden following me for the first 30 minutes to ensure no one was following me this time. Back in my dorm room on Sunday night, I sat on my bed for 10 minutes, staring at my phone, before messaging Mom that I'd been thinking about what she said and wanted to know more about finding a boyfriend. She called right away, and her voice was all thrilled, as if I had just told her I had won the lotto or something, as she began reciting all these directions about which dining halls the business school guys ate at and what times they went to gym. I activated the recording app Aiden showed me and held the phone slightly away from my ear so the microphone could take up everything, while she advised me to wear tighter clothes and laugh more, even if nothing was funny. She went on for 20 minutes about how I should pretend to be interested in whatever they were talking about, never disagree with them about anything, and always let them believe they were smarter than me. Then Mom said something that made my stomach drop. Dad's friend Victor knew some rich families with sons my age who might be interested in meeting me. She mentioned his name casually, as if he were a normal family acquaintance rather than a criminal to whom my father owed money, and I had to bite my tongue to avoid saying anything. I inquired who Victor was, and Mom said he was someone Dad occasionally did business with, and he had ties to affluent individuals who could improve our family situation. The way she spoke about him as if he were doing us a favor rather than threatening us made me want to shout, but I kept my voice steady and asked more questions about the families he knew. She suggested Victor could set up introductions if I was serious about my strategy, and I assured her I'd think about it, despite the impulse to chuck my phone across the room. After we hung up, I saved the audio and grabbed screenshots of her text, which listed all the ways I should modify myself to attract a wealthy husband. Monday morning, my alarm went off at 6 o'clock, and I changed into clothing and grabbed the packet of documents before walking across campus in the dark to the financial aid building. Evelyn was already there, unlocking her office, and she looked precisely like the portrait on the page, with gray hair tied back and glasses on a chain around her neck. She sat me down and put out all of my documents on her desk, taking notes on a yellow pad and asking questions about when the money vanished and how much was in the account originally. Her face became more concerned as she evaluated everything, and she emphasized that emergency funds were available for unique instances, but they required proof of true hardship, not just parents refusing to pay. She claimed a police record would strengthen my case because it would demonstrate that this was not just a family squabble, but genuine theft of money that belonged to me. I understood I'd have to make things official and engage the police if I wanted to stay at the school, which meant no more pretending it would all go away. After the meeting, I called Aiden from outside the building and informed him about Evelyn's statement about the necessity for a police record to obtain emergency funds. He said he'd call his contact right away, and within an hour, he texted that Detective Lucas Grant had agreed to meet with us unofficially to explore our options. We scheduled a meeting for Tuesday at a coffee shop near school, where we could chat without being overheard and Lucas could explain what getting the police involved would entail. That night, Mom began sending me photographs of outfits she discovered online that she believed would help me attract wealthy boys, and each one revealed more skin than the last. She gave recommendations with each photo, such as, "This one shows your figure, and boys like when you show your legs," and I wanted to vomit while reading them, but I screenshotted everything for proof. I responded back with phony enthusiasm, stating the gowns looked lovely, and asking where I should shop for them, all while compiling evidence of how my own mother was pressuring me to effectively sell myself. On Tuesday morning I met Lucas at the coffee shop and he looked like a normal person in jeans and a button-down shirt rather than a cop uniform, which helped me relax a little. He discussed the legal process for reporting financial crimes, as well as how the involvement of mafia links complicated things, while also making them more serious from a law enforcement standpoint. He offered to assist us in filing what he described as a controlled report, which would provide us with a case number for the financial aid office without instantly sparking arrests or informing my parents that we had gone to the police. His calm demeanor in describing everything made me feel safer, even though he continued warning me about the true dangers of working with organized criminal members. He offered to put up official recording equipment for my next call with my parents and advised me on what questions would help construct a legal case without raising suspicions. He told me not to meet with anyone related to Victor without police protection, because these were not hollow threats, and the danger was very real. That evening, I had to attend a business school mixer to maintain my cover story with my parents, so I invited Sophie from down the hall to accompany me as moral support. She didn't know the whole story, but when I told her I needed a wingman for an awkward social situation, she immediately agreed, because that's the type of friend she was. The mixer was held in the business school lounge, and the room was packed with men in blazers discussing internships and startup ideas, while I stood there in one of my regular outfits, feeling absolutely out of place. I pushed myself to speak with a few of them and laugh at their jokes about market volatility or whatever, while Sophie made faces at me from across the room to keep me from losing it totally. Lucas arrived on campus Wednesday morning with a van full of recording equipment and set everything up in an empty office that the campus police allowed us to use. He demonstrated how the system worked and explained that everything would be legally admissible in court if we ever needed it as evidence against my parents or Victor. He provided me a list of questions to naturally include into the conversation and told me to remain calm, regardless of what my parents replied, as becoming emotional would make them suspicious. I called Mom at 2 p.m., while Lucas was monitoring everything from his laptop, and inquired about the deadline for finding a husband and what would happen to my tuition if I didn't find someone soon enough. She admitted Dad needed the money right away for his obligations, and when I pressed for further information, she used the phrase consequences, which caused Lucas to nod and jot down something because that was the type of language that indicated actual threats existed. Dad cleared his throat and took the phone from Mom, his voice wavering slightly as he began discussing the schedule for receiving money. He said they needed at least half by next week or Sandra would, then he caught himself and hastily stated that certain people would be upset if payments did not begin immediately. Lucas's eyes widened, and he began typing quickly on his laptop while gesturing at me to keep Dad talking. I asked Dad who Sandra was, playing dumb, and he muttered something about just meeting some folks he knew from work before turning the subject back to my looking for a boyfriend. My hands shook as I asked further questions about these folks and their payment expectations, while Lucas documented everything and wrote notes on the name slip. Dad was talking himself into a corner, citing exact sums and dates that matched what Aiden discovered in their bank records. After 20 more minutes of convincing them to provide specifics about the debt and their plan for me, I hung up and sat there staring at Lucas's equipment. He played back the recording to ensure that we understood everything, particularly the point where Dad mentioned Sandro's name, which was spelled Victor. Thursday morning arrived too quickly, and Lucas and I met at the downtown police station at 8 a.m. The facility smelled like stale coffee and floor cleaner, and people sat on plastic chairs, looking exhausted and concerned. Lucas assisted me in completing out the official report, writing down everything about the stolen college fund and the threats from my parents' creditors. The officer taking the report kept asking me to repeat things, as if she couldn't believe the parents would do this to their child. It took 3 hours to complete all of the paperwork and questions, with Lucas staying with me the entire time to ensure that everything was properly documented. When they finally handed me the case number, a big string of digits that made things seem more real, my hands couldn't stop shaking. As we walked out of the station into the brilliant morning sun, I was struck by the reality of reporting my own parents to the police. Lucas placed his hand on my shoulder and reminded me that this was about protecting me from harmful people, not punishing my parents for wrong decisions. I drove immediately to the financial assistance office with my case number and found Evelyn waiting for me with a stack of forms. She'd dedicated her entire morning to assisting me and had already begun the emergency grant paperwork, based on our earlier meeting. She inserted the case number into the system and described how it would expedite my application to the Extraordinary Circumstances Committee. The award would only cover around 60% of this semester's tuition, but with a payment plan and a campus job, I could continue attending. For the first time since that phone call on the bench, I had a glimmer of optimism that I might not have to drop out. Evelyn made copies of everything and handed me a folder with all of my documents, urging me to put it somewhere safe. That afternoon, my phone called as I was attempting to study in my dorm room, and Mom's happy voice made my stomach plummet. She explained that Victor wanted to meet with me to discuss possibilities for our family problem, as if he were a helpful family friend rather than a criminal. She kept expressing how generous he was, how open he was to discuss various arrangements, but I could see the worry beneath her feigned happiness. While still on the phone with Mom, I contacted Lucas, who responded quickly that we needed to manage this meeting. Mom said Victor recommended Saturday at a downtown coffee shop, somewhere public and safe, which almost made me chuckle because safe was so wrong. After hanging up, Lucas called and began planning ways to wire me up and place undercover officers throughout the coffee shop. Meanwhile, Aiden was working on his own angle, spending Thursday night drafting a legal contract for our parents to sign. He emailed me a draft that basically stated that they had taken my education fund without my authorization and owed me the entire amount plus interest. We were both certain that they would never sign it willingly, but Aiden insisted that we attempt the civil path first, before things became more problematic. He was developing various legal tactics simultaneously, preparing for whatever course this catastrophe would take. Lucas and I met at a separate coffee shop on Friday morning to discuss our meeting plans with Victor. The next day, he showed me the tiny microphone that would hook inside my jacket and the recording device, which resembled a phone charger. He had me practice walking and sitting normally while wearing the wire, ensuring sure it didn't show or make a sound. He indicated where the undercover officers would be stationed and showed me images of them so I knew who was there to protect me. He'd be watching from across the street, using binoculars and a radio to coordinate everyone in case something went wrong. The goal was simple but terrifying: get Victor to acknowledge to the debt and threats on film without raising suspicions. That night I sat at my computer, attempting to eat the sandwich I had bought for dinner, but my stomach refused to accept it. The prospect of meeting a real mafia member tomorrow made everything feel surreal and terrifying in a way I'd never experienced before. Sophie knocked on my door around 9 o'clock, observing how quiet I had been all day, and asked if I was all right. She brought a jar of soup from the dining hall and sat on my bed while I pretended to be studying at my desk. She didn't press for details about what was happening. Instead, she kept me company and discussed her own classes and problems with her roommate. Her calm support meant more than she realized, even though I couldn't tell her why I was so terrified. Saturday morning, I awoke at 5 a.m. and couldn't fall back asleep, simply lying there worrying about what might happen. I dressed in the outfit Lucas had approved, making sure the wire was secure and concealed beneath my jacket. Although the coffee shop was only a 10-minute walk from school, it felt like the longest walk I'd ever taken. I arrived 20 minutes early and ordered a small coffee with hands so shaky that I dropped my change. I chose a table near the window, as Lucas had directed, and attempted to appear normal, while my heart hammered. Victor arrived on schedule, dressed like any other middle-aged businessman in khakis and polo shirt. He smiled cordially and shook my hand as if we were having a regular business meeting, then ordered a black coffee and sat across from me. He was nice and charming as he said that my father owed him a lot of money from gambling over the last 2 years. He took out a little notepad and showed me numbers, dates, and payment records that made my stomach flip. He never raised his voice or issued outright threats. But when he explained how family difficulties may affect everyone, he looked at me squarely with cold eyes, making his point obvious. He discussed imaginative options, stating that smart young ladies who understand family commitments could assist in renegotiating tough loans. When I asked what he meant by restructuring, he grinned and said that certain social structures might drastically reduce financial commitments. He even mentioned that if I was wise about marrying into the appropriate family, my father's debt could be treated differently. Then he added that all payments had been processed through Powell Credit Union, which provided the paper trail Lucas desired. I nodded and tried to appear attentive while feeling nauseous, knowing the wire was recording every vile phrase about selling me to pay Dad's gambling debt. Victor drank his coffee and rose up, explaining that he would allow our family time to examine the possibilities he had offered. After he departed, I stayed for another 5 minutes, as Lucas had instructed, and then walked out, attempting to appear calm. The same dark automobile I'd seen earlier was parked across the street, with someone sitting inside monitoring the coffee shop. I walked back to school, following the route Lucas had planned, and he contacted me 10 minutes later to confirm they had also seen the vehicle. He claimed they would immediately increase security measures and have someone check my dorm. The fact that actual criminals were watching my travels and knowing where I lived made things seem more scary than I'd expected. Sunday dragged on, with me checking my phone every few minutes and leaping at any disturbance outside my dorm room. Monday morning, I traveled to Powell Credit Union with the account numbers Aiden had given me, expecting to obtain transaction records that would show Dad used my tuition funds to pay his gambling debts. The structure was one of those little branches in a strip mall between a nail salon and a sandwich business. I approached the teller window and requested copies of withdrawals from my college savings account, slipping my ID across the counter. The teller, a woman in her 40s with warm eyes, wrote on her computer for a minute before frowning. She stated that due to privacy regulations, she could not provide me with any information unless I was a member of the account, or had a court order, despite the fact that she could see my name was associated with it. I asked if there was a way around it, but she shook her head, looking truly apologetic as she explained that federal banking laws were stringent on this issue. I departed empty-handed and called Lucas from my car to inform him what had happened. He said he'd start the subpoena paperwork immediately once, and Aiden would look into civil legal avenues for obtaining the records. That afternoon, Aiden drove to our parents' house with a document he had drawn up acknowledging that they had misappropriated my college fund and owed me money. I paced back and forth between my workstation and bed in my dorm room while waiting for his call. When he finally called 2 hours later, his voice was strained with rage. He claimed Dad laughed at the document and refused to sign it, calling us theatrical and ungrateful for everything they had done for us. Mom began crying throughout the fight, stating, "We were tearing the family apart over money." Then something unexpected happened, changing everything. Aiden stated that Mom immediately jumped up and went to their bedroom, returning with a small black notebook she had hidden in her dresser. She flung it on the table and burst into tears, saying she had been keeping account of every single wager, every loss to Victor, and every payment they'd made with my tuition money. The journal contained dates spanning 2 years, with numbers increasing as Dad's debt grew. Mom had scribbled down phone numbers, meeting locations, and even the license plate numbers of cars that arrived to their house for collection. She'd known all along, but she felt trapped and afraid as she watched Dad's spiral, and Victor's demands escalated. Aiden photographed every page as Mom sobbed and Dad shouted at her for betraying him. The entries closely matched the dates and quantities withdrawn from my college account, resulting in a perfect paper trail from my savings to Victor's pocket. Some entries included remarks like, "used Rachel's money," or "took from college fund," that made it impossible to dispute what they'd done. Tuesday morning I visited with Evelyn at the financial assistance office and gave her copies of the ledger pages Aiden had supplied me. She carefully perused them, her countenance becoming more serious as she read each page. She stated that this was exactly the type of evidence that would qualify me for maximal emergency relief because it demonstrated illegal theft of educational funds. She made copies for my file and summoned a colleague who specialized in guiding crime victims through the university system. The woman identified herself as a campus advocate and offered to help coordinate the police investigation, the financial aid office, and my teachers if I required extensions or adjustments. For the first time since all began, I felt like the school was completely behind me and striving to keep me enrolled. That night, when I was studying in my room, Aiden called, his voice shaking. Someone had slashed all 4 tires on his car and left a message under the windshield reading, "Family pays family debts" in block letters. He'd already phoned the cops to submit a report, and they were investigating it as witness intimidation related to our case against Victor. Lucas arrived within an hour and advised us to evacuate to a secure spot immediately. He drove us to a modest apartment building on the other side of town that the police used to house witnesses who required security. The apartment was simple but clean, with 2 bedrooms, a small kitchen, and bars on all of the windows. Lucas demonstrated the security system and provided us with a phone number where we could reach officers in less than 3 minutes. Lucas brought me up early on Wednesday morning to prepare for another recorded meeting with Victor, during which I was supposed to give him a partial payment to purchase time. The underlying purpose was to encourage him to be more detailed about his threats and illegal conduct, as the earlier audio had not been clear enough to support severe charges. We spent 2 hours in a conference room at the police station practicing various approaches and reactions. Lucas advised me on how to ask foolish questions that would compel Victor to explain his illicit activities. I worked on being cool even when Lucas pretended to threaten me, learning to control my breathing and keep my hands firm. The meeting was scheduled for that afternoon in a different coffee shop. This one was closer to university, so there'd be more witnesses. I arrived 10 minutes early, wearing the wire again, and ordered a little tea that I didn't much want. Victor arrived on time, sitting across from me with the same fake friendly smile. I took out an envelope containing $500 Lucas had given me from his funds and passed it over the table while requesting receipt. Victor chuckled and stated they don't use paperwork in his business since receipts cause headaches for everyone concerned. I pretended to be dumb and inquired as to how I could demonstrate that I had made a payment without providing evidence. He leaned closer and stated that his firm was based on trust and reputation, stating that he had methods of collecting from uncooperative families that did not require courts or documentation. When I inquired what kind of approaches, he grinned and stated that innovative solutions worked best, and that sometimes individuals needed motivation other than money to pay off their obligations. He said that accidents occurred when people did not take their responsibilities seriously, and that family members sometimes find themselves in terrible situations. I nodded and inquired about the direct impact of my father's debt on my brother and me. Victor stated that family debts were family concerns, and that everyone contributed to finding answers in some way. After he left with the money, I sat for another 5 minutes before walking back to the safe house, where Lucas was waiting. He stated that Victor's statements about accidents and family members incurring consequences were precisely what they required for criminal threat charges. On Thursday morning, we all went to the courts, where Aiden's lawyer presented our evidence to a judge, asking an emergency order. The judge examined the ledger, police reports, and transcripts of the recorded discussions with Victor. After an hour of arguments on both sides, she issued a temporary restraining order, freezing my parents' remaining assets while the criminal case was being investigated. This meant they couldn't sell the house, empty their bank accounts, or transfer any property until the court determined how much they owed me. My phone immediately started ringing with calls from both parents, which I did not answer. Aiden now handles all correspondence through his lawyer, ensuring that everything is formal and documented. Friday morning, Mom's lawyer phoned Aiden's lawyer, offering to collaborate with the police investigation in exchange for leniency on any charges she could face. She provided a list of Victor's phone numbers, the addresses where Dad met him to gamble, and the names of other persons Dad owed money to from card games. She even offered them the dates and times of forthcoming games Dad intended to attend in an attempt to recoup his losses. Her betrayal of Dad felt inevitable, but it was still terrible to see my family come apart as a result of his addiction and their misdeeds. That afternoon, I sat in the financial aid office while Evelyn processed my emergency aid application and all accompanying documents. The computer system approved enough money to cover this semester's tuition, plus a payment plan for the remainder of my degree. She printed the confirmation and walked me to the bursar's office, where the hold on my account was removed. I could officially stay at the school, even though money would be tight and I'd have to work more hours. Walking out of the administrative building with my registration secured felt like winning a battle in a war that was far from done. Saturday morning, my phone vibrated with a text message from an unknown number. The letter read, "Disappointed in your family's choices," and included a photo. When I opened it, my blood ran cold. It was a photo of my dorm building taken from across the quad. I quickly called Lucas, who urged me to forward everything without responding. He documented everything as proof and promised to get an undercover officer on campus by noon. The threat felt serious, but at least I wasn't alone. Aiden drove in that afternoon, and we spent the entire weekend working with a lawyer he knew through his firm. We sat at his kitchen table, reviewing each paper as the lawyer took notes. He suggested we negotiate a solution in which Victor would receive a portion of the frozen assets if he agreed to pay the debt and signed a no-contact order. It was not justice, but it might have provided us with protection. The lawyer typed the offer on his laptop and forwarded it to Victor's counsel on Sunday night. We were not expecting a speedy response, yet it arrived on Tuesday morning. Victor's counsel agreed to discuss, but requested 70% of the frozen assets. When I panicked and called Lucas, he stated it was actually wonderful news. It implied Victor intended to avoid a thorough inquiry. The lawyer countered with 50% and included a legal no-contact agreement, making any further threats a criminal. The negotiation discussion on Wednesday was held at the lawyer's downtown office. I sat between Aiden and Lucas, and Victor sat across the conference table with his lawyer. Nobody shook hands. Victor appeared smaller under the fluorescent lights than he did at the coffee shop. His lawyer did most of the talking, while Victor simply nodded. After 2 hours of back and forth, they reached an agreement to pay 60% of the frozen assets through formal methods. This would generate a paper trail that the government could follow. Victor signed the no-contact order directly in front of us. Any subsequent interaction would be prosecutable. On Thursday morning, I went to the bursar's office with my emergency grant paperwork. The woman behind the desk processed the deposit and assisted me in setting up a payment plan for the balance. I would have to pay $200 every month, which meant getting a job. She indicated that the library was hiring and provided me the supervisor's phone number. I contacted right away and scheduled an interview for that afternoon. The library job paid the minimum pay and provided flexible hours around classes. My manager recognized that I would need time off for legal reasons and indicated it was acceptable. The preliminary hearing on Friday took place at the downtown courthouse. My parents were at a separate table with their lawyer while the judge evaluated everything. Dad looked like he had aged 10 years in the last month. Mom kept her eyes down the entire time. The judge ordered them to sign a lien on their home to secure my claim to the stolen monies. This meant that if they sold the house, I would receive my college funds first. Dad's hand shook as he signed the paperwork. Mom appeared relieved that it was becoming official. They had to admit what they did in legal words directly in court. The following week they began their mandated treatment programs. Both parents were required to attend Gamblers Anonymous meetings as part of their plea agreement. Dad attended meetings every Tuesday and Thursday night. Mom had to attend family counseling sessions for those who supported addicts. The court would verify their attendance records once a month. Dad finally realized he had a gambling issue after years of denial. Mom had to admit that she had helped hide his addiction and made excuses for him. It was the first step towards them accepting responsibility. Lucas called on Wednesday afternoon to share some surprising news. Victor had been nabbed at a traffic stop the night before. The officers found illicit items in his car, and our proof exacerbated his issues. He'd been dealing with his own court matters for months, so he was too busy to bother us. The immediate threat seemed to be passing. My parents' lawyer contacted Aiden with a proposition for future communication. They proposed only written updates, with no direct interaction for the time being. Any future relationship would be contingent on their finishing their treatment program successfully. The lawyer stated they understood if I needed time to recover. I agreed to the terms since I wanted time to consider everything. Aiden backed my decision and stated that there was no urgency to forgive them. Thursday, I went to the registrar's office to lessen my course load for the remainder of the semester. Dropping from 5 to 4 lessons would help me better manage my stress. It meant graduating a semester late, but it seemed insignificant in the grand scheme of things. The advisor understood and advised me on which class to drop. I kept psychology, creative writing, and statistics, but eliminated the elective. This allowed me extra hours for the library job, which was required for the payment plan. Following the turmoil, the routine of organizing books felt typical and comforting. My supervisor was a quiet woman who did not ask personal questions. She showed me the technique for sorting returns, and then left me alone to work. Other pupils arrived and left without understanding my story. I assisted them with finding books and checking out stuff, just like any other student worker. The usual routine of scanning barcodes and pushing the book cart between stacks felt like the most tranquil thing in my life. Aiden called Friday afternoon while I was sorting returns and told me he'd decided to retake the bar test next month because he'd put everything on hold to help me with this mess. He asked if I could help him study, and I immediately said yes because helping each other felt like the only positive thing going on. We devised a plan in which I would question him on legal words during my library breaks, and he would assist me with schoolwork via video conferences in the evenings. I produced flashcards from his old bar prep materials, and we'd go through them together, with him answering questions and me checking the answers. The routine provided us with something normal to focus on other than lawyers, court dates, and worrying if our parents would ever be okay. After 3 weeks of following this new pattern, I returned to school housing with a new roommate who had no idea what had happened. The girl was kind enough and generally stayed to herself, which worked for me because I wasn't ready to explain why I woke up panicked about money. Sophie came over to help me unpack and hang posters, attempting to make the room appear normal, even though nothing was. She brought string lights and assisted me in arranging my desk the manner I preferred, refraining from asking too many questions when I became quiet. I started visiting a counselor at Student Health Services twice a week to deal with things, and she kept assuring me that healing would not be quick or easy. The counselor taught me breathing exercises to help me cope with panic attacks, and helped me understand that what my parents did was not my fault, despite how it felt at times. That same week, I returned to the bursar's office, where they formalized my payment plan with specific amounts I could afford. My library work paid $200 each month, plus a little loan, would cover everything, but I'd have to graduate a semester late. The woman behind the counter printed out all of the paperwork and highlighted the critical bits, then demonstrated how to set up automatic payments so I wouldn't miss any. Seeing everything official with stamps and signatures made me feel more secure than I had in weeks, because no one could take this away from me. My parents' lawyer delivered a big envelope to my dorm containing a formal apology letter they had prepared as part of their plea agreement. I sat on my bed, staring at it for 20 minutes before opening it, my hands shaking slightly. They accepted responsibility for taking my college cash and apologized for trying to force me to marry someone for money and putting me in danger with their gambling debts. The letter was 3 pages long and included a lot of legal terminology as well as their actual words. I read it once and then filed it in a folder at the bottom of my desk drawer, not ready to forgive them, but glad they'd admitted what they did. Aiden and I discussed it that night and agreed to consider contact again when they completed their treatment programs, but not before. My creative writing class became a place where I could finally put all of my anguish to good use. The lecturer told us to write about a life-changing experience, and I wrote about sitting on that bench when my parents called. I didn't hold back, pouring all of my betrayal, fear, and wrath into the words, making it as real on the page as it felt in my life. When I read it in workshop, the audience became silent, and the professor described it as powerful and sincere, noting, "Trauma creates the most honest art." After class, 3 distinct students approached me independently, each giving their own story about parents who had let them down, stolen from them, or prioritized addiction over family. Lucas called the next morning with an update on the sentencing, explaining that Mom's cooperation with the investigation ensured she received probation rather than jail time. Dad had to do required gambling addiction therapy as well as community service, but he escaped prison, which seemed too easy despite Lucas's claim that it was rather normal for first-time financial offenses. I was both surprised and pleased that they would not be going to jail, because having parents in prison would be difficult, in and of itself. Lucas stated that the matter was now officially concluded, and Victor's group had essentially disbanded following his arrest, thus we no longer needed to be concerned about retaliation. That weekend, Aiden drove down, and we went to the bank jointly to open a joint education savings account in both our names. We set it up such that any withdrawal required both signatures, and monthly statements were sent to both of our addresses, making everything clear. We each contributed $50 to begin, which wasn't much but seemed significant as a symbol of repairing what was stolen. Every month we'd add whatever we could afford, him from his new employment after passing the law exam, and me from library salary after paying my bills. A month later, I found myself going past the bench outside the library where I had received the call. The same students passed by with their coffee and backpacks, concerned about tests, relationships, and other typical college issues, while I stood there feeling like a different person than the girl who had sat there before. I contacted Aiden right away, simply to hear his voice. Standing in the precise spot where it all began, I reminded myself that I was no longer alone and would never be again. We maintained all of our safety equipment in place, even after the danger had passed, because being cautious had become habit. We got new phones with new numbers, checked in with each other every day, stayed alert of who was near us, and met in public locations to visit lawyers or sign papers. Lucas contacted once a month to ensure that nothing new had occurred, and to remind us that we could contact him if anything seemed wrong. 6 weeks after the first phone call, my life had settled into a new rhythm that felt almost normal. I spent 2 months working extra shifts at the library and studying harder than ever before. Aiden called one Thursday afternoon while I was shelving books to inform me that he had received his bar exam results in the mail. He'd failed on his second attempt and already had 3 interviews set up with other firms. The following week, he began working at a firm that dealt with financial crimes and fraud. He texted me images of his new workplace, which overlooks the parking lot, and said our family mess had taught him more than any textbook. I felt happy seeing him in his suit and tie after all he had gone through to get there. My own grades began to improve once I was able to focus on school rather than survival. The statistics professor approached me after class and informed me that my exam scores had improved by 30%. In creative writing, I submitted a narrative about trust that made the entire workshop fall silent as I read it. Instead of the hasty work from before, my psychology essays received remarks like, insightful and well-researched. By finals week, I was pulling all-nighters at the library for the same reasons as everyone else. The grades were posted just before winter break, and I made the dean's list with a 3.8 GPA. I screenshotted the email and forwarded it to Aiden, who responded with 5 exclamation points. Lucas called the same week with news of Victor's group collapsing. The arrest had scared off the majority of his gang, and the rest were either hiding or leaving town. He'd checked with his contacts, and no one was talking about our family anymore. When Victor was arrested and his lawyers became preoccupied with more pressing matters, the entire operation came to a halt. I could finally stop looking over my shoulder as I walked to class. Spring registration opened, and I enrolled in Introduction to Law, along with my other requirements. The pre-law consultant assisted me in developing a 3-year strategy to complete all of the prerequisites for law school applications. Aiden sent me his old LSAT prep materials and recommended the best lecturers. Every Sunday we discussed different areas of law and what type of lawyer I wanted to be. He vowed to help me study for the LSAT when the time came, and that I'd do better than he did. 3 weeks into the spring semester, Mom sent a letter through her treatment program. My name was printed on the envelope in her weak handwriting, which felt thin between my fingers. Inside she had written 2 pages about finishing her program and figuring out what she had done wrong. She suggested we meet for coffee when I felt ready, but she understood if I never wanted to see her again. At the bottom, she mentioned that Dad was doing better as well, and hadn't bet in 5 months. I gently folded the letter and placed it in my desk drawer, among my notebooks. Maybe someday I'll be ready to drink that coffee, but not now. Sophie saw I was quiet that night and brought me cookies from the dining hall. We sat on my bed, and I finally told her everything from the start. The phone call, the marriage plan, the mafia, recording my parents, and everything with Victor. She listened without interrupting, even as her eyes widened at the hazardous sections. When I finished, she hugged me and said she had known something was wrong but had never realized it would be this horrible. She said she was concerned when I kept vanishing and appeared agitated, but she didn't know how to help. Having someone who knew the whole truth but still treated me normally made me feel better than I imagined. We began having weekly coffee dates where I could discuss legal issues or family trouble without mentioning the context. Summer came and went, and I worked full-time at the library while also taking 2 online classes to catch up on credits. Aiden assisted me in finding a cheaper apartment near campus that I could afford with my library salary and financial aid. We painted it jointly over the weekend, and he added extra locks to all the windows. By August I had saved enough for the following semester and felt secure for the first time in nearly a year. When sophomore year began, I arrived onto school feeling very different from the fearful girl from the previous fall. My backpack held literature that I had purchased with money gained through honest work. The pre-law classes were difficult but engaging, and my teachers knew me by name. I had a regular study group and friends who invited me to parties, but no one tried to marry me for money. Every week, Aiden and I talked about his cases, my classes, and occasionally even trivial matters like movies or sports. My parents stayed in their programs and sent information through their lawyers, but they maintained their distance as planned. As I traversed the routes that had horrified me just a year before, the campus felt comfortable and familiar. Standing outside the library where all began, I felt truly joyful and free of anyone else's intentions for my life. My sister cut up my wedding dress with scissors. My parents defended her until her own friends exposed the truth she tried to bury for months. 3 weeks before my wedding, I unlocked my childhood bedroom closet and froze. My dress, the exquisite lace sleeves, the intricate embroidery I had saved months for, had been ripped to ribbons. In a fit of wrath, someone cut it with scissors. My relatives told me I was overly dramatic and that accidents happen. However, moths do not create clean cuts. And deep inside, I knew who did it. I am Nora, a 26-year-old female, and I need to get this off my chest because I can't believe what my family is putting me through right now. My younger sister Maya, 24, hacked up my wedding dress 3 weeks before the wedding, and everyone says I should just get over it. I've always been the responsible one, but Maya has been the center of attention since we were little. My parents, Robert, 53, and Helen, 50, have always made excuses for her actions. When we were growing up, if something went wrong, they would find a way to blame me or make it appear that I was overreacting. When I was 13 and Maya was 11, she ruined an art piece I had been working on for weeks. It was for a school competition, and I had spent hours working on it every day after school. She knocked it over while fleeing through the home, causing it to shatter. Instead of making her apologize or face the consequences, my mother informed me that accidents happen and that I should have stored it somewhere safer. Maya never even apologized. When I was 15, Maya went into my room and stole my cash from babysitting local kids. She spent the money on makeup and clothing. When I found out and confronted her, she cried to our parents. They forced me to split my remaining funds with her since she felt bad that she didn't have as much money as me. They suggested I was being greedy by not sharing with my younger sister. This tendency remained consistent throughout high school. Maya would do something wrong, and I would try to correct it, but our parents would flip it around on me. They claimed I was too hard on her or that I should be more understanding because she was younger. My father rarely got involved in such instances. He'd sit calmly as my mother defended Maya and chastised me. When I was 18, I moved away for college and rarely returned home except for major holidays. I concentrated on my academics while working part-time to support myself. I graduated with an accounting degree and found work at a small firm. I met my fiancé, Lucas, a 30-year-old male, at work 2 years ago. He is courteous and respectful of me, which is something I had never seen in my family. Lucas proposed last year, and we have scheduled our wedding for October of this year. I was thrilled to have something positive to focus on. I found a lovely vintage garment at a downtown boutique. It was pricey, but I had saved for months to get it. The outfit had beautiful lace sleeves and intricate beadwork. It was ideal, and I felt stunning when I put it on. I kept the outfit in my childhood bedroom at my parents' house because their closet had more space and climate control than my cramped apartment. This proved to be a tremendous error. I should have kept it in my apartment, regardless of how crowded it was. 3 months ago, Maya began dating a new man named Adrian, who is 27 years old. She grew enamored with him and regularly discussed marriage, despite the fact that they had only been together for a short time. She continued indicating that she wanted to be engaged soon. Adrian seems decent enough, but he wasn't prepared for that kind of commitment. Adrian and Maya split up 2 months ago. She was upset, crying for weeks and phoning him regularly. She stayed at our parents' place at this period, and they treated her like a baby. They brought her meals to bed and allowed her skip work for a week. They acted as if she had been through a great tragedy rather than a typical split. During this time, I was preoccupied with wedding preparation and work. I went to my parents' house several times to check on wedding preparations and examine my outfit. Everything seemed normal, and Maya appeared to be improving. 3 weeks ago, I returned home to pick up my dress for the final fitting. I entered my old bedroom and opened the closet. What I saw caused me to stop breathing for a second. My dress was hanging there, but it had been damaged. Someone has slashed through the bodice many times. The sleeves were entirely severed. The beading was ripped off in sections. It appeared that someone had attacked it with scissors in a passion. I stood there for a few minutes, staring at it before moving. Then I went downstairs to find Maya in the kitchen. I asked her what had happened to my outfit. She looked at me blankly and said she knew nothing about it. My parents entered the kitchen, and I showed them what had happened. My father looked stunned, but my mother instantly began making excuses. She speculated that moths may have entered the closet or that there had been an accident. I mentioned that moths do not make clean cuts with scissors. The destruction was obviously purposeful. Maya burst into tears, vowing never to do such a thing again. She argued I was blaming her without proof, which was unfair. My mother put her arm around Maya and told me it was terrible to blame my sister when she was already going through a difficult period. I left the house and went directly to the boutique where I purchased the dress. The owner reviewed the images I took and confirmed that the damage was undoubtedly caused by scissors. She stated that there was no way to fix it, and even if there was, it would be more expensive than purchasing a new dress. She did not have another dress like mine in my size, and with 3 weeks till the wedding, getting anything new was not an option. I spent the following 2 days calling every bridal store in the city to get a replacement dress. Nothing compared to what I had chosen. I eventually found a simple dress at a major store that might work, but it was nothing like what I had envisioned. When I informed my parents what I needed to do, my mother claimed I was overly dramatic. She said the new outfit would be fine, and I should concentrate on the essential things, such as marrying Lucas. She stated it was bad to harbor grudges against relatives, and I needed to forgive Maya. My father contacted me separately and said he believed what I told him about what happened, but he did not want to add to the family's dispute. He stated Maya was going through a difficult time, and perhaps I could be the bigger person and let it go. I inquired openly if they thought Maya had chopped up my dress. My mother stated she didn't know for sure, but even if Maya did it, she wasn't thinking well due to the split. She advised me to have compassion for my sister instead of being upset. My older cousin, Zoe, 32, called me when she learned what occurred. She informed me that Maya had been complaining on social media about how unfair it was that I was able to have a wedding while her relationship fell apart. Zoe claimed Maya had been making remarks about how some people receive everything while others get nothing. I resolved to confront Maya once more. I arrived at my parents' house and found her alone. I told her I knew she had torn my outfit and wanted her to admit it. She glanced at me and denied it again. She claimed I was trying to ruin her life and make her the villain. She said that everyone was already angry with her over Adrian, and that I was now attempting to turn the family against her. When my parents arrived home, Maya raced to them, crying. She informed them that I had cornered her and accused her of terrible things. My mother was furious at me. She said I was bothering Maya and creating unnecessary drama just before my wedding. That was 2 weeks ago, and my family has hardly spoken to me since. They behave as if I'm the problem for not letting things go. Maya has not apologized or expressed regret. She continues to deny doing anything wrong. My wedding is next week, and I'll be wearing a dress that cost a fifth of the original. Every time I look at it, I remember what Maya took from me. This was meant to be one of the greatest periods of my life, but now I spend every day trying not to think about my ruined outfit. Lucas has been encouraging, but he believes I should focus on our future rather than what happened. He believes the garment is not as important as our marriage. I know he's correct, but I can't stop thinking about how my sister purposefully undermined something so important to me. My parents have called several times to ask if I am ready to move on from this. They want me to invite Maya to the wedding party as originally planned. They believe family is more important than a garment, and I'll regret not include her. I haven't decided what to do about Maya attending the wedding yet. Part of me wants to entirely uninvite her, but I know that will result in even more family conflict. The other part of me wants to pretend nothing occurred so that I can have a relaxing wedding day. I understand that this is little in comparison to other family issues, but I can't get over how purposeful this was. Maya understood how much the dress meant to me, but she destroyed it anyhow. Then she lied about it, and my parents blamed me for being furious. Is it terrible that I do not want to forgive her? Should I just let it go and include her at my wedding as if nothing had happened? I really don't know what the appropriate thing to do anymore. Update 1. I wanted to update everyone on what transpired with my wedding and my sister's issue. Thank you to everyone who responded to my first post. Reading your replies helped me know that I wasn't overreacting to what Maya did. My wedding was last Saturday, and it was stunning despite all that transpired. Lucas and I had a fantastic day, and I tried to focus on enjoying our marriage rather than worrying about the clothing problem. The dress I ended up with looked fine, and most people were unaware of the previous clothing drama. I allowed Maya to attend the wedding, but I did not include her in the wedding party. My parents were upset about this, but they didn't push too hard because the wedding was so soon. Maya showed up and behaved normally throughout the ceremony and reception. She even complimented Lucas and me and appeared to be truly happy for us. For a few days following the wedding, I hoped we could get past what had transpired. Perhaps my parents were correct, and I should focus on family peace rather than harboring resentment over the garment. Then something occurred that altered everything. 3 days after the wedding, I was at my parents' house, collecting wedding gifts that had been delivered there. Maya was not at home, and my parents were out conducting errands. I walked up to my old room to retrieve a few items I had left behind. While packing, I knocked over a box under the bed. Some papers and images were scattered around the floor. As I was picking them up, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. There were printed screenshots from social media posts. Not just any posts, but those from a private group in which Maya and some of her friends participated. The posts date from about a month before my wedding, right around the time my dress was destroyed. In these posts, Maya mentioned my wedding. She wrote about how unfair it was for me to have this lovely wedding after her relationship with Adrian ended. She stated, "I always got everything I wanted, while she got nothing." She discussed how our parents constantly complimented me for being responsible and successful, while she was viewed as a failure. However, the worst thing was what she wrote about my clothes. She claimed she saw it hanging in the closet, and it made her sick to look at it. She claimed it symbolized everything wrong with our family dynamic. She said that I didn't deserve to have anything so wonderful while her life was falling apart. One of her pals answered, asking what she planned to do about it. Maya wrote back, saying she was weary of being the kind sister who never fought back. She said that it was time for me to experience some disappointment for once. The screenshots were taken 2 days before my garment was destroyed. I sat on my bedroom floor staring at these documents for who knows how long. This was confirmation that Maya had intended to destroy my clothing. She hadn't done it in an emotional breakdown, as my parents had claimed. She had considered it and decided to do it carefully. I snapped images of all the screenshots with my phone and then returned the papers to the box. I didn't want Maya to know I found them yet since I needed time to decide what to do. When I came home, I showed Lucas the images. He was surprised and told us to show my parents right away. I wasn't sure what that would accomplish, given that they had already decided to believe Maya over me, despite the lack of evidence on her side. I decided to wait and see whether Maya would eventually speak the truth now that the wedding had ended and everyone was under less pressure. I hoped she'd feel bad and admit what she had done. 2 days later, my mother called to ask how my marriage was doing. During the conversation, she mentioned the outfit dilemma again. She said she was delighted I didn't let it spoil my wedding and hoped I'd be able to forgive Maya soon. She said that harboring animosity was unhealthy and that family bonds were more essential than worldly possessions. I asked her directly if she had ever considered that Maya might be lying about not ruining the clothing. My mother became quiet for a minute before saying she couldn't believe Maya would do something so terrible. She stated that even if Maya did it, she was probably not thinking straight due to her separation. That exchange made me realize that my parents would continue to make excuses for Maya, regardless of the proof I offered. They had already determined that maintaining peace with Maya was more essential than admitting what she had done to me. I called my cousin Zoe to tell her about the screenshots I discovered. She wasn't surprised, saying she knew Maya was behind the garment damage from the start. Zoe claimed she had noticed Maya make disparaging remarks about my wedding plans for months before to the incident. Zoe also told me something I did not know. Apparently Maya had been telling folks that I was being a bridezilla about my wedding and placing unreasonable demands on my family. She had painted herself as the victim of my alleged problematic behavior. This made me realize that Maya had been trying to undermine me for months, not just when she ruined my outfit. She had been crafting a narrative that would make people sympathetic to her yet critical of me. Yesterday, I resolved to approach my family with the proof. I called my parents and requested to meet with them and Maya together. I mentioned that I had something essential to say concerning the wedding dress matter. We met at my folks' home yesterday afternoon. I brought printed copies of the screenshots and arranged them on the kitchen table. I explained how I discovered them and what they revealed about Maya's intentions. When Maya looked at the documents, her face turned white. She claimed that the screenshots were false or taken out of context. She claimed I was attempting to frame her and harm her reputation. My parents appeared uneasy as they went through the posts. My father seemed genuinely surprised and unhappy. My mother continued shaking her head, saying she couldn't believe Maya would write such things. Despite this proof, my mother attempted to minimize what Maya had done. She claimed that the posts indicated that Maya was in a severe mental state and was not thinking straight. She stated that while ruining the outfit was wrong, it was done out of grief rather than malice. Maya started crying and apologized for creating those articles, but she never truly ruined my garment. She claimed she was merely venting her anger online, and someone else must have ripped up the clothing. I pointed out that the timing of her posts corresponded closely to when my outfit was destroyed. I claimed it was too coincidental that she wrote about wanting me to be disappointed, and then my clothing was suddenly ruined 2 days later. My father finally spoke up, saying he believed Maya should accept responsibility for what she had done. He claimed the evidence was plain, and that continuing to deny it was simply making matters worse. This made Maya weep harder, and my mother became defensive. She claimed we were ganging up on Maya and being unfair. She remarked that even if Maya destroyed the outfit, I should forgive her because she was family. For more than an hour, the conversation went in circles. Maya refused to confess what she did, and my mother continued to make excuses for her behavior. My father seemed to be split between demanding justice and keeping the family at peace. Finally, I told them that I couldn't keep having a relationship with Maya if she kept lying about what she'd done. I also stated that I could not respect my parents' decision to choose Maya's comfort over keeping her responsibility for her behavior. I left the house and haven't communicated with any of them since. Lucas believes I made the correct decision, but he is concerned that I will lose my entire family as a result of this circumstance. I'm not sure what happens next. Part of me hopes that viewing the proof will help my parents understand how mistaken they have been about Maya. But I am not waiting for that to happen. Update 2. I've received a lot of messages requesting for another update, so I wanted to let everyone know what's happened since my last post. After I showed my family the screenshots confirming that Maya wrecked my wedding dress, I didn't hear from them for approximately 2 weeks. I wondered if they needed time to assimilate what they'd learnt and figure out how to proceed. Then my father called me. He stated he had thought about everything and agreed with me on what Maya done. He expressed disappointment in her for lying, as well as my mother's continued justifications. My father told me that he had tried to discuss the problem with my mother and Maya several times since our encounter. My mother said that even if Maya damaged the clothing, I should forgive her and go forward. Maya continued to deny having done anything wrong. He stated that he was tired of being dishonest and wants to find a way to make amends with me. He asked if I'd be prepared to meet with him alone so we could discuss without my mother and Maya around. I promised to meet him for coffee last week. When I arrived, he appeared fatigued and older than I remembered. He apologized for not advocating for me more over the years. He stated that he had always known that my mother favored Maya, but he had avoided confronting her because he did not want to generate strife. He told me that after seeing the screenshots, he realized how much damage had been done by constantly prioritizing Maya's sentiments. He expressed pride in how I had built my own life and marriage while receiving little support from family. My father also told me something I had never known before. Apparently Maya has done something similar before. When we were teenagers, she purposefully broke things that belonged to me, but my parents never told me they knew she was to blame. He added that when I was 17, Maya deleted all of the images on my phone because she was upset with me over something. They discovered she'd done it but chose not to tell me because they believed it would cause too much controversy in the family. Learning about this made me understand that my parents had been hiding Maya's conduct for years. They had led me to believe I was insane or overreacting, but in reality, they knew she was targeting me on purpose. My father stated that he regretted not being more honest with me sooner. He expressed a desire to have a relationship with me that was distinct from the situation with my mother and Maya. He asked if we could start meeting more regularly so that we could restore our relationship. I told him I appreciated his apologies, but I wanted to consider what type of relationship we might have going ahead. I expressed my disappointment that he had led me to believe I was mistaken about Maya for so long, despite knowing the truth. A few days later, something unexpected happened. My Aunt Diane, 49, my mother's sister, contacted me. She stated that she had learned about the wedding dress dilemma from other family members and wanted me to know that she supported me. Diane informed me she had always noticed how differently my parents handled Maya and me. She stated she had wanted to say something throughout the years, but she did not believe it was her place to interfere with how my parents raised their children. She stated that when she heard about the outfit being ruined and my parents' reaction, she realized she couldn't remain silent any longer. She called my mother and told her she was wrong to continue making excuses for Maya's actions. According to Diane, my mother became extremely defensive during their chat. My mother told me that I was being overly passionate about a clothing and that family loyalty should take precedence above financial possessions. She said Diane didn't grasp the situation because she didn't have children of her own. Diane claimed she warned my mother that burning someone's wedding dress was a serious error, and lying about it made matters worse. She stated my mother hung up on her and they hadn't spoken since. Diane also informed me that other family members had started discussing the problem. Apparently, word had spread about the screenshots, and numerous relatives questioned how my parents handled the situation. Some individuals argued that Maya should face the repercussions of her actions. This knowledge made me feel validated, but also sad that it had taken something so dramatic for people to realize the long-standing familial dynamic. Last week, Maya sent me a text message. It was the first time she had approached me directly since we met at my parents' place. The message was long and rambling, but the main point was that she apologized for all that had occurred. She claimed she had been in a terrible place following her separation with Adrian and had made some poor mistakes. She said she didn't mean to hurt me and regretted allowing things to get out of control. She asked if we might meet to discuss about mending our relationship. The message did not contain an admission that she had damaged my outfit. She kept using ambiguous language about terrible decisions and mistakes without specifying what she did wrong. I gave Lucas the note, and he pointed out that Maya was still not fully responsible. He stated it sounded like she was trying to regain my trust without confessing the truth about what she did. I chose not to react to Maya's message. I didn't see the sense of meeting with her if she wasn't being honest about what happened. 2 days ago, my mother called me. She stated that she missed me and wanted to work things out. She invited me to come over for supper so we could discuss as a family. I told her I wasn't prepared to sit down with everyone and pretend nothing occurred. I stated that until Maya recognized what she did and my mother stopped making excuses for her, I didn't see how we could go. My mother felt I was difficult and unreasonable. She told me that Maya had given me an apologetic message and I should take it and move on. She claimed keeping grudges was unhealthy and I was harming the entire family by remaining furious. I reminded her that Maya's statement was not an apology because she had yet to admit what she had done wrong. I claimed I couldn't be in a relationship with someone who kept lying to me about something so vital. My mother closed the debate by declaring that I chose to destroy our family over a dress. She expressed her hope that I would come to my senses before it was too late to mend the damage I was making. After I hung up, I was drained by the situation. No matter how much proof I offer or how reasonable I attempt to be, it appears that my mother will always find a way to blame me. Lucas and I have been discussing what to do next. He believes I should stay away from my family until they are ready to acknowledge what happened. He claims I have tried to be fair and reasonable, but they are not willing to meet me halfway. I'm starting to think he's right. I can't keep having the same conversations with folks who refuse to see the reality. Continuing to cope with this drama has a negative impact on my mental health and marriage. I haven't made any final decisions yet, but I'm thinking of taking an extended vacation from communicating with my mother and Maya. My father and I still chat occasionally, and the relationship may be salvageable, but I'm not sure about the rest of my family. Update 3. I wanted to provide one final update to let everyone know how the matter has unfolded. After my last post, I decided to cut off all communication with my mother and Maya. I was weary of having the same chats over and again without making any progress. My father and I spoke periodically, but I stopped replying to texts from anyone else in my family. For nearly a month, everything was quiet. Lucas and I focused on adjusting to married life, and I began to feel less anxious without the regular family conflict. I was beginning to wonder if severing contact was the best option for my well-being. Then 3 weeks ago, something happened that changed everything. My cousin Zoe called to tell me about Maya. Maya had apparently started dating a new person named Ethan, a 26-year-old male. Even though they had only been dating for a few weeks, Maya was already discussing marriage and plans for the future, according to Zoe. Zoe claimed that Maya had been continually posting on social media about how happy she was and how Ethan was the ideal man for her. She was acting as if her relationship with Ethan demonstrated that she had moved on from the drama with Adrian and our family. But then Ethan learned what Maya had done to my wedding outfit. Zoe learned from other family members that Ethan had met some of Maya's friends at a party. These were the same friends that were in the private social media group where Maya expressed her desire to disrupt my wedding. One of these acquaintances related the wedding dress event to Ethan, assuming he was already aware of it. When Ethan questioned Maya about it later, she told him the same lie she had told everyone else. She had nothing to do with trashing my outfit. But Ethan was fascinated about the situation and asked further inquiries. Eventually, someone showed him photos of Maya's social media posts proving she had planned to undermine my wedding. When Ethan presented Maya with this evidence, she eventually broke down and revealed what she had done. She told him she cut up my outfit because she was jealous of my happiness and wanted me to be disappointed. Ethan was evidently shocked by Maya's actions and much more troubled by the fact that she had been lying about them for months. He informed her he couldn't be with someone who would intentionally harm a family member and then lie about it. He broke up with Maya the following day. Maya was crushed by the breakup. According to my father, she cried for days and begged Ethan to give her another opportunity. She vowed to apologize to me and make things right. But Ethan stated he couldn't trust her because she had lied to him about something so important. The breakup appeared to be a wake-up call for Maya. For the first time, her acts had consequences that she could not avoid by having my parents excuse her. My father called and told me what had happened. He explained that Maya had finally revealed to him and my mother that she had damaged my garment. She had admitted everything, even how she had planned it ahead of time and then lied about it for months. According to my father, Maya's confession astounded my mother. She had been so sure of Maya's innocence that hearing the facts directly from her was difficult to accept. My father informed me that Maya wanted to call me and apologize for what she had done. He asked whether I'd be willing to hear what she had to say. I told him I needed some time to think about it. Part of me was happy that the truth had finally been revealed, but I was also upset that Maya had to lose a boyfriend before she could be honest about what she'd done. 2 days later, Maya called me. She was crying and couldn't communicate well. She apologized for damaging my clothing and lying about it. She claimed she was jealous and angry, and she took it out on me in the worst way conceivable. She explained that she understood that expressing sorry would not change what she had done, but she wanted me to know that she regretted her actions. She stated losing Ethan made her realize how her actions affected others, and she wanted to be a better person. I listened to what Maya had to say, but I did not offer forgiveness or acceptance. I told her I was glad she was finally telling the truth, but it didn't erase months of lies and manipulation. I said that I wanted time to decide what kind of relationship we could have in the future. Maya inquired whether there was anything she could do to make things right between us. I informed her that the time to make things right had passed. She had several opportunities to be honest, but she decided to lie instead. Following that phone call, my mother called. She apologized for not trusting me about what Maya had done. She said that making excuses for Maya's actions was inappropriate, and she regretted forcing me to show that I was telling the truth. My mother stated that she understood if I wanted time and space from the family. She expressed her desire that we may ultimately re-establish our connection, but she would appreciate any decision I chose. I appreciated my mother's apologies, but I wasn't ready to simply return to normal. Too much had happened to erode our trust. Lucas and I have had extensive discussions about what to do next. He believes I should give my family another chance now that the truth is out and people are apologizing. He thinks that hanging onto my anger will only injure me in the long term. I see his point of view, but I'm not ready to welcome everyone back into my life yet. The fact that Maya had to lose a lover before she told the truth suggests that she was more concerned with protecting herself than doing the right thing. For the time being, I've decided to retain little communication with my family. I will respond to urgent messages and attend large family events as needed, but I will not return to regular family dinners and phone calls. My father and I are steadily mending our relationship, and I believe that it will continue to improve with time. With my mother and Maya, I'm not sure what the future holds. Some may think I'm being overly harsh by not immediately forgiving my family after they apologized, but I need to preserve my own well-being and marriage. I can't go back to being the family member who accepts everyone else's terrible behavior and then pretends everything is normal. Lucas and I are doing well, and are focused on creating our own lives together. We're thinking of buying a house and establishing a family in the following few years. I want to focus my efforts on positive things rather than trying to heal relationships that may not be fixable. I'm not saying I'll never have a close relationship with my family again, but it will be different than before. They will have to gain my trust via their deeds, not simply their words. For the time being, I'm pleased with the distance I've established. It has brought me calm and allowed me to focus on what is truly important in my life. After years of hard work, I graduated alone. When I walked into my parents' home days later, my sister smirked, "Your degree means nothing." 37 missed calls. One text message said, "You owe us an apology." That was how my graduation day concluded. My name is Patrick. I'm 22, and last June was meant to be the most proud day of my life. I had pushed my way through college without much assistance, balancing late-night shifts at a diner, tutoring positions, and a few freelance assignments to keep the lights on in my apartment. My journey came to an end with graduation. The moment I could finally show to myself, and maybe even to my family, that I had accomplished something worth celebrating. But when I stepped across the platform, there was not a single recognized face in the audience. Not my mother, father, or even my grandmother, who had never missed a church service in her life. The rows of vacant chairs in the family section may have easily been spotlights illuminating my loneliness. You see, I have a younger sister named Julia. She's 20, just 2 years younger than me, and she's always been the golden kid. The family's argument has always been that she is sensitive and requires extra care, which in reality meant she got whatever she wanted. At 16, I had new clothes, name brand shoes, and a car that I wasn't permitted to touch. Even when my bike chain broke and I had to walk 3 miles to school. When she discovered she was pregnant at 19, my parents turned the situation into a fairy tale. She was no longer a scared teenager making rash decisions. She was a glowing young woman who brought the family together. They threw her a lavish baby shower that might have served as a wedding reception. Guess what date they chose? The same day that I graduated. At first I assumed it was simply terrible luck. Perhaps the venue they desired was only available that weekend. Perhaps they didn't understand the dates overlapped. I granted them the benefit of the doubt. I even called my mother a month before graduation to remind her about the conflict. She answered, "Oh honey, we'll figure something out. Maybe we'll split the day." But as the weeks went by, the truth grew more difficult to deny. Julia's baby shower invitations went out, and none of them mentioned my graduation. When I brought it up again, my father said firmly, "Patrick, you'll have plenty of ceremonies in your life, but your sister, this is once in a lifetime." I remember sitting in quiet, squeezing my phone so tightly that I felt it would crack, because how could they say that? As if my accomplishment had no value. It was as if I hadn't worked so hard for 4 years to get to that point. On the morning of graduation, I still had optimism. I kept checking my phone, expecting to hear that they were on their way. Nothing. I gazed around the university parking lot as students and family arrived, bearing bouquets and balloons. Still nothing. By the time my name was called, I had accepted what I knew. They were not arriving. The cheers that erupted for other grads were muffled to my ears. I walked across the stage alone, forced to smile at the dean, and got the diploma that had cost me so many restless nights. My phone buzzed just as I stepped down the steps. I pulled it out, hoping that they had finally sent something supportive. Instead, there was a message from my father. "You owe us an apology." My heart has stopped. My eyes skimmed the screen again, convinced I was misinterpreted, but the words were still there, followed by 37 missed calls. 37. As if I had done something wrong and wanted to go back to them after being abandoned. I couldn't even process it. My friends' families gathered around them with flowers, hugs, and cameras. Meanwhile, I sat on the brink of a fountain, staring at my phone in shock. The text burnt itself into my mind. "What do you apologize for?" For existing outside of my sister's shadow. For daring to pursue a fraction of recognition that did not revolve around her. I wanted to toss my phone in the water, but instead I pushed it in my pocket and tightened my fists until my knuckles were white. That was the point at which the first significant breach in my relationship with my family appeared. Until then, I had put up with the favoritism, disrespectful comments, and countless explanations. But that text, that arrogance, was the first time I felt the full weight of their perverted priorities. I didn't respond. Not then. Not for the rest of the day. I walked home carrying my diploma and a basic folder. There are no balloons, flowers, or family dinners waiting. Just silence. But deep down, I knew it was merely the beginning. That message was more than simply a stab in the back. It was a declaration. And if they wanted to play this game, I was not going to sit quietly any longer. When I finally went on my phone later that night, there were so many alerts that it felt like my family had been holding a trial without me. My mother's voicemails began with the charming tone she often used when she wanted to shame me. "Patrick, honey, you must understand that this was not about you. We all had to be there for your sister. Family comes first." The following one had a harder edge. "You've embarrassed us by ignoring your father's calls. Julia was crying because you didn't congratulate her. Do you really want to ruin her big day?" By the third message, my father's voice thundered through the speaker. "Pick up your phone and stop acting like a child. You've angered your mother, and you should apologize for your attitude." That term had been haunting me since the ceremony, and seeing it repeated in those texts made something in me twist. I sat on my bed, staring at the blank walls of my apartment, graduation case still unopened on the desk, and reflected on how every significant event in my life had been minimized in the name of family unity. When I obtained my first job at 16, they warned me not to brag because Julia was failing in school. When I was accepted to college, they felt it wasn't fair to discuss it over dinner because Julia hadn't applied anyplace. Now, the day that should have been mine alone has been completely sacrificed for her baby shower. 2 days later, I made the mistake of visiting the family home. I walked in, hoping that seeing them face to face would help them understand how much it hurt, only to see pink balloons still taped to the living room walls, confetti spilled across the carpet, and baby gifts stacked higher than the couch. Julia sat in the recliner like queen, browsing through her phone while my mother fussed over folding small onesies. "Well, look who finally decided to show up," my father exclaimed upon seeing me. He did not smile. He did not congratulate me. He simply crossed his arms and gave me the look that indicated I was already in the wrong. Julia didn't look up when she said, "Did you bring something for the baby? We're still accepting gifts." She spoke as if it were a joke, but her smirk told me she meant every word. My stomach churned. I had spent what little extra money I had on a new suit for graduation because I wanted to appear well when I walked over that stage. I had nothing left for another round of baby shower gifts. I came to talk, I responded calmly, trying to keep my wrath under control. But my mother cut me off before I could explain. Patrick, this attitude of yours is unacceptable. We had to make a choice, and we chose to support your sister because she needed us more. You should have understood that. I stared at her, hoping for her to laugh and claim it was simply a misunderstanding. But she meant it. To her, it was that simple. Julia needed them. As a result, my graduation did not matter. I needed you too, I said softly, more to myself than to them. My father's eyes narrowed. Don't start with that selfish talk. You think walking across a stage compares to bringing a new life into this world. You should be grateful we even came back here to celebrate you now. Give me an award. That was the phrase he used as I looked around the room, which was still decorated for Julia's shower, with no evidence that anybody had recalled my milestone at all. No card, no balloon, no congratulations, just piles of colored wrapping paper and rattles. I recognized then that they did not think I was worth celebrating. I was only a footnote in their story about Julia. Julia finally laid her phone down and grinned at me. Don't sulk. You'll get over it. Besides, you'll probably have another graduation when you go for your master's, right? This one was just practice. Her nonchalant cruelty knocked the wind out of me. She truly believed that my years of effort, of working my way through college debt-free, were nothing more than practice. I went without saying anything else. As I walked to my car, I heard my father call after me, "You're not welcome back until you learn some respect." The door slammed, and that was that. That week I watched as Julia shared pictures from her baby shower on social media. There she stood, shining in a floral outfit, surrounded by piles of presents and happy relatives. Comments poured in from extended family. "So proud of you, Julia. You're going to be a wonderful mother." There was no mention of me or the fact that I had graduated. It was as if I had been completely wiped from the family story. I hoped an aunt or cousin would at least reach out informally, but when I saw them in person a few weeks later at a family cookout, the truth struck me more deeply than any online silence. "You know, Patrick," my uncle laughed, "you really shouldn't have skipped your sister's big day." "That was selfish," my aunt interjected. "Yes, we were all there and it was beautiful. Your absence really cast a shadow. My lack of presence." They made it sound like I had decided to boycott, as if I had purposefully neglected my sister's achievement in order to whine about my own. Nobody believed or cared whether it was the other way around. That night, as I lay awake in my apartment, I felt something inside of me harden. For years, I told myself that if I worked hard enough and achieved enough, my family would eventually notice me. But now I realized that no amount of achievement could ever top Julia's standing on the pedestal they created for her. And as much as it hurt, the knowledge came with a peculiar, frigid clarity. But I wasn't prepared to act yet. Not then. First, I needed to determine how deep their preference would go. A few months after graduation, I maintained my distance. The calls went unanswered. Texts were left as read. Family reunions are respectfully denied. I told myself I was done seeking acceptance and bending just to feel included. But blood ties have a way of drawing you back, especially when guilt pervades every word your parents ever say. By the end of the summer, I was warily approaching reconciliation. My grandma, the only person who had ever shown me unwavering support, had been wondering when I was going to visit. She still saw the best in everyone, and part of me hoped that things had calmed down sufficiently for a new beginning. That weak hope did not last long. One Saturday afternoon, I drove over to the family's residence. The front door was wide open, and laughing poured out onto the porch. Inside, the main room was packed with relatives, pale green balloons, and a big banner that read, "Welcome Baby Shower Round 2. I froze in the doorway. Round 2. Julia had not even given birth yet. Apparently one luxurious shower was insufficient. My parents had agreed to host another. And when I walked into the living room, trying not to betray my disbelief, I spotted something else. Every relative was there, including aunts, uncles, and cousins. People who had skipped my graduation without a second thought were suddenly crammed into couches, balancing paper plates of food and swooning over Julia's belly like she was a celebrity. When my grandmother saw me and rushed over, I forced a grin. "Oh, Patrick, you came. I'm so glad." She hugged me tightly, and for a brief moment, I had a sense of belonging, but it did not last. When my father saw me, his expression stiffened. "You weren't invited," he stated plainly. His voice was quiet, yet it pierced through the room like a dagger. Conversation around us was quiet. "This is for family," he explained, as if I didn't qualify. Something within me snapped at that. But before I could reply, Julia spoke up from her throne of pillows and present bags. "It's fine, Dad. Let him stay. He can make himself useful." She smiled at me. "You can help carry in the gifts from the car. They're heavy, and I'm not supposed to lift anything." The crowd erupted in laughter, some nervous, others sincere. I stood still, with heat building in my chest. Was I the source of entertainment now? Was a laborer hired to transport boxes while everyone else enjoyed the party? I wanted to go out right then, but before I could, my mother stood beside me, her hand on my shoulder. "Patrick, don't make this harder than it has to be. Your sister is carrying the next generation of this family. It's your duty to support her. Obligatory." That is the word she picked. As if Julia's pregnancy was more important than my diploma, years of work, and complete identity. I clenched my mouth and followed Julia's boyfriend Derek outside onto the driveway. He was resting against a shiny new SUV, a smug expression on his face. "Oh good, you showed up," he remarked, referring to the trunk which was stocked with baby goods such as strollers, car seats and diaper boxes. "We could use the extra hands." "I'd help, but bad back." He tapped his side as if it were an inside joke. I lifted the first box without saying anything, my silence the only defense I had against the rage seething inside. When we returned, the audience exploded with applause. Not for me, of course, but for Julia, who held up another gift while shrieking over small baby things. I positioned the box in the corner and recorded fragments of discussion. "Patrick should really be more supportive. I heard he skipped the first shower out of spite. Poor Julia, having to deal with a jealous brother." Every murmur felt like another brick wall closing in on me. They had not only abandoned me on graduation day, but they had also changed the story to make me the villain. But the breaking point did not occur until dessert. Everyone gathered around as my father tapped a glass with his spoon, signaling for attention. "Before we cut the cake," he told me, "I want to say a few words. Julia, we are so proud of you. You've brought this family together in a way nothing else ever has. You've given us purpose, something to celebrate. You're the reason we're all here today." The room was abuzz with applause. He gave me a look. "And Patrick, well, maybe one day you'll understand what it means to put family above yourself. Until then, we'll keep praying for you." It seemed as if the floor had fallen out from under me. My own father, in front of everyone, reduced me to a selfish disappointment. Gasps and murmurs permeated the room. I could feel every eye on me, waiting for my reaction. My grandmother's hand squeezed around mine. Even her presence couldn't ease the pain. I did not shout. I did not argue. I just stood there, graduation ignored and accomplishments forgotten, as my family cheered the sister who had never pulled a finger to earn anything. And at that point, something inside me changed. The placid resignation I'd maintained for years became harsher. It wasn't just favoritism anymore. This was a betrayal. I left the second baby shower without saying anything. There are no slammed doors or yelling matches, just peaceful walks out of the home and into the evening air. The sound of laughter and applause followed me down the driveway, muffled as I closed my car door, but still resonated in my mind. As I grasped the steering wheel, I realized I hadn't had a single mouthful of cake. Nevertheless, I felt sick to my stomach. My phone rang on the passenger seat. New texts were already piling up. I didn't have to look to know they were from my parents. Most likely warnings about how disrespectful I had been by leaving early, or how I had embarrassed Julia. I turned off my phone and drove home in silence. That night, I sat in my apartment with the lights turned out, staring at the diploma case on my desk. I had not hung it up. I had not even framed it. What was the point? Every time I looked at it, all I could hear was my father's voice stating Julia had given the family a purpose unlike anything else. My triumph was irrelevant to them. I kept thinking about that moment, how everyone's eyes turned toward me, not with pride, but with condemnation, as if I'd committed some horrible evil merely by being outside Julia's spotlight. Days stretched into weeks, and I began withdrawing from everything. I stopped checking family group chats, turned off social media notifications, and spent my evenings traveling aimlessly through the city to avoid sitting in the solitude of my flat. At work, I put on a pleasant grin, but on the inside, I was exhausted. Friends would ask, "So, how was graduation? Did your family come?" And I'd avoid the question, shifting the subject before the knot in my throat could reveal itself. The loneliness penetrated deeply. For so long, I assumed that if I worked hard enough, my family would eventually notice me. Now I know the truth. There was no finish line where I could earn their approval. They'd picked their story, and I didn't fit in. That realization left me hollowed out. Even grocery shopping felt weighty. Walking by young families, I watched parents carry toddlers into trolleys and giggle together. I couldn't quit wondering, why couldn't my parents give me even half of that energy? The worst thing was dealing with my granny. She called me frequently, her voice soothing, and always tried to bridge the distance. "Patrick, your parents don't mean to hurt you," she stated once, but her tone indicated uncertainty. "They're just caught up right now. Julia needs them." She wanted to think the best, but she couldn't disguise her hesitation in her voice anymore. I liked her too much to tell her the whole truth. So I'd simply tell her I was busy or that I needed time. Then I'd sit in the silence of my apartment, caught between missing her warmth and resenting the family she protected. One night, I received a voicemail from my father that went deeper than any of the others. His voice was steady and almost rehearsed. "Patrick, your actions have been unacceptable. We've talked about it, and we can't accept you back until you apologize to your sister and the family. You're isolating yourself, and that's on you. We'll pray you come to your senses." There it was again. Apologize. As if the crime were mine. As if I had abandoned them. I recall sitting on my bed, clutching my phone, my hands shaking. That single word had become a leash, which they wanted me to put around my own neck. But somewhere in the cloud of sorrow, a new concept began to emerge. If I was already the villain in their story, perhaps I didn't need to continue playing the role they had assigned me. Maybe I didn't have to spend my entire life trying to win them over. I wasn't prepared to act yet. I did not have the strength. But late at night, when the flat was silent, I began making mental preparations. Not great plots of vengeance just yet, but modest steps toward reclaiming pieces of myself that had been chipped away over the years. Framing my diploma. Saving money for a place larger than this cramped apartment. Finding people who viewed me for who I was. Not as my sister's shadow. It was a tentative resolution. But it was a start. And while I hadn't decided what form it would take, I knew this. If my family expected me to play the role of the forgotten son, they were in for a surprise, because I wasn't going to be forgotten forever. The transition did not occur overnight. At first it was modest and nearly imperceptible, like planting seeds in soil I wasn't sure would grow. I started with my diploma. On Saturday morning, I took it to a frame shop. The woman behind the desk assisted me in selecting a simple black frame with a matte finish. When I hung it above my desk, it made the flat feel less empty. That piece of paper served as more than simply a reminder of my family's absence. It was testimony of my perseverance and grit. Every late-night shift, every article I'd written at 3 a.m., every sacrifice I'd made. It was all there, staring at me. And it was mine. Work was the next turning point. I'd only been in my entry-level job for a few months, primarily doing menial work and keeping my head down. But once I stopped focusing my efforts on pleasing my family, I found myself leaning into my work. I volunteered for projects that no one else desired. I stayed late, not because I had to, but because I wanted to learn the specifics. My boss noticed. One afternoon she approached me and said, "Patrick, I see how hard you're working. How would you feel about leading the next project proposal?" My heart raced. It was not glamorous. It involved spreadsheets and research, but it gave me the opportunity to show myself on my own terms. I poured myself into the project. While my family was busy organizing gender reveal parties and newborn photo shoots, I was staying late at work, studying presentation techniques on YouTube, and perfecting my pitch until I could repeat it in my sleep. When it came time to speak, I stood in front of a panel of executives, palms sweating but voice firm. I put out every detail with confidence that I didn't realize I had. After I finished, the room became silent for a moment before the department head stated, "That's the most thorough proposal we've seen from a junior associate in years." My supervisor smiled, and for the first time in a long time I felt seen. Truly witnessed. The acknowledgement came with a tiny increase, which helped to alleviate the persistent tension that had been building up in my chest for years. With that money, I improved my residence. Nothing fancy, just a one-bedroom with more light and a kitchen that did not feel like a closet. I painted the walls myself, stocked the shelves with literature I'd always wanted to read, and purchased a good coffee maker. Slowly, the room began to reflect me, rather than serve as a reminder of my shortcomings. However, the most significant transformation occurred on a societal level. I had always been guarded, unwilling to let people in after years of being kicked out at home. However, as my confidence grew at work, I found myself opening up more. I began saying yes to after-work drinks, attending trivia nights with colleagues, and even allowing a few friendships to develop into something more. Alex, a co-worker, became a good buddy, He was the first person I ever recounted the entire tale to: the missed graduation, the baby shower, and the text from my father. I expected him to look at me as if I was exaggerating, but instead he shook his head and said, "Man, that's brutal. No wonder you've been carrying that weight. But listen, your worth isn't tied to them. You're building something real, and they can't take it away." These words stayed with me. For years I had waited for my family to validate me. But someone outside of that circle reminded me that I did not need their approval to exist. And the more I focused on my own improvement, the clearer it became. I wasn't powerless anymore. I became more aware of the discrepancy when I occasionally checked in on family via social media. Julia's baby showers, nursery, and posts on the miracle of parenthood were all over social media. Cracks appeared behind the slick coating. Derek, her boyfriend, appeared less present with each passing month. Rumors arose among extended family members about financial problems and confrontations behind closed doors. Meanwhile, my life was steadily improving. I wasn't wealthy. I was not famous. But I had steadiness. And I'd earned it. The true turning point occurred one evening, when my employer summoned me back to her office. "Patrick," she added, "I want you to consider applying for the management training program. It's competitive, but I think you'd be a strong candidate." My chest constricted with surprise. Just a year ago, I was the youngster sitting alone at graduation, staring at a text demanding an apology. Someone has now recognized my leadership potential. Someone thought I could get into a position of authority. That night, I poured myself a cup of coffee, sat down at my desk beneath the framed diploma, and looked over the application form. For the first time, I wasn't concerned about whether my parents would approve, or if Julia would overshadow me. I was reflecting on what I desired and how far I had come. The power I had previously craved for in my family's eyes was beginning to manifest in mine. Even still, the past remained. Their words lingered, harsh and weighty. Even though I was constructing a life without them, I knew this story was far from over. Because the relatives that had abandoned me will eventually come knocking again. And when they did, they discovered someone completely different from the boy they had rejected. It was almost uncanny how the tides began to change. For the first time in my life, I wasn't looking for bits of approval. I was being sought out. My name began to circulate in higher-level groups at work. Not only for the management program, but also for my natural ability to organize chaos. When a project fell apart, I became the go-to person, the calm hand that everyone relied on as deadlines approached. That reputation carried weight, and with it, influence. When I was officially admitted into the management training program, it was like entering a completely new world: leadership seminars, executive mentorship, and strategy sessions. Doors that had previously felt bolted shut now swung open. Valerie, a sharp but fair-minded CEO, was particularly interested in me. She approached me after a presentation one day and said, "Patrick, you have something people can't fake: resilience. Don't waste it. Learn how to use it." Her words became a mantra. I pushed myself into learning not only how to manage people, but also how to handle politics, read the room, and think long-term. And slowly, I began to recognize how those same skills could be used outside of work. Because my family has not vanished. They were still present in the background, living their filtered version of reality online. Julia had her baby, a boy called Noah, and the family celebrated as if it were the second coming. My newsfeed were swamped with photos of my parents beaming as grandparents, Julia draped in pastel blankets with her miraculous child, and messages about how family is everything. Family is everything. I nearly laughed when I first saw it. They had entirely rewritten the narrative, such that anyone looking in from the outside would believe we were the epitome of harmony. However, reality tends to leak through crevices. My cousin, with whom I was still on excellent terms, approached me over coffee one afternoon. "Patrick, I don't know if you know this," she said, leaning over the dinner table, "but your parents have been asking around about you. They say you're distant, that you've lost your way. They're trying to make it sound like you're the problem." My jaw constricted. Of course they were. They couldn't confess they'd abandoned me, so they made up a new scenario in which I abandoned them. That same cousin also casually mentioned something else. "Julia and Derek are having money problems. He's not working steadily, and the baby expenses are piling up. Your parents are stressed. They've been covering more than they expected." I sat back in my chair, my coffee tasted harsher. Money issues, dependence, cracks in the gold pedestal. For years I had been the one scraping by, the one they dismissed as a burden while they lavished resources on Julia's every need. With their chosen star under strain, the roles began to alter. And unlike them, I had constructed something solid brick by brick without their assistance. Around the same time, my employer offered me the opportunity to manage a high-profile account. It wasn't simply a promotion, it came with a sizable raise and, more crucially, visibility. If I pulled it off, I'd establish my reputation not only in my department, but throughout the organization. I worked harder than ever before, putting every ounce of pain and rejection into laser focus. When the project was successful and brought in record numbers, I was offered a permanent management job. My pay has doubled. My name began appearing in company newsletters. For the first time, I was not just surviving, but thriving. I moved into a modern new apartment with floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the downtown skyline. I bought an automobile that would start on the first try every morning. When I walked into meetings, people listened. I was no longer invisible. That's when my mother's first text arrived. "Patrick, love, it has been too long. We'd love for you to stop over and see Noah. He's growing so quickly, sweetie." The same mother who told me I needed to apologize was now using her grandchild as bait. A week later, my father called. I didn't respond, but the message had that calm, controlling tone that I was too familiar with. "Patrick, it is time to let go of the past. Your family needs you. Noah needs his uncle." These words stayed with me. Your family needs you. For years I needed them. Yet they turned me down. The roles had suddenly reversed. And as much as it ached, it also ignited a fire within me because, for the first time in my life, I wasn't on the losing end. I was in a position of strength. They needed me. And that realization, that wonderful, dangerous realization, is when the concept of payback began to emerge. I didn't respond to their texts right away. In reality, I let weeks pass. Every day I kept my phone on mute. I ignored every text message and deleted every voicemail without listening. It was not about being petty. It was all about timing. They weren't in control for the first time, and I wanted them to feel it slowly and fully. Then one afternoon, I saw my cousin again. She smirked when she spotted me. "You know, Julia's been asking about you a lot. Apparently she and Derek are in a bad spot financially. Your parents are covering their rent now, and with the baby, they're drowning." She paused, dropping her voice. "They keep saying, if only Patrick would step up." Step up. That phrase stuck with me. For years I had been ignored, ridiculed, and mocked. Now that their golden girl was struggling, I was supposed to take responsibility. Not this time. That weekend, I dressed sharply. A sleek blue suit, polished shoes, the kind of style that made people sit up straight in their chairs when you went into a room. I drove my new automobile, which shined in the light, to my parents' house. I hadn't been back since the second baby shower, and when I drew up to the side of the same driveway where I'd earlier been assigned to haul boxes, I was blasted with a flashback. I rang the doorbell, and my mother's face lighted up. "Patrick, oh sweetheart, you came." She drew me into an embrace, but it felt overdone, too sweet, as if she had practiced it in the mirror. My father was in the living room with Noah in his arms, and Julia sitting on the couch. The baby gurgled cheerfully, the sole innocent in the room. "Look at you," my father exclaimed, admiring the outfit and the watch on my wrist. His voice was full of the pride and disdain I had grown up with. "Doing well, huh?" "Better than well," I said evenly, taking my seat. I paused for a bit before continuing. "I heard you've been having difficulties." Julia's jaw tightened at hearing the word. "If you're here to rub it in, don't bother." My mother rushed to smooth things over. "What your sister means is things have been difficult. Derek's hours were cut, and the baby's expenses are overwhelming. We thought maybe as family, you could help." There it was. The request. They hadn't even attempted to conceal it. I leaned back, folded my hands, and looked each one in the eyes. "You want my help?" I inquired slowly. "The same family who skipped my graduation. The same family who told me I owed them an apology while I sat alone on the biggest day of my life. The same family who made me feel like I wasn't welcome in my own home." The room went silent. Julia's cheeks reddened, and my father's gaze narrowed. "That was the past," he stated firmly. "We need to move forward. Family is about sacrifice." "Funny," I replied with a slight smile. "Because I sacrificed for years, and all I ever got was silence. Now you want my support? Why? Because the golden child isn't shining so brightly anymore?" My mom let out a gasp. Julia shot to her feet. "How dare you?" she demanded. You don't know what it's like to raise a child. You're right, I responded, rising up. But I do know what it's like to walk across a stage alone, because my family decided a baby shower was more important than my future. I know what it's like to be erased from every conversation because my sister needed all the attention, and I know what it's like to build a life from nothing, without a dime or an ounce of encouragement from any of you. Their expressions shifted: anger, embarrassment, and astonishment. I allowed the weight of my words sink in before administering the final blow. You made your choice that day. You chose who mattered, and now I'm making mine. I slid a card on the coffee table. Not a check, not cash. Just my business card, sleek and simple, with my new title imprinted on it. If you ever want to treat me like family again, start by acknowledging who I am now. Not the forgotten son, not the backup plan, but the person who stood on his own when you all turned away. Then I walked out. I did not yell. I did not bang the door. I just left in the same way I did years ago. However, this time I was not broken. I was in control. The following day, I checked my phone. Dozens of missed calls. Messages ranged from appealing to enraged. One from my mother stated, "Patrick, please. Your sister is in tears. We did not intend to hurt you. Can't you help us just once?" Another from my father remarked, "You're being selfish again." Family is about sharing and not harboring grudges. But I didn't respond. For the first time, their plight didn't feel like a burden I had to bear. It seemed like justice. The weeks after my visit to their house were among the oddest of my life. For years, I was the one pursuing scraps of attention. The person calling, apologizing, and pleading to be seen. My phone would not stop buzzing. My parents fluctuated between guilt and wrath. My mother's communications were filled with heartbreaking pleas. "Patrick, we just want to start over. Noah needs his uncle." Meanwhile, my father issued strong commands. "Enough games. Stand up for your family." Julia, on the other hand, was pure poison. One text read, "You think you're better than me now? Don't forget who sacrificed everything so you could live a regular life." I stared at that one for a long time, wondering what universe she was living in, because I couldn't recall her giving up anything for me. I disregarded them all, not out of spite anymore but because I knew I owed them nothing. Every call I declined, every message I left unanswered, was a silent statement. I was no longer theirs to control. Even I was surprised by how badly the fallout hit. My cousin contacted me one night, her voice full of secondhand drama. "Your parents are furious," she stated. "They informed everyone that you declined to aid, and now people are asking questions." Aunt Ruth just replied, "Well, maybe if you treated Patrick better, he'd want to help." She chuckled. "It's unraveling. Everyone is seeing it now." Then came the shocker. Derek, my sister's boyfriend, has packed everything and departed. There's no warning, not a long goodbye, just left. Word quickly spread. He'd been drowning under the pressure, resentful of the expectations. And one day, he just walked out, leaving Julia with a newborn and a stack of unpaid bills. My parents attempted to keep it secret at first, but something like that can only be hidden for so long. The whispers quickly transformed into pitying stares during church, and the pedestal Julia had been set on wobbled until it toppled to the floor. That was when the desperation peaked. My father showed up at my office. He didn't get past the lobby. Security called to let me know that a man was downstairs and insisted on speaking with me. I instructed them to send him away. Later, I discovered that he had stood there for nearly an hour, red-faced and pacing before storming away. That night, he left me a message that began with wrath and finished with a cracking voice. "Patrick, we only need your aid." But I didn't give in. Help wasn't what they wanted. They desired control. The old dynamic in which I was the neglected son, constantly grasping while they tugged the strings. And that individual ceased to exist. Months passed, and my life only grew steadier. I was promoted again, and my projects gained recognition beyond the organization. I traveled for the first time, standing in airports with a passport in hand, liberated in ways I never imagined possible. I filled my flat with laughter from friends who truly came out for me and praised my victories without envy. Every step forward seemed like retrieving another aspect of the boy they had worked so hard to forget. Meanwhile, the family that once mocked my hardships began to crumble. Julia moved back home with my parents, her independence gone, her idyllic life reduced to strained silence and financial distress. My parents, who used to brag about their united family, suddenly faced unpleasant inquiries about why their son seldom came over, why their daughter appeared so bitter, and why their lives looked so different from the rosy picture they'd painted. The final nail was my grandmother's birthday. She was the only one I consented to see, so I reserved a small private dining room at a restaurant she enjoyed. When I came, she grabbed me tightly, tears in her eyes, and whispered, "I'm so proud of you." That was enough for me. But as the evening progressed, I noticed my parents and Julia enter the restaurant. They had not been invited. They must have discovered out from someone else. They noticed me across the room, myself in a fitted suit, friends and co-workers at my side, and my grandma beaming with pride at the celebration I'd thrown. They attempted to approach, but the maitre d' stopped them at the door, telling them that it was a private occasion. My mother called out, her voice trembling, "Patrick, please let us in. We're family." The room became quiet. Everyone looked at me. I stood and proceeded to the doorway, looking at them one last time. Their expressions were desperate, begging, and devoid of the arrogance they had once worn so proudly. "Family," I replied gently. "Family doesn't abandon you when you need them most. Family doesn't erase you. You made your choice, and now I've made mine." I returned to the dining room, and the maitre d' closed the door behind me. My grandmother grabbed for my hand, her grin unwavering. The restaurant's noise vanished, leaving behind the warmth of people who actually cared. In that instant, I recognized the truth. I hadn't lost a family, I'd built one. And the old ones, the ones who demanded apologies and grinned as I stood alone, were left outside, banging on a door that would not open. For 24 months my dad sent $600 from the desert, but my husband gambled it away, so I froze the accounts, and took him to court. For 2 years I thought our struggles were because life was hard. Low paychecks, high bills, birthdays we celebrated with dollar store decorations. But the truth was far darker. Every missing field trip, every skipped meal, every late-night delivery shift wasn't fate. It was theft. And the thief was sleeping in my bed. I froze, putting up the phone to show him Marin playing with her pals. "What? $600, Dad?" My husband's eyes bulged, and his coffee mug almost fell from his grasp. My father's expression quickly became anxious. "The birthday money, sweetheart. I send it every month like always." I giggled nervously and bewildered. "Dad? I think you're confused. You haven't sent anything. I would have thanked you." Dad's expression darkened on the screen. "Mixed up? Alara, I've been sending $600 every single month for 2 years, for the kids, for birthdays, for clothes, and everything you need." He vanished from the frame, reappearing with a big folder. 24 transfers per year, October, November, and December. He displayed printout after printout to the camera. $600 per month, routing number ends in 4782. My heart stopped. Silas had a separate account for his work expenses. "For my grandkids," Dad said, his voice breaking. "So you wouldn't have to struggle while I'm stationed here, so they could have birthday parties and Christmas presents, and you could go grocery shopping without stress." Each statement struck me like a physical blow. I remembered Marin's dollar store birthday decorations and her regretful face when I said we'd do something special next year. The nights I skipped dinner so the kids could eat enough. We had 2 ramen experiences per week. They missed the field trips. "I'm sleeping in a barracks in Kuwait," Dad said gently, "sending half my contractor pay so you don't struggle." I looked at Silas. He stood there, face pale, hands trembling. Coffee spilled at his feet, like a confession. 24 months, I said quietly, my mind calculating despite the shock. $600 each month. The room began to spin. $12,000. While I sold my grandmother's ring to pay for Marin's school supplies, while I drove for DoorDash after bedtime to cover groceries, while I told the kids that homemade birthdays are more special, while Silas came home late from overtime, with dilated pupils and new excuses. "You've been stealing my father's money while our kids went without." The quiet was oppressive, save for Marin's laughing from the backyard. "I was going to tell you," Silas began. "Tell me what?" I exclaimed. "That you've been collecting $600 a month while I worked 3 jobs, while I told Marin we couldn't afford a birthday cake from the store. Then where is it?" I took his phone. "Show me where the $12,000 went." He opened it with trembling hands. I viewed the account. Deposits from Kuwait and then withdrawals. ATM in the casino costs $200. ATM in the casino costs $300. "I have a problem," he murmured. "You had $600 coming in every month from my father while I skipped meals," I remarked quietly. "You held me while I sobbed about failing our kids. You said we needed to budget better while you were stealing." Dad's voice was icy and steady. "Silas, Did my granddaughter eat ramen for dinner on her birthday while you had my money in your pocket? Silas could not look at the television. I'm 7,000 miles away, in the desert, Dad said, his voice breaking. You made my daughter believe I had forgotten them. I grabbed Silas's phone again and scrolled through the transactions. These casino withdrawals, I explained, my voice quivering. July 15th, that was Marin's first soccer game. August 3rd, her first dance recital. You weren't stuck in traffic. You weren't at work. You were gambling while I sat alone at our child's biggest moments, making excuses for why Daddy couldn't make it. He glanced at the floor, embarrassed. Then the Christmas memory struck me like a sledgehammer. Last year, I informed the kids that Santa was having a terrible year. Marin cried. She felt like she had done something wrong. My voice cracked. She came home after seeing all the other kids' presents and asked what she did wrong. She made a list of ways to be better so Santa would love her next time. My emotions were boiling over. You had $600 in December, another $600 in November, $1,000, while I wrapped dollar store toys in newspaper, while our perfect daughter spent a year trying to be better because you made her believe she wasn't good enough for Christmas. Marin dashed inside, her handmade paper crown sliding. Mommy, can we have cake now? I said, gazing at her adorable face and the homemade cake I decorated at 2 a.m., following my DoorDash shift. Yes, baby. Go get your friends. When she went, I turned around. $600 a month for 2 years while your daughter wore shoes with holes, while your son couldn't play soccer. While I skipped lunch every day to save $5. Dad's voice pierced through like a dagger. I'm on the next flight home. Emergency family leave. 24 months of wire fraud, Silas. Silas's face became gray. Corin, please pack the kids' things tonight, Dad added, his tone kinder now. You're done struggling alone. I'll be there in 18 hours. I stared at Marin's birthday crown on the counter, which was composed of paper plates and aluminum foil. She had no idea her grandfather had given money for a real one. You didn't just steal money, I explained calmly. You stole their relationship with him. Marin thinks her grandpa doesn't care. You stole that from her. Dad was putting on his uniform jacket behind him. Mom was using another phone. I overheard forensic accountant. 18 hours, Dad said. And Silas, you better not be there when I arrive. He hung up the phone, and when I turned to face Silas, he had a look on his face that indicated he was willing to do anything than go peacefully. My fingers grasped the counter edge so tightly that my knuckles turned white as Silas took a stride towards me, his jaw gritted and fists stiff at his sides. The birthday guests were still laughing in the backyard, and my husband stood there, looking like he was about to hurt me for the first time in our marriage. I slid my phone under the counter and typed a brief message to Dad without looking down. Just 3 words spoke it all. Marin ran through the rear door, asking for juice boxes, and I faked a smile that felt like breaking glass. Silas went back into the corner as I took the beverages from the fridge and presented them to her, shaking hands. She bounced back outdoors, oblivious that her entire world was about to change forever. My thumb discovered my neighbor's phone number, so I texted her to see if she was home, just in case I needed to get the kids out quickly. She quickly responded that her door was open if we needed anything, and I felt a little less alone. Silas looked at me with those calculating eyes that said he knew precisely what I was doing. Parents began arriving to pick up their children, and I accompanied each one to the door with fake cheerfulness while Silas remained in the kitchen. The last mother had finally taken her son, and I locked the door behind them with deliberate slowness, knowing what was coming next. Silas instantly began ranting about how I didn't understand and how he was going to repay it, but I held out my hand to stop him. I took out my phone and pressed the record button, placing it on the counter between us, where the red light flashed as a warning. He began pacing the kitchen, alternately blaming his work stress and pledging to get assistance tomorrow if I gave him another chance. I let him talk while the phone captured every excuse and justification he gave. When he finally acknowledged to stealing the money but claimed it was only borrowed, I felt my stomach turn but kept my face totally neutral. When the kids walked in and asked about dinner, I told them we were having a special sleepover in Mom's room tonight, which sounded like an adventure. They were delighted about camping in my bedroom, so I helped them assemble their stuffed animals and blankets while Silas observed from the doorway. After they were finished watching a movie on my laptop, I locked my bedroom door and heard Silas's footsteps in the corridor. He knocked once, hard enough to rattle the frame, but stopped when I told him that the children were listening and did not need to hear this. I contacted the non-emergency police line from the bathroom, using the running water to conceal my voice. The operator listened as I described the event and provided me a report number, stating that an officer might conduct a drive-by if I felt unsafe. Her soothing voice helped to soothe my nerves, even though my hands shook as I scribbled down the case number. My phone rang with a text from Dad, displaying his flight information and stating that he'd arrive at 2 p.m. Tomorrow. A rental automobile has already been reserved. Mom messaged separately, saying she'd found a forensic accountant who specializes in financial abuse cases and could begin documenting everything right away. Knowing that they were both mobilizing in different directions, let me feel less trapped in this nightmare. I hardly slept that night, getting up every hour to check the door locks and look at the kids sleeping soundly in my bed. Around 3 a.m., I heard Silas moving around in the garage, so I grabbed my phone to record the time and what I heard. The garage door opened and closed twice. Then his pickup began and idled for 20 minutes before he returned inside. I typed everything into my phone notes, producing a history of his actions that would be useful later as evidence. By sunrise, I had typed down a complete timeline of the previous 2 years, including every late night, missed event, and reason for overtime. The kids awoke at their usual hour, and I got them ready for school as if nothing had happened, keeping their pattern intact. Marin inquired why we had a sleepover, and I explained that it was simply for fun. While I braided her hair with shaky fingers, I packed their lunches and checked their backpacks as Silas snored on the living room couch. When I walked by to retrieve the kids' shoes, I noticed him splayed down, surrounded by empty beer bottles and cigarette butts. The time of this video call appears weirdly perfect, doesn't it? 2 years of monthly payments, and it just happens to come up at the birthday party, while Silas is sitting there with his coffee. I took photos from 3 different perspectives, making careful to capture the chaos around him while he pretended to want to solve things. The rising sun illuminated the evidence of his priorities perfectly. This dad stole from his own children and drowned his remorse in drink. Marin inquired whether Daddy was unwell, and I assured her he was simply sleepy while I assisted her with her jacket. My son grabbed his backpack without asking any questions, but I noticed him glancing at his father with a puzzled expression. We stepped outside to wait for the school bus, and I gripped their hands tighter than normal, wondering how I'd shield them from everything. The bus arrived, and I watched them mount the steps before driving directly to the bank. My hands shook as I completed the paperwork for my personal bank account. The banker assisted me in switching my job direct deposit, and demonstrated how to transfer exactly half of our joint account balance. I took screenshots of the balance before doing anything, and Silas's half remained undisturbed. Back at home, his car remained in the driveway, and I could hear him snoozing upstairs. I retrieved our vital documents from the filing cabinet in the hallway closet. Birth certificates were placed in a manila folder among social security cards and insurance documentation. His desk drawer was unlocked, and I discovered his separate account statements hidden behind old tax returns. The casino withdrawals dated back 3 years, not 2. Page after page revealed the same pattern, with the amounts increasing over time. I documented each statement with my phone, and then locked everything in my car trunk. My phone began to vibrate with fraud notifications while I was still in the driveway. Silas was using an ATM downtown, emptying our joint bank account. I phoned the bank immediately, but he had already stolen $400. The woman on the phone helped me freeze the account, but the harm had already been done. I took screenshots of each alert and saved them in my expanding evidence folder. At school pickup, I went straight to the main office and stated that there was a family emergency. The secretary noted in their computer system that only I may pick up the children. Marin's teacher stopped me in the hallway and noted that Marin appeared frightened today. Throughout story time, she kept asking if everything was well at home. I assured her we were going through some changes, but the kids were safe. Back in my car, I composed an email to the principal, explaining the custody issue. I requested her to chronicle any attempts by Silas to remove the children from school. Her response arrived within minutes, stating that they would follow protocol and only release them to me. While I was waiting for the kids to come out, another safety net clicked into place. Silas's texts began to arrive quickly while I was preparing dinner. First, he apologized and begged me to discuss. Then he became enraged, stating I was overreacting to certain mistakes. Within an hour, he was threatening to take the kids unless I stopped being dramatic. I screenshotted every conversation, including those in which he used the word take. In 60 minutes, his messages ranged from apologizing to blaming me to issuing threats. I called legal aid and scheduled an appointment with Rose Donnelly for the following morning. She listened to my entire story and promptly began filling out papers for an emergency protective order. She told me the process might take a few days, but I was doing everything correctly. She'd seen this pattern before: theft, gambling, and threats. I spent the rest of the afternoon writing down every detail I could recall, every birthday he missed by claiming overtime while he was actually at the casino, every night I went to bed hungry so the kids could eat while he had money in his pocket, and every field trip they couldn't attend because we couldn't afford the fee. My hand cramped from writing, but putting it all down on paper was like releasing poison from my body. Rose read it and said it was compelling evidence in the custody dispute. Silas realized I had stopped the joint account about dinner time and texted me, accusing me of financial abuse. 20 minutes later, I received notification that he'd gotten a $2,000 cash advance on our credit card. The transaction showed that it took place at the casino ATM, as it always does. I also called to freeze the card, but the funds were already gone. That upped his steal total to $14,000, including my father's money, and now this. Dad called during the children's bath time during his layover in Germany. His voice was fatigued but attentive as he requested updates on everything. When he described Marin's birthday party, his voice cracked slightly. I could hear Mom in the background making lists of what to bring and who to call. They were both in full defense mode, ready to help us reconstruct everything Silas had destroyed. The next morning seemed to drag on forever until, at 2:15 p.m., the doorbell rang, and there was Dad standing on the porch in his dusty contractor clothes with his duffel bag. My legs buckled, and I grasped the doorframe as the children shrieked and dashed past me into his arms. He dropped his bag and grabbed them both, pulling them up and peering over their heads at me with a ferocious expression that indicated no one was going to touch us again. Silas heard the disturbance in the bedroom, and I saw him peek over the corner before slinking back when Dad noticed him. Dad put the kids down and instructed them to go play in the backyard for a while. Then he came directly to the kitchen table and began taking documents from his backpack. He spread bank statements, wire transfer receipts, and printed emails on the table, and Silas eventually came out and sat across from us. Dad's voice remained low and controlled, but there was something menacing beneath as he went through each payment one by one, pointing to dates and amounts. October 15th, $600, while Marin wore shoes with holes. November 3rd, $600, while they ate ramen for dinner. December 1st, $600, while the kids thought Santa forgot them. Silas kept his eyes on the table and mumbled something about addiction being a disease, but Dad cut him off with a look that could have melted steel. After going through all 26 transactions, Dad instructed Silas to pack his luggage and go. But Silas crossed his arms and replied, "This is also my house." Dad took out his phone and called the police, explaining that we needed a civil standby for a domestic crisis. Within 20 minutes, 2 cops arrived and calmly explained to Silas that, while they couldn't force him out permanently tonight, they strongly advised him to pack his belongings and find another place to stay to give everyone time to settle down. Silas grabbed a rubbish bag and began throwing clothes into it, shouting about his rights and how illegal this was. But the officers simply remained there, watching him walk out the door. After they went, I couldn't sit still and certainly couldn't sleep. So I gathered all of the bank statements and began creating a chronology on poster board with 2 columns. On the left I wrote up every challenge we had, every missed opportunity, and every time I had to tell the kids no. On the right, I typed down every casino withdrawal Silas made using Dad's money. Seeing Marin's missing field trip next to a $200 ATM transaction at the casino made me rush to the restroom and vomit. Dad stayed up with me, preparing pot after pot of coffee and letting me work things out without trying to solve anything. Around 3 a.m., my phone rang, and it was the forensic accountant Mom had hired, phoning from the East Coast, where it was already 6 a.m. She had been working through the night and discovered that the trend was far worse than we had suspected, with Silas's withdrawals occurring within hours of Dad's payments most of the time. She'd also discovered 2 more transactions that we'd overlooked, bringing the total to 26 payments and $13,000 stolen. The theft began 2 months before Dad informed us, implying Silas had been lying and stealing for much longer. The following morning, I traveled to the police station with my poster board chronology and 3 folders of evidence to file a report of theft by fraud. Detective Dorian Vera reviewed my statement thoroughly, asking questions regarding dates and amounts. He provided a case number and said he'd contact me about the following steps, but warned me that these situations take time to develop properly. 2 days later, Detective Vera called again to set realistic expectations, stating that while criminal charges were possible, the prosecutor would have to assess if they could prove intent to deceive because Silas and I were married. He suggested that I prioritize protecting myself and the children in family court first, and then use the criminal case as leverage if necessary. It wasn't what I was expecting, but I appreciated him being honest rather than giving me false hope. That afternoon, I called the school and made an appointment for Marin to meet with Genevieve Duval, a counselor who specializes in assisting children who have experienced familial trauma. She had an opening the next day and informed me that she was trained in age-appropriate techniques for assisting youngsters in processing stressful events. I didn't tell Marin why she was going. All I said was, she'd be talking to a wonderful lady at school who helps youngsters deal with their emotions. The next morning, I walked Marin to the counselor's office and waited outside while they spoke, my stomach in knots, wondering what my baby girl would say. After 45 minutes, Genevieve emerged with a portrait of herself, created by Marin, complete with a large X over her body, and the word bad underneath. She stated that Marin had absorbed blame for adult problems, believing she was terrible, which is why Santa did not deliver presents, and Daddy was no longer home. The counselor gave me tools to help reassure Marin without overwhelming her with adult details, suggesting simple phrases like, "Mommy and Daddy's problems are never your fault, and you are loved no matter what." Silas's timing with that ATM withdrawal right when fraud alerts went off appears too convenient. Was he watching the account the entire time? The way he went from regretful to angry to threatening in less than an hour makes me wonder if this is a practiced routine he has used before. That night as the kids slept, Silas texted me, offering to go to rehab and family therapy if I withdrew all legal processes and let him come home right away. The deception was so evident that it made me sick, as he used recovery as a bargaining chip rather than accepting responsibility for his actions. I forwarded the text to Rose at Legal Aid, who responded within minutes, stating that this was normal conduct for someone attempting to dodge punishment, and that I should avoid direct communication going ahead. Dad sat at my kitchen table that evening, his laptop open, reading custody laws while I served the kids mac and cheese. He continued shaking his head and moaning about how the system supported abusers, rather than victims. When the kids left to watch cartoons, he turned the TV toward me and showed case after instance in which gambling addicts were still granted visitation rights. He tightened his jaw when reading about monitored visits and progressive reunion schemes. I knew he wanted Silas completely gone, but courts seldom removed parental rights unless there were serious circumstances. We spent 2 hours going over various situations and safety procedures, marking emergency contacts on my phone, and simulating what to do if Silas arrived. Dad installed recording applications on my phone and demonstrated how to tape everything. The following morning, Rose from Legal Aid called to say she had applied for temporary sole custody and exclusive use of the residence. She sent me an email with 20 pages of forms to examine before our hearing next week. Each page asked for information about our money, housing circumstances, and Silas's conduct. The section on domestic issues made me realize how many warning signs I had overlooked over the years. Rose informed me that despite everything Silas had done, he would eventually face some type of visitation. The idea of giving over my children to him made my stomach turn, but she explained judges nearly always maintain some parental contact. She advised keeping a notebook to record everything that happened from now on. 3 nights later, at 10:15 p.m., a banging on the front door awoke the entire house. Silas's voice resonated across the woods, begging to see his children while slurring slightly. Dad sprang up from the couch where he had been resting and stood by the door, while I grabbed my phone to dial 911. The operator remained on the line as Silas continued to pound and rant about his rights as a father. Marin came downstairs, crying, and I carried her back to her room, telling her everything was fine as my pulse raced. The police arrived in 8 minutes, but it felt like hours. 2 officers spoke with Silas outside, while another collected my statement inside. They informed him of Rose's protective order and cautioned him that coming back would result in immediate arrest. Silas battled with them for another 10 minutes before ultimately departing. The officer gave me a case number and instructed me to call immediately if he returned. Dad stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in a chair facing the front entrance. At 7 a.m., a locksmith arrived and changed all of the locks in the house. Dad supervised while I prepared breakfast, attempting to make things normal for the children. After lunch, we set up a video doorbell and motion sensor lights throughout the property. Dad showed me how to check my phone's camera feed and set alerts for any movement near the doors. That afternoon, we sat the kids down for a safety discussion that was easy and non-threatening. Marin asked why Daddy couldn't use his key anymore, and I simply explained that he was staying somewhere else for a time. We followed our safety guidelines, such as not opening the door for anyone and staying where Mommy could see us. Detective Vera contacted 2 days later, requesting permission to subpoena Silas's bank records and obtain surveillance footage from 3 casinos. He stated that they were putting together a fraud case, but that it would take months to work through the system. I signed every paper he sent over within an hour, hoping for some sort of justice, even if it came slowly. He described uncovering proof of Silas's gambling dating back 5 years, long before Dad began sending money. While sorting through our accumulated mail, I came across 3 notices that I did not identify. They were from several payday lending companies and thanked me for my recent applications. My palms shook when I dialed the numbers and realized Silas had borrowed $5,000 using my social security number. Each company said that the loans were taken out online using my information, but from IP addresses I did not recognize. The fury was so great that I had to sit down before passing out. I spent the next 6 hours on hold with credit bureaus and filed reports for everybody who would listen. Experian came first, followed by TransUnion and Equifax, each of which required the entire tale. The woman at Experian stated that she handles 5 identical situations every week and went me through the process of completely freezing my credit. I filed files with the FTC and the local police, adding to my expanding list of Silas's offenses. Each phone call involved detailing how my spouse stole from my father and using my identity to pay his gambling. The operator from the third payday lending company stated that they would require a police report to investigate the fraud. That afternoon I drove to the station and filled out another report, this time including identity theft. The next day, Genevieve from Child Services called with advice on how to keep the kids stable amidst all of the upheaval. She suggested keeping their routines consistent, with regular bedtimes, meals and timetables. It was impossible to act normally while everything was falling apart, but she insisted that children needed structure more than ever during times of turmoil. She suggested me specific options, such as stockpiling their favorite foods and continuing our Friday movie night ritual. We would go to the park every afternoon and read the same bedtime stories. 4 days later, I received a call from someone named David Ditt, who claimed to be Silas's new addiction counselor. They added that Silas had enrolled in an outpatient gambling addiction program, and wished to discuss appropriate boundaries during his treatment. According to David, recovery is a difficult process that might take years and most people relapse several times before obtaining stability. They appreciated that I kept my distance and claimed it was the best option for everyone involved. David confirmed that family counseling was not acceptable until Silas demonstrated persistent improvement, and I felt comfortable participating. They agreed with my decision to keep the kids apart during his initial treatment phase. David would submit monthly attendance updates, but meaningful change required time and continuous work, which Silas had only recently begun. 2 weeks later, I sat in the courtroom, watching the judge go through the stack of evidence Rose had prepared. The interim custody hearing had finally arrived, after what seemed like an eternity. Silas sat at the other table with his court-appointed attorney, his hands folded as if he were praying. The judge looked up from the financial documents containing the stolen funds and gambling records. She asked Silas directly about the $12,000, and he stuttered through an explanation about having a problem and seeking assistance. When she inquired about payday loans in my name, his lawyer objected, but she overturned it. After 40 minutes of testimony and evidence review, she granted me primary custody, with Silas receiving supervised visits every other Saturday pending further evaluation. It wasn't the entire protection I desired for the children, but at least someone would be watching him alongside them. The judge notably emphasized the financial abuse evidence that troubled her and ordered Silas to continue receiving therapy. Rose told me as we walked out of the courthouse that this would just be temporary until the full hearing in 3 months. The next morning, I met with the district attorney's office to discuss the criminal accusations. The prosecutor, a tired-looking lady with stacks of paperwork on her desk, stated that proving intent to commit wire fraud was nearly impossible because we were married at the time. She stated that courts often interpret marital assets as common property, even when one spouse conceals money from the other. However, the identity theft with payday loans was unique in that he forged my signature and utilized my social security number without permission. She would proceed with the charges, but warned me that it could take months and might simply result in probation if he had no prior record. I left feeling irritated because stealing from family was somehow less important than stealing from strangers. That weekend, Dad sat me down at the kitchen table, holding a binder of paperwork. His emergency leave was up in 3 days, and he had to return to Kuwait. He'd set up a trust account for the kids that only I could access using 2 forms of identification and a notarized signature. Silas couldn't touch it, even if he had gotten my information again. Mom would stay for another week to help with logistics and getting the kids used to their new schedule. Dad had me pledge to call him if something happened, no matter how minor. The monitored visitation center was a converted office building that had toys and cameras in every room. Silas's first visit was set for Saturday morning, and Marin had been asking about Daddy all week. When we arrived, she ran to him, but stopped short when she noticed the supervisor sitting in the corner with a clipboard. Silas attempted to be normal, but Marin kept staring at the stranger and questioning why she was there. He claimed it was only someone to help him play, but Marin wasn't fooled. She clung to him for a few minutes before pulling away, perplexed by the whole situation. When I picked her up 2 hours later, she had a total tantrum in the car. Silas's sudden interest in treatment, just when legal problems arises, makes me wonder if he's done this dance before with other people. How fortuitous that he learns the route to rehabilitation, right when the consequences arrive at his door. She sobbed because she missed Daddy and didn't understand why someone had to babysit them. I held her in the back seat while she grieved herself to exhaustion, my heart hurting for her bewilderment about why her world had changed. That night, my email inbox was flooded with messages from Silas. Long rambling walls of text that alternated between accepting responsibility and blaming me for tearing up our family. He said that his counselor encouraged him to chronicle his sentiments, but instead of keeping them secret, he sent me every thought. One paragraph would reveal that he had a problem. The next person would accuse me of overreacting. I forwarded everything to Rose without reading more than the first few lines. She advised to continue documenting everything for the permanent custody hearing. Monday presented a fresh dilemma when I discovered an eviction notice pinned to our door. The landlord had been attempting to contact us for weeks regarding late rent payments. Silas had not paid rent in October or November, and he had pocketed the money while I was preoccupied about purchasing groceries. We were 2 months behind and owed $3,600 plus late fees. I phoned the landlord right away, describing the issue while pacing the empty apartment. He agreed to a payment plan in which I could pay half now and the balance over 3 months. Dad wired the funds that afternoon, adding to my sense of humiliation and gratitude. That night, I spent hours debating whether to move in with my parents on the East Coast, or keep the kids in their school district for stability. Marin had already lost so much, and changing schools in the middle of the year seemed harsh. Her teacher explained that she was struggling with the changes at home and needed constancy. So I signed up for 3 grocery delivery apps and began driving every night after the kids went to bed. When Dad discovered out, he complained. But I needed to be independent in some way. The exhaustion was worth keeping Marin in her comfortable classroom with her classmates. Detective Vera called Wednesday with an update that made me physically ill. He had obtained CCTV footage from the casino for the dates I had specified. On October 15th, the timestamp showed Silas at a poker table during Marin's first dancing presentation. I recall being alone in that auditorium, explaining to other parents why her daddy couldn't make it. The footage from November 3rd was worse, showing him smiling with other players at her first soccer game while I cheered alone from the sidelines. Seeing him enjoying fun while I held back tears at her activities broke something within me that I had no idea could still break. The following week, David called with some disturbing news about Silas's treatment compliance. He had missed 2 group meetings, and when he did go, he downplayed his addiction and blamed external circumstances. The supervised visitation center also stated that he appeared anxious and distracted during visits, continually checking his phone and cutting them short. David claimed that his behavior indicated that he was still not totally devoted to his rehabilitation. Saturday morning during Marin's soccer practice, I was assisting her in tying her cleats when another parent grabbed my arm. She pointed across the field to where Silas was standing by the fence, watching. My protective order clearly forbade him from coming within 500 feet of the children's activities. I kept Marin distracted with stretches while nervously dialing 911. Other parents created a slight barrier between him and the field. He had already fled by the time police came 15 minutes later, but I filed another report to document the infraction. The officer stated that these reports would be used at the next hearing to demonstrate a pattern of violating court orders. 2 days later, I sat in Rose's office, filling out paperwork for a comprehensive protective order, as she explained how Silas's frequent infractions would help our case. My in-laws blamed me for bad parenting after my child passed away. Months later, they sued us, but the judge shut them down instantly. 5 years of marriage, 4 beautiful children, and the quiet joy of building the life we always dreamed of. But one pregnancy changed everything. A hidden tumor. A loss that shattered us. And a single sentence spoken at a family gathering that would burn every bridge we thought was unshakable. So this is the part I never thought I'd tell. My wife and I have been married for 5 years, and we have always wanted to have a large family. Because we are Christians, we decided to wait until after the wedding before trying. 4 months later, she became pregnant, and we welcomed our first son. We had our daughter just a year after our first child was born. A year later, we had our second son. Finally, 3 years later, we had our second daughter. However, this pregnancy differed from the other ones. Throughout this pregnancy, my wife was continuously complaining about her back pain and being sore all the time. During the delivery, the physicians discovered she had a tumor in her uterus and had to do emergency surgery. Fortunately, my wife recovered very well, but the doctors informed us that we would be unable to have any more children. After learning this, she suffered from postpartum depression since she believed she was failing to provide me with the large family I desired. But I told her that everything was just fine. Despite my repeated assurances, her despair did not improve for several months. She was meant to have only 4 months of maternity leave, but she elected to stay for 8. I chose to contact my brother because we were quite close. He's always been an excellent role model and older brother to me. However, his wife does not appear to like me or my wife for whatever reason. She is constantly comparing her children to ours and commenting on how unhealthy our firstborn boy's life is. Despite the fact that he is already a national chess master, she believes he should spend his time doing kid-related activities rather than on some esoteric board. But we've already discussed this with our son, and he adores chess, and the fact that he's good at it has no bearing on his daily life. She also likes to make comments about my girls, but neither I nor my wife seem to mind for the most part. My brother claims it's because she's pregnant and emotional. My brother was quite helpful around the house, which made our lives much easier. Now, I adore my wife, and she is the best human and mother on the globe. However, she may be a little reckless with the youngsters. This did not happen with our first child, but I believe that having all of her feelings pent up during the second pregnancy caused her to become emotionally obsessed. Sometimes she forgot the stove was turned on, and I had to switch it off to keep the home from exploding, but I never informed her that she needed to be more alert, because I knew she was already dealing with a lot. That's when it occurred. While I was at work, my wife decided to take the children to the park. My daughter was hit by a car and died despite 6 hours of emergency surgery. My wife has no clear recollection of what happened, and I do not wish to discuss it on this forum. However, that was the most horrific experience of my life. My wife and I have been dealing with it for the past 4 months, and even though we are hurting internally, we must continue to care for our children. This is also about the time that my brother's wife invited the entire family to a pool party at their home. My wife and I believed it would be beneficial for our children to socialize with their relatives. My entire family was present, and they were all very supportive of me and my wife. Except for my brother's wife, everyone expressed their sympathies in a nice manner. According to my brother, it was simply that her emotions were out of whack due to her pregnancy. But my wife has never acted like this. Still, we all attempted to have fun, and the kids were clearly having a fantastic time in my brother's massive pool. That was until the youngsters started pulling pranks on us. While I was standing on the edge of the pool, the kids pushed me into it. I thought this was humorous at first, but then they went too far and damaged my and my wife's brand new Tesla. We carefully explained to all of the children, including my nephews, why these types of pranks were unacceptable. In the middle of my lecture, my brother's wife interrupted and began shouting at me and my wife. She informed us that we had no grounds to speak with their children, and that it was most likely all my children's fault. My wife was obviously not having it, claiming that the children were the ones who caused the damage. Things became increasingly tense, and other family members arrived to see the chaos. That's when my brother's wife dropped a bombshell. "Maybe this is why your daughter died." My wife burst into tears and left, but I stayed and demanded an explanation. But what occurred next was even crazier. My brother Malric instantly came in between us. His cheeks flushed as he gripped my shoulders. "Callum, calm down, she didn't mean it like that." When I tried to shove past him, his hold tightened. "You know how pregnancy hormones are, Corinna's been having a really tough time." I looked at him in bewilderment. Corinna stood behind him, arms crossed over her big tummy, chin raised fiercely. The pool filter buzzed in the unexpected silence as our family members moved awkwardly around us. "Pregnancy hormones?" My voice broke. "She just said that about Lyra. About my daughter." "Look, I know it came out wrong," Malric said, his hands still resting on my shoulders. "But you're both emotional right now. Let's just take a breath and—" "Both emotional?" I pushed his hands away. "My 3-year-old daughter is dead, Malric, and your wife." "Just stop being so dramatic," Corinna said, walking around Malric. "I'm sorry if you took it the wrong way, but you were yelling at my kids." "What was I supposed to do?" My hands shook as I pointed to the severe scrapes on our Tesla door. "They damaged our car." We were explaining why that's not okay to all the kids. "Oh, please, it's just a car." She rolled her eyes. "You can afford to fix it, unlike some of us who actually have to budget for our growing families." My mother appeared at my elbow, speaking softly. Callum, honey, maybe we should all just cool off. This heat is getting to everyone. The heat. I looked around at my family. My cousins avoided eye contact. My aunt studied her sandals. Uncle Thaddeus instantly became fascinated by the pool tiles. She just used my daughter's death as a weapon. And you're blaming the heat? Nobody's blaming anything, Mom answered hurriedly. But Corinna is 7 months pregnant. You remember how Alara was during her pregnancies? These things happen. These things occur. The words tasted bitter. Alara never said anything nasty about someone's deceased child. Because Alara never had anyone discipline her perfect little angels, Corinna was furious. Maybe if you two weren't so busy trying to be parents of the year, you'd have noticed. Corinna, Malric admonished, but she persisted. What? I'm just saying what everyone's thinking. They act like their kids are so special. Chess champion this. Honor roll that. Well, look where all that helicopter parenting got them. I pushed forward, but 3 sets of hands stopped me. My cousin Jake, Uncle Thaddeus, and even my younger brother Tom created a barrier between us. Not worth it, man, Jake grumbled. Think of Alara. Alara. I spun around, looking for my wife. The sliding glass door to the house remained open, the drapes still fluttering. She'd overheard everything. I need to check on my wife, I muttered, pulling loose from their clutches. Callum, wait, Malric called after me. We can work this out. It's family. I hesitated at the doorway. Family doesn't do this, Malric. Inside I discovered Alara in the bathroom, sitting on the closed toilet lid, her face in her hands. Her shoulders shook with quiet sobbing. I knelt in front of her and carefully moved her hands away from her face. Hey, I said quietly. I'm here. She said it was our fault. Alara's voice was hardly heard. That Lyra died because of us. She's wrong. You know she's wrong. But what if? No. I cupped her face. No what ifs. What happened to Lyra was an accident. A terrible, horrible accident. Not your fault. Never your fault. A knock at the door halted us. Ilara? Callum? It was my sister-in-law Junia, Malric's younger sister. Can I come in? Alara nodded, so I opened the door. Junia slipped inside and closed the door behind her. I'm so sorry, Junia apologized quickly. What Corinna said was unforgivable. Then why is everyone out there forgiving it? I requested an explanation. Junia exhaled. Because they're cowards. Because it's easier to pressure you two to let it go than to confront her. She's pregnant, Alara stated bluntly. Apparently that excuses everything. It doesn't, Junia replied firmly. And this isn't the first time. Alara and I both looked up to her. Junia bit her lips. Remember when cousin Isolde lost her baby stillborn? At the Christmas party that year, Corinna made a comment about how maybe it was nature's way, because Isolde was over 40 inches. My stomach twisted. I didn't know about it because Isolde never attended another family event. She shut off all contact with those present and refused to defend herself. Junia's voice was sour. Which was basically everyone. Why didn't anyone tell us? Alara inquired. Because Malric always makes excuses. Because Mom thinks keeping the family together is more important than anything else. Because everyone would rather enable a bully than risk drama at Sunday dinners. Another knock. Callum? Alara. It was my mother again. Everyone's worried. Can we talk? I gazed at Alara. Her expression had hardened into something I hadn't seen before. She stood wiping her eyes. Yes, she answered. Let's talk. We exited from the bathroom to find the majority of the family congregating in Malric's living room. Corinna sat in the middle of the couch, Malric's arm around her, playing the hurt pregnant woman role. The kids had been sent somewhere else, most likely to the game room. Alara, sweetheart, my mother began. We all understand you're going through a difficult time. Stop. Alara raised her hand. Just stop. You all understand? Really? Which one of you has buried a child? Silence. Which one of you has had to pick out a casket small enough for a 3-year-old? Which one of you has had to explain to her siblings why their sister isn't coming home? Alara, Aunt Selene said. We're not saying we understand completely. You're not saying anything, Alara exclaimed, her voice rising. None of you said anything when she weaponized my baby's death. You stood there. You let it happen. And now you want me to be the bigger person, to let it go for the sake of family unity? Uncle Thaddeus stated, Sometimes we have to forgive. Family dash quote. Alara laughed, but it was sharp and fractured. Family doesn't stand by while someone uses your dead child as ammunition in an argument about scratched paint. Family doesn't make excuses for cruelty. Family doesn't choose comfort over compassion. You're being overdramatic, Corinna mumbled from the couch. Alara gently turned towards her. Say that again. I said you're being overdramatic. I'm sorry if what I said hurt your feelings, but if... Alara moved closer. If it hurt my feelings? You told me my daughter died because of my parenting. You used the worst pain I've ever experienced as a weapon because you were mad about your kids being disciplined. I'm pregnant, Corinna stated, as if that explained everything. I've been pregnant 4 times, Alara responded. Never once did hormones make me cruel. Never once did carrying a life inside me make me callous about another life lost. Everyone handles pregnancy differently, Malric added. Corinna's been having a really hard time. Stop, I instructed. Stop making excuses. Stop enabling her. Stop choosing her comfort over our pain. I'm not choosing anyone, Malric objected. I'm just saying we can all move past this. We're family. No, Alara replied gently. We're not. Not anymore. The room erupted. Everyone was talking at once, attempting to persuade us that we were overreacting, being overly sensitive, and breaking up the family. Corinna sat on the couch with a faint, contented grin the entire time. Enough. Alara's yell hushed everyone. You want to know what breaks up a family? Standing by while someone attacks grieving parents, making excuses for cruelty, choosing to enable a bully rather than protect the vulnerable. She turned to face everybody. 4 months ago, I lost my daughter. Every day since then, I've woken up to a world that's missing her laugh, her smile, her little hands in mine. And I've survived it because I thought I had family who understood that pain, who would protect that sacred grief from being weaponized. It shattered her voice. But you've shown me today that keeping Corinna comfortable is more important than keeping Lyra's memory respected. That avoiding conflict matters more than standing up for what's right. Alara, please, my mother asked again. Think of the cousins. The kids shouldn't suffer because the adults can't get along. The kids? Alara asked, her eyes flashing. You're worried about the kids? Where was that concern when Corinna said what she said in front of any child who might have been listening? What message does it send when they see cruelty excused because the cruel person is pregnant? No one responded. Alara walked to where our children were gathering by the door, having slipped back to see what all the fuss was about. She kneeled down to their level. Get your things, she replied gently. We're going home. But Mom, our oldest argued. We were having fun. I know, baby, but sometimes we have to leave situations that aren't healthy, even when it's hard. As we packed our belongings, the family continued to complain. Malric followed us to the door. Callum, come on, don't do this. She didn't mean it. You know she didn't mean it. I turned to face my brother. That's the problem, Malric. I think she did mean it. And I think you know she meant it. But you'd rather we swallow our pain than confront your wife's cruelty. That's not fair. Fair? I laughed cruelly. Was it fair when she used our daughter's death against us? Was it fair when every single person in that room chose to protect her instead of us? We're not choosing sides. Yes, you are. You chose, and you chose her. We loaded the children into the car. As I started the engine, my phone began to vibrate with texts. Alara's too. Family members attempted to guilt us into returning, apologizing, and letting it go for the sake of family harmony. Alara turned her phone off and looked out the window. They'll never understand, will they? No, I replied. They won't. I can't go back there, she muttered. I can't sit across from her at Christmas dinner and pretend she didn't say what she said. I can't watch everyone act normal while knowing they'd rather protect her than us. Then we won't, I replied simply. We'll make our own holidays, our own traditions, with people who actually care about us. Alara leaned across and grabbed my hand. I'm sorry, your family. They're not my family, I clarified. Not anymore. Family doesn't do what they did today. As we drove away, I noticed Malric still standing in the doorway, Corinna alongside him, hand on her belly, and the same delighted grin. The rest of the family had most likely already moved on, convinced themselves that we'd calm down, that we'd come around, and that family came first over principles. They were wrong. That night, after the kids had fallen asleep, Alara and I sat on our back terrace, where Lyra used to play with her toy tea set, feeding us pretend pastries and telling us complex stories about her stuffed animals. I miss her so much, Alara confessed. I know, me too. And now we've lost them too. Your family. I pulled her closer. We haven't lost anything worth keeping. Anyone who could stand by while you were attacked like that, anyone who could make excuses for that kind of cruelty, they're not family. They're just people we happen to share DNA with. Your mom will probably call tomorrow, try to smooth things over. Probably. What will you say? I thought about it. That Corinna crossed a line that can't be uncrossed. That they had a choice between protecting grieving parents or enabling a bully, and they chose wrong. That we won't expose ourselves or our children to that kind of toxicity again. Alara nodded against my chest. They'll say we're breaking up the family. The family broke itself when they chose comfort over compassion. We sat quietly for a while, listening to the night sounds. We both tensed when we heard a toddler laughing in the distance. Every child's laughter sounded like Lyra's now. Every tiny girl with dark locks made our hearts skip. I keep thinking about what Junia said, murmured Alara, about Isolde, how she cut everyone off after they didn't defend her. Yeah, I used to think that was extreme, now I understand. How can you sit across from people who watched you be attacked and did nothing? Who made excuses for your attacker? Who tried to make you the villain for not accepting the attack? You can't, I replied simply. My phone vibrated again. Another text, this one from my mother. Please do not allow this devastate our family. Think about what Lyra might desire. I showed it to Alara, her expression stiffened. She did not just invoke Lyra to manipulate us into forgiving this. She did? Alara took my phone and typed back. Lyra would want her memory to be respected. Lyra would want to protect her parents. Lyra would want people to confront bullies rather than enable them. Do not use my daughter's name to guilt us into accepting mistreatment. She pressed send before I could stop her. Not that I'd have. I'm done, she stated. Done trying to keep the peace. Done swallowing my pain so others can be comfortable. Done pretending that family means accepting any treatment because of shared blood. Good, I answered, because I am too. The next morning brought a deluge of phone calls. I had put my phone on quiet, but the screen was continuously lighting up with names I had grown up trusting. Dad, Aunt Celine, Uncle Thaddeus, and even relatives who hadn't been to the party were involved after hearing a version of events that undoubtedly showed us as unreasonable. Alara sat at the kitchen table, stirring her coffee absent-mindedly while our children ate breakfast. Our oldest son continued staring between us, clearly sensing something was amiss but unsure what had changed in our world overnight. Are we going to see Uncle Malric today? He said honestly. Alara's hand remained still. I placed my own mug carefully. Not today, buddy, I replied. We're going to have a family day, just us. But we were supposed to practice chess with cousin Soren this weekend. The knife of that simple statement twisted. Soren, Malric's oldest, had been learning chess from our son. They had developed a true camaraderie over the game, two children who were unconcerned by adult issues. We'll figure something else out, Alara murmured softly. Sometimes plans change. Our younger daughter looked up from her breakfast. Is it because of what happened at the pool, when everyone was yelling? Children took heed of everything. We attempted to shield them, but they had heard enough. Sometimes adults disagree on important issues, I said thoughtfully. And sometimes we need space from each other to figure things out. Like when me and Jamie fight and Mom makes us go to different rooms? Inquired the girl. Something like that, sweetheart. My phone vibrated again. This time it was Malric. Callum, we need to communicate directly, without the wives. I can come by this afternoon. I showed Alara. She read it, then shook her head. Without the wives, she reiterated. Because clearly I'm the problem here. You're not the problem. You've never been the problem. I know that, but they don't. I typed back. There is nothing to discuss. Your wife crossed the line. You defended her. That explains everything I need to know. His response was quick. You are being stubborn. She is pregnant and emotional. You can't abandon a family because of a single angry comment. One comment. As if those words weren't carefully selected weapons. As if the cruelty had not been planned. Block him, Alara stated gently. Please. I can't. I can't watch you have these conversations. It hurts too much. I blocked Malric's number. Then, one by one, I blocked the others who had been standing by and watching. Mom was the toughest. Her name appeared on my computer, with decades of memories linked to those 3 letters. But she had made her decision yesterday. She had chosen the easier road over the correct one. The kids finished breakfast and went about their typical Saturday morning activities. Our son to his chess computer, our younger daughter to her art supplies, and our middle child to his reading. The house was strangely quiet without the typical expectation of family reunions, cousin playdates, and Sunday dinners. What do we tell people? Alara inquired. Our friends, the kids' teachers, when they ask why the cousins don't pick them up anymore? The truth. That we've decided to distance ourselves from family members who don't respect us. They'll think we're overreacting. That we're those people who cut off family over petty drama. Let them think that. I stretched across the table for her hand. We know the truth. Using our dead daughter as a weapon isn't petty. Standing by while it happens isn't drama. It's betrayal. Alara's telephone rang. This time it's her mother. She had attended the party but had departed early before the confrontation. Alara gazed at the screen before answering. Hi, Mom. I could hear her mother's voice, worried but measured. Alara's face alternated between emotions as she listened. Yes, I heard what happened. No, Mom. She said our daughter died because of how we parent. I don't care if she's pregnant. Mom, stop. Her voice became harder. If you're calling to tell me to forgive and forget, you can save your breath. What Corinna said was unforgivable. And the fact that Callum's family defended her tells me everything I need to know about their values. A pause. Her mother raised her voice slightly. Then they're wrong, Alara stated plainly. I'm not ruining the family. The family ruined itself when they chose to protect an abuser instead of the abused. Yes, I said abuser. Using someone's dead child against them is abuse, Mom. Another pause. I have to go, Alara remarked. I love you, but I won't discuss this anymore. Either you support us or you don't. But I won't be convinced that we're wrong for protecting ourselves. She shut up the phone and laid it aside, her hands shaking. She thinks we should reconcile for the children's sake. Everyone's very concerned about the children when it suits them, I added with a smile. Where was that concern for our children when Corinna attacked their dead sister's memory? The weekend passed in an unusual bubble. There were no family texts discussing Sunday dinner arrangements. No cousins came by. Malric did not arrive with his tools to assist with household projects. Absence felt both exhilarating and suffocating. Monday presented additional obstacles. When I walked into work, several coworkers gave me weird stares. Word spread quickly in our interconnected world. Malric and I worked in the same industry, but with different businesses. We had mutual professional contacts. My coworker Lucian approached me during lunch. Hey man, heard there was some family drama this weekend, you okay? I tightened. What did you hear? Just that there was some big blow-up at Malric's place, that you and Alara stormed out and are refusing to talk to anyone. The narrative was already taking shape. We were the unreasonable ones who stormed out, not the bereaved parents who were beaten. There was an incident, I explained carefully. Someone said something cruel about our daughter who passed away. We decided it was best to leave. Lucian's face shifted. Oh. Oh man. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was about. I just heard you guys were being dramatic about some pregnancy hormones thing. Is that what Malric's telling people? He appeared uneasy. I mean, I heard it third hand. You know how these things get twisted. But I knew. Malric was already in control of the narrative, minimizing what happened and making us the villains in a story where we were the victims. That evening, Alara greeted me at the door with red eyes. The school called. Corinna showed up at pickup time for her kids and tried to take ours too. Said there must have been a miscommunication about carpooling. My blood became chilly. What did the school do? Followed protocol. She wasn't on the pickup list, so they didn't release them. But she made a scene. Told the office staff that we were having family troubles and keeping the kids from their cousins out of spite. This is escalation, I explained. She's trying to force contact through the kids. The principal offered to meet with us tomorrow to address the matter. We spent the evening drafting emails and documenting everything. Mrs. Maribel, the principal, understood when we explained the scenario in broad strokes. We didn't go into detail about Corinna's specific remarks because her sorrow was too personal to convey with strangers, but we did make it apparent that some family members were no longer permitted for pickup. I understand that family dynamics can be complicated, Mrs. Maribel explained thoughtfully. We'll make sure staff are aware of the updated list. At 9 p.m. on Tuesday, the doorbell rung. Through the peephole, I saw my mother standing on our doorstep with a casserole dish, which is the common peace offering of Southern families. Ilara looked at me and said, "Your choice." I opened the door but did not welcome her inside. "Callum," Mom began, her voice already full with passion. "This has gone on long enough. I brought your favorite." "Mom, stop." I raised my hand. "A casserole doesn't fix this. I'm not trying to fix it with food. I'm trying to get my son to talk to me. We talked on Saturday. You made your position clear when you defended Corinna. I wasn't defending her. I was trying to keep the peace. By sacrificing us." The words sounded harsher than meant. "You were keeping the peace by telling us to accept someone using Lyra's death against us." Mom's face wrinkled. "That's not, I would never." "But you did. You stood there while Corinna said our daughter died because of our parenting. And your response was to remind us she's pregnant. As if that excuse is cruelty. She didn't mean..." "Stop saying that." The words burst forth. "Stop telling us what she meant. We heard what she said. We felt the intention behind it. And you're still here days later trying to convince us we misunderstood." Mom gripped the casserole dish tightly. "I just want my family back together." "Your family was never together, Mom. It was held together by people like Ilara and me swallowing our hurt and keeping quiet. By people like Cousin Isolde disappearing rather than making waves. By victims staying silent so abusers could stay comfortable. Corinna isn't an abuser. She used our dead child as a weapon. What would you call that?" Silence stretched between us. Down the street, a dog barked, normal neighborhood sounds, which felt weird in this context. "I should have spoken up," Mom finally said gently. When she said it, "I should have told her it was wrong." "Yes, you should have. But I can't change that now. All I can do is try to fix this going forward." "There's nothing to fix, Mom. The damage is done. Trust is broken. And honestly, I don't think it was ever really there. This just revealed what was always true. That keeping up appearances matters more than protecting the vulnerable." She burst into tears then. Real tears, not deceptive ones. "I don't want to lose you, either of you, or my grandchildren. You're not losing us. You're experiencing the consequences of your choices. There's a difference." "What does that mean?" "It means we'll still exist. We'll still be your son and daughter-in-law. But we won't pretend that Saturday didn't happen. We won't sit at family dinners with Corinna. We won't expose our children to people who think their sister's death is fair game for cruel comments." "So what? You'll just never come to family events again? Never let the cousins play together?" "The cousins can play together when their mother isn't around. Malric can bring them here, or meet us at neutral locations. But Corinna is not welcome in our lives. Neither is anyone who continues to make excuses for her." Mom wiped her eyes. "And if I can't accept that, then you're choosing her over us again." She left the casserole on the porch. I brought it inside after she drove away, and Ilara and I stood in the kitchen, looking at it as if it was about to explode. "Your mom makes good casserole," Ilara finally stated. "She does. Doesn't make her a good person though." "No, it doesn't. We threw it away. Keeping it felt like taking a bribe." Wednesday marked a new development. Junia phoned Ilara when I was at work. "I wanted you to know," Junia said over speakerphone that evening, "that I told Mom and Malric exactly what I think of them. That they're cowards who enable Corinna because it's easier than standing up to her." Ilara inquired, "How'd that go?" "About as well as you'd expect. Malric accused me of trying to break up his marriage. Mom cried and said I was being divisive. The usual guilt trips. I'm sorry you're dealing with backlash, I told you. Don't be. Someone needed to say it. I'm just sorry I didn't say it sooner. Maybe if I'd spoken up about Isolde." "We can't change the past," Ilara explained gently. "Just choose better going forward. That's actually why I'm calling. Thanksgiving is coming up. I'm not going to Mom's if Corinna will be there. Thought maybe we could do something together instead. You guys, me, maybe some other family refugees." "Family refugees." It was appropriate. "We'd like that," Ilara responded. After Junia hung up, we sat there with the weird understanding that we were reconstructing. Instead of reconciling or returning to the harmful dynamic, create something fresh. Somewhat healthier. Thursday was our son's chess tournament. We pondered pulling him out because Malric and his family frequently attended these occasions. But that felt like allowing Corinna's malice to take even more away from our children. If they're there, we stay focused on our son, Alara explained as we parked. They don't exist for us. They were present. Of course they were. Malric noticed us right away and began over, but I looked away and directed our family to the registration table. I felt his presence behind us, lingering, but did not acknowledge it. Callum, he finally replied. This is ridiculous. We're brothers. I continued to fill out forms. You can't just pretend I don't exist. Watch me, I stated without turning around. The kids are confused. Soren doesn't understand why his cousin won't talk to him. That nearly broke me. The children were innocent in this situation, but I couldn't let him use them for manipulation. Then explained to Soren that his mother said something unforgivable about his cousin's dead sister. That choices have consequences. That might be a good life lesson for him. You're punishing children for adult problems. Now I turned. No, Malric. You're using children to avoid accountability for adult choices. There's a difference. Corinna sat across the tournament hall, her pregnancy becoming increasingly obvious. She attracted my attention and had the nerve to wave as if nothing had occurred, as if she hadn't used our greatest loss against us. Alara's hand touched mine. Don't let her steal this day from our son. She was correct. We picked seats far away from them and concentrated on our youngster. He performed well, as he always does when he is focused and calm. Chess was his escape and joy. Corinna had described it as unhealthy, but watching him analyze movements with laser focus and see the pride on his face when he completed a challenging strategy, this was a child in his element. He won his division. As we rejoiced, I observed that Malric and his family had already left. Good. Friday afternoon, an unexpected ally appeared. My father called. My parents had been divorced for many years, and Dad resided several states away. He'd been generally absent from family drama, something I used to despise but now appreciated. Heard through the grapevine there's been some family upheaval, he added quietly. I gave him a shortened version. Jesus, he replied when I was finished. She really said that about Lyra? Yeah. And your mother defended her? Everyone defended her, Dad. Or stood by silently, which amounts to the same thing. He was silent for a moment. You know, this reminds me of why your mother and I really divorced. What do you mean? I mean, the official story was we grew apart, but the truth? I got tired of her need to keep peace at any cost. Even when the cost was truth. Even when the cost was justice. Even when the cost was protecting the people who needed it most. I didn't know that. You were young. We kept it civil for you kids. But there was an incident with her sister. Your Aunt Celine, she was cruel to a waitress. Really cruel, made the girl cry, and when I called her out, your mother made excuses, said Celine was having a hard time at work, that I should let it go. That sounds familiar. It was a pattern. Anytime someone in her family did something wrong, there was an excuse, a reason to look the other way, a plea to keep the peace. I realized I was raising my children to either be bullies who never faced consequences or victims who never received justice. Is that why you moved so far away? Partly. Distance helped. I couldn't change who they were, but I could control my exposure to it. Do you regret it? Losing the family connections? Son, I gained more than I lost. I gained integrity, self-respect, the ability to look at myself in the mirror without flinching. And I gained the knowledge that my children would see at least one parent stand up for what's right, even when it's hard. After we hung up, I sat with our talk. My father, whom I had always regarded as distant, had been keeping his peace all along. He had prioritized principles over locality, values over visits. That weekend, Alara and I took the kids to a new park, not the one where Lyra was injured. We'd never go back there, preferring a different one across town. As they played, we discussed the future. The holidays are going to be hard, Alara stated. Thanksgiving, Christmas, all those traditions. We'll make new ones. It's not just that. It's the questions from the kids' friends, parents, from our friends. Everyone wants to know why we're not doing the big family gatherings anymore. We tell them the truth, that we're protecting our family from toxic dynamics. People don't like that answer. They want the pretty lie, that we're just doing something small this year. Then they can be uncomfortable. We're done prioritizing other people's comfort over our truth. Our daughter dashed up, breathless and happy. Mom, Dad, can we get ice cream? Of course, sweetheart. As we walked to the ice cream shop, our son fell in step with me. Dad, are we ever going to see Uncle Malric again? I had been dreading this question. I don't know, buddy. Right now we need some space from them because of what Aunt Corinna said about Lyra. The kids heard everything. We tried to protect them, but they had absorbed more than we knew. How do you know about that? I heard you and Mom talking. And Soren texted me. He said his mom didn't mean it. What do you think? He remained silent for a minute, thinking with the same concentration he used in chess. I think when someone says something mean about someone who died, they mean it. Because you have to really want to hurt someone to use that. Out of a baby's mouth. You're very wise, I informed him. So we're protecting ourselves. Yes, we're protecting ourselves and Lyra's memory. Good, he replied simply. Lyra deserves that. The ice cream shop was packed with weekend families, normal individuals enjoying normal lives, free of the burden of familial treachery. Perhaps they each had their own buried wounds, relatives who used cruelty as currency. Alara showed me her phone that night, after the kids had gone to sleep. She had been recording everything in a private journal app. Every text, every manipulation effort, and every flying monkey meant to guilt us into peace. Why? I questioned. Because I know how this goes. Time passes, memories fade, and suddenly we're the ones who overreacted to a misunderstanding. I won't let them rewrite this narrative. She was correct. The story was already being molded by people who had not been present. We were the dramatic, angry, family-destroying ones, not the bereaved parents who had been attacked by their own daughter's death. Monday morning offered another surprise. A letter from Corinna was brought to my office. Handwritten, which must have required effort considering her predilection for text-based confrontation. Callum, it read. I had been thinking about what happened at the pool party. I recognize that my statements may have been tougher than meant. Pregnancy has been challenging, and I occasionally speak without thinking. I hope we can resolve this misunderstanding for the sake of family unity. Adult disagreements should not negatively impact children. Corinna. I read it 3 times, hoping for an apology that didn't exist. It could have been harsher than intended. Misunderstanding. Not that I'm sorry for using your daughter's death to hurt you. Not what I said was nasty and incorrect. I showed Alara that evening. She laughed bitterly. She's not sorry. She's sorry there were consequences. Should I respond? No. Any response gives her ammunition. She'll twist whatever you say into evidence that we're the unreasonable ones. So I did not respond. But I saved the letter. Documentation works both ways. Tuesday was tougher. Our middle child returned home from school unhappy. There was a family tree assignment, and the teacher had inquired about grandparents, aunts, and uncles. He had to explain that we no longer saw them. The teacher looked at me weird, he claimed, like I said something bad. You didn't say anything bad, Alara told him. Sometimes families take breaks from each other. But why do we have to take a break? How can you convey to a child that adults may be harsh, that family can betray, and that love cannot always conquer toxicity? Sometimes people say hurtful things, I said. And when they're not sorry, really sorry, it's okay to protect yourself from being hurt again. Like when Benny kept pushing me at recess and wouldn't stop, so I stopped playing with him. Exactly like that. He appeared satisfied with the explanation, but Alara and I exchanged glances. The ripple effects would persist. Our children would endure inquiries, criticism, and assumptions, all because we opted to shield them from those who saw their sister's murder as acceptable weapons. Malric came to our door on Wednesday night. He showed up on our porch around 8 p.m., looking haggard, with no warning or call. Please, he said as I opened the door. Just 5 minutes. No, Malric. Callum, I'm begging you. This is destroying my family. Your wife destroyed our family when she used Lyra against us. You destroyed it when you defended her. She's pregnant. I started closing the door. Wait. Okay, not the pregnancy excuse. I don't know what to do. Mom cries every day. Corinna and I are fighting constantly. Junia won't speak to us. The kids are confused and upset. This isn't what I wanted. What did you think would happen, Malric? That we just swallow that pain and show up for Sunday dinner like nothing happened? I thought you'd understand. That family meant more than one moment of anger. One moment? I laughed. But it wasn't funny. Malric, your wife has been cruel to us for years. Comments about our parenting, our children, our choices. We overlooked it all. But using our dead daughter as a weapon, that's not a moment of anger, that's calculated cruelty. She was upset about the car. Stop. Just stop. If you're here to make more excuses, leave. If you're here to genuinely apologize and acknowledge what happened, we can talk. But I won't stand here and listen to you minimize what she did. He stood there, mouth opening and shutting as if he wanted to say something appropriate, but couldn't think of it. Because doing the right thing would mean acknowledging his wife was unkind. That he had prioritized her nastiness over our suffering. He had failed as a brother when we needed him the most. I can't, he admitted finally. I can't say she was wrong. She's my wife. And I was your brother. Alara was your sister-in-law. Lyra was your niece. But you've made it clear where your loyalties lie. I closed the door. Through the window, I saw him linger there for another minute before returning to his car. A part of me wanted to call him back, remembering training him to ride a bike, being his best man, and celebrating the births of his children. But the greater half, the part that was first and foremost a parent and husband, understood that some bridges could not be rebuilt once they were destroyed. Thursday brought a call from an unexpected source. Isolde, the cousin who had lost her kid and disappeared from family gatherings following Corinna's abuse. Junia gave me your number, she explained. I hope that's okay. Of course. I heard what happened, what Corinna said. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I wanted to call because I know what you're going through, not the loss. I can't imagine losing a child who'd lived and laughed and been part of your world for years. But the family betrayal, that I understand. How did you handle it? Badly at first. I kept waiting for someone to reach out, to say they were sorry for not defending me, to acknowledge that what she said was wrong. But they never did. Because acknowledging it would mean admitting they'd failed. And that family unity they prized so highly. It's built on the silence of people like us. Do you regret cutting them off? No, I regret that it was necessary. I regret that they chose comfort over compassion. But cutting them off, that saved me. It let me grieve without having to pretend the people who enabled my attacker were safe. People think we're overreacting. People who haven't been through it always think that. They don't understand that some wounds are too deep for forgiveness. That some betrayals reveal who people really are, and once you see it, you can't unsee it. After we hung up, I spotted Alara in Lyra's room. We had left it mostly untouched, unwilling to face packing up her belongings. She sat on the floor, cradling one of Lyra's stuffed animals. Isolde called, I explained, sitting alongside her. Yeah. I told her about our talk. Alara listened, tears falling softly down her cheeks. She's right, Alara finally replied. About the family unity being built on silence. How many times did we bite our tongues when Corinna said something cruel? How many comments did we let slide to keep the peace? Too many. And it escalated because that's what happens when cruelty goes unchecked. It grows. We didn't know it would lead to this. No, I replied. But we knew it was wrong. And we stayed quiet anyway, just like everyone else is staying quiet now. Friday was Halloween. We'd always have a large family trick-or-treat party, with all the cousins dressed in matching costumes. This year, it was only us. The kids didn't complain, but I noticed our oldest going at images from last year on his phone. They're all together. Lyra, dressed as a witch, beams at the camera. You okay, buddy? I inquired. Yeah. Just remembering. It's okay to miss how things were. Do you think it'll ever be normal again? I think we'll find a new normal. Different. But still good. Without them. With people who truly care about us, who would never use Lyra's memory to hurt us. He nodded and pocketed his phone. I think Lyra would understand why we're protecting her memory. I think so too. That night, as we went across the neighborhood, I spotted other intact families taking photos and laughing. Were they truly as joyful as they appeared? Or were they also concealing wounds, remaining mute to maintain peace, and allowing violence in the sake of family unity? Our phones were mercifully silent. Maybe the family had finally accepted our boundaries. Or perhaps they were plotting their next move. In any case, tonight was just us, our small family of 5 that should have been 6, making our own memories and keeping our own peace. Saturday morning disturbed the peace. Alara awakened me early, her face pallid. Look at this. She showed me her Facebook. Corinna had written a lengthy, dramatic status update on family split, forgiveness, and safeguarding children from adult problems. She didn't mention us by name, but the comments made it apparent who she was referring to. Some people hold grudges over the smallest things, one aunt said. Pregnancy is very difficult. Another person wrote, people should be more understanding. Breaking apart a family over words is simply awful, Malrick's pal added. The story was being solidified. We held grudges. The family breakers. The ones who couldn't overlook a pregnant woman's minor error. Should I respond? Alara inquired. No, let them show themselves. Let everyone see who supports using a dead child as a weapon. But it hurt. Seeing friends we'd spent holidays with, whose children had played with ours, reduced our grief to pettiness. Seeing them unite around Corinna while we mourned not only Lyra, but the family we thought we had. My telephone rang. Junia, I answered. Did you see it? She inquired without prelude. Yeah. I commented. Told them exactly what Corinna said, used Lyra's name and everything. Let them defend that publicly. Junia, you don't have to fight our battles. Yes, I do. Because someone should have fought Isolde's. Someone should have fought yours the moment Corinna opened her mouth. Silence is what lets this continue. Junia's comment was deleted and blocked within an hour, but not before it was seen by multiple individuals. My phone started vibrating with texts from distant family members who hadn't heard the whole story. Is that exactly what she said? One cousin inquired. Why didn't someone inform me? I wrote another. The story was unraveling, but Corinna was in damage control mode. A fresh post arose, this time concerning lies, exaggerations, and people attempting to harm a pregnant woman's reputation. She's really doubling down, Alara explained. She has to. Admitting what she really said would mean admitting she's the villain in this story. However, the harm to their story had been done. Some family members who had previously been staunch supporters of peace began to reach out quietly, while not fully supporting us. That would take a lot of courage, but to express concern about what had actually occurred. We did not engage. Their sudden interest in the truth after publicly supporting Corinna seemed phony. Where was the concern while we were under attack? Where were these inquiries when we were portrayed as the unreasonable ones? Sunday arrived, and there was no family dinner. Instead, we spent a quiet morning at home. The kids cooked pancakes, we played board games. It was quiet in a way that our family reunions had never been, without the underlying strain of anticipating Corinna's next cutting remark. I don't miss it, Alara stated abruptly, seeing our children laugh during a game. I thought I would, but I don't. It was always performative, always about maintaining an image rather than actually caring for each other. She was correct. How many Sunday dinners had we endured Corinna's words while everyone pretended to ignore them? How many times had we consoled our children after she ridiculed their interests, accomplishments, and very existence, all in the name of family togetherness, which protected the harsh and silenced the hurtful? That evening my mother called again. This time I responded. I saw Junia's comment before it was deleted, she stated without explanation. Is that really what Corinna said about Lyra? Yes. Silence. I didn't hear the exact words. I just heard shouting and came to see. By the time I got there you were already leaving and Malrick was saying it was pregnancy hormones. And you believed him. Without asking us. Without checking what actually happened. I wanted to keep peace. You wanted to avoid conflict. There's a difference, Mom. Keeping peace would have meant addressing the person who broke it. You chose to pressure the victims instead, because we're more likely to comply. I didn't think of it that way. Of course you didn't. Because thinking of it that way would mean acknowledging your role in enabling abuse. Abuse is a strong word. What would you call using a dead grandchild as a weapon against grieving parents? Once again there is silence. I failed you, she confessed finally. I failed Alara. I failed Lyra's memory. Yes, you did. Can you forgive me? Forgiveness isn't the issue, Mom. The issue is trust. You showed us that when we're vulnerable, you won't protect us. That when someone attacks us with our deepest pain, you'll make excuses for them. How do we trust you after that? I don't know, she said. But I want to try. I want to do better. Then start by holding Corinna accountable publicly. Stop letting her control the narrative. Stop letting her paint us as the villains for protecting ourselves. Malric will be furious. Then Malric can be furious. His comfort isn't more important than our pain. I need to think about this. You do that. But while you're thinking, remember that every day you stay silent is another day you choose them over us. After I hung up, Alara looked at me with optimism. Do you think she'll actually do it? I don't know. Speaking up now, after publicly supporting them, would mean admitting she was wrong. That's hard for anyone, especially someone who's spent their life avoiding conflict. But at least she's finally hearing us. Maybe. Or maybe she's just trying to find a way to get us back in the fold without actually addressing what happened. Time will tell. Monday morning came proof that Mom had made her decision. A Facebook post, carefully crafted but clear. I've been contemplating about family dynamics and my place in them. I recognize I've occasionally put maintaining peace over safeguarding individuals. When someone says something nasty, particularly about a deceased child, it is not due to hormones or stress. It's cruel. And those who make excuses for it are complicit. I apologize to those I failed by being silent. I promise to do better. She didn't mention names, but everyone knew. The comments section exploded. Malric accused her of betraying the family. Corinna described her as a troublemaker. Several relatives expressed surprise that she would discuss family matters publicly. Others, however, began to speak up, including the silent ones who had previously been silenced. Stories came out. Corinna was nasty at times, and the family turned a blind eye. Long ignored behavioral patterns. It's like a dam broke, Ilara exclaimed, scrolling through the comments. All these people who've been hurt by her finally feeling safe to speak up. My telephone rang. Malric, I said. Your mother is destroying our family, he stated without greeting. Corinna destroyed our family, Mom's just finally acknowledging it. This is your fault. You and Ilara making a big deal out of nothing. Using our dead daughter as a weapon is nothing. She didn't mean... I hung up. We were past the point of these circular discussions, but the family's reckoning continued. Junia called that evening, nearly ecstatic. Did you see Aunt Celine's comment? She admitted that Corinna made her daughter cry at her wedding by criticizing her dress. And Uncle Thaddeus's wife finally told the story about Corinna announcing her pregnancy at their daughter's graduation dinner. It's all coming out. Good, Ilara replied. Let them all see what they've been enabling. But with the news came retribution. Corinna shared her own status, portraying herself as the victim of a planned attack. Malric defended her, alleging that others were ganging up on a pregnant woman. They declared that they will be taking a mental health break from social media and family activities. Classic, Ilara mumbled. Play victim when accountability comes knocking. But something had shifted. Corinna's familial dynamic, which had shielded her for years, was unraveling. People were wondering why they'd remained silent, why they'd valued her comfort over others' suffering. Tuesday brought an unexpected visitor. Aunt Celine stood on our porch, visibly uncomfortable yet resolute. I owe you an apology, she murmured as I let her in. When Corinna said what she said about Lyra, I should have spoken up. I should have protected you both. Ilara examined her closely. Why didn't you? Because I'm a coward, Celine explained simply. Because speaking up would have made me a target. Because it was easier to let you bear the weight of her cruelty than to share it. And now I realize that my silence made me complicit. That every time I let her cruelty slide, I enabled the next instance. I'm sorry. I'm so deeply sorry. It was the first genuine apology we had received. Not qualified, not excused, just an admission of failure and regret. I appreciate that, Ilara responded thoughtfully. But you understand why we can't just go back to how things were. I do. Trust is earned, and I haven't earned yours. But I wanted you to know that some of us see it now. See what we allowed to happen. And we're sorry. After she went, Ilara and I sat with the weirdness of it all. The family wall of quiet, long unbreakable, was beginning to crack. It doesn't change what happened, Ilara stated. Doesn't bring Lyra back into a world where her memory is protected. No. But maybe it prevents the next Isolde, the next us. Wednesday was quiet. The social media storm had subsided, leaving an unsettling silence. Sides had been selected. Lines were drawn. The family, which had previously convened for every occasion, was now divided into camps. On Thursday, Junia received news. Malric and Corinna are hosting Thanksgiving. making a big deal about keeping traditions alive and not letting division win. It's clearly a loyalty test. Let them test, I instructed. We already know where we stand. Mom's not going, Junia added. Neither are Celine or Thaddeus's family. Looks like their guest list is getting smaller. Part of me felt sad because I remembered Malric teaching me how to throw a football and being present when each of my children was born. But the greater part, the part that had witnessed him prefer his wife's brutality to our misery, felt nothing but determination. Friday was the school's Thanksgiving program. We gathered in the auditorium and watched our children sing songs about appreciation and family. The irony was not lost on me. Family isn't always blood, Alara said quietly, watching our son assist a classmate with their costume. Sometimes it's the people who choose to protect you instead of hurt you. She was correct. We were discovering something new as we lost our birth and marriage family, friends who checked in on a regular basis, parents from school who had heard about what had transpired and gave support without interfering. Junia called every day to make sure we were all right. That weekend we began organizing our own Thanksgiving. Junia would arrive, accompanied by Isolde and her family. Some buddies had nowhere else to go, a diverse group of people who recognized that family was about more than shared DNA. It'll be different, Alara explained, preparing lists. Different isn't bad. No, different might actually be better. The youngsters were also adjusting. Our oldest had begun teaching chess to children at the community center. Kids who actually want to learn, he stated firmly. Our middle child had joined a book club. Our youngest was excelling in art classes. They were blooming without Corinna's incessant subtle comments, or the strain of family reunions where they walked on eggshells. I think Lyra would like this, our daughter commented one evening while working on her artwork. She always said Aunt Corinna was mean. Maybe she's happy we don't have to see her anymore. Again, from the mouth of babes. As November moved before Thanksgiving, the family divide grew stronger. Malric and Corinna surrounded themselves with relatives who were still committed to preserve the peace at all costs. We created something fresh with individuals who saw that certain costs were prohibitively high. Mom phoned the night before Thanksgiving. I wanted you to know I'm not going to Malric's, she told me. I'll be alone, but I can't sit at a table with someone who used my granddaughter's death as a weapon. You don't have to be alone, I caught myself saying. We have room. Alara stared at me with surprise but not disapproval. Are you sure? Mom's voice sounded soft. I'm sure that Lyra would want her grandmother to have somewhere to go on Thanksgiving. I'm sure that choosing right, even late, still matters. But I'm also sure that this isn't a clean slate. It's a chance to do better. I understand. Thank you. Alara reached out to take my hand after I had hung up. That was kind of you. She's trying. Late, but trying. And maybe showing her what real family looks like will help her understand what we lost when she stayed silent. Maybe. Thanksgiving arrived clean and clear. Our home was full with the aromas of cooking and the sounds of selected relatives. Junia arrived early to help cook. Isolde brought her kids, who played well with ours. Friends filled in the gaps, offering warmth based on choice rather than necessity. Mom arrived last, with her renowned sweet potato dish and seemed uneasy. Thank you for having me, she replied quietly. Thank you for choosing to be here, Alara said. For choosing us. The supper was different from previous years, smaller in some ways but richer. The conversation flowed without the underlying tension of anticipating Corinna's next jab. The children laughed freely. People shared their stories without fear of being judged. This is nice, Mom commented at one point, glancing around the table. Different, but nice. Different can be good, our son explained. Like in chess. Sometimes you have to sacrifice a piece to win the game. What piece did we sacrifice? Our daughter inquired. The one who was harming us, he stated plainly. Mom's eyes flooded with tears. I'm sorry I didn't protect you, all of you, from that hurt. We know, Alara replied. But you're here now. That matters. As the evening came to a close and the guests began to go, Mom approached me. Malric called earlier while I was driving here. He wanted to know how I could choose them over him. What did you tell him? That I wasn't choosing sides. I was choosing right. He didn't understand. He might never understand. I know, and that breaks my heart. But not as much as knowing I failed you when you needed me most. She left with pledges to improve, to be better. Time will tell if she was able to follow through. That night, As Alara and I were cleaning up, she took a moment to look at Lyra's portrait on the mantel. I think she would have liked today, she explained. A house full of people who actually care about each other. No mean comments about her art. No comparisons to her cousins. Just love. Just love. We'd lost family, the sort you're born into, the kind you should be able to rely on. But we acquired something more. The type of family you select. The type who comes up not because they have to, but because they want to. They would never use a child's death as a weapon. The kind that recognized that some scars do not heal just because someone asks for forgiveness. The kind that understood that protection may take many forms, including distance and walls. Ilara's phone buzzed as we were getting ready for bed. She received a text from an unfamiliar phone number. Hello Ilara. This is Soren. I know my mother said something nasty about Lyra. I apologize. I miss playing with my cousins. Maybe when I'm older, we can be friends again. Ilara presented me the text with tears in her eyes. Malric must not know he sent this, I told him. What do I say? The truth. That we miss him too. That none of this is his fault. That maybe someday, when he's older and can choose for himself, we'd love to see him again. She typed carefully and sweetly, because the children should not bear the consequences of their parents' misdeeds. Because Soren was also a victim. Of a mother who used cruelty as currency, and a father who allowed it. Send, she muttered, before turning off her phone. I can't handle any more tonight. As we lay in bed, the home quiet save for the sound of our children sleeping securely down the hall, I reflected on the journey from the pool party to the present moment. The ache was still present. The loss of Lyra was aggravated by the loss of family members we believed we could rely on. There was also something else, peace. The comfort of knowing we had chosen protection over politeness. The assurance that Lyra's memory would not be weaponized. The peace of knowing that our surviving children will grow up to realize that some things are more important than keeping terrible people comfortable. I love you, I whispered Ilara in the dark. I love you too, she said. And I love the family we're building. The one Lyra would be proud of. The weekend following Thanksgiving saw an unexpected development. Malric's oldest kid, Soren, arrived at our house Saturday morning, his bike hanging against the porch railing. Ilara and I exchanged astonished glances through the window. Soren. I opened the door and looked down the street for Derek's car. Does your dad know you're here? The 13-year-old shuffled anxiously. He thinks I'm at the library, but I had to come. I need to talk to my cousin about something for the chess tournament next week. Ilara appeared alongside me with a troubled expression. The child wasn't to blame for his mother's brutality, but having him here felt like crossing a boundary we had carefully drawn. Soren, we can't, I said. Please, he interjected, his voice cracking. I know what my mom said about Lyra. Dad told me I wasn't allowed to talk to you guys anymore, but it's not fair. None of this is fair. Our son ran after hearing the doorbell. He paused when he spotted his cousin, hope and doubt on his face. Can Soren come in? He gently inquired. Just for a little bit. Ilara and I held a silent discussion with our eyes. Finally she nodded. 15 minutes, then you need to go home before your parents realize where you are. The boys went upstairs, and Ilara began pacing. This is going to cause problems. I know Malric will accuse us of undermining his parenting. Probably. 20 minutes later, Soren returned downstairs, appearing lighter than when he had entered. Thank you, he replied simply. I'm sorry about everything. You don't need to apologize for things that aren't your fault, Ilara softly reminded him. He went, and we held our breath, braced for the eventual explosion. It arrived 3 hours later. Malric's automobile roared into our driveway, and he arrived at our door before the engine completely died. How dare you? He snarled as I opened the door. Going behind my back, encouraging my son to disobey me. We didn't encourage anything, I explained quietly. He showed up. We let him talk to his cousin for 20 minutes, that's all. You had no right to... To what? Let two kids maintain a friendship despite adult problems? You're right. How terrible of us. Corinna emerged from the automobile, her pregnancy in its latter stages. This is kidnapping, she said dramatically. We could call the police. Ilara was following me. Please do. I'd love to explain to them why you're trying to prevent cousins from speaking to each other. Maybe mention what you said about our dead daughter while we're at it. Corinna's cheeks reddened. You're poisoning him against us. We didn't mention you at all, Ilara remarked. Believe it or not, everything isn't about you. Everything's been about you since your kid died, Corinna yelled. Poor Alara, poor Callum, everyone walking on eggshells. Get off of our property, I whispered gently. Now. Malric grasped Corinna's arm. Let's go. No, I'm tired of them playing victim. Their daughter died because Alara wasn't watching her properly. And somehow that's everyone else's problem. Ilara moved so quickly that I scarcely noticed it. Not to strike Corinna, she would never give her that satisfaction. But to take out her phone and begin recording. Say it again, Alara repeated, her voice dead calm. Tell everyone how our daughter's death is our fault. Let everyone see exactly who you are. Corinna understood her mistake. The few neighbors who were outside stopped to watch. Mrs. Alden from across the street had her phone out. Turn that off, Malric commanded. Public property, Mrs. Alden announced. You're making quite the scene. Malric hauled Corinna back to the car, but she couldn't resist one more shot. This is why nobody wants you at family events anymore. You're exhausting. Nobody wants us? Alara chuckled sharply. Check your Thanksgiving guest list again. They peeled away, leaving tire tracks on our driveway. Mrs. Alden walked up, shaking her head. I recorded the whole thing, she claimed. In case you need it. That woman is vile. The video was shared on social media within hours, even though we did not post it. We had no interest in the drama. But Mrs. Alden's daughter, who was visiting, uploaded it. The court of public opinion acted quickly and harshly. Corinna's carefully created picture of the victimized pregnant woman broke as witnesses saw her abuse bereaved parents in their own driveway. Mom called that evening. I saw the video. I'm so sorry you had to deal with that. Soren just wanted to see his cousin, I explained tiredly. I know. Malric called me ranting about boundaries and respect. I told him the only disrespect I saw was from his wife. How'd that go? He hung up on me. But I'm done enabling him. Watching that video, seeing how she spoke to you both, I'm ashamed I ever defended her. We began attending a grieving support group meeting a month ago, and on Sunday, we found peace among other parents who knew the weight of loss. As we took our normal seats, a familiar face drew my attention. Isolde sat in the corner, holding tissues in her hand. Following the meeting, she approached us. I hope it's okay I'm here. Of course, Alara replied. I know it's been years since my loss, but seeing you two stand up to the family, it brought everything back. Grief doesn't have an expiration date, Alara hugged her. I've been in therapy, she said, working through not just the loss, but the betrayal. My therapist says the family trauma might actually be harder to process than the grief itself. Because death is final, I explained. But betrayal is a choice people make every day. Junia texted some news that afternoon. Malric and Corinna's baby had arrived early, a small girl. The family was ecstatic with the traditional congrats and hospital images. Do we say anything? Alara inquired, gazing at the announcement. We wish the baby health and happiness, I concluded. The child isn't responsible for her parents. We mailed a simple card to the hospital. There's no return address. It was the decent thing to do, even if they did not deserve it. Monday's mail included a surprise. Soren had written us a letter. His handwriting was neat and meticulous. Dear Uncle Callum and Aunt Alara. Thank you for allowing me to visit. I understand that caused problems, and I apologize. Mom and Dad are furious, but I don't care. You were always kind to me, and I miss our family. I think a lot about Lyra. She was quite hilarious and always shared her candy with me. I'm sorry my mother says terrible things. I informed her that it was wrong, but she stated I didn't understand because I was a child. However, I believe that children comprehend better occasionally. Love, Soren, Alara cried when reading it. That poor boy. He'll be okay, I said. He sees the truth. That's more than a lot of adults in our family can say. Tuesday was the anniversary of Lyra's first day of preschool. We had been dreading it. Another achievement she would never duplicate. Instead of staying at home and drowning in sadness, we brought her favorite flowers to the children's hospital where she died. The nurses remembered us. We think of her often, one added sadly. Such a bright light. We donated presents in Lyra's memory, saw sick children's cheeks light up, and discovered a weird calm in bringing joy where she had left us. Wednesday afternoon, our kid won the chess tournament. As he raised his prize and looked around, I noticed the instant he realized Soren wasn't present. His smile dimmed slightly, and it shattered my heart. Soren would be proud, I assured him. I know, he replied. I just wish he could be here. Sometimes loving someone means accepting you can't be in their life the way you want to, Alara admitted with a smile. But that doesn't make the love less real. On Thursday, there was another confrontation. Corinna's mother, who had been out of state throughout the pool party event, arrived at Alara's office. Security had to remove her out after she caused a disturbance by yelling about false charges and family damage. She actually said we made the entire thing up. Alara assured me that evening that Corinna would never say something that nasty in front of several witnesses. Apparently, we were all brainwashed, bribed or whatever. Mental gymnastics were impressive. Friday was quiet. Too quiet. The quiet before whatever storm Malric and Corinna had planned. We had learned their tendencies. When caught in wrongdoing, they'd retreat, regroup, and strike from a different angle. On Saturday morning, a new aspect emerged. A process server knocked on the door and handed me an envelope. Malric and Corinna sued us for slander, emotional distress and alienation of familial affection. They're actually suing us. Alara stared at the papers, stunned. For telling the truth about what she said, I mumbled while reading the complaint. They're claiming the video Mrs. Alden posted has damaged Corinna's reputation and caused her postpartum depression. Her reputation was damaged by her own mouth, Alara told me. We spent the weekend consulting lawyers, recording everything, and preparing for a war we didn't want. The family group texting erupted with drama. Some people supported Malric and Corinna, saying we had gone too far. Others were appalled. They had consulted with lawyers about family matters. Junia called on Sunday night. Mom's beside herself. She's threatening to testify on your behalf about all the things Corinna said over the years. She'd do that? She's furious. Said if Malric wants to play legal games, she's got a list of witnesses to Corinna's cruelty going back a decade. On Monday, we met with our lawyer, Maribel, a bright woman with prior experience handling family conflicts. She went through everything, the films, the texts, and the documentation Alara had been keeping. They don't have a case, Maribel declared plainly. Truth is an absolute defense to defamation, and multiple witnesses heard her say those exact words about your daughter. If anything, you have grounds for a harassment suit against them. We don't want to sue anyone, Alara explained. We just want to be left alone. Sometimes the best defense is a strong offense, Maribel said. But that's your choice. Tuesday's mail included messages from family members, some sympathetic and some not. Uncle Thaddeus wrote that while he disagreed with the lawsuit, he believed we should have handled it quietly. Aunt Celine wrote a lengthy letter listing every hurtful thing Corinna had said to her over the years and offered to testify if necessary. It's tearing the whole family apart, Alara said as she read them. It was already torn, I told her. This just made it visible. On Wednesday our children returned home from school with questions. Soren had apparently been pulled away from activities he participated in with classmates who knew our children, such as the chess club, the science club, the art club, the drama club, the debate club, the math club, the history club, the English club, the music club, the sports club, the yearbook club, the newspaper 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 club, the yearbook club, the yearbook club, the newspaper 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 club, the yearbook club, the yearbook club, the newspaper 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 club, the yearbook club, the yearbook club, the yearbook club, the newspaper 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 club, the fair team, or anything that would put him in contact with his cousins. Our daughter inquired, "Why can't we see Soren anymore? Did we do something wrong?" "No, sweetheart. Sometimes adults make choices that hurt kids, even when the kids didn't do anything wrong." "That's stupid," she said, with the clarity that only children have. "Yes," Alara replied. "It is." Thursday presented an unexpected development. Malric arrived alone, looking haggard. I almost didn't open the door, but something about his gaze made me pause. "I'm not here to fight," he replied immediately. I need to talk. Please." Against my better judgment, I stepped onto the porch and shut the door behind me. "You're suing us, Malric. What could we possibly have to talk about?" "That was Corinna's idea. Her mother's, actually. They're convinced you're trying to destroy our family. We're trying to protect ours." He collapsed against the porch rail. "Soren won't talk to me. He says I'm a coward for not standing up to his mother. My own son thinks I'm a coward." "Aren't you?" The words hovered between us. Malric flinched but did not dispute it. "I know what she said was wrong," he confessed gently. "I knew it the moment the words left her mouth. But she's my wife. The mother of my children. What was I supposed to do? Protect the victims instead of the bully. Tell the truth instead of making excuses. Choose right over easy." "Easy," he said, laughing bitterly. "You think any of this has been easy? My marriage is falling apart. My son hates me. My mother barely speaks to me. The baby won't stop crying, and Corinna just gets angrier and angrier. That's not our fault, Malric." "I know," he replied. And for the first time since that pool party, he sounded like my brother. "I know none of this is your fault. Lyra dying wasn't your fault. Corinna saying what she said wasn't your fault. Me being too weak to stop her, that's on me, so drop the lawsuit." "I can't," Corinna's mother hired the lawyer. If I back out now. He took a breath. If you back out now, what? Corinna will be angry. She's already angry. You'll have marital problems? You already have them. You'll have to choose between your wife and your integrity. That choice was made at the pool party. He went without saying anything else, but I observed him sit in his car for 10 minutes before driving away. Alara had watched through the window. Do you think he'll do the right thing? No, I answered honestly. But at least he knows what the right thing is. That's more than I expected. Friday, our attorney phoned. They want to settle. Drop the lawsuit in exchange for a mutual no-contact agreement. We're already out of contact, Alara noted. This would make it legally binding. Neither party contacts the other, including through third parties or social media. Violation would result in legal consequences. What about the kids, Soren? The agreement would include minors until they reach 18. Alara and I talked about it that evening. It felt like defeat, allowing them to utilize the legal system to reinforce what their cruelty had caused. However, it also represented protection, a paper shield against future persecution. Lyra would want us to be safe, Alara added last. Even if it means making it official that her cousins can't see each other. Saturday, we signed the paperwork. It was finished. The family that had previously gathered for every holiday, birthday and celebration, was now legally required to remain apart. The lawyer stated that these agreements rarely held up if both couples agreed to reconcile, but we knew that would never happen. Some bridges, once burned, produced too much ash to repair. Lyra celebrated her birthday on Sunday. She would have been 5. We went to her burial as a family, carrying her favorite flowers and new toys, which we later donated to the hospital. Our surviving children had written her letters, which they read aloud with trembling but unbroken voices. I got an A on my science project, our middle child announced. You would have liked it, it was about butterflies. I won the chess tournament, our oldest explained. I used the move you always said looked like a horsey dance. I painted you a picture, our youngest remarked, placing a brightly colored canvas against the headstone. It's our family, and you're the son because you're watching over us. Alara and I hugged as our children told their sister about their life, how much they missed her, and how they would always remember her. It was simultaneously heartbreaking and healing. As we drove home that evening, our son said, "Do you think Lyra knows about everything that happened?" I believe Lyra understands we protected her memory, Alara added. That when someone tried to use her against us, we stood up and said, no, that's what matters. And we discovered who truly loves us, our daughter said, with the astounding understanding that children may possess. The people who stayed. Monday morning began with the regular routine, school lunches, business emails, and the rhythm of life continuing despite the legal documents that officially separated our extended family. But something had shifted. The continual dread of waiting for the next attack had passed. The legal arrangement, as cold and official as it was, brought finality. It's really over, Alara exclaimed as we watched the students board the school bus. The conflict is over, I clarified. The grief, the growth, the healing, that continues. But without them making it harder. Without them making it harder, I agreed. My phone rang. Junia texted that Mom was planning a small Christmas celebration for the family who chose love over harshness. Isolde would be there, as would several cousins who had discreetly supported us, and the family we were forming from the ashes of the one we had lost. As I prepared to leave for work, I remembered Soren's letter, which was stashed in my desk drawer. Regarding Malrik's moment of honesty on our porch. Alara's workplace contains rumors about Corinna's mother yelling. Mom finally found her courage, too late to spare the agony, but not too late to avoid future harm. Some stories do not conclude with reconciliation. Sometimes the happy ending is in the separation, in the limits that keep the vulnerable safe from the cruel. Family isn't only about blood, law, or obligation. It can also be about who shows up when it's difficult. That evening we dined with the Aldens. Mrs. Alden had unexpectedly become an ally, her grandmotherly presence soothing our children as they missed their extended family. As we chuckled at her stories and saw our children play with her grandchildren, I realized we weren't simply getting by without our blood family, we were prospering. You know what? Alara asked as we headed home, our kids running ahead. I think we're going to be okay. We are, I replied, grasping her hand. We really are. 6 months later, we learned through our lawyer that Malrik and Corinna had divorced. The facts were complicated, involving custody disputes and further legal drama. Soren asked his school counselor if he might write to us when he turned 18. We also saved that letter, which promised a future in which children might choose their own family. Our grief support group became like a second family. Our children thrived without continual criticism. Ilara and I grew stronger together, connected by mutual grief and courage. We discovered that sometimes losing family means finding your tribe. That safeguarding your children sometimes entails teaching them that love has boundaries. That honoring the dead often requires standing up to the living. Lyra's memory lived on, not as a weapon to harm us, but as a beacon that showed us who deserved to share our journey forward. In the end, the best gift Mom could have given us was the clarity to realize that family is defined by who relates to you, with compassion, respect, and love.